Welcome, dear podcast listener, and this evening I'll serve as your companion as we descend slowly and peacefully into one of the most remarkable realms in all of ancient myth, the kingdom of Hades, the Greek underworld. We will follow the story from the very beginning, from the first moments of the cosmos, when there was nothing but darkness and the slow stirring of something enormous coming into being. We will meet the god Hades himself, one of the oldest of the Olympians, and we will come to understand what kind of ruler he truly was. We will walk the rivers of the underworld, the Styx, the Lethe, the Phlegethon, and linger by their banks long enough to feel what each one meant to the souls who crossed them. We will meet the judges who sat in quiet authority over the dead, and we will hear the stories of the mortals who dared to make the journey into that sunless kingdom while still breathing. Orpheus with his lyre, Heracles with his bare hands, and others who had no choice but to go. But before we begin, let us take a moment simply to arrive. Here, in this room, in this bed, in this night. If you haven't already, gently close your eyes. There is nothing that needs your attention right now. The day is behind you, with everything it carried, its noise, its weight, its small urgencies, and none of it is required of you any longer tonight. You can set it all down. Allow your body to soften into the surface beneath you, feeling the mattress or the pillow accept your weight as completely and as naturally as it always does. Your shoulders can release. Your hands can rest. Even your face, which holds more tension than we usually realize, can simply let go. You are not going anywhere tonight. You are only listening, and even that requires nothing more than the quiet willingness to let the words come to you. Breathe in slowly, and as you breathe out, feel the last of the day's effort leave your body with the breath. You have done enough. You are here, and that is all. This quietude you are cultivating is precisely what the ancient Greeks prepared themselves for when approaching their most profound myths. They understood that these stories demanded a particular quality of attention, one that could only emerge when the ordinary world had been set aside. In firelight and darkness, they gathered together to make room for the sacred. The story we are about to enter is one of the oldest stories human beings have ever told. A story about what lies on the other side of living, about the deep places of the earth, and about the God who ruled them with a stillness so complete that even the other gods sometimes seemed to forget he was there. Hades was not loud. He was not a god of drama or spectacle. He was something quieter and more permanent than that, the keeper of a realm that every living thing would one day reach, whether it wished to or not. And so the ancient Greeks imagined his kingdom in extraordinary detail. They gave it rivers and fields, judges and guardians, regions of reward and regions of punishment, and a queen whose yearly absence explained why the world grew cold. They sent their greatest heroes down into it and watched to see what those heroes would find. They buried their dead with coins on their lips and flowers on their graves, because they believed that small acts of care could ease the journey of the people they loved. Tonight, we will move through all of it, slowly, gently, without any hurry at all. By the time we reach the end of this story, the night will be deep around you, and the weight of the world will feel very far away. There is a long and quiet road ahead of us, and it leads somewhere worth going. And so, with your eyes closed and the day behind you, let us begin. Long before Hades ruled anything, long before there was a kingdom of the dead, or a river of forgetfulness, or a three-headed dog standing watch at the edge of the world, there was almost nothing at all. The ancient Greeks told it this way. Before the earth had taken shape, and before the sky had separated itself from the ground beneath it, there existed only chaos. Not chaos in the sense of noise and confusion, but a vast, dark, formless opening, an emptiness that preceded every single thing that would ever exist. From that original emptiness, the first beings came slowly into existence, almost as if the universe itself was learning, for the very first time, how to be. Gaia, the deep earth, emerged, patient and enormous and full of the quiet potential for everything that would ever grow from her body. Tartarus came with her, or just after her, a great and lightless hollow beneath the earth, a pit whose depth no one in those earliest days could have measured or even imagined. And with them came Eros, the force of desire and connection that would pull every living thing toward every other living thing and bind the new world together. Then Erebus followed, the ancient darkness that filled the spaces between places. And after him came Nyx, the night herself, wide and unhurried, spreading herself across the new sky in complete silence. Gaia, whole unto herself and needing nothing outside of her own vast body, brought forth Uranos, the sky, and Uranos spread himself above her, becoming her covering and her companion, and in time her husband. Together they produced children of extraordinary size and power. These were the Titans, and the oldest Greek sources name 12 of them, 6 brothers and 6 sisters, beings of such immensity that the ground shifted gently beneath their movement. Oceanus, who would one day circle the entire known world in the shape of an endless river. Hyperion, who moved through the high and luminous reaches above. Themis, who held within her the weight of divine law. And Cronus, the youngest of the brothers, who was patient and watchful in a way the others were not, and who would very soon become the most consequential Titan of all. Uranos, however, was a fearful father. He was afraid of what his children might become, afraid of being surpassed and replaced by the very beings he had helped bring into existence, and so he refused to allow them freedom, pressing each child back into the earth at the moment of birth, keeping them trapped inside Gaia's body. Gaia endured this for a long time, with a grief that no one fully measured. Eventually, the weight of it became more than she could carry quietly any longer. She formed a great sickle from the grey flint within her own body and went to her children and asked which of them was willing to use it. Most of them stayed silent. Cronus stepped forward. What followed is the kind of act that old myths tend to move past quickly, and I will do the same. Cronus used the sickle. Uranos was overthrown, and the Titans were finally free. The sky god's long reign was over. Cronus settled at the center of the world, with the power of the cosmos in his hands, and for a considerable stretch of time, things were peaceful. This was the age the ancient Greeks sometimes called the Golden Age, a time, they said, when the earth gave freely and generously, when the days passed without suffering, and when the world felt, in some deep and elemental way, entirely at rest. The Titans ruled together from this era of new freedom, each one commanding their own domain within the vast machinery of creation. Oceanus tended the waters that encircled the earth, maintaining the delicate balance between sea and land. Themis presided over the law and order that held the cosmos together, establishing the patterns by which all things would move and change. Hyperion watched over the light and the luminous realms above the earth, while his brothers and sisters attended to their own sacred duties. For the first time in the history of the world, there was a sense of harmony among the divine beings, a mutual understanding that came from having fought together for their freedom and having emerged victorious. The earth responded to this peace with abundance. Crops grew without the intervention of human hands. Rivers flowed with perfect measure. The seasons turned in their proper sequence. Even the creatures of the world seemed to move with a kind of grace, as though they too understood that something had shifted in the fundamental nature of existence itself. Cronus married his sister Rhea, and between them they had 6 children who came into the world already carrying within them the weight of an extraordinary destiny. Hestia arrived first, goddess of the hearth, quiet and steady and constant. Then Demeter, who would one day hold dominion over the grain and the growing things of the earth. Then Hera, already regal and perceptive even in her earliest days. Then Hades, solemn and still. Then Poseidon, and finally Zeus. But a prophecy had reached Cronus, the same dark shape of fate he had once delivered unto his own father. One of his children, the prophecy told him, would one day overthrow him. Cronus, who understood power far better than he understood love, decided he would not wait quietly to discover which one. One by one, as Rhea brought each child into the world, Cronus took the newborn infant and swallowed it whole. Rhea bore this with a sorrow that grew heavier each time. She had loved Hestia. She had loved Demeter, and Hera, and Hades, and Poseidon. By the time her 6th pregnancy had run its full course, something in her had moved past grief and into a quiet, unshakable determination. She travelled to the island of Crete before the birth and delivered the child there, leaving him to be raised in secret among the nymphs of the island, sheltered in the cool dark of mountain caves and the steady sound of the sea. Then she wrapped a large stone in swaddling cloth and brought it back to Cronus as if it were the newborn child. He took it without suspicion and swallowed it whole and returned to his days, satisfied that fate had been outrun yet again. The child she had hidden on Crete was Zeus. He grew up far from his father's reach, nourished by the wildness of the island, growing slowly and steadily into his own considerable strength. He was the youngest of his siblings by the order of their births, but in every other sense he was growing into something older and more certain than anything Cronus had yet produced. And so Zeus grew in secret, far from his father, while his brothers and sisters waited, unknowing, inside the dark belly of the Titan who had swallowed them whole. When Zeus returned to challenge his father, he did not come with an army, not yet. He came first with cleverness. According to the old stories, Zeus sought the help of Metis, a Titaness known for her extraordinary wisdom, who prepared a powerful emetic potion, a draught designed to make Cronus expel whatever was inside him. Zeus disguised himself and found a way to give this mixture to his father. Cronus, unsuspecting and as confident in his power as he had always been, swallowed it without hesitation. What followed was not graceful. First came the great stone that Rhea had wrapped in swaddling clothes so many years before, the stone that Cronus had mistaken for his youngest child. It came up heavy and cold, and it was later said to have been placed at Delphi, where it became one of the most sacred objects in all the Greek world. Then, one after another, the gods came tumbling forth. Hestia first, then Demeter, then Hera, then Poseidon, and finally Hades, each of them fully grown, fully divine, and filled with the kind of fury that comes from spending years imprisoned in darkness without ever truly understanding why. They were alive, they were free, and they were not inclined toward forgiveness. Zeus greeted his siblings with the knowledge that a war was coming. A war that had been waiting to happen since the day Rhea handed her husband a stone and wept quietly as she sent her youngest child away to Crete. The brothers and sisters gathered themselves and took stock of what they were, what they could do, and what they were up against. The Titans were powerful, ancient, and had ruled the cosmos for a very long time. They were not going to surrender simply because Cronus had made a poor decision at the breakfast table. The war that followed was called the Titanomachy, and by most accounts, it lasted 10 years. It was not a quick or clean conflict. The two sides were evenly matched for much of it, the younger gods, led by Zeus, fighting to claim a world they had never been allowed to inhabit, while the Titans, led by Cronus, fought to preserve the order they had held for generations. The earth shook, mountains cracked, the sea churned in ways that had nothing to do with weather. Zeus understood that to win, he would need more than the strength of his siblings alone. He descended into Tartarus, that vast, dark pit at the very base of the world, and released two groups of ancient beings who had been imprisoned there since long before the war began. The first were the Cyclopes, the one-eyed giants who were, according to the old stories, master craftsmen of extraordinary ability. In gratitude for their freedom, they gave gifts to the three brothers. To Zeus they gave the thunderbolt. To Poseidon they gave his trident. To Hades they gave something different, a helmet forged with exceptional care, which granted its wearer the power to become invisible. The second group Zeus released were the Hecaton sharers, three enormous beings, each with 50 heads and 100 arms. They were creatures of pure, overwhelming force. Once freed, they fought alongside the Olympians, hurling boulders at the Titans in salvos that shook the heavens. Even the most hardened Titan could not stand easily against something with 100 arms reaching for him at once. The participation of these ancient beings proved decisive in ways that the Olympians alone could not have achieved. The Cyclopes' gifts, the thunderbolt in particular, gave Zeus a weapon of unprecedented power, one that would echo through the cosmos and strike fear into even the most defiant of opponents. The Hecaton Chiros, meanwhile, were relentless and seemingly inexhaustible, their sheer number of limbs making it impossible for the Titans to mount an effective defense. Where once the war had seemed balanced and the outcome uncertain, now the younger gods pressed their advantage with increasing momentum. The Titans found themselves pushed back across battlefields that had once been their strongholds, forced to retreat to territory they had held for time immemorial. The tide of the war turned. The Titans began to falter, then to fall. Cronus and most of his kin were defeated and bound, then cast down into Tartarus, the very prison Zeus had opened to claim his allies. The Hecaton Shires were given the task of guarding them there, which seemed like a fitting arrangement. The old order was finished. The world was remade. Once the dust of all that had settled, and once it became clear that the Olympians had genuinely won, there was the matter of what to do with the world they had inherited. The earth and Mount Olympus would be shared among all of them, but the cosmos had three great realms that required singular rulers: the sky, the sea, and the underworld. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades were the three brothers, and the decision of who would govern which realm was made, according to the stories, by drawing lots. The significance of this arrangement cannot be overstated. Rather than dividing the world through conflict, struggle, or claims of superiority, the brothers chose to leave the decision to chance, to something beyond personal ambition or pride. This was, in its way, a remarkable act of restraint. These were gods who had just won a decade-long war against the most powerful beings in existence. They could have seized what they wanted. They could have fought among themselves for the choicest prizes. Instead, they trusted to fate and accepted whatever came. It spoke to a kind of order, a willingness to respect a system even when the outcome was uncertain. The gesture itself seemed almost sacred, a recognition that even immortal beings required rules that governed how power was divided and held. It was a lottery. Simple, impartial, final. Zeus drew the sky. Poseidon drew the sea. Hades drew the underworld. Some ancient accounts say very little about how Hades received this outcome. Others suggest he accepted it without complaint, with the kind of quiet gravity that would come to define his character across every myth in which he appeared. He was the eldest of the three brothers, or the youngest, depending on which version of the swallowing one follows, since the order in which Cronus swallowed his children was not necessarily the order in which they emerged. Either way, he was among the most powerful of the Olympians, and power had never been the question. The question was simply where that power would be exercised. The sky was open and bright, full of clouds and storms, and the kind of visibility that tends to make a god feel seen. The sea was vast and wild, stretching to every horizon at once, restless and alive. The underworld was something else entirely. It was deep and sunless, populated by the dead, governed by rules that had more to do with permanence than with drama. It was not a place that offered much in the way of glory, and yet Hades accepted it. There is something quietly dignified in that, and the ancient Greeks seem to have recognized it, even if they rarely said so directly. The other gods gathered on Olympus and began the long, luminous business of ruling the living world. Hades prepared to leave. He had his helmet of invisibility, forged by the Cyclopes. He had his dark chariot and his black horses, which would carry him through the passages of the earth. He had a realm to organize, a kingdom of the dead to establish and maintain, a set of rules to uphold that the living world could not do without, because someone had to receive the dead, and someone had to make sure they stayed. He did not argue. He did not ask for a different lot. He simply looked, one last time, at the light. At the open sky Zeus had won, and the shining sea that would be Poseidon's. And then he turned. And with that, Hades turned away from the light and descended into the deep places of the earth, to rule a kingdom that would never see the sun. Of all the Olympian gods, Hades was perhaps the least understood and the most feared, which was not quite the same thing as being evil. He had emerged from the belly of Cronus alongside his brothers and sisters, older than most of the gods who would come to define the world, and he had fought in the great war against the Titans with the same courage and determination as any of them. He had drawn his lot and accepted it without visible complaint, turning away from the light and descending into his kingdom with the quiet resolve of someone who understands that difficult things still need to be done. That acceptance said something about him. He was not a god who raged against his circumstances or sought to overturn the boundaries that had been drawn. He simply ruled, steadily and without exception, over the realm that had been given to him. The ancient Greeks, for all their fear of him, seemed to understand this on some level. He was stern, deeply, unshakably stern, but he was also just, in the way that a law is just when it applies equally to everyone. The dead came to him, whether they were kings or shepherds, heroes or ordinary men, beloved favorites of Zeus or forgotten souls from distant shores. Hades received them all. He turned no one away, made no exceptions, and granted no special treatment based on wealth or fame or beauty. In a world where the other gods could often be swayed by a flattering prayer or a generous sacrifice, there was something almost austere about a deity who simply could not be charmed out of doing his job. This impartiality made Hades fundamentally different from his siblings on Olympus. Zeus could be bargained with through prayer and sacrifice, his favor won or lost through clever appeals or generous offerings. Poseidon responded to flattery and the promise of honor. Even Athena, the wisest among them, could be moved by the valor of particular mortals or swayed to champion certain heroes above others. But Hades operated according to principles that transcended preference or persuasion. His laws were not written by him, but administered by him, laws as old as the cosmos itself. Every soul that crossed his threshold received the same judgment, the same inevitable fate. This was not cruelty, but something harder to define, a kind of absolute neutrality that made him incomprehensible to those accustomed to the passions and partialities of the other gods. It is worth saying clearly that Hades was not death itself. Death, in the Greek understanding of things, belonged to Thanatos, a quiet, winged god who drifted through the world of the living and gently claimed souls when their time had come. Hades was the ruler of the kingdom those souls arrived in. The distinction mattered to the Greeks, even if later traditions would blur it. Hades did not walk the earth collecting the dying. He sat on his dark throne and administered his realm with the patience and gravity of a king who had been doing this for longer than most things had existed. He rarely left the underworld. When he did, it was noted. His appearances in the world above were few enough that each one carried a particular weight. He was not a god you simply encountered by accident. Among the symbols most closely associated with him was the bident, a two-pronged staff, something like a trident but with one fewer point, which represented his authority over the dead. The Cyclopes, those great craftsmen who had also forged Zeus's thunderbolts and Poseidon's trident, had made something else for Hades during the Titanomachy, a helmet of invisibility. It was called the Cap of Darkness, or the Helm of Hades, and whoever wore it became impossible to see. Hades himself wore it rarely, but the helmet was occasionally lent to others. Athena wore it during the Trojan War, and Perseus borrowed it when he went to face Medusa. That such a powerful object belonged to Hades, and that he was willing on occasion to share it, suggested a god who was deliberate rather than possessive, secure enough in his own authority that he had no need to cling to every advantage. His chariot was black, drawn by black horses, and when he rose through the earth to move through the world, it was swift and purposeful, never for leisure. He had no interest in the bright, sociable life of Olympus. He was also known by another name entirely, Pluton, meaning something close to the rich one, or the wealthy one. The earth's treasures, after all, came from beneath the ground. Every vein of silver, every pocket of gold, every gemstone buried in the dark beneath the roots of mountains, all of it fell within the domain of Hades. This association with hidden wealth gave him a different kind of significance in the Greek world. He was not only the god of the dead, but the god of everything the earth kept out of sight, and that included the seeds lying dormant underground before spring arrived. Some agricultural offerings were made to him alongside Demeter for exactly this reason, acknowledging that what grew up would first had to rest in the dark. The Romans would later emphasize this aspect of his character even more, calling him Dispater, a name connected to wealth, and later simply Pluto. However, even with this softer association, the Greeks of the classical period were notably reluctant to speak his name aloud. Euphemisms were common. Calling someone to Hades or invoking the god of the dead directly felt, to many, like an invitation to misfortune. Temples dedicated to Hades were extraordinarily rare. There was one at Elis in the Peloponnese, which ancient writers noted was opened only once a year, and even the priests who served there reportedly entered it with a sense of apprehension. In a religious world full of magnificent temples to Apollo, Athena, Zeus and Poseidon, structures built to celebrate divine beauty, wisdom and power, the near absence of temples to Hades spoke volumes about how the Greeks felt when they turned their thoughts in his direction. They preferred not to. He was not hated the way a villain is hated, not reviled the way an enemy is reviled, but avoided, the way one avoids thinking too carefully about certain inevitable things. The other gods of Olympus could be flattered, bargained with, angered, and then appeased. Even the fiercest of them had their moments of warmth or weakness. Hades simply persisted, unmoved, the oldest weight in the world. He had no interest in the gossip and rivalries that filled Olympus, no desire to win mortal affection or collect worshippers. His kingdom filled itself. People rarely built him temples, rarely carved his name into prayers, and yet they lived every day in the knowledge that sooner or later, every soul would make the journey to his kingdom. The underworld was not a single place. That is perhaps the most important thing to understand about it, that the ancient Greeks did not imagine the realm of the dead as one long, featureless darkness where every soul went to experience the same fate. It was, instead, a vast and carefully arranged world beneath the world, with its own geography, its own regions, its own sense of space and light and depth, as intricate and varied as the living earth above it. The entrance was thought to lie somewhere at the far western edge of the known world, where the sun sank below the horizon and the land gave way to something older and less certain. In some accounts, it was found at the mouth of a deep cave, the air around it cool and still, and carrying a faint smell of stone. In others, it opened beneath the roots of the earth itself, in a place where no bird sang and no wind moved. However, one imagined the entrance. The sense was the same, that stepping across it meant passing from the familiar, sunlit world into something much older, much quieter, governed by entirely different rules. Just beyond that threshold, before any soul could move further, there was the gate. And at the gate stood Cerberus, the great three-headed dog, whose role was not to harm those arriving, but simply to ensure that no one left again without permission. Passing him meant you were truly inside. The world above had closed behind you. Before the soul could truly enter the deeper regions, however, there remained one final obstacle: the crossing itself. The way forward lay across the river Styx, the great dark water that separated the living world from the realm of the dead. To navigate this crossing required a ferryman, and that role fell to Charon, one of the most feared figures in the entire Greek underworld. He was typically imagined as old and weathered, his gaze fixed and unwavering as he propelled his small boat across the dark water with a long pole. The price of passage was not insignificant. The dead required payment before Charon would consent to ferry them across. This payment traditionally took the form of an obol, a small coin placed in the mouth of the dead before burial. Those who could not afford passage found themselves trapped on the shores of the living, unable to complete their journey into the deeper regions where their fate awaited them. Once inside, the landscape did not remain constant. The underworld spread outward and downward in layers, each one distinct from the last. The soul's path through it depended entirely on the life it had lived. The first region most souls encountered after crossing the dark water by ferry was the Asphodel Meadows, a wide, dim expanse of pale flowers and grey light where the vast majority of ordinary souls came to rest. It was not a place of suffering exactly, but it was not a place of joy either. The asphodel plant, which the ancient Greeks often grew near graves, bloomed in colourless profusion across these fields. The souls that drifted there were like faint impressions of the people they had once been, not quite present, not quite gone, moving slowly through the half-light without much sense of direction or purpose. There was a wistfulness to the place that Homer captured, perhaps better than anyone else. A sense that these souls still carried the shape of human feeling without quite having access to it anymore. Adjacent to these meadows, though separated by their own quiet boundaries, were the fields of mourning, reserved in some accounts for those whose lives had been particularly marked by the grief of love, souls who had suffered deeply at love's hands and carried that weight with them even into death. The landscape there was similarly muted, soft and grey, but with an additional quality of stillness that felt less like rest and more like unresolved sorrow. It was a gentler territory than the fiercer punishments of the deep, but it was its own kind of ache. Then there were the Elysian fields, and these were something else entirely. Elysium lay in a direction away from the ordinary grey regions, and the difference was immediate and unmistakable. The light there was warm and constant, not borrowed from any sun, but simply present, as if the air itself carried a soft luminescence. The landscape was green and blooming, cross, edged by gentle streams, filled with a quality of ease that the souls of heroes and the blessed experienced as an unending sense of rightness. These were the souls of those who had lived with exceptional grace or virtue, or who had performed deeds of extraordinary courage, and their reward was not just an absence of suffering, but the active presence of beauty. The meadows of Elysium were said to be fragrant. The souls there moved freely and with a kind of ease that was entirely absent from the asphodel fields. Some accounts described music and games, the simple pleasure of one another's company, stretching on without any urgency at all. It was a place that felt, in the descriptions of ancient poets, less like a destination and more like an endless afternoon. warm, unhurried, and completely at peace. Beyond ordinary Elysium, in some traditions, lay the Isles of the Blessed, a further paradise for those who had reached Elysium, not once, but across 3 separate lifetimes. Souls who had returned again and again to the world above, and each time had lived with the same quality of goodness. This was the furthest and most luminous corner of the entire realm, the point where the underworld came as close to the light as it would ever get. All of these regions, the grey meadows, the mournful fields, the shining plains of Elysium, existed within the same great subterranean world, connected by rivers and paths and the slow movement of souls from one place to another, according to the judgments that determined their fate. The scale of it was immense in the way ancient storytellers imagined it, a world as large as the one above it, with room enough for every soul that had ever lived and every soul that would ever come, and far below all of it, deeper than any of the other regions, lay Tartarus, so distant from the surface that ancient poets said it would take an anvil 9 days to fall from earth to its floor. 5 rivers ran through or around the underworld, and each one carried meaning far beyond its banks. The ancient Greeks did not imagine these as ordinary waterways that happened to run through an extraordinary place. Each river was its own presence, its own character, almost its own kind of truth, and together they formed something like the emotional and spiritual architecture of everything that death entailed. To move through the underworld was, in a sense, to move through all 5 of them, whether by crossing their waters or by standing at their edge and feeling what they represented. The most famous of all was the Styx, whose name came from the Greek word for hatred, a name that captures something of the cold horror the ancient Greeks associated with death itself. The Styx formed the great boundary between the world of the living and the kingdom of the dead, the outermost ring of the underworld. It was across these dark waters that the souls of the newly dead were carried by the ferryman. But the Styx was not only a river, she was also a goddess, one of the daughters of the Titans Oceanus and Tethys, and she was among the very first to side with Zeus during the great war against the Titans. As a reward, Zeus granted her waters a power unlike anything else in the cosmos. When a god swore an oath upon the Styx, that oath could not be broken, not by cleverness, not by regret, not even by divine will. An oath sworn on the Styx was the most solemn and binding thing in the universe. The gods themselves were known to tremble slightly when called upon to swear it. The river's water was said to be dark and cold and utterly still along its deeper stretches, the kind of stillness that carries weight. Souls who arrived at its shore felt that stillness settle over them, not quite peaceful, not quite terrible, but final in a way that nothing in life had ever felt before. Eventually, all of them crossed it, and on the other side, whatever they had been in life began to give way to whatever they were to become. The crossing of the Styx was thus both a physical transition and a profound spiritual one. Those who could not pay Charon's coin, those without proper burial or family to pay the fee, were condemned to wander the shores for 100 years, unable to cross, unable to move forward. This was not considered a minor punishment, but a genuine torment, a cruel delay in the soul's progress toward whatever peace or punishment awaited beyond. The river's power to separate, to exclude, to hold souls in a state of suspension between worlds was as important as its power to ferry them across. The Acheron was another river of great importance. In some traditions, it was the Acheron rather than the Styx that Charon actually crossed when ferrying the dead. Its name meant something close to misery or woe, and its character fit that meaning well. The Acheron was thought to be fed partly by the Cocytus, it a connection to grief that ran deeper than its own course. In some accounts, it spread into a broad, marshy lake near the entrance of the underworld, its waters sluggish and murky, carrying the weight of every sorrow the dead had ever known. Where the Styx inspired cold dread, The Acheron inspired something sadder, a kind of exhausted grief. The feeling of all the accumulated pain of a lifetime finally allowed to settle and go still. The Phlegethon was entirely different from either of those rivers. It was perhaps the most astonishing to contemplate. It was a river of fire, not fire that consumed and turned things to ash, but fire that burned continuously without ever destroying what it touched. A flame without end, flowing like water through channels carved deep in the earth. The ancient poet Plato described it in his dialogue, Phaedo, calling it a river of fire that wound through the underworld in great coils, meeting and encircling the deepest regions before flowing back on itself. The Phlegethon's name derives from a word meaning to burn or to blaze. Everything about it lived up to that origin. Some ancient sources connected it especially to Tartarus, saying it formed part of the boundary around that lowest pit, the great prison of the Titans and the wicked, as if even the geography of punishment required something fiercer than ordinary stone walls. The Phlegethon did not punish the souls who passed near it, but its presence was a reminder that the underworld contained forces far beyond anything in the world above. It was fire with no fuel and no end, burning on in the dark like a fact of the universe that nothing would ever change. Then there was the Cocytus. Its nature was gentler and somehow more heartbreaking than the fire and cold of the other rivers. The Cocytus was the river of lamentation, a word that means weeping and mourning and the deep keening cry of the bereaved. Its waters were said to be filled with the sounds and tears of those who had died unburied or unmourned, those whose families had not performed the proper rites, those who arrived at the shores of the underworld, still carrying the rawness of their deaths without anyone left to grieve for them. The Cocytus flowed cold and slow. In some descriptions it ran into the Acheron, carrying its grief downstream into the broader river of misery. There is something quietly devastating about this river, the idea that sorrow itself has a current, that it elects and runs, and eventually finds a place to go. The ancient Greeks were not a culture that asked people to suppress their grief. They understood mourning as something necessary and real, something the dead themselves required of the living. The Cocytus, in a way, held all the mourning that had not been properly expressed, tears that had not been shed, names that had not been spoken aloud over a grave. In the Greek understanding, the Cocytus performed a kind of service for the unmourned dead. It collected their sorrow and gave it form, made their loss real and visible, even if no living person remained to acknowledge it. The waters of the Cocytus were, in this sense, a kind of mourning ritual in themselves, the tears that grief required but no one living could provide. And then, at last, there was the Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, the one that carried perhaps the most profound meaning of all five. The Lethe flowed quietly through the underworld. Its waters were not dark or fiery or cold, but simply clear, the way water looks when it is very still and very deep. Souls who were preparing to be reborn into new lives came to the Lethe and drank from it. What the water took from them was everything. Every memory of the life they had lived, every person they had loved, every place they had known, every mistake they had made, and every moment of grace they had been given, all of it dissolved in that single act of drinking and was carried away downstream. The Lethe was not a punishment. It was, in the Greek understanding of things, a kind of mercy, the neat Caesarea Ratia that allowed a soul to begin again without the weight of everything it had already been. Some traditions contrasted the Lethe with a second spring called Mnemosyne, or memory, from which the initiated were instructed not to drink from the Lethe, but to drink instead from Mnemosyne, so that they might carry their wisdom forward rather than lose it entirely. But for most souls, the Lethe was simply the last step of one life and the first condition of another. The river's name passed into the Greek language as the root of the word for oblivion, Lethe, and the word for truth, aletheia. was literally its opposite. The unhidden, the unforgotten, the thing that had not been swallowed by that quiet current. One sip of the Lethe's water, and a soul would forget everything, every face, every joy, every regret, as completely as if their life above had never happened at all. The first figure a newly arrived soul would encounter on the far side of death was not a judge or a god, but a ferryman, old, angular, and completely indifferent to your situation. His name was Charon, and he had been doing this work since long before any of the Olympian gods had drawn their lots or built their thrones. He was not one of them, not a deity born of sky or sea or harvest, but something older and stranger altogether, a child of the very first darkness. His father was Erebus, the primordial void of shadow that existed before the world had any shape, and his mother was Nyx, the goddess of night herself. From these two vast and lightless things, Charon came. He carried their nature with him always, in his silence, in his stillness, in the grey and sunken look of him, as though he had been assembled from the same raw material as the dark air around the river. He was not born into warmth and light the way even the most severe of the Olympians had been. He was born from the absence of those things, and it showed in everything about him. In most of the ancient accounts, and in the pottery and carvings that survive, Charon was imagined as a gaunt old man, weathered in the way that something weathers when it has been exposed to an eternity of the same unchanging work. His face was angular and drawn, his beard unkempt, his cloak dark and worn thin at the edges. He stood in the stern of a small, flat-bottomed boat, using a long pole to push through the black water, and he never looked particularly pleased to see anyone. He did not need to look pleased. He was not offering a service so much as fulfilling a function, and the distinction mattered enormously to him, or at least that is how the ancient storytellers imagined it. Some accounts described him differently, not as a gaunt old boatman at all, but as something fiercer, an injured figure with blazing eyes and an unsettling energy that made the whole crossing feel like a confrontation with something that barely tolerated your presence. That version of Charon appears in certain later images and in some of the more dramatic retellings of the myths, where the underworld needed to feel more immediately threatening. However, the older, quieter version, the worn old man with the pole, utterly unmoved, seems to have captured the Greek imagination more completely. There is something more unsettling, in the end, about indifference than there is about fury. His role was specific, and, in its way, complete. When a soul arrived at the near shore of the river, the Styx in some traditions, the Acheron in others, and in certain accounts both rivers were crossed in sequence, Charon was already there, waiting. Not waiting eagerly, and not waiting with any impatience either. Simply waiting, the way a stone waits, because waiting was part of the work. The soul would approach the bank, and Charon would extend his hand, or simply look, and the matter of the coin would need to be resolved before anything else could happen. The coin was called an obol, a small and modest piece of currency, and it was the price of passage. It was not a tax or a tribute to Charon personally. It was more like proof that the world of the living had sent you off properly, that someone had cared enough to close your eyes and press a coin against your lips, or lay it on your eyelids before they wrapped you and buried you and said their goodbyes. The coin meant that you had been mourned. It meant that the rituals had been observed. Without it, you were not really a properly departed soul, so much as a soul that had slipped through without permission. And Charon was not about to accommodate that kind of informality. The obol carried weight that extended far beyond its monetary value. It was a tangible connection between the living world and the realm of the dead, a final gesture that acknowledged the soul's transition and validated its passage. In some stories, it was not merely a single coin, but a pair of them, one for each eye, or sometimes one for the mouth and another held in the hand. The exact placement mattered less than the fact of its presence, the deliberate act of someone standing over the dead person and making this gesture of care. The obol was also, in a very practical sense, a marker of social status and family devotion. Wealthy families might place coins of greater value, or multiple coins, as a demonstration of their love and resources. Even the poorest families, those scraping by on almost nothing, understood that they must find an obol somewhere, must locate that small piece of currency and set it aside specifically for this purpose. It was a collective understanding, woven into the fabric of Greek funeral practice, that this small coin represented something far larger: the soul's right to passage, the family's commitment to the deceased, and the fundamental order of the cosmos itself. This is where the mythology reached directly into the lives of ordinary Greeks, pressing itself against the most tender and practical moments of human experience. The practice of placing an obol in the mouth of the deceased, or laying coins over the eyes, was not merely symbolic in the way that we might now think of funeral customs as symbolic. For the ancient Greeks, it was a genuine necessity, a thing you did for someone you loved because you believed with real conviction that their comfort and their passage in the world beyond depended on it. To bury someone without a coin was to leave them stranded. Families understood this, and it shaped the whole texture of how they mourned. The 3 days of preparation, the washing of the body, the dressing of it, the laying out, all of it built toward that moment of placing the coin, which was itself a small act of tremendous seriousness. Even people who had very little made sure they had an obol set aside for this purpose, because the thought of a loved one wandering the far shore, without the means to cross, was genuinely frightening. Charon himself, through all of this, remained utterly constant. He collected his coins, he pushed his pole against the river floor, he carried his passengers across, and then he returned to collect the next group. He did not speak to the souls unless he needed to. He did not comfort them, though he did not torment them either. He simply moved them from one side to the other with the practiced efficiency of someone who has done the same thing so many hundreds of thousands of times that the work has become something very close to breathing, automatic, unstoppable, entirely without drama. The souls crossing with him must have found it extraordinary, that silence. They arrived terrified and bewildered, clutching their small coins, looking out over the black water at the shore they could not yet see clearly, and the only living thing with them was this ancient, expressionless boatman who had ferried more passengers across this river than there were words for. He had seen every kind of person, every kind of life, every kind of ending. He had carried heroes and cowards, farmers and kings, the beloved and the entirely forgotten, and none of it had changed him in the slightest. Those who arrived without a coin, or whose families had failed to bury them properly, were left to wait on the near shore, restless, rootless, unable to move forward, for 100 years before Charon would take them across for free. Past Charon and across the dark water, the first thing a soul saw upon reaching the far shore was Cerberus. He was enormous. That was the first impression, and it did not fade. 3 heads rose from a single powerful body, each one alert, each one watching a different direction, and the sound that came from him was not quite a bark and not quite a growl, but something that seemed to fill the air the way thunder fills a valley. Not sharp, but total, impossible to ignore. His coat was dark, his body built along the lines of a very large dog, but the similarities to any ordinary animal ended there. A mane of living snakes moved along his neck and shoulders, each one hissing softly in its own time. His tail was that of a serpent as well, long and scaled and perpetually restless. His claws, in many accounts, were more like a lion's than a dog's, wide, curved, and capable of holding fast to anything they found. He was, in the plainest possible terms, not a creature that invited second thoughts. Cerberus was the son of Typhon and Echidna, two of the most fearsome figures in all of Greek mythology. Typhon was a vast and violent creature, said to have nearly overthrown Zeus himself before being buried beneath a mountain, the kind of primordial force that predated civilization in the imagination of the ancient Greeks. Echidna was his counterpart, half woman and half serpent, living deep in a cave and giving birth to a remarkable number of the creatures that populated the dangerous edges of the mythological world. From their union came not only Cerberus, but also the Lernaean Hydra, the Chimera, the Sphinx, and the Nemean Lion, among others. Cerberus was, in a sense, the most successfully employed of all their children, not a monster that wandered and caused chaos, but one that had found a permanent post and held it faithfully. His nature came from Typhon and Echidna, but his life was defined entirely by his service to Hades. His function was specific and unwavering. He stood at the entrance to the realm of the dead and ensured that the crossing was one-directional. Souls arriving from the world above were not his concern in any hostile sense. He greeted incoming shades the way a very large, very serious guard dog greets visitors who have the right to be there. They were expected, and they passed. What Cerberus would not allow, under any circumstances, was passage back. The dead did not leave. That was the rule, and he was the rule made flesh. He was equally unwelcoming to the living who tried to enter without permission, though several of them, across the span of Greek mythology, found ways past him, at least temporarily. But under ordinary conditions, with ordinary souls and ordinary circumstances, he was simply and completely impassable. The ancient poet Hesiod described him in his Theogony as having 50 heads, which gives some sense of how the earliest Greek imagination stretched toward excess when trying to capture the sheer wrongness of the creature. Later traditions settled on 3 heads as the standard, and it is the 3-headed version that took hold most firmly in art and story. 3 heads lent themselves to interpretation in a way that 50 did not. Some ancient and later writers suggested that the 3 heads represented the past, the present, and the future, time itself watching over the boundary between the living and the dead. Others read the 3 heads as symbols of birth, youth, and old age, the full arc of human life compressed into a single guardian. Still others offered a simpler explanation, that a dog stationed at the entrance to a vast realm, with the world of the dead at his back and the world of the living in front of him, would naturally need eyes pointing in more than one direction. This last reading has a practical clarity that the Greeks themselves would not have dismissed. In the art that has survived from ancient Greece, Cerberus appeared frequently enough to suggest he was one of the more recognizable figures in the mythological imagination. Painted on pottery, carved in relief, depicted in scenes from the myths of Heracles and Orpheus, he was rendered in ways that varied considerably depending on the artist and the period. Sometimes his 3 heads were spaced evenly, almost symmetrical, each one a full dog's head with its own expression. In other renderings, the snake details were emphasized more heavily, the mane of serpents prominent, the tail thick and coiled. In some images he appeared almost stately, a guardian rather than a monster, his posture watchful rather than aggressive. What the images share is a sense of scale and permanence. He was not a creature that had stumbled into his role. He had always been there. His relationship with Hades was one of complete loyalty, which suited both of them. Hades valued order and consistency above almost everything else. He was not a god who tolerated surprises or exceptions to the rules of his kingdom. Cerberus, for his part, never needed to be convinced or persuaded to do his job. He simply did it, morning after morning in a place that had no mornings, year after year in a place that kept no calendar. There is something almost admirable in it, considered plainly, a creature of monstrous origin who became, in his own fashion, entirely dependable. He was not kind and he was not cruel. He did not torment the dead who passed him on their way in. He did not rage at the living world above. He stood where he was placed, and he stayed there, and that was sufficient. The snakes that formed his mane were not merely decorative. In Greek thought, snakes carried a specific association with liminal spaces, with the in-between places that connected different orders of existence. They moved under the earth and over it. They shed their skins and emerged unchanged. They were creatures of transformation, of the threshold, of the boundary. To have them woven into Cerberus's very body was to reinforce what he already was, a living border. He was not a punishment. He was a gate, enormous and alive, and he held that position for eternity without anyone ever managing to simply outrun him. Not every soul was simply waved on toward one destination or another. There were judges. After crossing the dark water with Charon, after passing beneath the watchful eyes of Cerberus, a soul found itself standing in a place where a different kind of reckoning began, according to the tradition that developed in ancient Greek belief. 3 figures waited to hear each case, 3 men who had once lived on the earth as mortal kings and who had carried their sense of justice so completely through their lives that they were appointed, after their deaths, to serve in this role for eternity. Their names were Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. In some accounts, Plato writes about this arrangement with particular care, suggesting that the system of judgment had once been different and less careful, that Zeus had reformed it to ensure that souls were truly seen for what they were. The 3 judges were the result of that reform, a court that would function with perfect clarity, free of the kinds of errors that clouded judgment in the world above. The judges had at their disposal a remarkable tool. They could see directly into the nature of each soul that came before them. Unlike mortal judges in Athens or any other city, who depended on witnesses and arguments and the persuasive abilities of advocates, the divine judges could perceive the truth without intermediary. They could see the accumulated weight of choices, the patterns of behavior, the genuine intentions that had motivated each action. This ability to perceive what was hidden meant that deception was impossible in the underworld. A soul could not lie about its past or minimize its transgressions. It could not call upon friends to testify on its behalf or present a misleading appearance of reform. What had been done was visible, and what had been left undone was equally apparent. The judges examined each soul according to a standard that was absolute and eternal, untouched by the political circumstances or cultural fashions that governed justice in the mortal realm. Their verdicts were not influenced by what was currently popular or unpopular in any city above. The stakes of their office were extraordinary. A single misjudgment could send a soul to undeserved torment or reward, and yet the structure of divine judgment was designed to eliminate such error entirely. For this reason, the judges themselves had been selected not only for their integrity during their lifetimes, but also for qualities that transcended ordinary human limitation. They had been deified through their service, elevated beyond the constraints that bound even the most virtuous mortal ruler. In this elevated capacity, they saw what no earthly court could perceive. A person's intentions mattered as much as their actions. The circumstances that had shaped their choices were visible to the judges. The genuine struggle between virtue and temptation that each soul had faced became clear. This comprehensive understanding meant that judges could render verdicts perfectly calibrated to each individual case. Each judge had been chosen for the same essential quality. They had known, in their mortal lives, what it meant to be genuinely fair. Minos was the son of Zeus and Europa, a king of Crete whose reputation for just rule had followed him across centuries of Greek storytelling. His brother Rhadamanthus shared the same parentage and was described in various sources as a man of exceptional virtue, so admired during his lifetime that after his death he was believed to dwell in the Elysian fields, sometimes ruling there as a kind of overseer of paradise. In some traditions, Rhadamanthus was assigned the souls of those who came from Asia, while Aeacus, the third judge and the son of Zeus and the nymph Aegina, handled souls who had lived their lives in Europe. Aeacus was known especially for his piety, a quality that the ancient Greeks held in genuine esteem, meaning not merely religious observance, but a deep faithfulness to what was right and proper. Together, the three of them formed something the ancient world rarely had in life, a court without any possibility of corruption. The process itself was remarkable for what it removed rather than what it added. In the world above, judgment was always entangled with appearance. A person's beauty, their wealth, the fine quality of their clothing, the authority in their voice, all of these things had a way of reaching the minds of those who judged them, whether those judges intended it or not. In Plato's account of the reformed system, Zeus describes exactly this problem, that souls were being judged while still clothed in their bodies. That meant that all the trappings of earthly life were present and muddying the water. The solution was to strip the soul bare. By the time a soul stood before the judges in the underworld, it carried nothing from its former life. No fine robes, no status, no beauty, and no ugliness. Whatever had once made a person appear powerful or pitiable in the eyes of the living world was simply gone. What remained was the character itself, the accumulation of every choice the person had made across their entire life, written into the soul in a way that could not be hidden or excused. Rhadamanthus and Aeacus would examine each soul and make their assessment. In cases that were unclear or particularly difficult, the matter was referred to Minos, who held a final authority over the most contested judgments. His golden scepter, which appears in Homer's account in the Odyssey, was the instrument of his office. He turned it as he deliberated among the souls of the dead, listening and weighing. There was no appeal beyond him, and there was no returning to argue the case with new evidence. Whatever you had done with your years above the earth, you had already done it. The record was complete and unalterable. The verdict, once reached, determined everything. Whether the soul was sent upward toward the Elysian fields, whether it was directed to the pale and quiet expanse of the asphodel meadows, or whether it was delivered down into the depths of Tartarus for punishments proportioned to crimes that even death had not settled. The judges did not celebrate these decisions and did not mourn them. They simply made them, carefully and without distraction, one soul after another in the long and endless procession of the dead. What mattered before the three judges was not what you looked like or what family you came from, but only the shape of the life you had actually lived. Not every part of the underworld was grey. There was one region, set apart from all the others, where the light was always golden and the air carried the faint sweetness of flowers you might not be able to name, but would recognize instantly if you had ever stood in a meadow at the very best moment of summer. This was the Elysian Fields, or Elysium, as it was often called, and it was, by any measure, the most beautiful place in the entire realm of the dead, where the asphodel meadows offered a dim and colourless existence, and Tartarus offered only suffering. Elysium offered something that very few souls would ever know: rest without sorrow and joy without end. The ancient poets described it in ways that made even the living ache a little. This was because the place they painted was so genuinely peaceful that it almost seemed like a relief. Warm breezes drifted across wide, open meadows. Fruit hung heavy from the branches of trees that never shed their leaves and never stopped blooming. The grass was soft underfoot. You could lie down in it without any sense that time was passing or that there was anywhere else you were supposed to be. There were no obligations in Elysium. There was no labor, no hunger, no illness, and no grief that could reach you there. The light that fell across everything was steady and golden, as though the sun had settled at its most perfect angle and simply decided to stay. Music drifted through the air in Elysium, not the distant, half-heard music of a dream, but clear and present, the kind that finds you wherever you are and makes you feel that everything, in the end, turned out the way it was supposed to. Heroes played games there, raced horses across broad plains, feasted with one another in easy, unhurried conversation. It was not a solemn reward, not the kind of paradise that requires you to sit very still and look grateful. It was lively and warm, and full of the things that had made life worth living, only now without the loss that always came along with them. I think that is what made Elysium feel so different from anything else the ancient Greeks imagined about the afterlife. It was not simply the absence of pain, it was the presence of genuine pleasure. The concept of Elysium reflected something important about how the ancient Greeks understood happiness and reward. It was not a place of ascetic virtue or endless prayer, but rather a place that acknowledged a fundamental truth about human nature. The things which had made life worth living, companionship, beauty, rest, gentle competition, the warmth of community, remained intrinsically valuable even after death. This showed a kind of honesty in their thinking. The ancients were not imagining a paradise that denied what humans actually wanted and needed. Instead, they were imagining a place where those desires could be fulfilled without the accompanying sorrows that earthly life always brought with them. Elysium was not where the gods sent you to suffer differently, but where they sent you so that you could finally have what you deserved. It was a place of genuine reward. Not everyone arrived there, of course. Elysium was not a place that opened its gates to just anyone. The ancient sources were quite specific about who belonged there. The souls who found themselves walking into that golden light were the ones who had lived extraordinary lives, heroes of exceptional deeds, men and women who had earned the favor of the gods, those whose divine lineage gave them a particular standing in the eyes of the underworld's judges. Minos and his fellow judges would have weighed a soul carefully before sending it to Elysium. The bar was genuinely high. Ordinary goodness was not quite enough. You had to have distinguished yourself in some meaningful way, through courage, through sacrifice, through the kind of greatness that the gods themselves took notice of. Among the souls that ancient sources placed in Elysium were figures like Peleus, the father of Achilles, Cadmus, the founder of Thebes, Menelaus, the king of Sparta, whose marriage to Helen had set an entire age of myth in motion. Achilles himself appears in Elysium in some versions of the tradition, though in others, most famously in Homer's Odyssey, his shade speaks with a weariness that suggests something less than perfect contentment. The mythological tradition was not always perfectly consistent on this point, and I find that inconsistency quietly honest. Even paradise, it seems, could hold complicated feelings for a man who had lost what Achilles lost. But the general picture that the ancient poets drew was one of deserved peace, a place where the great could finally set down whatever weight they had carried and simply exist in the warmth of it. Some traditions went even further than Elysium. There were the Isles of the Blessed, a place set apart even from the Elysian fields themselves, reserved for souls who had been deemed worthy of Elysium not once but 3 times across 3 separate lifetimes. This belief was tied to older ideas about the soul being reborn into the world again and again, working its way towards something higher through each successive life. It gave the Isles of the Blessed a quality of ultimate arrival, the end of the long road, the final resting place for a soul that had earned it over and over. The Isles were thought to lie beyond even the Elysian fields, somewhere in the farthest reaches of the underworld, surrounded by gentle water and bathed in a light that never changed. You would not find grief there, not even the memory of it. There, in the farthest reach of the underworld, where the air was always warm and the light never faded, the greatest of them rested in a joy that had no end. Most souls did not go to Elysium, and most did not go to Tartarus. The vast majority of the dead, arrived at a place that was neither a reward nor a punishment. A broad and quiet region known as the Asphodel Meadows, stretching across the interior of the underworld in every direction, its pale flowers moving gently beneath a sky that neither brightened into day nor fell entirely into darkness. The asphodel was a flower with deep ties to the world of the dead in Greek tradition. It was a slender plant with white or softly yellow blossoms that grew wild along the roadsides and hillsides of Greece and was often planted near graves as an offering to those who had already departed. In the meadows of the underworld, it grew in extraordinary abundance, covering the ground in every direction, giving this place its name and its particular mood. Not grim, exactly, but endlessly muted, like the light just before dawn when the sky hasn't yet decided what color it wants to be. The souls who arrived here kept the shape they had held in life. They had the appearance of the men and women they had been. You could recognize a face, make out the outline of someone you had once known, but something essential had quietly faded. The awareness that animated them was dim, like a fire that has burned down to its last coals, still glowing but giving off very little warmth. They recalled in a vague and unreliable way that there had been a life before this place, that they had eaten food and felt sunlight and spoken words that mattered to someone. But the details drifted away from them, the way details do in a dream you try to hold on to after waking. They didn't hunger and they didn't thirst, and they felt no particular discomfort. Only the meadow, the flowers, and the faint echo of a life they could no longer quite assemble into a coherent picture. Homer described these shades in the Odyssey with a plainness that stayed in the mind long after reading. When Odysseus stood at the boundary of the underworld and poured blood into a trench as an offering, the shades came flooding toward him from every direction, drawn by the warmth of it. They pressed close, eager and desperate in a way that the grey meadows didn't normally permit. When they drank, something came back. Their voices, their memories, the particular grief or longing that had been theirs in life. Tiresias spoke his prophecy clearly. Odysseus's own mother lifted her head and told him what had happened to her in the years since he had sailed away. But without the blood, they were silent. They moved through the meadow as they always moved, slowly and without speaking, like shadows cast by a sun that was no longer overhead. The melancholy of the Asphodel Meadows had a quality unlike any other part of the underworld. It wasn't the sharp and targeted suffering of Tartarus, where every punishment was precisely designed to mirror the crime that had earned it. It wasn't the brilliant ease of Elysium, where the blessed spent their days in warmth and celebration. It was something gentler and harder to name, the feeling of existing in a place where nothing bad happens, but where nothing particularly good happens either, and where that distinction no longer seems to make much difference. These weren't souls who raged against their condition or wept openly for what they had lost. They simply were, in the way that the flowers around them simply were, present, unhurried, carrying on without urgency through a stretch of time that had no particular end in sight. The shades around them paid little attention to one another. A soul might pass within arm's reach of someone it had loved in life and feel only the faintest stir of recognition, the way a sleeper might hear a familiar voice without quite waking to answer it. Somewhere in these meadows, ancient tradition described a herd of cattle belonging to Hades himself, great animals with coats as black as a night without stars, moving slowly through the asphodel in loose groups, their heads low, their steps unhurried. A herdsman named Menoetes tended to them, driving them from one part of the plain to another with the calm patience of someone who had been doing this for a very long time and wasn't expecting it to end. His presence there added something to the picture of the Asphodel Meadows, a sense that even here, in this quiet and neutral place, there was a kind of order, a rhythm to the days, a figure going steadily about his work among the pale flowers and the drifting souls. For the ancient Greeks, I think the asphodel meadows represented something truthful about their understanding of ordinary human life, that most people aren't heroes and aren't monsters, that most lives are lived in a middle ground where large moral dramas rarely play out, and that the afterlife for such people would be, fittingly, a middle ground of its own. It wasn't a comforting image, exactly, but it wasn't a frightening one either. They drifted through the pale flowers, neither suffering nor rejoicing, carrying the shape of their lives without quite remembering what it had felt like to live. Tartarus was in some ways the oldest part of the underworld, older than Hades himself, older than the gods, a great pit at the very base of existence that the first Greek poets imagined as a primordial entity in its own right. In the beginning, according to Hesiod, there was chaos, and then there was Gaia, and alongside Gaia there was Tartarus, not a place yet, but a being, one of the first forces to emerge from the original dark. Only later, as the myths grew more detailed and the geography of the afterlife became more elaborate, did Tartarus settle into its role as a location, the deepest possible depth of the world, a pit so far beneath the surface that ancient poets described the distance between Earth and Tartarus as equal to the distance between Earth and the sky above it. Hesiod wrote that a bronze anvil dropped from the surface of the Earth would fall for 9 days before it finally struck the floor of Tartarus. It was a number chosen not for precision, but for impression, the point being that Tartarus was incomprehensibly far down, unreachable, sealed away from everything above. After the Titanomachy, when Zeus and his siblings defeated Cronus and the older generation of Titans, it was into Tartarus that most of the Titans were cast. The Hecatoncheires, those enormous 100-handed beings who had fought alongside the Olympians, were set to guard the bronze walls and the iron gates of Tartarus, ensuring that what had been imprisoned there would remain imprisoned. The Phlegethon, the river of fire that burned without consuming, was said to flow around Tartarus, forming a boundary of perpetual flame. And so for a long time, Tartarus served primarily as a cosmic jail, the place where the enemies of the gods were kept, where the old powers of the world were locked away so the new order could hold. It was vast and dark and surrounded by fire, and it was, by all accounts, a very convincing argument for not challenging Zeus. The architecture of Tartarus itself was designed to be inescapable in a way that simple walls and locks could never ensure. The very distance that separated it from the world of the living meant that even if a prisoner somehow broke free from their chains, they would face a journey of impossible length just to reach the surface. The darkness there was absolute and unnatural, a blackness that existed independent of the absence of light. It was more akin to a force of its own, a tangible presence that pressed against anyone unfortunate enough to find themselves in that deep. The temperature dropped steadily as one descended through the layers of the underworld toward Tartarus. But the flame of the Phlegethon created zones of searing heat that made the environment even more hostile and bewildering. Some accounts suggest that time itself moved differently in Tartarus, that the sensation of duration there was unreliable and disorienting, which would have made even the measurement of one's suffering uncertain. The ancient poets were careful to emphasize that Tartarus was not merely a more unpleasant version of ordinary existence. It was a fundamentally different kind of place, operating by different rules, where the normal comforts and measures of the world above had no meaning or application. However, as Greek thought matured, and philosophers and poets became more interested in questions of justice and moral consequence, Tartarus took on a second role alongside its first. It became the place of punishment for the wicked dead, specifically for those whose crimes against the gods or against basic human decency were so extreme that the asphodel meadows would have been far too mild a sentence. The souls sent there were few, but their stories were told and retold because each punishment had been designed with terrible precision, shaped to mirror the nature of the transgression itself. Sisyphus, the king of Corinth, had been one of the craftiest mortals who ever lived, so clever in fact that he had twice managed to escape death entirely, first by chaining Thanatos so that no one in the world could die, and then, after finally being brought to the underworld, by persuading Persephone to release him back to the living world on the pretext that his funeral rites had not been properly completed. He returned to Corinth and lived out many more years before Hermes finally came to bring him back for good. His punishment in Tartarus was a boulder, a large, heavy stone that he was required to push up a long hill. Each time he neared the top, the boulder rolled back down. He would descend, take up his position again, and push. Up the hill, back down, up the hill, back down, on and on. Tantalus had been a king who, in one version of his story, had killed his own son Pelops and served him as a meal to the gods, a crime so unthinkable that it became its own category of transgression in Greek moral thought. His punishment placed him in a pool of water that reached his chin, beneath branches heavy with ripe fruit. When he bent to drink, the water receded. When he reached for the fruit, the branches lifted just beyond his grasp. He stood there, perpetually thirsty, perpetually hungry, surrounded by abundance that would never quite be his. The word tantalizing, even now, carries his name in it. Ixion had been a mortal king who, through a series of compounding betrayals, eventually committed the extraordinary offense of attempting to seduce Hera, queen of the gods, while he was a guest on Olympus, a violation of both divine hospitality and basic decency. Zeus, who was not without some appreciation for complicated situations, nonetheless could not let that pass. Zeon was bound to a great wheel of fire that spun without stopping, carrying him through the darkness of Tartarus in a rotation that would never end. Each of these punishments shared the same underlying logic. The suffering was calibrated to the crime, a permanent reflection of what the person had done. Sisyphus, who had always found a way to escape consequences, was given a task with no conclusion. Tantalus, who had so casually destroyed what was most precious and sacred, was surrounded by what he needed most and denied it forever. Ixion, who had violated the sanctity of the god's own house, was given motion without destination, effort without rest. Tartarus, in this sense, was not simply a place of cruelty. It was a place of meaning, or at least that is how the Greeks chose to understand it. And the wheel kept turning, and the water kept receding, and the boulder kept rolling back down, on and on into a forever that had no end in sight. Whatever else people thought of Hades, his silence, his sternness, his willingness to keep the dead in his realm without exception, nothing about him captured the ancient imagination quite like the story of how he came to have a queen. The myth begins, as so many Greek myths do, in a meadow on a warm and ordinary day. Persephone, the daughter of Demeter and Zeus, was out among the flowers with a group of companions, moving through a field that some ancient sources place at a site called Nysa, though other versions name different locations across the Greek world. She was the goddess of spring growth, still young, still entirely part of the world above, trailing her fingers through blossoms and letting the sunlight settle on her shoulders. By most accounts, it was a particular flower that drew her away from the others, a narcissus of unusual size and beauty, said in the Homeric hymn to Demeter to have been placed there deliberately, coaxed into bloom by Gaia at Hades' request. Persephone reached for it, and the earth split open. From the chasm came Hades in his black chariot drawn by immortal horses, and before she could cry out more than once, he had swept her up and carried her down into the dark, and the ground closed over them as if nothing had happened at all. The meadow was quiet. Her companions stood there, and then they did not, and the flowers remained exactly where they were, unbothered. Demeter heard her daughters cry. That detail appears in the Homeric hymn with a particular kind of plainness. Demeter heard it, and she knew immediately that something was wrong, and she began to search. For 9 days and 9 nights, according to that telling, she wandered the earth carrying torches, neither eating nor drinking nor washing, asking everyone she passed if they had seen her daughter. No god would tell her. No mortal had witnessed the abduction. It was not until Hecate, the goddess of crossroads and torchlight, and later the sun god Helios, who sees everything that happens under the open sky, confirmed what had occurred. Hades had taken Persephone with Zeus's knowledge and consent. Demeter's grief, when she understood this fully, turned to something colder. She withdrew from her responsibilities entirely. She was the goddess of grain, of harvest, of the fertility of the earth, and when she withheld her care, the earth felt it immediately. Crops failed. Seeds refused to sprout. The ground turned hard. Flocks grew thin. Human beings began to suffer, and the gods began to grow anxious, because without harvest there would be no offerings, and without offerings the order of things would begin to fray at its edges. Zeus, who had remained silent through Demeter's wandering, eventually understood that he would have to act. He sent Hermes down into the underworld with a message for Hades. Persephone must be returned. Hades received Hermes with his usual measured calm, and he agreed. However, and here the myth turns on a single quiet detail, Persephone had eaten while she was in the underworld. The ancient sources differ on exactly how many pomegranate seeds she consumed. The Homeric hymn says she ate a few, the number sometimes counted as 6, other versions say 4, others say 3 or even 1. The precise count matters less than the principle it represents, which the ancient Greeks understood clearly. Eating the food of the dead binds a soul to the realm of the dead. Whether Persephone ate unknowingly, or whether Hades gently encouraged her, or whether she chose it herself, and some later interpretations lean toward that last possibility, is left deliberately unresolved in the oldest sources. What could not be undone was the eating itself. A full return was impossible, and so a compromise was reached, negotiated between Zeus, Demeter, and Hades, with Persephone present as both the subject and eventually a party to the arrangement. She would spend part of each year in the underworld as Hades' queen, and the remaining months above the earth with her mother. The length of her stay below varies between versions. Some say a third of the year, some say half, but the essential structure remains the same across tellings. When Persephone descended, Demeter's sorrow returned, and the earth grew cold. When Persephone came back up through the dark soil into the sunlight, Demeter's grief lifted, and the world flowered again. This was the explanation the ancient Greeks gave for the turning of the seasons, told not as a scientific account, but as a story about love and loss, and the rhythms that those feelings impose on the world. What is worth pausing on is the way Persephone herself appears once she has taken her place in the underworld. She did not remain merely a captive in the myths that came after the abduction story. In account after account, she appears as a genuine queen, composed, authoritative, and in full possession of her role. When Orpheus descended and played his music before the throne, it was Persephone's tears that the poets described alongside Hades' relenting. When Psyche arrived seeking a gift of beauty, it was Persephone who received her and sent her back with what she had been sent to collect. When Heracles asked to borrow Cerberus, he addressed both Hades and Persephone as joint rulers of the realm. She had, by whatever road she arrived at it, become the dread queen in her own right, a figure who commanded the respect of the dead and the caution of any living soul who found their way below. The ancient Greeks held a dual image of her with great comfort. She was the young woman gathering narcissus flowers in the afternoon light, and she was the queen sitting beside the most silent of all the gods, presiding over everything that had ever ended. Both of those things were true at once, and neither one cancelled out the other. And every spring, when the first flowers pushed up through the still cold earth, people understood that it meant Persephone had returned to the world above. and that for a little while longer the queen of the dead was free. Of all the mortals who ever found their way into the underworld while still breathing, none arrived by a stranger road than Orpheus, and none left in a greater state of sorrow. Orpheus was born into music the way most people are born into ordinary life. It was simply the substance of him, the thing he was made of. His mother was Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, and his father, depending on which tradition you follow, was either the god Apollo himself or a Thracian king named Oeagrus. Either way, Orpheus came into the world already touched by something extraordinary. He played the lyre, Apollo's own instrument in most accounts, and when he played, the world listened. Not in the polite way that an audience listens to a skilled performer, but in the way that living things respond to something they cannot quite explain. Trees are said to have pulled their roots from the soil and leaned toward the sound. Rivers slowed, stones shifted, wild animals would come and sit quietly near him, forgetting whatever it was they had been doing. There was no lock in nature that his music could not open, and people who heard him said afterward that they could not find the words for what it had felt like, only that it had felt like something they had always been looking for without knowing it. He was not merely gifted, he was, by all ancient accounts, the greatest music, Ian, who had ever lived. And that was not a small thing in a world where music was considered a form of divine speech. By the time Orpheus reached manhood, his fame had spread across the known world. Kings and commoners alike sought him out, hoping to hear even a single song. He travelled widely throughout Thrace and beyond, and wherever he went, the landscape itself seemed to transform in his presence. Vines grew more lush where he walked. Flowers bloomed out of season. Even the hardest hearts found themselves softened by his melodies. He could have lived a life of endless acclaim and comfort, surrounded by admirers and wealth. And yet he remained somehow apart from it all, untouched by the ordinary desires that drove most men, as though his connection to music ran so deep that nothing else could quite reach him. It was into this solitary existence that Eurydice came. He fell in love with a woman named Eurydice, and she with him, and for a little while the world was exactly what it ought to have been. Their wedding was celebrated with torches and flowers, and the kind of joy that makes everyone present feel briefly that nothing could go wrong. But the omens at their wedding were not good. The torches smoked without catching properly, and the smoke stung the eyes of everyone gathered, which the ancient world understood as a sign that grief was not far away. In some versions of the story, Eurydice died that very day, wandering through the meadow grass and stepping by accident onto a serpent, which bit her on the ankle. In another tradition, she had been trying to flee the unwanted attention of a shepherd named Aristeus, and in her flight she did not see the snake hiding in the grass at her feet. Either way, the outcome was the same. She died before the wedding celebrations had properly ended. Orpheus was left holding his lyre in a world that had gone completely quiet. He did not eat. He did not sleep. He sat and played music that was so full of grief it made everyone who heard it weep without knowing exactly why. The way certain kinds of rain make you feel sad even when you are standing safely inside. Eventually, he made a decision that no ordinary person would have made, and perhaps only Orpheus could have made it at all. He would go after her. The road into the underworld was not a road any living person was meant to travel, and yet Orpheus walked it, carrying nothing but his lyre. He charmed his way past Charon first, the old ferryman who had never in all his long existence agreed to carry a living soul across the water, and who was not the sort of figure that responded well to appeals or arguments. But Orpheus played, and Charon stood still, and after a moment he picked up his pole and ferried Orpheus across without a word. Cerberus came next, and all three of his heads went quiet, and then lay down on his great forepaws as the music moved through him. Orpheus walked past, deeper into the kingdom of the dead, until he stood before Hades and Persephone themselves on their thrones. Existence, he played. The Furies, who had never in any account of them been known to weep, wept. Sisyphus sat down on his boulder and stopped pushing. Tantalus stood still in his water and forgot for a moment that he was thirsty. The dead paused in whatever they were doing and turned toward the sound. Even Hades, who was not a god given to sentimentality, was moved, not undone by the music exactly, but moved in the way that a very deep and still body of water moves when something extraordinary touches its surface. Persephone was the first to speak, and it was she, many ancient sources suggest, who urged her husband toward mercy. Hades agreed. Eurydice would be permitted to follow Orpheus back to the world of the living, stepping up through the dark with him, her feet barely making a sound, behind his. But there was one condition, and the condition was absolute. Orpheus must walk ahead. He must not turn around to look at her until they had both passed completely into the sunlight above. Not once, not for a moment, not even at the very end of the climb. He agreed, and the walk began. There is perhaps no silence in any story quite like the silence of that ascent. Orpheus walked. He could not hear footsteps behind him, because Eurydice was still partly of the underworld, still newly dead, and the dead do not make noise the way the living do. He had only Hades' word that she was there, and the longer he walked in that silence, the more his mind began to do what minds do when they are deprived of certainty. It began to fill the silence with doubt. What if she hadn't followed? What if the condition had already been broken somehow, by some detail he hadn't understood? What if she was not there at all, and he was walking toward the daylight alone? He could see it ahead of him, the growing grey warmth that meant the entrance was near, the quality of the air beginning to shift. He was almost there. He was, by most accounts, nearly at the threshold itself, the place where the underground became the open sky, when he turned around. She was there. She was right behind him, her face just visible in the half-dark, her eyes meeting his for one brief and terrible moment. And then she began to recede. She did not fall. She did not cry out in anger or in blame. She simply moved backward, softly, the way a reflection disappears when you lift a mirror away from water. She said his name, or perhaps she only mouthed it. The ancient accounts differ. And then she was gone, drawn back into the underworld, and this time there would be no music powerful enough to bring her back. Hades had granted his one exception, and exceptions in the underworld were granted only once. Orpheus returned to the world above alone. He wandered Thrace for a long time afterward, playing music that was no longer the music of a man in love, but the music of a man who had lost something that could not be replaced and knew it completely. He refused the company of others. He would not speak of what had happened in any way that could be put into ordinary words. The women of Thrace, some of them worshippers of Dionysus, took his withdrawal as an insult, though some traditions suggest it was more complicated than that, and that Dionysus himself had a role in what followed. However it began, a group of Maenads, the wild and devoted female followers of Dionysus, set upon Orpheus and killed him. They tore him apart. His body was scattered, and his head, still attached to his lyre, was thrown into the river Hebrus and carried out toward the sea. Even after death, people said, his head was still singing, floating down the river toward the sea, the music drifting out across the water long after any ordinary voice would have fallen silent. When Eurystheus told Heracles his final task, there was a silence in the room. Not surprise exactly, because everyone had known this moment was coming, but the kind of quiet that falls when something impossible is said out loud. Heracles had already done 11 things that should not have been possible. He had killed the Nemean lion and the Lernaean hydra. He had cleaned the Augean stables and captured the Erymanthian boar. He had gone to the ends of the earth for golden apples and driven off the cattle of Geryon from an island at the edge of the world. Each task had been designed by Eurystheus to be the one that finally broke him, and each time Heracles had returned. So now Eurystheus gave him the last labor, the one labor that could not be survived with strength alone. He was to descend into the underworld and bring back Cerberus, the three-headed guardian of the dead, alive and unharmed, and to do it without using any weapons at all. Before he could descend, however, Heracles understood that he needed more than courage. He traveled to Eleusis, near Athens, where a sacred sanctuary held one of the most important religious rites in the ancient Greek world, the Eleusinian Mysteries. These were secret ceremonies, initiation rituals honoring Demeter and Persephone, believed to prepare the soul for what lay beyond death. Only initiates were granted a kind of spiritual protection and understanding that made passage through the world of the dead possible for a living person. According to the tradition, Heracles was initiated there before his descent, receiving the ritual preparation that would allow him to enter Hades' kingdom as a living man and, crucially, to leave it again. Without that initiation, the journey would have been not just dangerous, but simply forbidden. He did not go alone. Hermes, the guide of souls who escorted the dead on their final journey, came with him. Athena accompanied him as well. This detail mattered to the Greeks who told this story. Even the greatest mortal who had ever lived needed divine companionship to walk that road. The three of them descended together, passing through the entrance to the underworld, moving down through the dark until the light of the living world had faded entirely behind them. The shades of the dead drew back at the sight of Heracles moving among them. Most of them scattered in fear. A living man, breathing and warm and solid in a world of shadows, was not something the dead were accustomed to seeing. However, not all of them fled. When the shade of the Gorgon Medusa appeared before him, Heracles drew his sword. It was an instinct, the reflex of a warrior who had spent his entire life meeting danger with a blade. Hermes put a hand on his arm and told him gently that what stood before him was only a shade, the hollow image of Medusa, and that it could do him no harm. Heracles lowered his sword and moved on. Further into that realm, he came across the shade of Meleager, the hero of Calydon. The two of them spoke, as well as shades and living men are able to speak in such a place, and something passed between them, a warmth, or perhaps a recognition of shared fate. Meleager had died young and left behind a sister named Deianira, and Heracles, moved by the encounter, promised to marry her when he returned to the world above. That promise would have consequences of its own in time, but that belonged to another story. He also found Theseus, the king of Athens, who had made the mistake of accompanying his friend Persephone on an ill-conceived attempt to abduct Persephone herself. The plan had gone badly, as one might expect. Both men had been caught and made to sit in the chair of forgetfulness, a seat that fixed itself around whoever sat down, holding them fast and draining their memory and will. Persephone remained there, his crime too serious for any appeal. But Heracles took hold of Theseus and pulled, and the earth trembled at the effort, and Theseus came free. He walked with Heracles back toward the gate, delivered at last from the chair that had held him. Then Heracles stood before Hades himself. The god of the underworld regarded him without particular alarm. Hades was not a god who was easily unsettled, and by this point he had already received unusual visitors. He listened to what Heracles asked. He considered it, and then, in the measured, deliberate way that characterized everything Hades did, he agreed. Heracles could take Cerberus to the surface and bring him before Eurystheus. There was one condition, and it was absolute. No weapons. If Heracles wanted to take the guardian of the dead from his post, he would have to do it with nothing but his hands and whatever strength the gods had given him. Heracles found Cerberus at the gate. 3 heads, each one more attentive than the last, turned toward him. The serpent tail moved. The creature was not afraid of Heracles in the way that other animals had been afraid of him. Cerberus existed outside the ordinary hierarchy of living things, and he answered only to Hades. But Heracles was not an ordinary man either. He seized the dog with his bare arms, wrapping himself around the creature's body and pressing against the thick neck, and Cerberus fought back as Cerberus would, with all 3 heads, with teeth and the lashing serpent tail. The snakes along his body bit at Heracles, and Heracles held on. He did not let go. He did not reach for a weapon. He simply held and pressed and endured until Cerberus finally went still beneath his grip, subdued, alive, unharmed as promised. He carried the dog up to the surface. Hermes and Athena walked with them, and the long climb back toward light and air was made with a 3-headed dog held under the arm of the strongest man who had ever lived. When they emerged into the world above, Cerberus blinked in the daylight, the first time, perhaps, that the guardian of the dead had ever seen the sun. Heracles brought Cerberus to Eurystheus to prove the labor completed. The king, who had sent Heracles on 12 impossible tasks without once accompanying him on any of them, took one look at the 3-headed creature standing in his courtyard and dove into a large storage jar to hide. He called out from inside it, asking Heracles please to return the dog to the underworld, and he would consider the labors finished. Heracles returned Cerberus to Hades as agreed, the dog unharmed and restored to his post, the terms honored on both sides. Cerberus was returned to his post at the gate, and the underworld closed behind Heracles as he walked back up into the sunlight, the only mortal to have wrestled the king of all guard dogs and lived to tell about it. Long before he ever found his way home, Odysseus was told he would have to make a detour that no man on his way home should ever have to make. He was on the island of Aea at the time, a guest of the sorceress Circe, who had by then become something close to a friend, though their beginning had been far from friendly. She had turned his crew into pigs once, and he had forced her to change them back. But those days were behind them, and Circe, for all her strangeness, had a genuine willingness to help Odysseus find his way. The trouble was that the way home required him first to go somewhere else entirely. She told him he needed to sail to the edge of the world, to the land of the Cimmerians, where the sun never quite reached and a perpetual mist pressed in from every direction. There, at the boundary where the world of the living thinned out and the world of the dead began, he was to dig a trench in the earth, pour into it offerings of milk and honey, then wine, then water, then sprinkle white barley over the surface. After that, he was to offer the blood of slaughtered sheep into the trench, and then wait. The dead would come to drink. He was not to let any shade approach the blood until Tiresias, the blind prophet, had drunk first and given him the guidance he needed. This was the only way, Circe said, to learn what fate had waiting for him. There was no negotiating around it and no shortcut through it. So Odysseus gathered his crew, accepted Circe's instructions, and sailed west into the dark. When he reached the place she had described, grey, cold, wrapped in cloud even at midday, the kind of landscape that seemed to exist just outside of ordinary light, he did what she had told him. He dug the trench, he poured the offerings, he made the sacrifice, and then the dead began to come. They drifted toward the trench from every direction, a slow and wordless crowd of shades pressing forward. Young men and old women, soldiers still wearing the marks of their wounds, brides who had died before their time. Odysseus held his sword over the trench to keep them back, and he waited for Tiresias. But before the blind prophet arrived, another shade pushed to the front, and Odysseus recognized him immediately. It was Elpenor, the youngest of his crew, a man who had not yet been buried, 'cause he had not yet died when they had sailed away. He had woken that morning on Circe's roof, drunk and disoriented, stumbled, fallen, and broken his neck. In the rush to leave, no one had thought to bury him. Elpenor's shade was desperate. He begged Odysseus not to leave him unmourned and unburied, wandering between worlds without rest. He asked only for a proper burial, a mound of earth, and his oar planted in the ground above him so that the living would know he had once been one of them. Odysseus promised to do it, and the shade grew calmer. Eventually Tiresias arrived, drank from the trench, and told Odysseus what lay ahead. The trial still waiting for him, the warning about the cattle of the sun, the slow path homeward, and the things he would find when he got there. Then Tiresias withdrew, and Odysseus's mother came forward. Her name was Anticlea, and she had been alive when he had sailed for Troy. He had not known she had died. She drank from the blood and recognized her son, and she told him gently that it was grief that had taken her. Grief at his long absence, the worry that had worn her down quietly over all those years. She told him about his father Laertes, growing old and sorrowful in the countryside. She told him about his wife Penelope, still faithful, still waiting. And then Odysseus tried to hold her. 3 times he reached out to embrace her shade, and 3 times his arms passed through nothing, as though she were made of cool air and shadow. She explained, without bitterness, that this was simply the nature of the dead. The sinews and flesh were gone, and what remained was only the image of a person, a shape without substance. He could not hold her because there was nothing solid left to hold. He stood there with his arms empty, and there was nothing to say about that, except that it was how things were. After his mother withdrew, the shades of great women drifted past, queens and daughters of gods, each pausing briefly so that Odysseus could see who they had been. Then came the shades of men he had known in life, soldiers from the long war at Troy. Agamemnon came and told him the story of his own murder, killed at his own homecoming feast by his wife and her lover, and warned Odysseus to be careful when he finally returned, because a man could not always trust what was waiting for him at home. The shade of Achilles came, and this was perhaps the meeting that weighed on Odysseus most, though he had not expected it to. He tried to comfort Achilles, to remind him that he had died with glory and was honored even among the dead. Achilles was not comforted. He said, quietly and with complete certainty, that he would give up every bit of his fame and honor among the dead to be alive again as the most ordinary man alive, a hired laborer in someone else's fields, with nothing to his name and no one singing songs about him, but breathing and present and real. It was the most honest thing anyone said to Odysseus on that entire journey. After Achilles, the shade of Ajax appeared, great Ajax, who had lost a contest against Odysseus for the armor of the slain Achilles, and had died in the madness that followed. He would not speak. He simply looked at Odysseus once, with an expression that carried everything, the old wound, the unresolved humiliation, and then turned and walked away into the dark without a word. Odysseus called after him, but Ajax did not turn back. Eventually, when the crowd of shades began pressing closer and closer, and the noise of their coming grew too great, Odysseus felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold air around him, and he understood it was time to go. He walked back to his ship and gave the order to sail. He sailed away from the edge of the underworld, carrying the weight of every face he had seen. His mother he could not hold, his old companions he could not save, and the great Achilles who had told him, quietly and without any pleasure, that death was not what the poets made it sound. The underworld was not only visited by heroes and demigods. One of its most memorable travelers was an ordinary mortal woman named Psyche, who went there not for prophecy or conquest, but simply because a goddess told her she had to. Her story reaches us most fully through a Roman writer named Apuleius, who set it down in a work called The Golden Ass sometime in the 2nd century, though scholars believe the tale draws on older Greek traditions that had been circulating long before he put them into writing. Psyche was a mortal of such extraordinary beauty that people had begun to worship her in place of Aphrodite, leaving the goddess's temples cold and her altars without offerings. Aphrodite sent her son Eros to make Psyche fall hopelessly in love with the most wretched creature alive. But Eros, upon seeing her, fell in love with her himself. He brought her to a hidden palace and came to her only in darkness, never allowing her to look at his face. Their arrangement might have lasted, but Psyche's sisters, hollowed out by jealousy, convinced her that her invisible husband must surely be some kind of monster. One night, while he slept, she lit an oil lamp. The light revealed not a monster, but Eros himself, radiant and beautiful in a way she hadn't imagined. A drop of hot oil fell on his shoulder. He woke and he left. Aphrodite, who hadn't forgiven any of it, called Psyche before her and laid out a series of tasks, each one designed to be impossible for a mortal woman to complete on her own. The first 3 tasks Psyche somehow managed. An army of ants helped her sort a vast pile of seeds. Green reeds whispered to her about how to gather golden fleece from dangerous rams, and an eagle of Zeus flew a crystal vessel up to the black waters of the Styx and filled it for her. But the 4th task was another thing entirely. Aphrodite told Psyche to descend into the underworld itself and come back with a small box containing some of Persephone's beauty, which the goddess claimed she needed after all the worry and strain of the ordeal. The cruelty in the task was quite open. Aphrodite knew that no ordinary mortal could find the way into the underworld, much less find a way back out. Psyche understood this too, and so she climbed to the top of a tall tower, intending to throw herself from it. The quickest path to the underworld, she had decided, was simply to die. She stood at the edge with the wind around her and had nowhere left to go. But then, and this is the moment in the story that you might find yourself returning to, the tower itself spoke. It gave her its voice, and it told her not to despair, and it told her exactly what she needed to do. It explained the way down. Near a place called Taenarus, there was an entrance to the underworld, and if she kept carefully to the instructions she was about to receive, she could make the crossing and return. She'd need 2 coins, one for Charon on the way in, one for the return, and 2 small cakes of barley and honey to offer Cerberus, one going in and one coming out. The tower warned her about 2 encounters she'd face along the road. A lame man driving a donkey loaded with firewood would ask her for help, and drowning men would call out to her from the water, begging her to pull them in. She was to help none of them, the tower said. These were traps, set there deliberately by Aphrodite to make her waste her coins, or her cakes, or simply lose her way. The tower's warning carried a deeper lesson, that not all suffering claims compassion equally, and that Psyche's mercy might itself become the instrument of her downfall if she allowed pity to override reason. Aphrodite had devised these obstacles with a cruel understanding of mortal nature, knowing that kindness and empathy could be turned against the kind-hearted as effectively as any poison. The goddess was testing not merely Psyche's strength, but her discipline and her capacity to choose survival over sympathy. And when Persephone had given her the box, she must not open it. She was simply to carry it back, sealed, and deliver it as she had been asked. Nothing more. Psyche listened carefully, and she went. She found the entrance and descended, following the path down through the dark until she reached the river. She offered Charon his coin, and he carried her across without much ceremony. When Cerberus appeared before her, she held out one of the honey cakes, and the great dog let her pass. She stood before Persephone at last and made her request, and Persephone placed whatever was needed inside a small box, sealed it, and handed it to her without apparent surprise. The return journey went the same way. Another cake for Cerberus, another coin for Charon, and the light of the living world gradually grew ahead of her as she climbed. She was nearly there, and then her curiosity reached out one more time, the way it always had. It was the same curiosity that had made her light the lamp. She thought to herself that Aphrodite wouldn't miss the smallest portion of what was in the box, and that perhaps a little of Persephone's beauty might help restore something of what the long ordeal had taken from her. She lifted the lid. What rose out of the box wasn't beauty at all. It was an overwhelming sleep, the kind that carries the weight of the underworld in it, and it dropped her to the ground right there at the threshold between the dead and the living. Eros found her not long after. He gathered the sleep back into the box, sealed it, and woke her. He brought her grievance to Zeus, who heard the whole long story of what they had been through together and agreed to grant Psyche immortality so that they could finally be together without interference. She had done what she was asked, she had carried what she was told, and she had made it back from the kingdom of the dead, which was more than almost any mortal could claim. Compared to Zeus with his affairs and his thunderbolts, or Apollo with his prophecies and his music, or Ares wading into every available conflict, Hades was a notably quiet presence in Greek mythology. He did not descend from Olympus to meddle in human affairs, did not fall in love with mortal women, did not take sides in the squabbles that kept the other gods perpetually occupied. He stayed in his kingdom, and his kingdom stayed with him. When he does appear in the old stories, though, his character is remarkably consistent, stern and immovable, deeply committed to the order of things, occasionally willing to bend just slightly when something truly extraordinary presented itself, but never fooled twice and never pleased to be tested. The story of Sisyphus illustrates this as well as any other. Sisyphus, the cunning king of Ephyra, managed on 2 separate occasions to delay his own death. Sisyphus, the cunning king of Ephyra, managed on 2 separate occasions to delay his own death. First by tricking Thanatos, the god of death, into chaining himself, so that no one in the world could die at all. Later, by persuading Persephone to release him back to the living world on the grounds that he needed to arrange his own proper burial. Both times his cleverness worked, and both times it enraged Hades in a way that very few things ever did. When Sisyphus was finally recaptured and brought before the Lord of the Dead, there was no second chance offered, no further negotiation. His punishment was chosen with care. The boulder he was condemned to roll up the hill for eternity was not simply a burden, it was a perfect answer to a man who had spent his entire life looking for ways around the inevitable. Hades did not shout, did not monologue, did not threaten. He simply arranged things so that Sisyphus would spend forever doing work that could never be finished. There was a cold, precise quality to that judgment that says a great deal about who Hades was. The story of Asclepius touched on Hades in a different way. Asclepius, the great healer and son of Apollo, had grown so skilled in the art of medicine that he began bringing the dead back to life. Hades, watching his kingdom slowly lose the souls that were rightfully his, brought a complaint to Zeus. It was one of the rare moments in which Hades stepped outside his realm to assert his authority, and Zeus listened. Asclepius was struck down by a thunderbolt, and the natural order was restored. Hades returned to his throne without further comment. In his solitude, Hades was not forgotten by mortal men, though they spoke of him rarely and with circumspection. Temples were built in his honor, though fewer than for the other Olympians, and the festivals held in his name carried an undertone of obligation rather than celebration. The ancient Greeks understood that of all the gods, Hades alone could not be bargained with indefinitely, could not be swayed by flattery or grand sacrifice in any permanent way. His was a realm from which there was ultimately no escape, no clever trick that would work twice. This inexorable nature made him unique among the Olympians. His relationship with Persephone is perhaps the most humanizing thread running through all the stories that concern him. The abduction itself was violent and without her consent. Nothing about that should be softened. Yet the ancient sources describe what came after with a kind of quiet surprise, as though even the storytellers found themselves noting that Hades, once Persephone was his queen, treated her as precisely that, a queen, not a prisoner. She presided beside him, held genuine power over the dead, was respected and feared by every soul that came before them. Some accounts suggest she interceded with him on behalf of those who moved her, as she did for Orpheus. That Hades listened to her in those moments, which was not something he offered easily to anyone. It was not a love story that began gently, but it became, in time, something that looked very much like a partnership between equals. The helmet of invisibility that the Cyclopes had crafted for Hades during the war against the Titans was another way his character showed itself across different myths, not by wearing it constantly, as a lesser god might have done out of vanity or paranoia, but by lending it, during the Trojan War, according to some traditions. He lent it to Athena so that Ares would not see her moving against him on the battlefield. He lent it to Perseus as well, in the story of Medusa, so that the hero could approach the Gorgon without being seen. There was something quietly generous in those gestures, a willingness to place his most powerful possession in someone else's hands when the cause was just. And then he took it back and said nothing more about it. The Greeks who told these stories understood something about Hades that can be easy to miss if you approach him only through his associations with death and darkness. He was not malevolent. He was not indifferent either. His anger at Sisyphus, his complaint about Asclepius, his grant of mercy to Orpheus, all show a god who was paying close attention. What he was, more than anything, was the guardian of a particular kind of order, one that held that every living thing would one day die, that the dead belonged to his kingdom, that this arrangement was not negotiable. Ancient Greeks understood this well enough that they rarely said his name aloud, preferring the gentler title of Pluton, meaning the rich one, a reference to the wealth of metals and gems that lay beneath the earth. Naming him directly felt too much like inviting his attention. His attention was not something most people wanted before their time. He was not the most talkative god, not the most visible, not the most beloved, but he was the most inescapable. Every soul in the ancient world knew it. What made the mythology of the underworld more than just a collection of stories was the way it reached up from the deep places of the earth and shaped how living Greeks went about their days. The rivers, the judges, the coin, the ferryman. These were not idle imaginings kept safely inside the pages of a poem. They were beliefs that carried real weight, the kind that told a family exactly what they needed to do when someone they loved died, and exactly what might happen if they failed to do it. Because if Karen required payment, then someone had to provide the coin. If a soul left without proper burial rites wandered the near shore of the Styx for 100 years, unable to cross, then the people left behind bore a genuine responsibility for that soul's peace. Mythology and daily life were not two separate things. They folded into each other, quietly and completely. When a person died in ancient Greece, the rituals that followed were understood not as ceremony alone, but as a practical act of care, something owed to the dead, and something that mattered deeply for where that person would end up. The body was washed and anointed with oil, dressed carefully, and laid out in the home on a bier, usually with the feet facing the door. A coin, the obol, was placed in the mouth, or sometimes on each eye, so that the soul would be able to pay Charon when the moment came. Female relatives took on much of this work. They were the ones who washed the body, who wrapped it, who sat in mourning through the night. Their grief was not only personal but ritual. The lamentations of women were understood as a necessary part of sending the dead properly on their way. The mourning period typically lasted 3 days, after which the body was carried in procession to the place of burial or cremation, sometimes before sunrise, so that the pollution of death would not linger over the household into the coming day. Both burial and cremation were practiced at different times and in different regions, and both were considered acceptable ways of releasing the soul so that it could begin its journey. What mattered above all was that the rites were performed. Leaving a body unburied was not simply neglectful, it was a profound moral failure, the kind that Greek tragedy understood as worthy of the stage. Sophocles built an entire play around exactly that question. In Antigone, the king Creon forbids the burial of Polynices, who died fighting against his own city, and Antigone defies that order to bury her brother herself, even knowing it means her death. The play works as a tragedy precisely because both sides are arguing from a position of real conviction. Creon from the authority of the state, Antigone from the obligation to the dead that no earthly law could override. Her argument was one that Greek audiences understood in their bones. To leave Polynices unburied was to condemn his soul, and that was not a thing a loving sister could accept. The relationship between the living and the dead did not end at the grave. Ancient Greeks understood that the dead could still reach back across the boundary, not to threaten, usually, but to require something. Restless spirits, those who had died suddenly, violently, or without proper rites, were thought to linger near the world of the living until their situation was resolved. This was not superstition exactly, but a natural extension of the same belief system that described Charon's near shore as a place of waiting. The dead needed attending to, and the living were responsible for that attendance. Offerings of food, drink, and libations were poured onto the earth at grave sites, feeding down to the dead below. Honey, milk, wine, and water were all used, sometimes in combination, poured carefully into the ground as a way of nourishing the soul and maintaining the connection between the living household and those who had passed out of it. Athens observed a 3-day festival each spring, called the Anstesteria, which was understood partly as a celebration of the new wine, but also as a time when the boundary between the living and the dead grew thin. On the third final day of the festival, called Kytroi, a pot of mixed grains and vegetables was cooked and offered to Hermes on behalf of the dead. The living did not eat from that pot. It belonged to those below. At the end of the day, the spirits were formally dismissed with a phrase that has come down to us across thousands of years. Something close to, "Out of the door, spirits, the Anthesteria is over." It was a farewell both practical and tender, the kind of thing you say to guests when the evening has ended and it is time for them to go home. The geography of the underworld, its regions, its rivers, its judges, gave all of this a coherent shape. It answered the question that every funeral raises, which is, where did they go? It said that they went somewhere specific, that they were judged early, that their experience after death bore some relationship to the life they had lived. It offered not comfort exactly, but meaning. It told the living that what they did for the dead mattered, that the coin in the mouth was not a gesture, but a genuine act of love with genuine consequences. The mythology of the underworld was not kept at a safe distance from ordinary life. It was woven into it, quietly, in the coin placed in a loved one's mouth, in the flowers laid on a grave, in the offerings poured into the earth for those who had already made the crossing. The Greek underworld did not disappear when the ancient world changed around it. When Rome absorbed the mythology of Greece, Hades became Dis, or Pluto. The kingdom of the dead was carried westward into a new language and a new empire, largely intact. The rivers kept their names or close versions of them. Charon kept his oar. The judges kept their seats. Rome dressed the whole thing in Latin and called it their own. But the structure, the geography, the moral logic, the sense that the dead were sorted by the quality of their lives, remained the same. And when early Christian writers in the Mediterranean world began describing the afterlife in their own texts, they were working in a culture already saturated with these images. The regions of the underworld had trained generations of people to think about the afterlife as a place of distinct destinations, morally differentiated, where the wicked went to one corner of the dark and the blessed went to another. The idea of judgment after death, of a weighing of the soul's actions, of paradise for some and torment for others. None of this was invented by any single tradition. it was passed along, reshaped, renamed, and handed on again. Plato, writing in Athens in the 4th century before the Common Era, engaged seriously with the mythology of the underworld, not as superstition, but as a vehicle for genuine philosophical thought. At the end of his Republic, he told the story of a soldier named who died in battle and then returned to life, carrying with him a full account of what he had witnessed in the afterlife. Described seeing souls arrive before judges, receiving their verdicts, being sent either downward for punishment or upward toward reward. He watched souls eventually choose their next lives, drawing lots, selecting bodies, decisions they would not remember making once they had drunk from the Lethe and returned to the world. Plato used this story to argue that how a person lived was the only thing that truly mattered. This was because the soul carried that life with it into eternity. The mythology gave him a stage on which to set a moral argument. It was a stage his readers already knew by heart. The rivers, the judges, the forgetfulness at the end, these were not obstacles to his philosophy, but tools for it. What is perhaps most remarkable is how the underworld continued to live on long after people stopped offering coins to the dead or planting asphodel on graves. It survived as metaphor, as image, as a language for experiences that are otherwise very difficult to name. Grief has always felt like a descent, a going down into someplace dark, where the light of ordinary life no longer quite reaches. The myth of Orpheus speaks to something real about loss, about the desperate wish to undo what cannot be undone, about the terrible moment when doubt overcomes trust at the very last possible second. Anyone who has ever turned back when they should have kept walking forward knows exactly what that backward glance cost him. And Persephone's story, the abrupt disappearance into darkness, the long cold months without warmth, the eventual return, maps so precisely onto the rhythm of grief and renewal that it hardly needs explaining. These stories were never only about gods and rivers. They were about what it feels like to be human and mortal and to love things that do not last. The underworld also gave ancient Greeks something that is easy to underestimate, a sense that death was not entirely chaotic. The world below had geography, rules, order. There were judges who paid attention. There were regions corresponding to how you had lived. There was a ferryman who required payment. That meant the living had a responsibility to the dying, to bury them properly, to send them across with what they needed, to not abandon them at the shore. That structure turned grief into something actionable. You could do something for the dead. You could give them a coin, wash their body, lay flowers, speak their name at the right time of year during festivals like the Anthesteria. When the boundary between the living and the dead was understood to grow briefly thin, the mythology made death a part of life rather than its opposite, something woven into the same world rather than sealed off behind an impenetrable wall. The rivers still run, in a sense. The Styx is in every oath made with absolute seriousness, in every promise that is meant to hold past ordinary convenience. The Lethe is in every attempt to forget, the deliberate turning away from a painful memory, the mercy of time doing what water once did. The asphodel meadows are in every quiet afternoon that is neither wonderful nor terrible, in every unremarkable day that simply passes. And Tartarus is in every punishment that seems to have no end, every regret that rolls back just when a person thinks they finally managed to set it down. The Greeks named these things and gave them rivers and regions and guardians. In doing so, they acknowledged that all of it was part of a single world, not a frightening one, or not only frightening, but a complete one, in which everything had its place and its proper name. And somewhere in those ancient stories, in the sound of Orpheus playing his lyre for the last time as he walked toward the light, In Persephone walking up through the dark earth toward the warmth of the sun, something remains that is still, even now, true. Hello there. Welcome to our podcast. Long before Zeus was born, before the first lightning cracked open the sky, the world was something that could barely be called a world at all. Hello and welcome. Tonight, I will be your guide as we travel back to the very beginning of things, not simply to the birth of a god, but to the first stirring of existence itself, to the moment before mountains had names, before the sea had learned its borders, before anything had yet decided what it wanted to be. We will move slowly through that ancient darkness and find, waiting inside it, the seeds of everything that followed. Allow yourself to settle where you are. Feel the weight of your body, the steadiness of your breath. There is nowhere else you need to be right now, and nothing else you need to do. Simply listen, and together we will find our way back through the long, quiet reaches of time to a world that was still learning how to exist. In the beginning, according to the ancient Greeks, there was chaos. Not chaos in the way we tend to use that word today, not noise, not disorder, not a feeling of too many things happening at once, but something far older and stranger than that. Chaos was a vast, undifferentiated emptiness, a kind of primordial gap or void from which everything that would ever exist had not yet separated itself. The Greeks imagined it as a yawning openness, neither dark nor light, neither full nor empty in any sense we could easily understand. It was the first condition of the universe, and it held inside itself the potential for every mountain, every river, every living thing, every god, in the same way that a seed holds inside itself a forest it has not yet become. From this opening in existence, according to Hesiod's telling in his Theogony, one of our oldest and most important sources on these stories, the first beings began to emerge. Gaia came first, the deep-breasted earth, solid and ancient, the ground on which all things would eventually stand. Then came Tartarus, the deep place beneath the earth, dark and immovable as bedrock. Then Eros, the force of attraction that would draw things toward one another and make the world capable of creation. And from chaos came also Erebus, the darkness of the underworld, and Nyx, the figure of night herself, two shadows that together gave the universe its capacity for depth and for rest. Nyx and Erebus came together, and from them were born Aether, the bright upper air, and Hemera, the figure of day. So the world began to breathe in and breathe out, and light and darkness took their first turns with one another in the way they have continued ever since. Gaia, for her part, brought forth children of her own, without any partner at all, as if the earth simply could not contain what was already inside her. She bore Uranus, the sky, vast and deep, who spread himself above her and covered her from every direction. She bore the mountains, long and grey and enduring. She brought forth Pontus, the sea, who filled the low places of the world with his deep salt water. For a time, Gaia and Uranus ruled over this new world together, and it was wild and strange and beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with anything human, because nothing human yet existed. They were the earth and the sky looking, NJ at one another, across the whole of creation, and the world between them was still finding its shape. These primordial figures were not gods in the way you might imagine them, not beings with human faces or human concerns, not deities who cared particularly for mortals or who demanded worship in temples. They were instead forces, presences, the very substance of the world itself given shape and consciousness. In the early Greek understanding, the distinction between a thing and the god of that thing was far less clear than it would later become. Nyx did not merely govern the night. She was the night, the embodiment of it, the principle of darkness made manifest in a form that could act and choose and move through the world. Similarly, when Gaia brought forth mountains, She was not creating something separate from herself, but rather expressing something that had always been latent within her being. These early divinities existed in a time before hierarchy had fully established itself, before one god ruled clearly over another, before power had settled into its eventual shapes. They were the raw materials of divinity, in a sense, and the world they inhabited was still being negotiated and rearranged through their interactions with one another. What we encounter in these stories is not yet the ordered cosmos that we know, but rather something far more fluid and uncertain, a universe still in the process of deciding what it would become. Their children were the Titans, enormous, powerful beings who carried inside them the force of the natural world in its earliest and most unruly form. There were 12 of them in the oldest accounts, Oceanus and Tethys, who together governed the great river that the Greeks believed encircled the entire world. Hyperion and Thea, beings of heavenly light, Coeus and Phoebe, Mnemosyne, who held memory itself inside her, Themis, who was the very principle of divine law, Crius, Iapetus, and the youngest of them, Cronus, who would in time become the most powerful of all. Uranus, however, was not an easy or generous father. Among his children were also the Cyclopes, 3 enormous beings, each with a single eye set into the center of their foreheads, and the Hecatoncheires, 3 creatures of impossible size, each with 50 heads and 100 hands, beings of such raw, barely contained force that even the earth itself seemed uncertain how to hold them. Uranus feared these children, or perhaps simply could not bear the sight of them, and he thrust them back into the body of Gaia, down into the darkness beneath the earth, which caused her tremendous suffering. It was this act, the cruelty of it, the arrogance of it, that turned Gaia against her own husband. She fashioned a great sickle from grey flint, stone grey and cold, and she went to her Titan children and asked which of them would use it against their father. All of them fell silent except Cronus, the youngest, who took the sickle in his hands without flinching. When Uranus came to lie over the earth that night, Cronus struck. With that act, the age of Uranus ended, and the age of the Titans began. Cronus released his siblings from their bondage, or so it was said, and took the throne of the world for himself, marrying his sister Rhea, who was gentle and full of warmth in the way that Cronus himself never quite was. He ruled over what the Greeks called the Golden Age, a time of abundance and ease, when the earth gave freely of itself and beings lived without suffering the weight of labor or the knowledge of death. It sounds peaceful, and perhaps in some ways it was, but Cronus had learned something from what he had done to his own father, or perhaps the knowledge came to him another way, from Gaia herself, or from the oracle of the earth. The prophecy reached him regardless of its source, and its message was simple and devastating. Just as he had overthrown Uranus, one of his own children would one day overthrow him. He turned the thought over in the long silences of his reign, and it did not leave him. He sat with it the way you sit with a fear that has no remedy, quietly, heavily, watching every doorway. And so Cronus ruled in a silence that was never quite peaceful, always waiting, always watching for the child that would undo him. Rhea had watched Cronus swallow 4 of her children. She had wept each time, and each time he had not seemed particularly troubled by her grief. It had begun with Hestia, her firstborn, a girl who had arrived in the world quietly and with open eyes, as though she had already accepted everything that existence would ask of her. Rhea had held her for only a short time before Cronus came to see what had been born. When he held the infant in his hands and looked down at her, there was something in his face that Rhea had not expected. Not cruelty exactly, but a kind of cold and calculated resignation, as though he had already made up his mind long before this moment and had simply been waiting for it to arrive. He swallowed the child. Rhea's grief was a thing without language for it, something that sat in the center of her chest and would not be moved. Demeter came next, and then Hera, each of them born into the world with the same small weight, the same first breath, the same brief moment of being held before Cronus came. Rhea had tried once to argue with him. She had told him that the prophecy was not certain, that the future was not a fixed thing, that perhaps if he trusted his children, they would never turn against him. Cronus had listened to her with the patience of someone who had already stopped listening. Then he had done what he always did. The grief that followed Hera's loss was deeper than it had been for Demeter's, not because she loved one child more than another, but because she had begun to understand that this was not a moment of weakness in her husband. It was his nature, fully expressed. It would not change. She was learning the shape of his fear, and his fear was absolute. Hades arrived without ceremony, a solemn boy by all accounts. After him came Poseidon, who cried loudly enough that the sound of it seemed to travel outward in all directions at once, as though even then he was reaching towards something vast. Cronus was unbothered by the crying. He was unbothered by most things, except the one thing he could not stop thinking about. By the time Poseidon was gone, Rhea had stopped weeping openly. Her grief had not lessened. If anything, it had grown into something quieter and more determined. A grief that had begun to harden into something else entirely. She had 5 children she had never seen grow past the first moments of their lives. 5 children held somewhere inside a god who ruled the world by eating the things that threatened him. She had another child growing inside her, and this time she had decided that things would be different. She carried this knowledge with her through the days of her pregnancy. She moved through the palace with a careful lightness, speaking only when necessary, keeping her body small and her intentions hidden. Cronus paid her little attention during these months. His paranoia had become a routine thing by then, a constant worry that lived beneath his skin but did not prevent him from his usual occupations. Rhea learned to use his disinterest as a tool. She made her preparations slowly and without ceremony. She spoke to midwives and priestesses who could be trusted. She sent quiet messages to those who might help her. And all the while, she felt the child moving inside her, a different kind of restlessness than the others had shown, as though this one already understood that things would be otherwise. She went to Gaia, her mother, the earth itself, and she asked for help. This was not a small thing to do. Gaia was old beyond measuring, the ground beneath all of their feet, the soil from which everything had first come. She had her own sense of how the world ought to move through time. She had watched Cronus grow into his power, and she had watched him use it without wisdom. She was not unhappy to help Rhea find a way around him. Together, they made a plan. It was not a complicated plan, but it required Rhea to hold herself very still inside, to keep her grief from showing on her face when the time came, to be steady in the moment that mattered most. Gaia understood the nature of stones better than anyone alive. She knew their weight and their properties, knew which ones could substitute for others without detection. She showed Rhea where to find one in the hills near the palace, smooth and pale, and exactly the size of a newborn child. Rhea collected it in secret and kept it hidden in a place where Cronus would never think to look. It was not difficult to conceal something when the person you were concealing it from had already decided what he believed was true. Cronus would expect a child. Cronus would swallow what he was given. His certainty was itself a kind of blindness, and Rhea learned to move through the space that blindness created. When the child was born, Rhea wrapped him briefly in cloth and looked at his face and let herself feel, just once and quickly, everything she felt. Then she wrapped a stone instead, smooth and heavy, the right size and weight, wound in the same swaddling cloth, and she waited for Cronus to come. He came as he always did, unhurried and certain. He held out his hand. Rhea gave him the stone, and she did not allow her face to tell him anything. He looked at the bundle for only a moment before he swallowed it, the same way he had swallowed the others, satisfied, and already thinking of something else. He had no reason to question what he had been handed. He had done this 5 times before, and Rhea had never tried to deceive him. He walked away, and Rhea stood in the silence afterward and breathed. And somewhere in a room she had already arranged, the infant Zeus lay wrapped and quiet and alive. She moved through the night carefully, carrying the child against her body, keeping to the paths that the dark made invisible. She was heading for the sea. There was an island she had heard of, Crete, green and remote, ringed by water and kept private by its distance from the world the Titans occupied. And she had arranged passage there, had made quiet preparations in the days before the birth, had sent word ahead to those who would receive her. The sea crossing was not easy. The water was dark and the night was long, and the infant Zeus made small sounds against her chest that she answered with her warmth and her stillness. She held him as though her holding him was itself a kind of protection, which perhaps it was. Crete received them before the sun came up. It was an island that seemed to exist at a slight remove from the rest of the world. The air was different there, softer and warmer and carrying the smell of wild herbs and salt and something green and growing beneath everything. The hills rose and fell with a generosity to them, covered in trees and grasses and the kinds of flowers that bloom without being tended. The rivers ran cold and clear between the rocks. At the center of it all, the mountain rose up into the early light with a patience and solidity that felt ancient even then. Rhea brought the child to those who were waiting, the Curates, young warrior priests who had agreed to guard the secret with the kind of loyalty that does not require explanation. They understood that Cronus, for all his power, could be evaded, that even a god could be made foolish by his own certainty. They would clang their shields together and stamp their feet and make enough noise to cover the sound of a crying infant whenever Cronus happened to listen in the direction of the island. They understood what was at stake, and they understood their part in it. They were glad to play it. There was also Amalthea, a goat whose gentleness was its own kind of gift. Who would nurse the infant through the early months when he needed nourishment and warmth, and the uncomplicated steadiness of a creature that asks nothing of the world except to exist in it? The cave where they sheltered was cool and dark at its center, and green at its edges, where the morning light filtered through the leaves of the trees that grew close to the entrance. It was the kind of place that the world seemed to forget, tucked into the mountain as though the mountain itself had opened a hand and offered it. Rhea stayed long enough to know that her son was safe. Then she went back to the world she had come from, back to Cronus and his court, and the life she lived beside a god who did not know what she had done. On that green and wild island, surrounded by the sound of clashing shields and the bleating of a gentle goat, Zeus grew. The cave where Zeus was hidden was deep in the mountain, cool and green at its entrance, the kind of place that the outside world seemed to forget existed. According to one of the oldest accounts, this was the cave of Dicte, carved into the eastern highlands of Crete, though some traditions placed him instead within the cave of Ida, high among the island's broad central peaks. Either way, the mountain kept its secret well. Moss gathered in the folds of the rock. Ferns grew in clusters where the light came in at angles, pale and soft and gentle, like the last light of a day that has no intention of ending in anything other than peace. The air inside was cool even in summer, carrying the faint mineral smell of deep stone mixed with the sweetness of the wild herbs that grew in tangles across the slopes outside. Rhea had chosen the place with care, or perhaps with desperation, which is sometimes the same thing. She had placed her infant son there, and prayed that Crete would do what she could not. Keep him safe, keep him hidden, keep him breathing. The nymphs of the island took the child in without hesitation. Their names, in some tellings, were Adrastea and Ida, daughters of the Cretan king Melesius, and they moved through the cave and across the mountain slope with the quiet efficiency of those who have decided that a task is sacred and will be done properly. They gathered milk from the goat Amalthea, who grazed among the rocks with a kind of unhurried patience, and they fed the infant from a shell or from the curve of a horn, depending on who was telling the story. Amalthea herself was remarkable in the way that all sacred animals are remarkable, calm in a way that seems almost deliberate, as though she had agreed to this arrangement and intended to keep her end of it. Her milk was rich and sweet. The bees of the mountain brought light honey, drifting through the cave mouth in slow gold ribbons, and depositing their offerings in the hollows of the rock. Zeus was fed on honey and milk, on the wild sweetness of a mountain that did not know what it was sheltering, and he grew the way that well-tended things grow, steadily, and with a kind of ease that suggested the world was cooperating. But there was a problem, as there is always a problem. An infant cries. This is simply what infants do, and an infant hidden from a titan who had already swallowed 5 children could not be permitted to make a sound that might carry across the island and reach ears it should not reach. This was where the Curetes came in. They were young warriors, or divine spirits who resembled young warriors, and they had appointed themselves the guardians of the child in the cave. Whenever Zeus cried out, the Curetes danced. They beat their spears against their bronze shields in a clamour that rose up from the mountainside like a storm breaking over the slopes, drowning the small high sound of the infant's voice completely. The noise they made was tremendous, rhythmic, and crashing and alive, like a wave striking a cliff face repeatedly, each blow echoing into the next. And yet there was something almost tender in it. Every clash of bronze was, in its own way, a kind of lullaby. Every stamp of a sandaled foot on the rocky ground was keeping something safe. The island absorbed their noise the way islands absorb all things, slowly, without complaint, letting it settle into the stone. Crete itself was wild in those years, in the way that sacred places are wild. There were cedar forests along the higher slopes, dark and resinous in the heat, their branches catching the wind in long, slow gestures. There were valleys below, where the olive trees grew in their silver-green multitudes, and rivers that came down from the mountains in cold, bright threads, spreading out across the lowland plains and vanishing into the sea. The sea was always there, just visible from the high slopes, a deep blue that deepened further at the horizon until it became something other than blue, something older. Zeus grew up with that view. He grew up knowing the smell of cedar and salt and thyme crushed underfoot, knowing the sound of Amalthea moving slowly through the brush, knowing the rhythm of the Curetes' shields. These were his earliest impressions of a world that was, he would eventually learn, very much smaller than the one that awaited him. He learned who he was, gradually, the way children learn most things, not all at once, but in layers. Each one settling before the next was added. The nymphs who cared for him spoke of his mother. They told him of Rhea, and of the sacrifice she had made, and of the stone that now sat in his father's belly in his place. They told him of his brothers and sisters, Hestia and Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, who had been swallowed one by one before he was born, each of them alive, according to what could only be hope, somewhere in the dark interior of the Titan who ruled the world. He listened to all of this with the particular stillness of a young creature who is absorbing something very large and very serious. There was no anger in him yet. There was only a growing understanding, like a valley slowly filling with water, patient, quiet, inevitable. Soon, that understanding became something he carried with him everywhere he went on the mountain. He carried it when he walked the high paths above the cave, looking out across the expanse of Crete toward the sea. He carried it when he lay in the grass outside the cave mouth in the long golden evenings, listening to the bees and the distant sound of the Curetes at their rest. Eventually, it became less a thought and more a certainty, a thing that sat in his chest quietly, without pressing, but without ever quite releasing its hold. He was the youngest, but he was the one who had been spared, and he had never stopped thinking about what that meant. Zeus did not march into his father's hall with a weapon raised. He came quietly, the way water finds its way through stone, without announcing itself, without drama, patient and certain of where it was going. He had spent his years on Crete growing into the knowledge of what had been done to his brothers and sisters, and what he understood, finally, was that Cronus could not be defeated the way the Titans fought. Not with brute force alone, not with a frontal challenge. Cronus had ruled for too long, had grown too practiced in the art of holding on to power. What was needed was something more careful, something Cronus would never see coming, because it would arrive in a cup. According to one of the oldest versions of this story, it was a Titaness named Metis, whose name, fittingly, means wisdom or cunning, who came to Zeus's aid in this. She was a daughter of the great Titan Oceanus, and she possessed a kind of intelligence that was different from mere cleverness. She understood how things worked beneath the surface, how to use the nature of a thing against itself. When Zeus came to her, she did not ask him why he wanted to free his siblings. She already knew. Together, they prepared what some accounts describe as a potion, a mixture, something that would cause Cronus to bring up what he had swallowed, to undo in a single hour what he had spent years believing was safely resolved. There are other versions of this story, worth acknowledging briefly, in which it is Rhea herself who deceives her husband a second time, as she had with the stone, going to Cronus directly and persuading him to drink something disguised as a ritual offering, acting out of the same fierce love that had saved Zeus in the first place. In that telling, Rhea is the architect of everything, the mother who gave the stone and then gave the cure. But in the version most widely carried forward, it is Metis who prepares the draught, and Zeus who brings it into his father's presence, folded into something harmless, honey or wine or some sweetened drink that Cronus accepted without suspicion, because why would he not? He was the king of all things. He had swallowed the stone and felt nothing but satisfaction. He was not a cautious man, in the way that truly powerful beings rarely are, because power for so long had made caution feel unnecessary. He drank what was given to him, and then he waited, though he did not know he was waiting. And then the thing that Metis had prepared began its quiet work. Metis herself did not stay to witness what she had set in motion. The tradition holds that she slipped away from that place, her work complete, her cunning spent in service of a liberation that was not her own. Some accounts suggest that Zeus would later take her into himself, making her part of his own being, absorbing her wisdom as a permanent counsel. Others say she simply vanished back into the hidden places of the world, content to have altered the course of all things and then to withdraw from the stage she had just rewrit. What mattered, in any case, was that the potion worked exactly as it had been designed to work. Cronus had no warning. There was no moment in which his power wavered before it broke entirely. The instrument of his undoing was invisible until it was complete. What happened next is described in the old sources with a kind of compressed suddenness, as though even the telling of it was slightly stunned by how quickly everything changed. The stone came first, the same stone that Rhea had wrapped in swaddling cloth, the same stone that Cronus had swallowed while his youngest son was being carried across the dark water to Crete. It came up out of him and fell onto the earth. Some accounts say it was placed afterward at Delphi, that sacred stone, a navel stone, a marker at the center of the world, and there are those who believe it was venerated there for centuries as something genuinely ancient and charged with the memory of that night. After the stone came the gods, Hestia first, because she had been swallowed first, the eldest, the one who had gone, into the darkness before the others. She came into the air and stood there, and it is tempting to imagine her simply very still, the way she often is in the stories told about her. Hestia, goddess of the hearth, never much for dramatic entrances. then Demeter, and then Hera, and then Hades, and then Poseidon, each emerging in turn, each of them full-grown, as they had been when they went in, because gods do not age in the dark the way mortal things do. They had been held inside their father for years upon years, aware in some accounts, or simply suspended in a darkness with no sense of time passing at all. Either possibility is difficult to sit with for very long. The emergence itself was not violent, though it could have been. There was a moment, some sources suggest, in which Cronus felt the potion begin to work within him, felt the interior of his own body reject what it contained. He would have understood, in that moment, that he had been deceived, that the comfortable certainty he had felt since swallowing each of his children was about to shatter into nightmare. But the potion did not give him time for rage or resistance. It worked with its own quiet efficiency, and the gods came up out of him unbidden, their father's body, a passage they traversed into the world they had never breathed. When they emerged, they were disoriented in the way that any being would be, coming suddenly from a place of complete enclosure into open air and sound and light and the face of a brother they had never known as anything other than a name. The youngest one, the one who had been hidden, the one their mother had wept for and then refused to surrender. Zeus was there. He had made sure of that. He did not want his siblings to come into the world and find themselves alone. There is something that resists easy description in what that gathering must have felt like. 5 gods standing in the open air, Zeus among them, all of them born of the same parents, all of them carrying whatever it means for a divine being to have spent an uncounted span of time swallowed inside their own father. Hades would later go to rule a world of darkness, and you could wonder sometimes whether that darkness felt familiar to him in some way he never quite named. Poseidon would govern the deep and restless sea. Hera would become queen of all the Olympians, and she would be a figure of tremendous power and tremendous grief in equal measure. Hestia would tend her quiet fire. Demeter would love her daughter more than she had ever been loved herself. But all of that was still ahead of them. On that night, they were simply together for the first time, blinking and breathing, adjusting to the fact that they were free. Zeus, for his part, had done what his mother had hoped he would do, what he had spent his years on the mountain preparing himself to do. He had not used a sword. He had used wisdom, borrowed from Metis, carried in a cup, and it had been enough. The stone was on the earth. The Titan who had swallowed his children was no longer in possession of them. One version of the world had ended, quietly, over a shared drink, and another was beginning. The war that was coming would not be quiet. But this part, the freeing, the gathering, the first breath of open air, this part was. 5 gods stood beside him now, blinking in the open air, and none of them had forgotten a single day of the darkness. Deep beneath the earth, in the part of the underworld that even the dead avoided, there were prisoners who had been there since before the Titans ruled. They were not gods exactly, and they were not monsters in the way that word is usually meant. They were something older than either, beings who had come into existence when the world itself was still settling into its shape, born of Uranus and Gaia in those earliest days when the boundary between stone and sky and sea had not yet been fully decided. The Cyclops were 3 in number. Each of them had a single great eye set in the center of his face, burning there like a lamp behind old glass. Their names were Brontes, Steropes, Arges, Thunder, Lightning and Brightness, and even their names suggested what they were capable of making. Alongside them, in the same lightless place, were the Hecatoncheires, 3 beings of an entirely different scale. Each of them had 50 heads and 100 hands. When they moved, the sound of it was like a hillside shifting. Uranus had feared all of them. He had cast them down into Tartarus long before the Titans came to power, unwilling to share the world with creatures that seemed to exceed even his own comprehension. When Cronus overthrew his father and took the throne for himself, he looked down into Tartarus and found those prisoners already there. He left them exactly where they were. Whatever unease his father had felt about them, Cronus felt it too, perhaps more keenly. This was because Cronus was a being who preferred the world to be orderly and bounded and firmly under his control. The Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires were none of those things, so they remained in the dark, as they had always remained, waiting without any particular expectation of being freed. The reason for this fear ran deeper than mere appearance or scale. These creatures possessed capabilities that could not be constrained by force alone. The Cyclopes carried within them the knowledge of making things, not in the simple sense of construction, but in a fundamental understanding of how materials could be transformed into something entirely other than what they had been. The Hecatoncheires, for their part, represented a kind of physical power that had no natural limit. 50 heads meant 50 different perspectives and intentions, all housed within bodies whose very size seemed to challenge the notion that the cosmos had any fixed boundaries. Both Uranus and Cronus understood, in their different ways, that keeping these beings imprisoned was less about punishment and more about the preservation of a world that operated according to recognizable rules. As long as the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires remained in Tartarus, the cosmos could pretend to be a place where hierarchy and order were possible. Release them, and that certainty would evaporate. It was Gaia who eventually told Zeus where they were and what they might be able to offer him. Some versions of the story say that she came to him in counsel, patient and unhurried, the way the earth itself tends to move, slowly, but with enormous weight behind it. Zeus understood the opportunity immediately. He went down to Tartarus himself, past the gates of the underworld and deeper still, into the region where the air itself seemed heavier, and the light from the upper world was something that simply did not reach. He found the Cyclopes there, 3 figures who had been waiting in the dark for longer than most things in the world had existed. He found the Hecatoncheires too, their many heads turning toward him, their 100 hands apiece perfectly still in that ancient stillness. The descent itself was an act of calculation. Zeus knew that appearing before them in their own domain, in the place where they had been held captive, would mean more than any promise made from the bright surface above. It was a gesture that communicated respect and a willingness to treat them as something more than mere tools to be deployed. The darkness of Tartarus seemed to soften slightly as he moved through it, though whether this was a property of his presence or some quality of his divine nature responding to those ancient depths, the records do not make clear. He released them all, and in return he asked for their help. The Cyclops, grateful in the way that only beings who have been imprisoned for eons can be grateful, completely, without reservation, turned immediately to the work that was most natural to them. They were craftsmen of a kind that the world had never produced again. Their forge was wherever they chose to set it. What they made there could not be replicated by any hand, mortal or divine. For Hades, they made a helmet. It was wrought from dark metal and fitted with some quality that had no simple name. When Hades placed it on his head, he ceased to be visible to any eye, divine or otherwise. The world simply lost track of him wherever he went. For Poseidon, they made the trident, a 3-pronged instrument that could split rock and raise the seafloor and cool storms from open water. These were not small gifts. But for Zeus, they made something altogether different. They made the thunderbolt. The thunderbolt was not simply a weapon, though it functioned as one. It was made, according to the old accounts, from something that existed at the intersection of fire and air and pure electrical force, forged in the Cyclops' hands over time that cannot be measured in any ordinary way. It was brilliant to look at, the way that a thing is brilliant when it carries its own light inside it rather than reflecting light from somewhere else. It was said to be both impossibly heavy and perfectly balanced. The kind of object that seems to have been made for one specific pair of hands and no other. When the Cyclops placed it into Zeus's grip, it felt, perhaps, the way that certainty feels, total and grounding and impossible to set aside. What it meant, beyond the immediate facts of its making, was something the Greeks would go on thinking about for a very long time. It was the sign of rightful authority. It was the punishment of the unjust. It was the mark left on the earth when the highest power in the cosmos turned its full attention towards something. When lightning struck a tree or a hillside or the surface of the sea, people understood it as Zeus himself expressing something. Anger, perhaps, or emphasis, or the simple reminder that the sky had a king and the king was paying attention. The hecatonchyrs, for their part, did not make anything. What they contributed to the war that was coming was something more direct. When the moment came, they reached down and gathered stones the size of hillsides in their many hands and hurled them across the sky toward the Titan positions on Mount Othrys. Each of them, with their 100 hands, could release volleys of stone that seemed to fill the air between the two mountains. The Titans, who had held the upper hand for years before this moment, found themselves suddenly overwhelmed by something they had no answer for. The arrival of the hecatonchyrs changed the nature of the war entirely. Zeus had known it would. He had gone down into Tartarus and released those ancient prisoners not out of sympathy, though perhaps sympathy was there too, but because he understood that a conflict of this scale required more than courage and divine power. It required the right kind of help, and he had known exactly where to find it. He climbed back up toward the open air with the thunderbolt held close. The world above was bright after the depth he had come from. In his hand now was something that no creature in the world had ever held before. The sky itself seemed to lean back from it. The war between the gods and the Titans did not begin with a single great clash. It stretched on for 10 years, each side holding the other in place like two hands locked together, neither able to let go. When Zeus had freed his siblings and gathered them together, when the Cyclops had placed the thunderbolt into his hands and the hecatonchyrs had risen from their long imprisonment, the stage was drawn between two mountain ranges that faced each other across a ruined and trembling world. The Olympians took their place on Mount Olympus. The great peak of Thessaly that the Greeks always believed touched the lowest edges of heaven. Across from them, on Mount Othrys to the south, Cronus and the Titans gathered and held their ground. These were not two armies meeting in a field and settling things in a single afternoon. They were two orders of divine being, each with a claim on the world. The war between them was long enough and violent enough to change the shape of the earth itself, according to the old stories. The Greek poet Hesiod, writing in his Theogony, described the sound of the fighting as something the wide earth groaned beneath, that the sea rang out, that even the dark reaches of Tartarus shook with it. Not all of the Titans chose to fight for Cronus. This was something the war turned on in ways that were not immediately obvious. Some of them had watched Cronus rule and found little to admire in it. Oceanus, the great Titan of the encircling ocean, stayed apart from the conflict entirely, choosing neither side. Themis, the Titaness of law and divine order, sided with the Olympians, as did her son Prometheus, who had a gift for seeing forward into the consequences of things and understood that the future belonged to Zeus. These were not small defections. Themis carried with her the very principle of rightness that Zeus would eventually come to embody. Prometheus brought both his counsel and his cunning. The Titans who remained loyal to Cronus were led in battle not by Cronus himself, who was their king, but by Atlas, one of the most powerful of the Titan generation. Atlas was a figure of immense strength and martial authority. It was he who directed the Titan forces across the long years of fighting against the Olympian line and holding the war in the brutal, grinding stalemate that neither side could break for most of the decade. Hours became days, and days became months, and months stretched into years, and still neither camp could claim a decisive advantage. This was the quality of the war that the ancients seemed to find most important to preserve in the telling of it, not the spectacle of any single battle, but the sheer grinding duration of it, the sense that two sets of divine powers of nearly equal strength had collided and produced not a resolution, but an endurance. The earth shook beneath the weight of it. Mountains cracked. The sea sloshed against its edges, as though something enormous were pressing against it from beneath. The sky, which Zeus would one day rule in perfect authority, was during those years a place of chaos, the heavens themselves groaning under the strain of what was happening below. You can sense in the old descriptions of the war a kind of awe at the scale of it, a recognition that what was being fought over was not merely power, but the fundamental arrangement of the world. Cronus had swallowed his children to preserve an age. Now that age was defending itself with everything it had. The Titans were old and deep-rooted, the way certain things in the earth are, not fast or brilliant, but enormously difficult to move. They had been the ruling order of the cosmos for a long time before any of this began. Atlas drove them forward with that same implacable weight, season after season. The Olympians held, and the world continued to suffer the consequences of a war that seemed as though it might simply go on forever. Zeus had the thunderbolt now. He used it, the lightning cracking down from Olympus in great sheets of burning light. Still, it was not enough to end things. Poseidon had his trident. Hades moved through the battle unseen in his helmet of darkness, and still the war did not resolve. Something more was needed. Something that could tip the balance in a single enormous motion, the way a river that has been held back by ice will suddenly break through when one winter finally loosens its grip. That something was the Hecaton shears. These were the creatures Zeus had freed from Tartarus alongside the Cyclops, beings of impossible physical scale, each with 50 heads and 100 arms, beings so vast and strange that even the Titans had feared them and kept them imprisoned beneath the earth. When they joined the battle on the side of the Olympians, the nature of the war changed entirely. The Hecaton shears reached down and tore boulders from the mountains themselves, hundreds of them. They hurled them at the Titans in an unceasing storm of stone that the earth could barely sustain. Hesiod describes them raining down 300 rocks in a single volley. While you may take that as the kind of beautiful exaggeration that mythology reaches for when trying to say something true, the image it leaves is the right one, the sense of an overwhelming force that simply could not be withstood. The Titans, who had held the line for 10 years, found themselves buried and beaten back. Atlas still led them, and still they fought, but the ground beneath their feet was giving way. One by one, the great figures of the old generation were overwhelmed. The Olympians, with the thunderbolt blazing above and the Hecatonchires hurling stone from every direction, broke through the Titan line at last. The war that had gone nowhere for a decade resolved itself in what must have felt, to those telling the story afterward, like a sudden and absolute reversal. Mount Othrys could not hold. The Titans fell. The age of the Titans was over, and the sky belonged to someone new. Once the battle was done, Zeus had to decide what to do with the defeated. This turned out to be a decision that revealed quite a lot about him. The Titans who had fought under Cronus, those who had stood on Mount Othrys and held the sky against the Olympians for 10 long years, were bound where they fell. Then they were taken somewhere that most beings in the world could not even imagine reaching. That place was Tartarus, and it was not simply a prison the way you might picture one. The ancient Greeks described it as something far older and far deeper than the underworld itself, a pit beneath the pit, a darkness beneath the darkness, ringed entirely with walls of bronze that no light could find a way through. Hesiod, one of the oldest voices we have on the subject, wrote that a bronze anvil dropped from the surface of the earth would fall for 9 days and 9 nights before it struck the floor of Tartarus. That image alone gives you a sense of how the Greeks thought about this place, not as a room underground, but as a descent so profound it seemed to pass through the very root of existence. The walls were said to be triple layered, the gates triple locked, the darkness so complete and so total that it was not merely an absence of light, but something that felt, in the telling of it, almost like a presence of its own. Into this place, Zeus sent Cronus and the Titans who had fought against him, bound with heavy chains. Stripped of the power they had held since before most of the world's creatures had drawn their first breath. They would not return. The Hecatoncheires, those vast 100-handed beings whom Zeus had freed from their own long imprisonment, were given the task of standing guard over the Titans now, which had a certain quiet logic to it, the ancient jailers becoming the ancient jailed, those who had been imprisoned becoming the ones who kept the door. It was not without a kind of order, the arrangement Zeus made, but it was not entirely without mercy either, and that distinction mattered. This first act of governance after victory revealed something crucial about how Zeus intended to rule. He had won the war, yes, but a war won is not the same thing as a world secured. The Titans had held dominion for ages uncounted, and their ways were woven into the fabric of existence itself. Simply destroying them entirely would have torn that fabric. It would have left rifts and absences that might have unraveled everything Zeus had fought to preserve. There was a certain pragmatism in his choices, a recognition that the old order could not be entirely erased, but rather had to be transformed, contained, redirected toward new purposes. The world after the Titanomachy would need structure, and structure required that some things remain, though changed, though diminished, though subordinate, to the new reign of the Olympians. This was not mercy in the soft sense, but it was something close to wisdom. Not every Titan was sent into the dark. Zeus made careful separations among the defeated. Those separations told you something about the way he intended to rule. Themis, the Titaness of divine law and righteous counsel, had not taken up arms against the Olympians. She was left free. She would go on to sit beside Zeus on Olympus as an advisor. Her voice, one of the ones he genuinely seemed to listen to. Oceanus, the great river titan who encircled the world, had also held back from the fighting. He was allowed to continue flowing at the edges of the earth as he always had, undisturbed. Mnemosyne, the titaness of memory, was spared as well, and in time she would become the mother, by Zeus, of the 9 muses. That meant that even this act of mercy eventually folded back into Zeus's own story, in the way that so many things did. Prometheus, who had actively chosen the side of the Olympians during the war, was freed entirely and walked among the gods as an ally, though his story, as anyone familiar with it knows, would grow considerably more complicated before it was finished. What emerges from these distinctions is a portrait of Zeus as someone who did not punish blindly or without thought. He sorted the defeated by what they had done or what they had chosen not to do. He rewarded the ones who had kept themselves apart from Cronus's cause. That was not the behavior of a ruler who simply wanted to destroy what had come before him. It was the behavior of someone who was already thinking about how the world after the war would need to be held together, who understood that holding it together would require allies as well as prisoners. And then there was Atlas, whose fate was unlike any of the others, who perhaps suffered more visibly than all of them combined. Atlas had not merely fought against Zeus, he had led the Titan armies, had stood at the front of their cause and carried their effort forward with his own enormous strength. For that, Zeus did not send him to Tartarus with the others. Instead, he gave him a different sentence. Atlas was condemned to stand at the western edge of the world and hold the sky upon his shoulders, alone for eternity. He was separated from his kin in the dark below and separated from the gods in the light above, positioned somewhere in between, bearing the weight of the heavens in a punishment that was both deeply physical and strangely symbolic. You could look up at the sky from anywhere on earth and know, if you knew the story, that someone was holding it there. Atlas held up the sky for eternity. That was perhaps the most fitting punishment of all, a reminder, visible from anywhere on earth, of what happened to those who stood against Zeus. No one had planned exactly how the world would be divided once the war was won. The Olympians had fought together, suffered together, and outlasted the Titans across 10 years of earth-shaking war. But when the dust finally settled, and the last of their enemies had been bound and sent below, there was still the question of what came next. 3 brothers stood at the center of that question. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades had each fought, each endured, and each survived, and the world they now stood in needed to be sorted out between them. The method they chose was simple, and perhaps surprisingly humble for gods of such immense power. They drew lots. Each brother placed his claim into the arrangement, and whatever chance delivered, that would be his portion. There was something almost mortal about it, the idea that even the most powerful beings in existence would settle the shape of the cosmos through an act of pure fortune. And yet, in a way, this made a kind of sense. No single one of them could have won the war alone. Each had contributed, and so none could simply demand the highest place without the others resisting. The lots were a solution that all 3 could accept. Poseidon received the sea. It was a domain of enormous scale and restless energy, fitting for a god whose nature tended toward force and unpredictability. The oceans covered most of the world the Greeks knew, and whoever ruled them held something formidable, the power to calm a crossing or send a fleet to the bottom of the water in an afternoon. Poseidon would not be a quiet god. He would build his palace somewhere beneath the waves and move through the world with the same turbulent quality his waters carried. He accepted his lot and made of it something grand. Hades received the underworld. This was the realm below everything else, beneath the earth, beneath the roots of mountains, a place defined by its distance from the light. It was not a punishment. The lots had been drawn fairly, and Hades accepted the result without apparent protest, at least in most of the surviving versions of the story. But it was a domain that carried its own kind of weight. The underworld was where every mortal life ended, which made Hades the most universal of rulers in one sense. Every human being would eventually come to him, and yet he would be largely invisible, rarely traveling above ground, rarely appearing in the daylight world where the other gods moved freely. He was a king, and a powerful one, but his kingdom was one that living beings feared to think about too carefully. Zeus received the sky and the earth, everything above and between, and this is where the apparent equality of the lot drawing quietly dissolved. The sky was the highest place there was. It looked down on the sea where Poseidon lived, and it looked down on the earth under which Hades ruled. Zeus's domain did not sit beside his brothers' domains, it encompassed them. When Poseidon stirred his seas, he did so beneath an open sky. When Hades received the dead into his kingdom, they had all walked first under that same sky. Zeus had drawn the portion that was, in every physical sense, above everything else. This was not entirely a matter of luck, or at least later storytellers were not entirely certain it was. Some ancient sources suggest the outcome was not so surprising to those involved, that Zeus, as the one who had led the war, freed his siblings and gathered the allies who turned the tide of battle, was in some sense already occupying the highest position before the lots were ever drawn. The drawing confirmed something that was already becoming true. He had been the leader. He would remain the leader. The sky and the earth simply gave that leadership a home. What the division also did was separate the 3 brothers from each other in a very meaningful way. Poseidon would be present in the world. Sailors would feel him. Fishermen would pray to him. Coastlines would bear the marks of his moods. But he would not be central in the way Zeus was. Hades would be even further removed, a figure who existed at the edge of all living experience, someone you prepared for but rarely sought out. Zeus, by contrast, would remain visible, His domain was the open air itself, the sky that everyone moved beneath every day of their lives. He could be seen in the storm, heard in the thunder, felt in the warmth of sunlight returning after rain. Of the three brothers, only Zeus would be truly present in the daily life of the world. It is worth sitting with that for a moment. The idea that three brothers stood together and reached into a set of lots. And from that single exchange came the entire architecture of the Greek cosmos. The sea had its ruler, the dead had their king, and the sky had its god. The relationships between the brothers were not always easy after that. Poseidon would chafe against Zeus's authority at times, and there were stories of friction and rivalry between them. But the basic shape of things had been set, and it held. The lots had spoken, and the world had arranged itself accordingly, and each of the three brothers went to take up the place that chance, or fate, or something very much like both, had handed him. Hades descended into the dark, Poseidon went to the sea, and Zeus remained in the sky, the highest place there was. Zeus chose the highest mountain in Greece as his home, and that was not an accident. Mount Olympus rises in the northern part of the country, in the region the ancient Greeks called Thessaly, and at nearly 10,000 feet, it is still the tallest peak in Greece today. On clear mornings, when the light is just beginning to settle across the valleys below, its summit disappears into cloud, and there is something in that disappearance that feels deliberate, as though the mountain itself prefers not to be fully seen. The ancient Greeks believed that Olympus did not merely reach toward the heavens, it touched them, that its uppermost ridges merged with a realm beyond what any mortal eye could follow. For Zeus, fresh from a decade of war and newly crowned by the drawing of lots, this was exactly the kind of place he had in mind, a mountain that belonged to two worlds at once, rooted in the earth that men and women walked, and dissolving at its peak into something divine and unreachable. He would sit at the point where those two things met. He did not go there alone. According to the old traditions, Zeus summoned the gods to him, calling them to dwell on Olympus at his side. Hera came, and Athena, and Apollo with his silver bow. Artemis came, and after her Ares, and then Aphrodite, who moved through the mountain air as though it had been arranged for her comfort. Hermes came, quick and restless as he always was, and Hephaestus followed, heavier in his step than the rest, still bearing the marks of his craft. Demeter came to Olympus, and Hestia, who had been swallowed first and disgorged last and had perhaps waited longer than any of them to have a home worth keeping. One by one they gathered, and the mountain received them all. The palace that rose at the summit was not built by mortal hands, and the Greeks understood this to mean that it was not bound by the constraints of mortal architecture. It was vast yet orderly, its halls stretching beyond what any single glance could encompass. The goddesses had chambers of their own, and the gods had quarters suited to their various natures. Corridors connected spaces that seemed impossible to connect, and rooms opened onto views that could not exist in any geography known to the world below. Within these walls, the divine family established patterns of life that were both timeless and immediate, removed from the mortal world, yet acutely aware of every detail that unfolded within it. The Greeks imagined Olympus as a place of extraordinary, impossible beauty. Above the clouds, there was no rain, no winter, no grey weight of a difficult season pressing down. The sky there was always open and luminous, a light that seemed to come from everywhere at once, rather than from any single source. The air was said to carry the scent of the earth far below, and the cold clarity of open sky at the same time, something that had no name because no mortal had ever actually breathed it. The gods feasted there on ambrosia and nectar, food and drink that were not food and drink in any ordinary sense, but something closer to the distilled essence of what it meant to be immortal. Their days were long and filled with a kind of ease that the world below rarely allowed. Zeus's throne stood at the center of all of it. Ancient descriptions and the poetry that preserved these traditions speak of a seat of gold, broad and commanding, set in a hall that was itself a kind of gathering place, open enough for all the gods to be present when they needed to be. Near him, an eagle perched, still, watchful, the bird that would become his most recognizable companion. The eagle missed nothing. It had the quality that Zeus himself was said to possess, the ability to look down at the world from a great height and see clearly what was happening far below. Together, the god and the bird had a view of things that was simply not available to anyone standing on the ground. What Zeus built on Olympus was not only a home, it was a court, and it functioned as one. When disputes arose among the gods, and they arose often, because the Olympians were as quick to quarrel as any family living in close quarters, those disputes came to Zeus. He presided, he listened, he decided. The authority he exercised was not always perfectly fair by any measure a mortal might apply to it, but it was consistent in the sense that there was no appeal beyond him, no higher court to petition. His word on Olympus was the final word, and the other gods understood this even when they resented it. He gave each of them a domain to govern, a sphere of the world that was theirs to oversee. Athena received wisdom and the arts of civilization, the weaving and the warfare of the mind. Apollo was given the sun and music and prophecy. Artemis took the hunt and the wild places and the turning of the moon. Ares held the violence of war, Aphrodite the pull of desire, Hermes the roads and the messages between worlds. Hephaestus kept his forge and his craft. Demeter tended the grain that kept the mortal world fed, and Hestia kept the hearth fire at the center of every home and every temple, including the great home of Olympus itself. Hera, as his queen, held dominion over marriage and the lives of women, and she sat beside him on a throne of her own. Yet the divisions were not absolute, and the Greeks understood this as well. Authority could overlap. Apollo shared light with Helios, though the distinction between them remained clear to those who knew the old stories. Ares and Athena both governed aspects of warfare, but one was the rage and chaos of battle, while the other was the strategy and wisdom that won wars. These overlaps created a texture to divine authority that reflected the complexity of the world itself. This arrangement gave the world a kind of structure it had not possessed before. There had been power before Zeus. Uranus had wielded it, and Cronus after him, but neither of them had organized anything. They had simply held what they had and feared what might take it from them. Zeus did something different. He distributed authority. He created a system in which each divine force in the world had a designated keeper, a god who was accountable to a higher order while still being largely sovereign within their own domain. It was imperfect, as all systems are, because the gods who inhabited it were imperfect, and their king was not without his own considerable flaws. But it held. Mortals knew which god to call on when the harvest failed, or the sea grew rough, or a child was born. They knew were here to bring their prayers, and they knew, in a general sense, what kind of world they were living in, and who was responsible for keeping it from dissolving back into chaos. Olympus became, in this way, the axis around which the Greek mythological world turned. When something significant happened, when a hero was born, or a war was decided, or a great wrong demanded an answer, the story eventually made its way back to that mountain, to that golden throne, to the god who sat there with an eagle at his shoulder and a view of everything below. The gods came to him with their grievances and their requests, and he received them, and the mountain absorbed the noise of all that divine life and still stood, immovable, its peak still hidden in cloud, still touching the place where the sky began. For the first time since the world had been made, there was something like order in it, and Zeus sat at the center of it all. Of all the things the ancient Greeks associated with Zeus, the thunderbolt was the most obvious. But it was not the most intimate. The bolt itself was extraordinary, of course, forged deep beneath the earth by the Cyclopes as a gift for the god who had freed them from Tartarus, a weapon unlike anything that had existed before it. Ancient sources describe it as a shaft of concentrated fire, a thing that could be hurled across the length of the sky and bring the full weight of divine judgment crashing down upon whoever had drawn Zeus's displeasure. When you imagine it, you might picture something clean and sharp, the way lightning looks when it splits the dark above a field, sudden and white and absolutely final. But the Greeks understood the thunderbolt as more than a weapon in the ordinary sense. It was an extension of Zeus himself, the physical form of his will made visible. When a bolt struck the earth, it did not simply destroy whatever it touched. It marked the spot as sacred. A tree split by lightning, a hilltop charred by the sky's fire, a patch of scorched earth in the middle of an open field. All of these were treated with deep reverence, because the Greeks believed Zeus had, in some way, reached down and placed his hand there. Priests would sometimes cordon off such places and leave them undisturbed for generations. To ordinary people walking through the countryside, a blackened oak standing alone at the edge of a meadow was not a sad and broken thing. It was a reminder that Zeus had been present, that his attention had briefly and terribly touched the ground beneath their feet. His image on coins throughout the ancient Greek world often showed him with the bolt raised, ready but not yet thrown, and this felt accurate to the people who used those coins. Oh, passed them between their hands in markets and temples and harbours. The god was always ready. His justice was always possible. And somewhere in that readiness, there was comfort as much as there was fear. However, if the thunderbolt was the symbol that announced Zeus to the world, then the eagle was the one that watched it quietly from above. The eagle held a very particular meaning in the ancient Greek imagination. It was the bird of kings, a creature that nested at heights no other animal could reach, and surveyed the world below with a clarity of vision that seemed almost supernatural. The Greeks noted that an eagle in flight did not circle aimlessly the way smaller birds might. It moved with what appeared to be intention, tilting on broad wings, its eyes fixed on something far below that a human being could not yet see. This quality, that patient and absolute attentiveness, was precisely what made the eagle feel like a fitting companion for Zeus. In mythology, the eagle appears beside him as a messenger, a carrier of his decrees, and sometimes as the god himself moving through the world in a form that could go unrecognized. The eagle that tormented Prometheus on the mountain was understood by many ancient sources to be an instrument of Zeus's will, if not Zeus in some manner directly. And yet the eagle was not only an instrument of punishment, it was also a symbol of protection, of watchfulness that extended even to those who had earned Zeus's care. A general who saw an eagle passing overhead before a battle might take it as a favorable sign, and a sailor who spotted one far out at sea might feel for a moment that the storm approaching from the horizon would pass without doing its worst. You can find the eagle in the art of temples from one end of the Greek world to the other, perched at the edge of a relief, carved into the capital of a column, pressed into the clay of a votive offering left at a shrine. It is not a loud presence in any of these places. It simply watches, with the same stillness that the best symbols always carry. And then there was the oak, and tea. His is where I find something that feels different from the flash of the bolt or the sharp eye of the eagle. The oak was ancient in a way that even the Greeks could sense, its roots going so deep and its trunk growing so slowly over so many years that standing beneath one felt like standing beside something that had been present since before memory could reach. The sacred grove at Dodona, high in the mountains of northwestern Greece, is widely considered to be the oldest oracle site in the entire Greek world. Older than Delphi, older than most of the great sanctuaries that came after it. At Dodona, The trees themselves were the medium of prophecy. Priests and priestesses moved between the oaks, listening for the god's voice in the way the leaves turned and shifted in the wind, in the sound of a sacred spring, murmuring over stones at the roots of the oldest tree in the grove, in the flight of doves that nested in the high branches. People came to Dodona from distant parts of the Greek world, with their questions scratched onto thin strips of lead. Questions about marriages, about whether a journey would be safe, about what to do when a child was ill and nothing seemed to help. The answers they received came not in words spoken by a priest from a prepared text, but in the sounds of the natural world around them, interpreted carefully by those who had spent their lives learning to listen. Your question was offered to the trees, and the trees answered in the only language they knew, which was the language of the wind moving through leaves. And this, the Greeks believed, was sufficient. It was sufficient because Zeus was not only the god of sudden fire and swift judgment, he was also present in the slow and patient things. The tree that outlived every person who had ever sheltered beneath it. The roots that held the hillside together through every storm that passed. Every time the wind moved through the oaks at Dodona, the priests bent their heads and listened, certain that Zeus was speaking. It would be easy to think of Zeus only as the god who threw lightning, because that is the image that comes to mind most naturally, the bearded figure with the bolt raised, the storm gathered around him. And yet the ancient Greeks, who knew him better than anyone, gave him many names that had nothing at all to do with storms. These names were not honorary titles or poetic flourishes. They described specific roles, specific responsibilities, specific promises that Zeus had made to the world by virtue of the position he held. Each name was a different face of the same god, and together they formed a picture of someone far more involved in the daily life of ordinary people than the storm imagery might suggest. He was the god of lightning, yes, but he was also the god of the guest, the oath, the king, and the judge. In the Greek understanding of the world, these roles were not separate from his power over the sky. They were extensions of it. The sky was the highest thing there was, and from the highest place came the authority to decide how people ought to treat one another. The Greeks called him Zeus Zenios when they thought of him as the protector of strangers and guests, and this particular role was one of the most serious they ever assigned to any god. Hospitality in the ancient Greek world was not simply good manners. It was a sacred obligation, a structured relationship with its own rules and its own divine guardian, and that guardian was Zeus. When a traveler arrived at your door, hungry and exhausted and far from home, you were expected to welcome them, feed them, offer them shelter, ask nothing about their name or business until they had eaten and rested. Only after they were comfortable did it become appropriate to ask who they were or where they were going. To refuse that hospitality, or to harm a guest who had come under your roof, was not merely rude. It was an offense against Zeus himself. And Zeus, in this capacity, was understood to be watching. I think this is the aspect of Zeus that surprises people the most when they first encounter it. The idea that the Lord of Thunder was also, in some essential way, the protector of the vulnerable traveler knocking at a stranger's door. He was also Zeus Horkios, the guardian of oaths. When Greeks swore an oath, they frequently swore it by Zeus, and this was not a casual gesture. It was an invocation of divine witness, a way of placing your word under the protection and judgment of the most powerful being in the cosmos. If you swore falsely, if you called upon Zeus to witness a promise you had no intention of keeping, the consequences were understood to be severe and certain, if not immediate. Zeus did not always punish oath-breakers on the spot, but the Greeks believed with some conviction that he always punished them eventually. This belief held the fabric of agreements together, from the smallest personal promises to the most significant treaties between cities. Zeus Horkios was the reason an oath meant something, invisible weight that made words carry the gravity of action. As Zeus Basilius, the king of kings, he stood as the divine model and protector of human rulers. Greek kings and leaders understood their own authority as something borrowed from above, a reflection of the cosmic order that Zeus maintained. A king who ruled justly was understood to be ruling in alignment with Zeus. A tyrant who abused his power was not only doing wrong by his people, he was setting himself against the divine principle of rightful authority. This gave the concept of just kingship a theological dimension, a depth that made it more than a political preference. Zeus himself was the template, the living argument for what a ruler ought to be, even if his own conduct did not always perfectly illustrate his ideals. The Greeks seem to have accepted this contradiction with the same equanimity they brought to most things about their gods. And then there was Zeus Dikepharos, the bringer of justice, the one who ultimately saw to it that wrongdoing was answered and right was upheld. This is perhaps the most abstract of his roles, the hardest to illustrate with a single story or symbol, and yet it was foundational to the Greek experience of living in a world where Zeus presided. It meant that the universe was not morally indifferent. It meant that cruelty and injustice would eventually meet something larger than themselves. Whether that happened quickly or slowly, visibly or quietly, Greeks who believed in Zeus Dikepharos believed that the moral order of the cosmos had a keeper, and that keeper was paying attention. All of this comes together most vividly in the old story of Baucis and Philemon, which has been told in many forms, but which carries, in every version, the same essential weight. Zeus and Hermes, traveling through Phrygia in the disguise of ordinary mortals, road-weary, plainly dressed, nothing about them to suggest divinity, went from door to door in a prosperous village, seeking shelter for the night. Door after door was closed to them. The villagers saw two ordinary travelers and wanted nothing to do with the inconvenience. Only one household took them in, a very old couple, poor in everything except generosity, who lived in a small thatched cottage at the edge of the village. Baucis and Philemon had almost nothing, and they gave it freely. They stirred the fire, they heated water. I set out whatever food they had: olives, cheese, eggs preserved in ashes, vegetables pulled from their own garden, a piece of cured meat brought down from the rafters. They poured their guests wine from a modest jug, and the old man noticed, with some bewilderment, that however much was poured from it, the jug seemed never to empty. At this, Baucis and Philemon understood that their guests were not what they appeared to be. They were frightened, as anyone would be, and immediately apologized for the smallness of their welcome and tried to catch their one goose to offer it as a meal. The goose, for its part, ran to Zeus himself for protection, and the god smiled and said that no harm would come to it. Then he told them what was going to happen. The village, which had refused hospitality to strangers and thereby refused it to Zeus himself, would be punished. Baucis and Philemon were told to follow the two gods up the slope of the mountain without looking back. They climbed, and when they finally turned around, the valley was filled with still water, and where the village had been, there was only the surface of a new lake reflecting the sky. Their own small house, however, had become something else entirely. The couple woke the next morning beside a spring, the village gone, and their small house transformed into a marble temple, and they lived the rest of their long lives as its keepers. Of all the gods and goddesses Zeus might have married, Hera was the one he wanted most. She was the one who made him work hardest for it. She was his sister, in the way that the eldest Olympians were siblings, born of the same Titan parents, swallowed by the same father, freed in the same strange night when Cronus drank the potion that undid everything he had tried to protect. They had shared a darkness that no other beings in the world had shared. Perhaps that was part of what drew Zeus toward her. Or perhaps it was simpler than that. Hera was radiant and proud. She moved through the world with the kind of certainty that Zeus, for all his power, seemed to find irresistible. He pursued her according to the old stories. She refused him, not once but many times. He did not take that refusal lightly or move on from it easily. The story of how he finally reached her has a quality to it that is almost tender, almost troubling, and perhaps both at once. According to one telling that appears in ancient sources, Zeus transformed himself into a small cuckoo bird, bedraggled, wet, shivering in a storm that had swept across the hillside where Hera sat. She found the creature huddled at the base of a rock, its feathers soaked and flattened, trembling in the cold. She felt sorry for it, the way one does for something small and suffering that cannot help itself. She lifted the bird and held it against her chest to warm it, sheltering it with her hands. And then Zeus revealed himself. He was no longer the shivering bird, but the king of the gods, standing before her. She understood in that moment what had just happened, in that version of the story. Hera agreed to marry him on the condition that the marriage be a true one. Formal, honored, permanent. She would not come to him otherwise. He accepted her terms, and whether that agreement ever fully held is another matter. But he made it. The wedding that followed was said to be unlike anything the world had seen before or since. The gods gathered on Olympus to celebrate, and the celebration was long and filled with feasting and gifts. One gift in particular stayed in the tradition. Gaia herself, the earth, gave Hera a tree that bore golden apples as a wedding present. Hera treasured it, and she planted it in her sacred garden at the edge of the world, in a place so remote and beautiful that only those she trusted could tend to it. The Hesperides, the nymphs of the evening, were given the task of watching over it. That tree would come back into the stories many times, as so many things connected to their marriage did. As Queen of Olympus, Hera held a place that no other goddess could quite claim. She was not merely the wife of the king, she was the queen in her own right. With her own domains, her own sacred animals, her own sanctuaries spread across the Greek world. She was the goddess of marriage, of women, of the bonds that held families and households together. Where Zeus watched over the larger structures of the world, law, justice, the sky itself, Hera was concerned with something more immediate and more intimate, the life that people lived inside their homes, the promises made between partners, the protection of women in a world where women had very little protection and needed it often. The peacock was sacred to her, the cow and the cuckoo, that last one carrying a quiet irony given how she had first been deceived. Her sanctuaries at Argos and Samos were among the oldest and most venerated in all of Greece. The people who worshipped her were not only seeking divine favor, but something that felt closer to understanding. Their complementary roles made them, at least in principle, a fitting pair. He ruled the highest and most visible realm. She presided over the most enduring human institution. Together, they were meant to embody something whole, the divine order reflected in the natural one. The sky above and the household below, the oath sworn under an open heaven, and the bond sealed between two people. Ancient Greeks would have understood this pairing as meaningful in ways that went beyond simple narrative. It carried weight, it carried meaning about how the world was supposed to work. And yet the marriage did not work, not in the way that the ideal behind it suggested it should. Zeus was unfaithful, repeatedly and without apparent remorse. The list of his entanglements, with titanesses, with mortal women, with nymphs, runs long through the old mythology. Some scholars who have studied these traditions note that many of these stories may reflect the layering of different local cults and regional traditions onto a central figure over centuries. That a goddess once worshipped independently in one valley might later appear in the mythology as one of Zeus's consorts. However the tradition developed, the result in the surviving stories is a Zeus who strays constantly, and a Hera who is left to respond to it. Her responses were rarely gentle. Hera was not a goddess who absorbed suffering quietly and moved on. She was sharp and watchful and long-memoried. She directed much of her fury not at Zeus, who was, after all, difficult to punish directly, but at the women he desired and the children he fathered with them. The myths that emerge from this pattern are some of the most dramatic in all of Greek tradition. Io, transformed into a cow and sent wandering across the world under the watch of the many-eyed giant Argus. Leto, unable to find solid land to give birth on because Hera had forbidden any land from sheltering her. Heracles, Hera's most famous target, harassed from his infancy through his adult life with a persistence that became one of the defining threads of his story. The goddess of marriage spent enormous energy in the mythology, visiting the consequences of broken marriage vows not upon the husband who broke them, but upon those he had wronged her with. There is something in this that the Greeks seem to find both understandable and worth recording without resolution. Hera is never quite redeemed within the tradition, and she is never quite condemned either. She had every reason to be angry. Her anger expressed itself in ways that caused suffering to people who had done very little to deserve it. Both of those things were allowed to be true at the same time. The stories did not try to tidy that up. Zeus, for his part, was not oblivious to her anger. He could be goaded. He could be shamed. There were moments in the tradition where he punished Hera for going too far, most notably in the story of her persecution of Heracles, where Zeus hung her from the sky with golden chains as punishment for her schemes. And yet he did not change. She did not leave. The marriage continued as it had always been, both of them enormous in their power, and both of them deeply, stubbornly themselves. What the tradition offers, in the end, is not a portrait of a perfect divine union, but something more complicated and more recognizable. Two figures of immense power who were bound to one another by ceremony and by something that the stories never quite name, but always seem to assume is there underneath everything. Something older than their quarrels and more durable than either of them entirely wished to admit. Hera remained on Olympus. Zeus remained her husband. The other relationships came and went and left their marks on the world in the form of heroes and rivers and transformed creatures and wandering mothers. All of it was woven into the fabric of the mythology that the Greeks inherited and continued to tell. They ruled Olympus together, side by side. Their marriage was never peace-fit. Oh, and perhaps neither of them would have had it entirely any other way. Zeus was drawn to beauty the way he was drawn to everything, completely, with very little concern for the complications that would follow. It would be difficult to speak of Zeus's reign without speaking of the women whose lives were changed by his attention. This was because so many of them were. He had known divine consorts and mortal women alike. The stories surrounding each of them are deeply woven into the larger fabric of everything Greek mythology became. One of the most well-traveled of these stories involves a young Phoenician princess named Europa, the daughter of the king of Sidon, who was doing nothing more dangerous than gathering flowers in a meadow along the shore of the sea when Zeus first noticed her. He was taken by her immediately, in that total and unhesitating way that was so characteristic of him. Rather than approach her as himself, for a god appearing in full divine splendor would hardly make for a comfortable introduction, he took another shape entirely. He became a white bull, and not merely any sort of bull, but one that was extraordinarily gentle and beautiful, his coat as pale and smooth as sea foam, his horns curved and delicate, wreathed faintly in the scent of wildflowers. He wandered toward Europa as if by accident. She was charmed by him, as anyone might be charmed by a creature so improbably lovely. She touched his flanks, draped flowers across his neck, and eventually, trustingly, climbed onto his back. It was at that moment that the bull turned toward the water and did not stop walking. He walked into the sea and kept going, moving steadily and without hesitation across the open water, carrying Europa all the way to the island of Crete. There, Zeus revealed himself. Europa remained on that island and became the mother of 3 sons, Minos, who would one day rule Crete and give his name to its civilization, Rhadamanthus, who would become one of the judges of the dead, and Sarpedon, who would earn his own place in the long history of heroes. By the standards of Zeus's romantic history, Europa's story ended gently. She was honored rather than punished. Her sons were raised to prominence. She became, in time, the name attached to an entire continent. She did not wander or suffer in the way so many of the others did. Her story carries something almost like warmth in the way it resolves itself. But hers was, in many ways, the exception. When you set it beside the other stories, you begin to understand just how rare that tenderness was. What made Europa's story remarkable was precisely what made it so unusual in the context of Zeus's broader romantic history. Most of the women who caught his eye found their lives fundamentally altered, often in ways that brought them not joy but complexity and sorrow. Europa herself lived out her days on a foreign shore, separated from everything she had known by a god's whim and a bull's steady walk across the sea. She was granted a kind of dignity in her exile, a respect that elevated her and her descendants, yet it was still an exile. She still did not choose her fate. The pattern would repeat itself again and again throughout Zeus's reign, with variations in the details, but a consistency in the underlying pattern of disruption. Sometimes the women involved were given warnings or second chances. Sometimes they were swept up in circumstances entirely beyond their control. What remained constant was that Zeus's attention, for all its intensity and even its occasional tenderness, was ultimately about his own desires and his own will. The women became the vessels through which his will expressed itself, and while some of them, like Europa, emerged with their dignity largely intact, this was far from universal. The story of Leto is a great deal harder to sit with comfortably. Leto was a titaness, one of the old divine generation. She became pregnant by Zeus with twins who would become 2 of the most beloved and consequential gods of the entire Olympian world, Apollo and Artemis. However, before any of that could come to pass, Hera learned of the pregnancy. Her anger was swift and thorough and merciless. She decreed that no land on earth, no place that the sun touched, would be permitted to offer Leto shelter for her labor. It was a punishment of extraordinary cruelty, and it worked precisely as intended. Leto wandered from shore to shore, exhausted and heavy with the children she carried. No place would receive her. Wherever she turned, she was turned away, not always out of malice, but out of fear of what Hera's displeasure would cost them. I think of those days as one of the most quietly devastating passages in all of Greek mythology. The image of a goddess in pain and in exile, unable to find even the smallest patch of ground that would hold her. Eventually, after her long wandering, she found her way to a small and floating island called Delos, that drifted untethered across the sea, and therefore was not, by the strictest interpretation of Hera's decree, truly land that the sun had claimed. Delos agreed to receive her. There, after a labor said to have lasted 9 days and 9 nights, because Hera had kept Ilithyia, the goddess of childbirth, away from her for as long as she could, Leto gave birth first to Artemis. Then, with Artemis's help, to Apollo. Delos was transformed by this event. It became sacred, a place of pilgrimage. It was said that swans circled the island 7 times, singing softly at the moment of Apollo's birth. Leto's suffering did not erase the glory of what came from it, but neither did the glory erase the suffering. The story holds both of those things together, without resolving them cleanly. That is perhaps why it has lasted as long as it has. There were others, each carrying their own weight of consequence and sorrow. Semele was a mortal woman, a princess of Thebes. Zeus came to her in the form of a man and loved her with all the warmth he was capable of. When Hera learned of her, she came to Semele in disguise and planted a seed of doubt. If Zeus truly loved her, surely he would show himself to her as he truly was, in his full divine form. Semele asked this of Zeus. He had sworn an unbreakable oath to grant her any request she made. He could not take it back. He revealed himself in his true nature, the full and overwhelming light and thunder of a god undisguised. Semele, who was mortal and not built to hold the sight of it, was destroyed instantly by the radiance. The tragedy of Semele's death was not merely that she died, it that her death was orchestrated by the very jealousy that Hera harbored toward Zeus's wanderings. Semele became a casualty, not of her own actions alone, but of the impossible position created by Zeus's desires and Hera's wrath. She had asked for something reasonable, proof of love, and it had killed her. Zeus saved the child she had been carrying, sewing the infant into his own thigh until the time came for the child to be born, and that child was Dionysus. A god would be born from this tragedy, a deity of wine and ecstasy and transformation, carrying within his very existence the mark of his mother's suffering and his father's inability to refuse a promise made in love. Then there was Mnemosyne, the titaness of memory, with whom Zeus spent 9 nights. From those nights were born the 9 muses, the goddesses who presided over all the arts and sciences and the long memory of civilization. With Mnemosyne, there was perhaps a different quality to the union, less violent than Semele's fate, less disruptive than Leto's wandering, yet still a story in which the woman's autonomy was secondary to Zeus's desire and intention. And before all of them, there was Metis, the titaness of wisdom and craft, who was Zeus's first true consort. She was pregnant with what would have been their first child when a prophecy came to Zeus, that the child Metis was carrying would one day surpass its father in power. Just as Zeus had surpassed Cronus, Cronus had surpassed Uranus before him. Zeus, unable to find any other way around this, swallowed Metis whole. The child she had been carrying continued to grow inside him, would eventually emerge in the most startling way imaginable, but that story belongs to a different telling. What the story of Metis makes plain, when you set it beside everything else, is that Zeus's desire and his fear were often working at the same time. Those two things together produced some of the strangest and most consequential moments in all of Greek mythology. The stories of the women Zeus loved are filled with wandering and suffering and transformation. Through all of it, the children they bore him went on to shape the world. If Zeus left one undeniable mark on the mythological world, it was this: he filled it with children. They came from goddesses and titanesses, from mortal women and nymphs, from unions that were celebrated and from ones that were deeply troubled. They spread outward from him in every direction, into the heavens, across the sea, down into the underworld, across every corner of the mortal earth. Some of them became Olympians, seated beside him at the great table of the gods. Others became heroes who sailed to the edges of the known world and faced monsters that no one else could face. Others still became the quiet, essential figures behind art and poetry and the turning of seasons, figures whose names were spoken every time a singer opened his mouth or a harvest came in from the fields. Ether. They form something vast, a family so large and so interwoven that almost no story in Greek mythology can be told without at least one of them appearing somewhere in it. Zeus was their father, though he was often an absent one. His presence in their lives ranged from tender to devastating, and sometimes both at once. But they were his. The world they inhabited was shaped by that fact in ways that the Greeks seemed to find endlessly meaningful. Among all of his children, there is one whose birth stands apart from every other, not because of who she became, though she became one of the most important goddesses in the entire Greek world, but because of the extraordinary manner in which she arrived. Athena was not born in the usual way. Her mother was Metis, the titaness of wisdom and cunning, whom Zeus had taken as his first consort and then swallowed whole after learning of a prophecy that any child born of Metis would surpass its father in power. He swallowed her before their child could be born, believing that was the end of it. However, as time passed, Zeus began to suffer from a pain inside his head so severe and so relentless that he could not bear it. By some accounts he cried out, by others he simply endured it until the agony became impossible to ignore. Eventually, Hephaestus, the divine craftsman, the god of the forge, was called upon, or arrived of his own understanding. He took a great axe to the skull of Zeus and split it open. From that opening, Athena emerged, fully grown, fully armored, her spear already in her hand, her grey eyes already steady and clear. She gave a great shout as she came into the world. The gods who witnessed it fell back in astonishment. It is one of the strangest and most vivid images in all of Greek mythology. The Greeks seemed to hold it with a kind of reverent wonder, wisdom born directly from the mind of the sky god, fully formed and ready. Athena would go on to become the goddess of wisdom, of warfare conducted with intelligence rather than brute force, the patron of his city of Athens, a city that bore her name and sheltered beneath her protection. Apollo and Artemis came into the world together, twin children of Zeus and the titaness Leto. Born under conditions of great difficulty after Hera drove their mother from every shore that might have offered her shelter. They were born at last on the floating island of Delos. They became two of the most beloved gods in the Greek world, Apollo governing light, music, prophecy, the art of healing, Artemis governing the hunt, the moon, and the wild places where animals moved freely. Ares, the god of war in its most brutal and ungoverned form, was born to Hera. He carried within him the storm of his father's temperament without any of his father's judgment. Hermes, quick and clever, the messenger of the gods and the guide of souls, was born to Maia, a daughter of the Titan Atlas, in a cave on Mount Selene. Dionysus, the god of wine and ecstasy and the theatre, was born to the mortal Semele and came into the world under catastrophic circumstances. Rescued by Zeus himself from his dying mother and carried to term, sewn into Zeus's own thigh. Even among the Olympians, the stories of their origins were rarely simple. Then there were the children who were not gods, but were something extraordinary in their own right. Perseus, who was born to the mortal Danae and who slew the Gorgon Medusa. Heracles, born to Alcmene and destined for the most famous labours in all of myth. Minos and Rhadamanthus, sons of Europa, who became great kings and, in the tradition, judges of the dead in the underworld. Among the quieter, but no less essential children, were the 9 muses, born to the titaness Mnemosyne, across 9 consecutive nights, each one governing a different form of human creative expression: epic poetry, history, love song, tragedy, comedy, dance, sacred hymn, astronomy, and lyric verse. The 3 graces, born to the Oceanid Eurynome, embodied beauty, charm, and joy. They attended Aphrodite and moved through the world of the gods, spreading a kind of luminous ease wherever they went. The Horai, the goddesses of the seasons, governed the orderly passage of time itself and stood at the gates of Olympus, lifting and lowering the clouds so that the gods could pass through. All of them, the bright and the terrible, the celebrated and the quietly indispensable, traced their existence back to Zeus. The Greek world was full of stories. Zeus was woven into the beginning of almost every one of them. His children gave the Greeks a way to understand the connections between things that might otherwise have seemed separate, between the sky and the sea. between war and wisdom, between the living and the dead. When a traveler looked up at the stars and named a constellation, he was often naming a descendant of Zeus. When a city named its patron goddess, she was frequently a child of Zeus. When a poet sat down to sing of heroes, the hero's name and the story of his divine father were nearly always part of the same breath. Wherever a Greek traveler went, across the sea, into a foreign city, down to the underworld in a story, they were likely to find someone whose bloodline ran back, one way or another, to Zeus. Of all the beings who ever defied Zeus, Prometheus is the one people have never quite stopped talking about. There is something in his story that refuses to settle quietly into the past, the way so many other myths do. Something that keeps pulling people back to examine it again and find something new in it. He was a titan, which is perhaps the first thing worth pausing over. He had stood beside Zeus during the long war against Cronus and the others, had chosen the Olympian side when that choice was not yet certain to be the winning one, and had helped secure the very victory that made Zeus king. He was not an outsider or an enemy come down from some rival mountain. He was someone Zeus knew, someone who had earned a place within the new order of the world. And so when Prometheus looked at humanity, cold, struggling, crouched in the darkness at the edge of every night without any means to drive it back, and decided that something had to be done, his defiance carried a weight that a stranger's defiance never could have. It was not an attack from without. It was a rupture from within. The condition of humanity before the theft of fire was, by all the old accounts, a difficult and diminished thing. People had life in them, and breath, and feeling, but they had very little else. They could not cook their meat or warm their shelters or work metal into tools. They could not frighten away the animals that came for them in the dark. Every night fell over them like something heavy, and they endured it because endurance was all they had been given. Prometheus, whose name in some traditions carries the sense of foresight, of thinking ahead, looked at all of this and found it unbearable. He went to Olympus, or in some versions of the telling, to the forge of Hephaestus, and he took fire. He carried it back down to humanity, concealed in the hollow stalk of a fennel plant, and he gave it away. That single act, so quiet in the imagining of it, so ordinary in its gesture of one hand extended toward another, changed the shape of the mortal world entirely. People built fires and kept them burning. They cooked and fashioned and gathered warmth and began to do the things that fire makes possible. The nights grew shorter in feeling, if not in fact, and high above all of it, on the mountain that touched the edge of the sky, Zeus looked down and understood exactly what had been done, and by whom, and the fury that came over him then was not the brief kind that passes with a season. What Prometheus had done could not be undone, but it could be answered. The gift of fire was a gift that should not have been given, or so Zeus saw it, and the Titan had made a choice that rippled far beyond the moment of taking. In later ages, some would argue that Prometheus had acted from compassion, that he had seen genuine suffering and moved to alleviate it despite the consequences he must have known would follow. Others would suggest that there was something in the Titan's nature, some quality of independence or defiant pride that made him incapable of accepting the boundaries Zeus had set. Whatever the truth of Prometheus's motivations, the act itself was clear. He had challenged the king of Olympus not in a moment of rage, but with deliberate purpose and full knowledge of what Zeus would do in response. He had chosen humanity over obedience. He had chosen the mortal world over his place among the immortals. Zeus had reasons beyond simple anger for what he did next, though the anger itself was real enough. The gods had held something back from humanity deliberately, and there are those who read that withholding as a kind of boundary, a line that separated the divine from the mortal, the eternal from the temporary, and Prometheus had crossed it without asking and without apology. Zeus ordered Prometheus bound. The Titan was taken to a mountain, chained there with bonds that could not be broken, and each morning an eagle descended from the sky and tore open his side and ate his liver, which had grown back by the following dawn, so that the process could begin again. The eagle is worth dwelling on for a moment, because it was Zeus's own sacred bird, his companion, his messenger, the creature most closely associated with him in the ancient world. To send it as the instrument of punishment was not incidental. It meant that every day, when Prometheus looked up at what was coming for him, he saw something that belonged to Zeus. He saw the king of Olympus in the shape of a bird, arriving on schedule, as reliable as the sun. The punishment was precise in the way that only a deeply considered punishment can be. It was meant to last, and it did last, for a very long time, until Heracles eventually found Prometheus on his mountain and freed him. But that part of the story belongs to a different chapter, and for now the chains hold. What Zeus did next was perhaps the stranger and more subtle part of his response, the part that reveals how his mind worked when anger had steadied itself into something more deliberate. He turned his attention not only to Prometheus, but to humanity itself, which had accepted the stolen fire and kept it burning and shown no particular remorse about any of it. He commissioned from Hephaestus the creation of a woman, the first woman made rather than born, shaped from clay and water, and given breath and voice and beauty, and a nature that the gods had carefully assembled together. Each Olympian contributed something. Athena dressed her and taught her skill. Aphrodite gave her grace. Hermes gave her a persuasive tongue and a quick, curious mind. They called her Pandora, which carries the sense of all gifts, all given. She was sent down to the mortal world, and with her she carried a large sealed jar. In some of the oldest tellings it is a jar, a pithos, though later tradition came to call it a box, and either way the important thing is what was inside it, all the sorrows and labours and illnesses and misfortunes that the world had not yet been properly introduced to. Pandora, given her curiosity as surely as she had been given everything else, opened it. What was inside came out and spread across the world and has not left it since. Sickness found people, grief found them, hard labour and old age and envy and all the invisible weights that make a human life feel heavy. These were released in a moment, and no amount of closing the jar afterward could call them back. Zeus had served the gift of fire with a gift of his own, and it was not a gentle one. He had given humanity warmth and taken from it something it had never known it was missing, a world without those particular sorrows in it. There is a tendency when people read this myth to decide what it means, to come down firmly on the side of Prometheus the benefactor, or to argue that Zeus was in the right to guard what he guarded, or to see the whole thing as a lesson about the consequences of defiance. But the old stories rarely present it as cleanly as any of those readings suggest. Hesiod, who left us the most complete early accounts of both Prometheus and Pandora, did not write the story as a simple moral. He wrote it as something more unresolved than that, more like the texture of actual experience, where a generous act can carry terrible consequences and a harsh punishment can coexist with a complicated justice. Prometheus suffered for what he did, and humanity received both fire and sorrow, and Zeus got something. NG close to the last word, but not quite the final one, because the jar was not entirely empty when Pandora closed it again. At the bottom of the jar, when everything else had escaped, hope remained, and whether Zeus put it there deliberately or not, no one who told the story could ever quite agree. There came a time, according to the old stories, when Zeus looked down at the world he ruled and found it so deeply corrupted that he could not see a way forward other than washing it clean. The particular story that pushed him to this decision, at least in the version told by Ovid, echoed in various forms across older Greek traditions, involved a king named Lycaon, who ruled the wild mountainous region of Arcadia. Zeus had heard troubling things about humanity. He had watched from his seat above the clouds as cruelty spread across the earth like something slow and irreversible. He decided he needed to see it for himself. He descended among the people in the guise of a mortal man, walking through villages and along dirt roads, observing what had become of the world he presided over. He arrived at the court of Lycaon. Word had already spread that a god was passing through. Lycaon, who had no particular reverence for the divine, perhaps even a certain contempt for it, decided to test Zeus in a way that could only be described as a deliberate provocation. He prepared a meal and served it to his visitor. What was in that meal, according to the story, was human flesh. Lycaon wanted to know if this supposed god could tell the difference. Zeus could. The fury that rose in him at that moment was not the quick hot anger of a man who had been insulted. It was something colder and more absolute, the fury of a being who had hoped, perhaps, that things were not quite as bad as they seemed, who had now been shown in the most direct possible way that they were worse. He destro, yed Lycaon's hall with lightning and transformed the king himself into a wolf, a shape that suited what he had always been inside. But the punishment of one king was not enough. The corruption, Zeus decided, was not isolated. It had moved through humanity the way a sickness moves through a house, quietly, completely, room by room, and there was only one remedy left. He would send a flood. He would cover the earth with water, let it rise until everything that had been built and corrupted was submerged, and begin again. Poseidon helped. The sea god loosened the waters from below as Zeus drove the rain from above. The two worked together with the kind of cooperation they rarely managed in other circumstances. Rivers rose over their banks. Coastal cities vanished beneath grey water. The plains filled slowly, then quickly, then terribly, until there was no plain left at all. Only a vast and undifferentiated grey sea where the land had been. It was during this time that Deucalion, the son of Prometheus, survived. Prometheus, who had always concerned himself with the fate of humanity, it was, after all, the reason he had stolen fire in the first place, had warned his son of what was coming. Deucalion built a great chest, large enough for himself and his wife Pyrrha. When the waters began to rise, the two of them climbed inside and sealed it closed. For 9 days and 9 nights, according to the most commonly told version of the story, they drifted. There was no horizon to look toward. There was no land visible in any direction. There was only the sound of water and the slow creaking of the chest around them. The darkness of being enclosed in a small space while everything outside was lost. Pyrrha was the daughter of Epimetheus and the first woman, Pandora. That meant she carried within her lineage both the hope that had remained at the bottom of the jar and the weight of everything else that had escaped it. Deucalion was the son of the Titan who had given humanity fire. Between them, they held something the rest of the world no longer held, the possibility of continuation. When the waters finally began to withdraw, the chest came to rest on solid ground. Some accounts say this was the slopes of Mount Parnassus, others name Mount Othrys. A few point to peaks in Thessaly or Epirus. The traditions differ on this detail, though they agree on everything that followed. Deucalion and Pyrrha stepped out into a world so quiet it was almost unbearable. The earth was soft and dark with the memory of water. There were no birds calling. There were no other voices anywhere. They made offerings of gratitude on an altar they built from the stones around them, and they prayed. The goddess they turned to was Themis, not Zeus. That is worth noting. Themis, the titaness of divine law and natural order, whose oracle had survived even the flood at Parnassus. She gave them an instruction that at first seemed impossible to understand. She told them to veil their heads, loosen their robes. throw the bones of their great mother behind them as they walked. Pyrrha was troubled by this. To disturb the bones of the dead was a violation of everything she had been taught to respect. But Deucalion turned the words over slowly, the way someone turns a smooth stone in their hands in the dark, feeling for something they cannot yet name. Their great mother, he reasoned gently, must be the earth itself, Gaia, the mother of all, and her bones must be the stones lying all around them. So they walked, and they threw stones over their shoulders, and the stones that Deucalion threw became men, and the stones that Pyrrha threw became women. And in this way, the human world filled again with people who carried in them, if the old stories are right about such things, something of the patience and endurance of the earth they had come from. The stones hit the earth and became people. The world began again, and Zeus watched, as he always did, from the high sky above. Zeus was not always in complete control, and the Greeks seemed to find this important enough to remember. His power was vast, and his authority over the other gods was real and enforced. But it was not absolute in the way that a stone wall is absolute. There were cracks in it, moments when the world shifted beneath him. The stories that survived those moments say something worth listening to, that even the king of Olympus could be brought low, that his greatness was measured not by invulnerability, but by how he rose afterward. The most striking of these stories involves not a monster from beneath the earth, or a rival from another realm, but the gods who lived closest to him, on his own mountain, at his own table. According to one tradition recorded in the Iliad, there was a night when Hera, Poseidon, Athena, his wife, his brother and his daughter moved against him together. They waited until Zeus slept. Then they bound him with rawhide thongs, knotting them tightly and in great number, so that he could not free himself. The king of the gods lay there on his bed, restrained, unable to move, while those he had trusted most stood over him. It is a quiet and disturbing image, more unsettling in some ways than any open battle. The intimacy of it, the planning it required, the fact that it happened in his own house while he was sleeping. What saved him was not his own strength, but an unexpected act of loyalty. Thetis, the sea nymph and mother of Achilles, learned what had been done and went at once to Tartarus, where the Hecaton cheers still kept their long watch. She summoned Briareus, one of the 100-handed giants, and brought him up to Olympus. The sight of him, vast and terrible, with his 50 heads and his 100 arms, each one capable of hurling a mountain, was enough. The conspirators fell back. Briareus undid the knots, and Zeus sat up from his bed, free. What followed was the kind of anger that the Greeks described with care. This was because it was not the hot anger of a man who had been startled. It was slower than that, and more deliberate. Zeus turned his attention first to Hera. This was because the tradition held that she had been the one who conceived the plan and drawn the others into it. His punishment for her was precise and public, and meant to be seen from everywhere below. He hung her from the sky by her wrists with chains of gold, tied heavy anvils to her ankles, so that she hung there, suspended between the heavens and the earth, unable to pull herself up or bring herself down. She cried out through the night. None of the other gods dared to help her, however much they pitied her. In the morning, Zeus released her, and she promised not to move openly against him again. He had made certain that no one who looked up at the sky that night could have missed his meaning. The public nature of the punishment mattered as much as the pain itself. Every god understood that what had been done to Hera could be done to them, that proximity to power offered no protection when that power had been challenged. Poseidon and Athena were dealt with differently. Poseidon was punished in other myths in ways connected to mortal kings and the building of walls. The tradition around Athena's role in the conspiracy is less consistent across sources. But the story of Hera's punishment endured. It was told and retold because it said something true about the nature of power. that it demands to be demonstrated precisely when it has been most visibly questioned. There was another challenge, older and more terrible, that came not from within Olympus, but from beneath the earth itself. After the Titans had been imprisoned in Tartarus, Gaia, the great Earth Mother, who had mourned her children, sent one final creature against Zeus. His name was Typhon, and no other monster in Greek mythology quite compares to him. He was described in ancient sources as vast beyond comprehension, his shoulders bristling with 100 serpent heads, each one breathing fire, each one capable of producing the sounds of different animals, the roar of a lion, the hiss of a serpent, the bellow of a bull, all of them at once. He rose from the earth in a fury. Even the Olympian gods, by some accounts, fled at the sight of him, scattering and taking on the forms of animals to hide themselves. Zeus did not flee. He came down from Olympus to meet Typhon directly, and the battle that followed shook the world. The earth cracked and the sea boiled where they fought. There was a moment, recorded in one version of the story most fully in later sources, when things went very badly for Zeus. Typhon caught him and cut the sinews from his hands and feet, left him helpless on the ground, unable to move, unable to summon his lightning. He hid Zeus away in a cave, took the sinews and concealed them separately. For a time, Zeus lay there, as diminished as any mortal creature on a cold floor, his power reduced to nothing by the removal of those vital fibers. It was Hermes and Pan, in that version of the story, who recovered the sinews and restored them to Zeus while Typhon was distracted. With his strength returned, Zeus rose again, took up his thunderbolts, and pursued Typhon across the earth. The pursuit carried them to Sicily. There, Zeus hurled the island of Sicily itself down upon the monster. Or, in another telling, drove Typhon beneath Mount Etna with a final, tremendous strike of his lightning. The mountain sealed itself over Typhon like a lid pressed down, and there the great creature remained. These stories, the binding on Olympus, the stolen sinews in a Sicilian cave, were preserved not because they diminished Zeus, but because they gave his power a quality it would otherwise have lacked. A god who had never been threatened, never been brought low, never had to fight his way back to himself, would have been a god who inspired only distance. The Greeks made Zeus someone who could be challenged. His victories, hard won as they were, meant something. Beneath Mount Etna, the flames that crack out of the volcano are still said to be the breath of Typhon, the last creature mighty enough to make the king of Olympus afraid. Hesare, revised section. The Greeks did not only tell stories about Zeus, they organized their world around him in very practical ways. In the northwestern corner of Greece, tucked into a river valley where the Alpheus and Cladeos met between low rolling hills, there was a place called Olympia. It was not a city exactly. No one lived there permanently. It was a sanctuary, a sacred precinct given over entirely to the worship of Zeus. For most of the year, it sat in a kind of peaceful, purposeful quiet, its groves and colonnades and altars waiting. Every 4 years, however, the whole of the Greek world turned its attention toward that valley. Athletes arrived from the islands and the mainland, from the colonies scattered across the Mediterranean, from cities that spent most of their time at war with one another. They came because the Olympic Games were not, in the first place, a sporting competition. They were an act of devotion. To compete at Olympia was to offer your strength and your striving to Zeus himself. The wreath of wild olive leaves placed on the victor's head was understood to be a gift that originated with the god, passed down through human hands. A sacred truce was declared across the Greek world during the Games, so that travelers and athletes could make the journey without fear. Wars paused. Old grievances were set aside. For those weeks, the authority of Zeus as keeper of peace and order was made visible in a way that no story alone could quite achieve. At the heart of the sanctuary stood a temple. Inside that temple sat one of the most celebrated objects in the ancient world. The statue of Zeus at Olympia was the work of the sculptor Phidias, the same man who had carved the great Athena for the Parthenon in Athens. Those who had seen both said the Zeus surpassed even her. He was seated on a cedar throne inlaid with ebony and ivory and precious stones. The figure itself was nearly 40 feet tall, its skin fashioned from ivory, its robes and hair from hammered gold. He held a figure of Nike, the goddess of victory, in one open hand, a scepter topped with an eagle in the other. The ancient travel writer Strabo recorded that the statue seemed almost too large for the temple. As if Zeus had stood up, he might have lifted the roof from its columns. People who visited it described a feeling of having come into the presence of something that was not quite containable, even by walls built for exactly that purpose. The statue was eventually counted among the 7 wonders of the ancient world. It held that distinction for as long as the ancient world itself remembered what a wonder was. The worship of Zeus extended far beyond Olympia, reaching across the entire Greek world and beyond. Temples dedicated to him stood in city centers and on isolated mountaintops, each one representing a community's acknowledgement of his dominion. In Athens, Zeus Polios, the protector of cities, was honored near the Parthenon itself. On the island of Crete, worshippers climbed to mountain peaks where temples dedicated to Zeus occupied the highest ground, bringing the supplicants physically closer to the home of the god. In Egypt, where Greek colonists and merchants had established themselves, they built temples to Zeus that blended Greek architectural traditions with the aesthetics of their adopted homeland. The variations were many, but the essential truth remained constant. Wherever Greeks settled or traveled, Zeus traveled with them. His presence needed to be acknowledged, his favor needed to be sought. The diversity of these sites meant that devotion to Zeus was not confined to grand ceremonial occasions. It was woven into the daily rhythm of Greek life, present in temples both magnificent and modest, in sanctuaries both famous and forgotten. Far to the north and west of Olympia, in the mountains of Epirus, there was a place of a different kind entirely. Dodona was older than Olympia, perhaps the oldest sacred site in all of Greece. Its character was quieter, less spectacular, and in some ways more intimate. There was no enormous statue there, no great colonnaded temple to speak of at first. There was a grove of oak trees. In the center of the grove, one tree that was considered especially sacred. Priests and priestesses who listened. They listened to the rustling of the leaves and the movement of birds through the branches and the sound of a sacred spring nearby. From these things they drew what they believed to be the words of Zeus. Pilgrims came to Dodona with questions written on small strips of lead, folded and pressed into the earth near the sacred oak, asking the god about harvests and marriages and the right moment to begin a journey. Many of these strips have survived and been found by archaeologists in modern times, still curled in the soil, still carrying their careful questions. They are small and plain and entirely human. They show very clearly what the Greeks actually wanted from their king of gods. Not miracles, most of the time, but guidance, assurance, some indication that the sky above them was not indifferent. The offerings made to Zeus tended toward the substantial. Oxen and bulls were sacrificed at his great altars. At Olympia, the ashes from centuries of offerings were pressed together into an enormous mound that stood at the center of the sanctuary, a physical accumulation of all the gratitude and supplication that had ever been brought there. Goats were offered too, and grain. The smoke of these things was understood to carry the intention of the giver upward toward the god who lived above the clouds. When lightning struck a tree or a piece of ground, that spot was considered sacred and was sometimes fenced off, sometimes marked with a small altar. The bolt had touched the earth, and where Zeus touched, ordinary ground became something else. People prayed at these struck places, offered small gifts, treated the scorched wood with a reverence that would have seemed strange to anyone who had not grown up understanding that the weather was personal. Even the language carried him. The ancient Greek word for sky, the open, light-filled expanse above the earth, shared its root with the name of Zeus himself. Linguists have traced both back to a Proto-Indo-European word meaning something close to bright sky or shining day. So when a Greek farmer looked up from a field to check the weather, or when a sailor scanned the horizon for clouds, or when a child pointed at a hawk turning in the afternoon blue, the very word rising in their throat was related to the name of the god who was said to inhabit that space. He was not confined to a temple or a story. He was overhead, always, in the specific word that the Greek language had developed for the thing that covered the world. The word they used for sky and the name of their god were woven from the same root, so that looking up was never entirely a neutral act. Zeus began his life hidden from the world, small enough to be carried in his mother's arms across a dark sea to an island no one was supposed to find. Rhea had wrapped a stone in cloth and handed it to her husband in his place, and in doing so, she had changed the shape of everything that would come after. The infant who lay in that Cretan cave, fed on honey and the milk of a gentle goat, surrounded by the sound of shields clashing so that his cries would not reach his father's ears, was not yet the figure the Greeks would one day name their sky after. He was simply a child who had been saved and who had no idea yet what he had been saved for. That distance between the hidden infant and the enthroned king of Olympus is one of the more remarkable journeys in all of ancient mythology. It was not a straightforward path. There were years of waiting on a green island, learning who he was and what had been taken from those he had never met. There was a carefully planned deception, a potion mixed into a drink, and the long, extraordinary moment of watching his brothers and sisters emerge one by one from their father's body, disoriented and blinking, into a world they had never seen. There was a war that lasted 10 years, the sky and the earth shaking with it. 2 generations of divine beings locked against each other until one of them broke. There were alliances forged in the deepest darkness of Tartarus, weapons made by firelight in caverns no one else could find, and the slow gathering of strength that made victory possible. None of it was simple, and none of it was guaranteed. The Titanomachy, as it came to be known, was not simply a military campaign. It was a fundamental reorganization of divine power itself. When it ended, with the Titans imprisoned in Tartarus and Zeus emerging as the undisputed leader of the new order, something shifted in the cosmos. The universe had a different architecture now. The sky had been given its master, the sea to Poseidon, the underworld to Hades, and in between all of it ran invisible threads of consequence and responsibility that had not existed before. This was not the end of the story in any meaningful sense. It was the beginning of Zeus's real work, the part where mere victory gave way to the far more difficult problem of actually governing the world and all the beings in it. And it was in that period, the long centuries of rule that followed, that the Greeks saw both his greatest triumphs and his most troubling failures take shape. What the Greeks made of Zeus, once he was seated on Olympus with the eagle beside him and the thunderbolt resting in his hand, was not a portrait of perfection. They gave him a marriage that was almost constantly troubled, a restlessness that drove him into the lives of women and nymphs and goddesses across the known world, and a temper that could reduce a man to ash or drown an entire civilization without excessive deliberation. They gave him a capacity for mercy that was real but selective, a sense of justice that was genuine but sometimes served his own interests. They gave him enemies, even among his own family, a rebellion of the gods he had gathered around him, and a monster from the oldest parts of the earth who nearly undid him entirely. He prevailed, but not easily and not without cost. It is worth sitting with that for a moment. The Greeks had it within their power to make their supreme deity entirely good, entirely wise, entirely beyond reproach. Other traditions have done something like that. The Greeks chose differently. They looked at the figure who held the thunderbolt and the fate of the world and said, quietly, that he was also the one who turned himself into a bird to deceive a woman he desired, who punished Prometheus for an act of compassion, who hung his own wife from the sky in a moment of furious pride. They held all of this together, without apparent contradiction, because they understood something about power that was difficult to look away from, that it does not arrive in the world already purified. It comes tangled with appetite and history, and the particular fears of whoever holds it. Zeus was afraid of being overthrown, just as his father had been, and that fear shaped him in ways both large and quiet. He had grown up knowing what it was to be the child who was supposed to be destroyed, and he never entirely forgot it. And yet, there was another side to him, one the Greeks took equally seriously. He was the one who watched over the stranger at the door, who held oaths together with invisible thread, who listened when the oak leaves at Dodona moved in a particular way, and someone below was asking him a question they did not know how to ask anyone else. He was the god whose name and the word for sky shared the same root, so that the act of simply looking upward carried a faint trace of him in it. He was the father of Athena's wisdom and Apollo's clear light, and the heroic strength of Perseus and Heracles, and all of those things moved through the world long after the moment that produced them. His children were not incidental to Greek mythology. They were most of it. The arc that runs from the infant in the Cretan cave to the king of Olympus is not, in the end, a story about becoming perfect. It is a story about becoming essential. Zeus became the figure around whom everything else organized itself. The gods, the heroes, the laws of hospitality, the meaning of a sworn promise, the reason thunder sounded the way it did rolling across the hills in the middle of the night. He was flawed in ways the Greeks did not pretend otherwise about, and he was necessary in ways they felt deeply enough to build temples to hold games in honor of, to name their sky after. Perhaps those two things were not in conflict. Perhaps that was, in fact, the point. When you look up at the sky on a clear night, or watch the slow movement of clouds massing at the edge of the horizon before a storm, there is still something in it that the old stories reach toward. The eagle turning on a thermal high above the earth. The particular quality of the light just before the first thunder arrives. The sense, quiet and difficult to name, that someone or something is paying attention. The Greeks felt that too, and they gave it a name, and a face, and a long complicated life that began on a hidden island and never quite came to rest. And somewhere above the clouds, if the old stories are to be trusted even a little, the eagle turns in a long, slow circle, and the sky holds its breath, and the world goes on. You have arrived at Mythology and Folklore podcast for sleep, home to our collection of slumber narratives. And tonight, I will be your narrator as we travel back through the ancient world to the very beginning of one of the most extraordinary stories ever told, the birth and life of Athena, goddess of wisdom, craft, and the kind of war that is fought with the mind rather than the sword. We will follow her story from its most unlikely and astonishing beginnings, a birth unlike any other in the history of the gods. Through the long and luminous life she lived among the Olympians, the heroes she guided, the cities she protected, and the mortals whose pride brought them face to face with something far greater than themselves. We will spend time in the gardens of the gods, on the shining heights of Olympus, in the workshops of ancient Athens, and on the windswept rock of the Acropolis, where a temple was built in her honor that the world has never quite stopped looking at. Athena is many things. She is the owl watching quietly from the rafters, the olive tree growing patiently in stony ground, the flash of clear thinking that arrives in the middle of chaos and makes everything suddenly possible. She is worth spending a night with. She is worth knowing. But before we begin her story, let us take a quiet moment together, here in the place where you are right now. Close your eyes if they are not already closed, and let your body settle a little more deeply into the mattress beneath you. Notice the weight of yourself, your legs, your arms, your shoulders, and allow each of those places to soften just slightly, as if the bed itself were gently asking you to let go. There is nothing you need to do tonight. There is nowhere you need to be. By simply lying still and listening, you are already giving your body exactly what it needs most: rest and the permission to receive it. Whether sleep comes quickly or slowly, every breath you take right now is doing its quiet work. You are already, without any effort at all, beginning to heal. Let us imagine together, for just a moment, that you are not lying in your room. Instead, you are resting on a wide, soft cloud drifting slowly through an early evening sky. The cloud beneath you is dense and warm, the kind that holds its shape, and it wraps around the curves of your body the way a deep chair wraps around you after a long day. The edges of the cloud are fine and wispy, and if you trail your fingers through them, they dissolve into the cool air like breath on a winter morning. But beneath you, the cloud is solid and kind, and you feel entirely safe, entirely held. The sky around you is a soft, deep blue, the color of the hour just before the first star appears, and below you the land stretches out in long, unbroken rolls of green and gold. There are meadows and dark forests and winding rivers catching the last of the light, and no roads, no noise, no urgency of any kind. The cloud carries you forward at the slowest possible pace, and there is nothing you need to steer toward or away from. You simply rest. The air is cool and faintly sweet, carrying the scent of something green and flowering from far below, and when you breathe it in, you feel it move all the way down through your chest and into the quiet center of you. When you breathe out, you feel yourself grow heavier, more still, more at peace. In and out, the cloud drifts. The land moves beneath you, soft and dark and beautiful. You reach one hand over the edge and let it hang there in the open air, and the breeze passes gently between your fingers like water. There is nowhere else. There is only this: the soft support of the cloud, the cool evening air, the slow drift forward into the gathering dark, and the sound of my voice keeping you company as you go. You can return to this place at any moment during our story tonight, whenever you need something soft and steady to rest your attention on. It is always here. Now, somewhere below that darkening sky, in a world much older than the one we know, the early gods were finding their footing in a cosmos still raw and newly ordered. The Titans had fallen. Zeus had taken his place among the clouds, and the world of Olympus was beginning to take the shape that the ancient Greeks would one day describe in their most careful and enduring stories. It was a world full of power and beauty, and the particular kind of danger that comes from gods who are still learning the weight of what they hold. And into that world, in the most astonishing way anyone had ever seen or would ever see again, a goddess was about to arrive, complete and shining, and entirely prepared for whatever the world intended to offer her. And so, with your body at rest and your mind open, let us begin. Long before Athena came into being, the world was a very different place, a place still shaking off the long rule of the Titans, still settling into the new order that Zeus and his siblings had fought so hard to claim. If you close your eyes and let yourself imagine it, the world of those earliest days had a quality like the air after a storm, charged, uneasy, smelling faintly of something that had only just passed. The old stories describe a cosmos that was young in a way we can barely picture now, still loud with the memory of the war that had reshaped it. The Titans had ruled for an age that felt, to those who lived beneath it, as though it might go on forever. Cronus sat at the center of that long age, powerful and convinced of his permanence, swallowing his own children one by one in an effort to hold on to everything he feared losing. And for a time, it seemed as though the world would simply accept that the children of Cronus would remain inside him, unborn into their own destinies, and that his reign would stretch on without end. But the old stories rarely allow power to rest easily for long. In time, as you may already know, his youngest child, Zeus, escaped that fate entirely, carried away from Cronus in the night by a mother who loved her children more than she feared her husband. Zeus grew, and grew strong, and when he returned he brought a reckoning with him. He gave his father a potion that undid everything Cronus had swallowed, and the siblings of Zeus emerged: Hera, Poseidon, Hades, Demeter, Hestia, blinking into a world that had been waiting for them. What followed was a war the old stories call the Titanomachy, a conflict so vast and prolonged that it shook the mountains and darkened the sky. It lasted, by some accounts, 10 full years, a decade of the earth trembling beneath forces that were not quite human and not yet settled into the calm authority they would one day hold. The Olympians, as they came to be called, eventually prevailed. The Titans were bound and cast into Tartarus, the deepest and most lightless region below the earth, where they would remain beyond all reach, and the world, for the first time, belonged to a new generation of gods. It was a world still finding its shape, that newly won cosmos. Zeus claimed the sky and all that moved through it. Poseidon received the seas. Hades took the realm beneath the earth, the quiet kingdom of the dead. Between them, the three brothers divided what existed, and the other gods settled into their own particular domains with a kind of deliberate care, as though everyone understood, without saying so aloud, that the order they were building was fragile and worth protecting. I think of it sometimes as a world that knew it had barely survived itself. There was a rawness to it, a tenderness beneath the surface of things, like new skin over an old wound. The Olympians were powerful, yes, but they were also new to their own authority, still learning what it meant to govern a world that had known only chaos, and then the long, suffocating order of Cronus. Zeus himself carried that history inside him. The knowledge of what his father had done, what fear of succession had cost, how close the world had come to being a place where nothing new was ever allowed to grow. According to the old stories, this knowledge did not leave him. It settled into him the way long rains settle into the earth, shaping the ground beneath without always being visible on the surface. He was a ruler of tremendous power and tremendous unease, and the two things lived in him side by side, each one quietly informing the other. In the years after the war, as his court filled out and his authority spread across the sky and sea and land, Zeus began to look toward the question of counsel, toward the kind of wisdom that could hold a kingdom steady when the ruler himself was still learning what the kingdom required. And it was into this newly won world, still warm from the fires of war, that Zeus took his first wife, the goddess Metis, whose wisdom was said to surpass that of any being in existence. What Zeus heard one day, in the form of a prophecy he could not unhear, was this: any child born to Metis would one day grow powerful enough to overthrow the one who fathered it. The words settled over him the way a storm settles over a mountain, slowly at first, and then all at once. For Zeus, this was not an abstract warning. It was not the kind of prophecy a person could weigh calmly and set aside. He had lived this story already, though from the other side of it. He knew exactly what it felt like for a child to rise against a father who had swallowed his own offspring out of terror. He had been that child. He had watched his father Cronus pace the halls of his own power, growing more desperate and more cruel as the years passed, and he had understood even then that fear can make a ruler do things that love never would. Now the same prophecy had turned itself around and was looking at him directly, and all the old stories he had ever told himself about being different from Cronus, wiser, more just, more worthy of the throne he had won, had to sit quietly beside this one terrible fact, that the pattern was not finished with him yet. Metis, by the time he heard the prophecy, was already carrying their child. She did not know what Zeus had been told. She moved through those early days with the same calm certainty she had always carried in her, the same deep knowing that had made her valuable to Zeus from the very beginning of their union. Wisdom was not, for Metis, something she performed or demonstrated. It was the way she inhabited the world. Slowly, attentively, as though she could feel the weight of every choice before it was made. She had counseled Zeus through the war against the Titans. She had advised him when the new order was still fragile and untested, and the world was learning what it meant to be governed by Olympians rather than the old powers. She had been, in ways that were difficult to separate from her very nature, part of the reason he had won at all. And now she was carrying a child who, according to an oracle he could not argue with, would one day carry more power than he did. He thought about it the way only someone who has already overthrown a god can think about it. Not as a distant possibility, but as something that felt almost inevitable, already set in motion, already taking shape inside the body of the woman who trusted him. Cronus had also known about the prophecy against himself. Cronus had also believed that he could outmaneuver fate if he was ruthless enough, and fast enough, and thorough enough. And Cronus had been wrong. Zeus turned this over and over in his mind, and the turning did not make it easier, it made it worse, because he could see every version of the future that was available to him, and none of them were free of loss. What he did, in the end, was this. He transformed Metis into a smaller form. Some accounts describe her becoming a fly, and then he swallowed her. The act itself was swift. The reasoning behind it had taken much longer. It is worth sitting with that for a moment. The fact that this was not an act born from hatred or indifference. Zeus did not dislike Metis. He did not want her gone from the world in any ordinary sense. What he wanted was control over an outcome that terrified him, and swallowing Metis was the only way he could imagine achieving it. In that, he was very much his father's son. Not in temperament, perhaps, but in the particular blindness that comes from loving power more than you love the things power is supposed to protect. There is something quietly devastating about that moment if you let yourself feel it. Metis, who had always been the wisest voice in any room she entered, was silenced before she ever had a chance to speak on her own behalf. Whether she knew what was coming, whether that deep and practiced wisdom of hers offered her any warning, the old stories do not say. What they tell us is only what happened, not what she thought of it. And so she disappears from the surface of the story, swallowed into the body of the god she had helped to make king, carrying inside her a daughter who would not disappear at all. The act was meant to be a solution. In swallowing Metis, Zeus believed he had consumed the threat along with the woman, had pulled the future into himself, and made it his own. He had thought, in the way that fear sometimes makes us think, that by controlling her body, he could control her influence, her knowledge, her power. What he had not fully considered was the difference between possession and dominion, between holding something and understanding it. Metis was not simply a body that could be contained. She was a force, a principle, a way of being in the world that could not be digested or dissolved, no matter how divine the stomach that held her. The swallowing was an act of desperation, dressed up as an act of control, and like so many acts of desperation, it would prove to have consequences that reverberated far beyond what Zeus could anticipate. He thought he was preventing a future. He was, in fact, still writing it, because Metis was already pregnant when Zeus swallowed her. And pregnancy, it turned out, was not something even a god's body could simply absorb and dissolve. The child continued to grow, and Metis, even in that unimaginable place, did not stop being who she was. She was the goddess of wisdom and cunning and careful craft. She was not finished. She could not be finished by geography alone, not even by the geography of being held inside the body of the most powerful god in existence. She began to do what she had always done. She began to think and to plan and to make something with her hands in the only space she had available to her. She began to forge armor, quietly, without any light except whatever light exists in the interior of a god. She shaped metal into the form of a helmet, fitted the curves of a breastplate, worked the materials that would protect a small body when that body arrived in a world that had already, before she was even born, done something extraordinary and frightening to the one person who loved her most. The armor was a mother's gift, made in the strangest workshop that has ever existed, completed in the dark, by hands that had every reason to be still and were not. She made it carefully and with attention, because Metis understood better than anyone that the world her daughter was about to enter would not be a soft one, and that the right preparation, given early enough, can change everything. And deep inside him, in the impossible quiet of a god's body, Metis went on working, shaping armor, shaping a helmet, shaping a daughter who would arrive in the world already prepared for it. The pain, when it came, was unlike anything Zeus had ever endured. It arrived slowly at first, the way a storm announces itself long before it breaks, a dull pressure behind his eyes, a tightening at the temples, something that felt at the beginning like nothing more than fatigue. He had ruled the new world through difficult seasons, presided over arguments between gods, held the sky itself in place with the authority of his will. So he dismissed the feeling as he might have dismissed any minor discomfort. But the pain did not pass. Over the following days, it deepened and spread, moving through his skull like something alive, something that pressed outward from within as though searching for a way through. He could not sleep. He could not think clearly. He sat on his throne at the peak of Olympus and pressed his hands against his temples. Even the great king of the gods, the one who had swallowed a titan, the one who had ended the long reign of Cronus, found himself brought low by something he could neither see nor fight. It was, the old stories tell us, as though the inside of his head had become a forge, hot, loud with a sound that only he could hear, pressure building the way heat builds inside a closed room with no window and no door. The other gods noticed. They moved around him carefully, the way you might move around a fire that has grown unpredictable. Hera watched him with her measured eyes. Hermes hovered nearby, uncertain. Even Ares, who was rarely cautious about anything, kept a respectful distance. There was something deeply unsettling about watching the most powerful being in the cosmos brought to his knees by pain. It suggested that the world was not as settled as everyone had hoped. Zeus himself could not explain it. He had no language for what was happening inside him, no framework for a suffering that seemed to grow with each passing hour rather than ease. At one point, according to some tellings of the story, his cry of agony rolled out from Olympus like thunder, shaking the ground far below and sending birds up from the trees in vast dark clouds. Mortals on the earth who heard it looked up at the clear sky and did not understand what they had heard. The other gods heard it clearly. They gathered, drawing closer than they had before. This was because when Zeus cried out like that, raw and unguarded, it was not a sound any of them had ever expected to hear from him. No god could offer relief. No remedy existed in the divine pharmacopoeia for a suffering that had no cause they could identify. They brought him nectar and ambrosia, but he could not consume them. They suggested rest, but sleep would not come. The pain continued its relentless work, shaping itself into something more urgent with each hour that passed. It was as if Zeus's own body had become the battleground for forces he could not name or comprehend. The throne room of Olympus, usually a place of order and authority, began to feel like something else entirely, a space defined by the presence of mysterious suffering, by uncertainty. Even the light seemed diminished. The gods began to understand, in a way they had not before, that their king was not immune to the strange and terrible surprises that existence could produce. It was Hephaestus who was summoned. The smith god, the craftsman of Olympus, the one whose hands understood the nature of things that needed to be broken open or remade, came forward with an axe or, in some tellings, a great hammer. The accounts differ in their details, but agree on the essential act. Hephaestus was not cruel, and he did not approach Zeus with anything but care. He understood, as a craftsman always does, that precision matters more than force. What he was being asked to do was something that had never been done before, and has never been done since. He approached it accordingly, with steadiness, with purpose, with the quiet authority of someone who knows exactly what his hands are for. The gathered gods held very still. There was no sound from any of them. The wind itself seemed to pause. And then Hephaestus raised his instrument and cleaved the head of his father open with a single, sure blow. The moment of the strike hung in the air like something separate from time itself. There was a brightness, some say, as though light had been released from within the skull of Zeus. The gathered gods could not look away, though many of them felt the impulse to do so. Whatever was being born had been building inside their king-like pressure, building inside a vessel never meant to hold such force. Now that vessel was opened. Now that force was released, and the world paused on the threshold of being changed irrevocably. What came out of that opening was not what anyone had imagined. There was no infant, no small bundled figure, no creature requiring warmth or milk or time to become itself. What emerged from the head of Zeus was a goddess already in full possession of herself, already grown, already armored, already standing. She came forth with a great cry that rang across Olympus and rolled on past the mountain into the wider sky. In her hand she held a spear. On her body she wore armor that shone the way a lake shines at midday, throwing light in every direction at once. Her helmet was crested and gleaming. Her shield was already raised. She came into the world the way a thought arrives, complete, sudden, fully formed with no transitional moment between its absence and its presence. The gods stood in silence. It was the kind of silence that falls not from emptiness, but from fullness, from having witnessed something so far outside ordinary experience that words have not yet formed themselves into the right shapes. They looked at her, this new goddess, standing upright on Olympus, armored and clear-eyed, looking back at them without confusion or fear or any of the softness of something newly born, and they could not immediately make sense of what they were seeing. She had not been a child. She had never been helpless. She had not arrived the way all living things arrive, needing to be gathered up and named and taught the shape of the world. She already knew it. She arrived knowing it. You could see it in the steadiness of her gaze, in the way she held herself, not with arrogance, but with a kind of settled certainty that she understood where she was, and what she was here to do. The armor she wore was no accident. Metis, sealed away inside her husband's body all that time, had not been idle. She had worked in the only way left open to her, turning her wisdom inward, pouring it into the daughter she was shaping in that impossible dark space. The helmet she had made for Athena caught the light of Olympus and seemed almost to hold it. The spear was long and straight and balanced in a way that suggested it had been made by someone who understood not only craft but purpose, who knew that the weapon and the mind behind the weapon were, in the end, the same thing. Beside Athena, in some of the old accounts, there was an owl, small, grey, watchful, that had arrived with her or appeared at her shoulder in the moments after her birth, as though it had always meant to be there. It blinked slowly in the bright Olympian light, entirely untroubled by the enormity of what had just occurred. Zeus, who had been bent low with pain for days, looked up at his daughter and recovered something he had not had for all that time, a kind of ease. The pressure lifted. The forge inside his head went quiet. He looked at the goddess who had come from him and from Metis both, who carried in her the wisdom of the most cunning being ever born and the authority of the ruler of the sky. Something in him recognized her immediately, the way you recognize a truth you have always suspected but never had the words for. He did not need to be told who she was. She stood there on Olympus, fully armored, already wise, already whole. And every god who saw her understood immediately that she was something the world had not seen before. From the very first moment she stepped into the world. Zeus loved Athena with a depth and swiftness that surprised even the other gods. He had stood there on Olympus watching her emerge, fully armored and fully herself. Something in him had settled, the way a long troubled sea goes calm after a storm has finally passed through. Whatever fear had driven him to swallow Metis, whatever anxious calculations had kept him awake across the years of her absence, all of it gave way in that moment to something simpler and more permanent. This was his daughter. He recognized her immediately, not as a threat, but as a kind of completion, as though she carried within her armor something that had been missing from the world without her. The other gods noticed the difference in the way Zeus treated Athena. He was a father of many children, and he had shown tenderness and pride in others before. But with Athena, the feeling ran differently, deeper and quieter, less like pride in an achievement and more like genuine admiration for a person. He trusted her judgment in a way that he trusted very few others among the Olympians. When difficult questions arose on the council, when disputes needed someone to hold the balance steady, Zeus would often turn to his daughter first. She had a seat among the 12 on Olympus, a permanent place at the highest table in the divine world. She occupied it not through inheritance alone, but through the quality of her thinking. The other gods understood this. Most of them respected it, even when they found her measured restraint a little difficult to read. Because Athena was not like the others, not entirely. The Olympians were a vivid, turbulent family, full of rivalries and passions and grudges that could simmer for centuries. Ares thundered into his rages. Hera's jealousy could reshape whole destinies. Apollo and Artemis could be swift and merciless when they felt slighted. Even Poseidon, who carried himself with enormous dignity, could flood a plain out of wounded pride, as Athens itself would one day discover. Athena moved through all of this differently. She was slow to anger in a way that was genuinely rare among the gods. Her anger, when it did arrive, came not from wounded vanity, but from something closer to principle. She did not fight for sport. She did not pursue quarrels for pleasure. When she acted with force, there was always a reason behind it. The reason was always something you could follow if you thought about it carefully enough. This did not make her cold. People who picture Athena only as a remote, armored figure miss something important about how the ancient stories actually described her. She was present with the people she cared for in a way that was intimate and attentive, walking alongside heroes in disguise, appearing at the right moment with the right words, noticing what others overlooked. She observed the inner states of those around her with the patience of someone who has spent a great deal of time simply watching and thinking. Zeus saw this quality in her and trusted it more, perhaps, than the raw power of any other god in his family. This was because power without judgment had already cost him so much. Part of what set Athena apart was something the ancient Greeks thought about carefully: her choice to remain a virgin goddess, unmarried and unattached to any of the romantic entanglements that occupied so many of the other Olympians. Her title, Parthenos, meant maiden or virgin. It was so central to her identity that the most famous temple ever built in her honor carried that word in its very name. But the Greeks did not understand this as a deprivation or a limitation. They understood it as a declaration, a statement about where Athena's devotion lived and what she had chosen to give her whole self to. She was not interested in the claims that love and marriage placed on a person. She had a different kind of purpose, and she had committed to it entirely. There was also a symbolic meaning threaded through her birth that the ancient Greeks turned over in their minds for generations. She had not come into the world through the ordinary way, through the body, through flesh, through the long and mortal process of childhood. She had emerged from the head of her father, from the very seat of reason and thought, already complete. Some ancient thinkers found in this the idea that Athena was wisdom itself given form, not a goddess who happened to be wise, but a goddess whose entire existence was an embodiment of the mind's highest qualities. Her birth from Zeus's head, rather than from the softer parts of the body associated with desire and reproduction, aligned her with the intellect, the rational, the ordered. The Greeks understood this as connected to her virginity too. She was a goddess of the mind. The mind, as they imagined it, was clearest when it was not pulled in too many directions at once. In the mortal world below, Athena's influence was felt particularly in the domains where thinking and craft met practical need. She was the goddess of strategic warfare, not the bloodlust variety that Ares embodied, but the kind requiring planning and wisdom. She guided heroes through counsel and clever thinking. Weavers and craftspeople called on her in the meticulous arts demanding patience and skill. Athena appeared to mortals most when they needed to navigate problems requiring both courage and intelligence. On the Council of 12, Athena played a role that few others could have managed as steadily. She was the one the other gods brought their harder problems to, not because she always had easy answers, but because she listened before she spoke, and spoke only when she had something real to say. Zeus loved her for exactly this. In a family full of divine personalities that burned at high temperatures, she was the one who kept her internal weather cool and clear. She was fair in the way that genuinely fair people are, not neutral, not indifferent, but genuinely trying to see what was actually true rather than what she wanted to be true. She was the goddess born from thought itself. She lived that way, clear-eyed, devoted, and entirely her own. People sometimes assume that because Athena was a goddess of war, she and Ares were two sides of the same coin. But anyone who spent time with the old myths knew that the two could not have been more different. Ares loved war the way a storm loves destruction, instinctively, without reason, without any concern for what remained when it was over. He was drawn to the noise and the ruin of it, to the sheer animal fact of one force overwhelming another. The ancient Greeks did not particularly admire him for this. They acknowledged him. They feared what he represented, but they rarely celebrated him the way they celebrated Athena, because what Athena brought to war was something far more rare and far more valuable than strength. She brought clarity. She brought the capacity to look at a terrible situation and find, somewhere inside it, the path that led not just to victory, but to something worth preserving afterward. Where Ares moved like a flood, indiscriminate, consuming everything in its path, Athena moved more like a surgeon, or perhaps like a river that has learned over centuries exactly where it needs to go. She did not fight because she enjoyed it. According to the old stories, she fought when fighting was necessary, when the alternative was the collapse of something worth protecting, when wisdom had already exhausted every other option and found them wanting. That distinction mattered enormously to the people who told these stories. It said something about what they believed good leadership looked like, what they thought separated a just use of force from a ruinous one. This is part of why Athena was the goddess that heroes turned to. Not every hero, and not for every purpose, but when a task required not just courage, but the kind of steady, intelligent courage that keeps a person from making fatal mistakes, Athena was the one they needed beside them. Perseus came to her when he faced Medusa, a creature so dangerous that even looking at her directly meant death. What Athena offered him was not simply protection. She offered him a way of thinking about the problem that he had not considered, a method, a strategy, a way to defeat something terrifying by refusing to meet it on its own terms. That was her gift. That was always her gift. Heracles, too, carried Athena's favor through the long and brutal course of his labors. He was the strongest man who had ever lived, and strength alone might have been enough for some of what was asked of him, but not all of it. There were moments in those labors that required something steadier than muscle, a kind of deliberate thinking that Heracles, in his grief and rage, sometimes struggled to find on his own. Athena's presence in his story was a reminder that even the most physically powerful person in the world needed wisdom to make that power mean something. Odysseus was perhaps her most natural companion among all the heroes. He was not the strongest, not the fastest, not the most fearsome in open battle, but he was the most resourceful, the most capable of seeing a situation from an angle no one else had considered, the most willing to be patient when patience was the only thing standing between him and catastrophe. These were qualities Athena recognized in herself, and she loved him for them in the particular way that you love someone who understands something important about the world in the same way you do. She guided him not by removing obstacles, but by helping him think his way through them, appearing at critical moments to offer the kind of clear-eyed counsel that cuts through panic and finds the essential truth of what needs to be done. Achilles and Diomedes, too, knew what it meant to have Athena's attention on a battlefield. In the Iliad, there is a remarkable moment in which Diomedes, fighting under Athena's protection, wounds not just enemy soldiers, but gods themselves, Ares and Aphrodite both. The image is startling. A mortal man fighting with divine backing that is rooted not in rage, but in reason, managing to draw blood from immortals who had no such grounding. It says something striking about what the Greeks believed Athena's favor actually conferred. It was not invincibility. It was something more precise, the ability to act with such complete clarity of purpose that even the usual limits of what was possible seemed temporarily to give way. The contrast between Athena's champions and those blessed by other gods was unmistakable. Where Ares drove his followers toward destructive excess, Athena's presence imposed a kind of discipline, a strategic intention that transformed combat from chaos into a form of calculated action. But warfare was never all that Athena was, and it would be a mistake to linger there too long. She was also the goddess of weaving, of pottery, of the crafts that turned raw materials into objects of beauty and use. She was credited, in various traditions, with the invention of the plough and the rake, the chariot, the ship, the fundamental tools by which human civilization extended its reach across the earth and across the sea. These were not small gifts. These were the gifts that made settled life possible, that allowed people to feed themselves through the winter, to travel beyond the horizon, to build cities and trade across water and carry ideas from one shore to another. In ancient societies where survival depended on the ability to grow food, build shelter, and navigate dangerous waters, these inventions were not metaphorical blessings, but literal ones. They represented the difference between starvation and abundance, between isolation and connection to the broader world. There is something deeply coherent about a goddess who presided over both strategic warfare and the crafts of civilization, if you think about it for a moment. Both require the same essential qualities: patience, precision, the ability to hold a complex plan in your mind and carry it forward step by step without being derailed by frustration or fear. A weaver and a general are doing fundamentally similar things in different materials. They are imposing order on chaos. They are taking something raw and difficult and making it, through sustained intelligent effort, into something that holds together. This unity of purpose, the same mind that conceived military strategy, also imagined the warp and weft of cloth, the construction of sailing vessels, reflected a deep understanding that civilization was built on multiple kinds of intelligence working in concert rather than isolation. Athena was, in this sense, something like a personification of the civilizing impulse itself, the deep human drive to make sense of the world, to build rather than simply to take, to solve rather than simply to strike. The ancient Greeks, who thought carefully about these things, understood that a city cannot survive on courage alone. It needs the wisdom to know when to fight and when to negotiate, the skill to craft the tools that make daily life possible, the patience to teach those skills to the next generation. All of this fell under Athena's domain, and all of it was held together by the same quality at the center of everything she did. She was slow to anger, the old stories said. She did not seek out conflict. She did not need to prove anything to anyone. When she entered a battle, it was because she had already considered the alternatives and found them insufficient, because the cause was just and the moment was right, and she was prepared in ways that went far beyond what any other combatant in the field could claim. That calmness, that deep-rooted, unshakable calm, was itself a kind of power that Ares could never touch, because he never understood it and therefore never possessed it. In Athena, the ancient Greeks found a way to imagine that wisdom and courage could live together in the same body, and that perhaps the most powerful thing a person could do in a dangerous world was simply think clearly. The Greeks told you who their gods were by the things they placed in their hands, not in long explanations or careful arguments, but in images carved into stone, painted onto the sides of clay vessels, pressed into the faces of coins small enough to hold between 2 fingers. A god's symbols were a kind of shorthand, a way of saying everything essential about a divine being without a single word. And of all the gods whose symbols have endured from that world into this one, Athena's are perhaps the most quietly eloquent. The owl came first in the imagination of those who pictured her. It is a small bird, the little owl, Athena noctua, as it was later named, a creature no larger than a fist, and yet for the ancient Greeks it carried enormous weight. The owl sees in darkness. It turns its head with a patience that borders on stillness. It is not a loud or flashy creature. It does not announce itself the way an eagle does. It waits, watches, and perceives what other creatures cannot. For people who believed that wisdom was not about loudness or speed but about depth of sight, the owl was the most fitting companion imaginable for a goddess of understanding. In ancient Athenian art, the owl appears beside Athena so consistently that it became almost her second self, perched on her shoulder in painted scenes, worked into the reverse side of the silver coins minted in Athens, the coins that traders carried across the Mediterranean world, and that came to be called simply owls. When you held one of those coins and turned it over, you saw the bird's wide, unblinking eye, looking steadily back at you. You understood what it meant. Clarity, attention, the willingness to see. Then there was the olive tree. That was a different kind of symbol entirely, one rooted not in the sky, but in the earth, in the slow and patient labor of cultivation. The olive tree gave wood for building and burning. It gave oil for lamps, for cooking, for the anointing of bodies and the preservation of food. Its fruit fed people through winters when other crops had failed. It was not a dramatic gift. It was a generous one, the kind of gift that asks nothing of you and offers everything it has. In this way, the olive tree said something essential about what Athena valued. Not the spectacular, not the violent, not the temporary thrill of conquest, but the steady, nourishing, practical kind of goodness that improves a life quietly and over a long time. The tree itself grows slowly. It can live for centuries. its roots going deeper and deeper into the rocky hillside soil. It keeps giving even as it ages. The ancient Greeks understood that choosing to plant an olive tree was an act of faith in the future. It was civilization made visible in wood and root and leaf. This duality, the owl and the olive, was not accidental. Together they represented the two faces of civilization itself. The owl stood for wisdom, for the ability to see clearly and make good decisions. The olive tree stood for the practical fruits of that wisdom. One looked inward, the other outward. One was about understanding, the other about the creation of abundance. The ancient Greeks understood that a civilization could not sustain itself on either wisdom or practical skill alone. Both were necessary. Both were sacred. The aegis was something different again. It had originally belonged to Zeus, a great shield, divine in its construction, a thing of war rather than cultivation. When Zeus gave it to Athena, she made it her own in the most unmistakable way possible. On its face was set the head of the Gorgon Medusa, her expression frozen in the terrible grimace of the slain, the snakes of her hair coiling outward in every direction. Ancient sources describe the aegis as making a sound when Athena carried it into battle, a sound like roaring, like the noise of a storm moving through a narrow pass, deep enough to fill the chest of anyone who heard it with a cold and instinctive fear. It was not a weapon made for subtlety. It was meant to stop an enemy in their tracks before a spear had even been thrown, to communicate in the most direct possible terms that the figure advancing toward you was not someone you wanted to face. Worn sometimes as a breastplate, sometimes as a kind of mantle across her shoulders, the aegis transformed Athena's already formidable presence into something that felt genuinely otherworldly. A goddess wearing the face of a monster she had helped to defeat, carrying her own history into every confrontation. Her helmet was another element that artists returned to again and again. Crested, tall, often pushed back from her forehead in the way a warrior at rest might wear it, as if she had just stepped away from the field of battle and had not yet thought to remove it. The spear she carried was long and straight, a weapon suited to precision rather than chaos. In this way, Athena's armor told a different story than that of Ares, the god of war and bloodlust. Where Ares represented the chaos and fury of battle, Athena represented something far more valuable, the strategic mind that could see several moves ahead. She was not a goddess of violence for its own sake. She was a goddess of the kind of strength that comes from understanding the world clearly and acting with purpose. Her weapons were an extension of this clarity. Taken together, her armor communicated something specific, that she was always ready, always prepared, but not reckless. She did not charge forward with wild energy. She stood, considered, and then acted with the full force of a mind that had already worked out what needed to happen. All of these symbols came together most completely in the great statue of Athena Parthenos, that once stood inside the Parthenon at the top of the Acropolis in Athens. Phidias, who was among the finest sculptors of the ancient world, constructed her from gold and ivory, standing nearly 40 feet tall, so that anyone who entered the dim interior of the temple and allowed their eyes to adjust to the light would find themselves looking up at a figure of astonishing scale and detail. She wore her helmet. She carried her spear. On her outstretched hand stood a small winged figure of Nike, the goddess of victory, as though Athena held triumph itself in her palm, with the same steady composure she brought to everything else. On her shield, the battle between the Lapiths and the centaurs played out in relief. Across her breastplate, the Gorgon's face looked outward at anyone who dared to hold her gaze. A serpent curled at her feet. The owl, small and watchful, rested beside her. To stand in that room was to feel yourself surrounded by the entire vocabulary of a goddess, the owl's patient sight, the warrior's readiness, the cool authority of a being who had never needed to raise her voice to make herself understood. Every image of Athena was, in its own quiet way. An argument that the most enduring power in the world was not the power to destroy, but the power to create. Of all the cities in the ancient world, none was more thoroughly bound to a single goddess than Athens was to Athena, and the story of how that happened is one of the oldest and most vivid in all of Greek mythology. Long before the city had its marble temples and crowded markets, before it had its philosophers and its festivals, it was simply a stretch of rocky land on the southern edge of a peninsula, with a great flat-topped outcropping of stone rising above the surrounding plains. That outcropping was the Acropolis, a word that means simply the high city. It sat above everything else, commanding a view of the sea to the south and the wide dry plains stretching away in every direction. It was the kind of place that felt, even before anything was built on it, as though it mattered, the kind of place that a god might want to claim. And so, according to the old stories, two gods arrived at roughly the same time, each with the same intention, to become the patron of the city that would grow up in the land below. One was Poseidon, god of the sea, brother to Zeus, enormous and restless, carrying his great trident as easily as another person might carry a walking stick. The other was Athena, already known for her wisdom and her careful thinking, already wearing the armor she had arrived in the world wearing. They looked at each other across the high rock of the Acropolis, and neither one stepped aside. The gods of Olympus gathered to witness the contest, and so did the people of the land below, the early inhabitants of what would one day be Athens, watching from the slopes with the particular mix of wonder and anxiety that tends to come over people when powerful beings decide things on their behalf. The rule was simple enough. Each deity would offer a gift to the city, and the people, along with the assembled gods, in some versions of the telling, would choose which gift they preferred. Whichever god offered the more valuable gift would win the patronage of the city. Poseidon went first. He raised his trident above the bare limestone of the Acropolis and drove it down into the rock with a force that split the stone and sent a tremor through the earth beneath the watching crowd. Where his trident struck, water surged up from the ground, a spring bursting from the rock in a fine, glittering column. The people leaned forward. Water was an extraordinary gift in that dry and sun-baked land where rivers ran thin in summer and the soil often cracked with thirst. A spring on the high rock seemed for a moment like exactly what the city needed. But when the first people climbed up to taste it, they found that the water was salt. It was seawater, powerful and dramatic, a perfectly Poseidon-like gift, but entirely undrinkable. Some accounts of the story say that Poseidon offered a horse instead of a spring, a magnificent animal rising from where the trident struck, representing swiftness and naval power and the deep dominance of the sea. Both versions speak to the same quality in his offering: force, grandeur, the kind of power that impresses more than it sustains. Then Athena knelt on the same rock and pressed something small and unremarkable into a crack in the stone. She covered it gently with a little soil and stepped back. From that crack, slowly and with the quiet sureness of something that intends to last, a tree began to grow. It was an olive tree, silver-green leaves, gnarled branches even in its youth, with the patient, unhurried look of something that had decided to be permanent. It grew as the crowd watched, not with the explosive drama of Poseidon's trident strike, but with a kind of steady inevitability. When it reached the height of a person, and its first small fruits appeared, the watching people began to understand what they were looking at. The olive tree offered everything a city needed to survive and to prosper. Its fruit could be eaten. Its oil could light lamps through the long dark nights of winter, could season food, could be traded across the sea for things the land did not produce on its own. Its wood could be worked into furniture and tools. Its oil could be pressed into a substance used to clean the skin, to anoint the bodies of the dead, to honor the gods at their altars. A single olive tree, well tended, could provide for a family for generations. An orchard of them could sustain a city. The Athenians looked at the tree, and then they looked at each other, and then they made their choice. Athena was named the patron of the city, and the city took her name. The deliberation, in most tellings, was not long. Poseidon did not accept this quietly. He was a god of immense and volatile power, and he had been publicly set aside in favor of a tree, however practical and enduring that tree might be. His anger came the way his nature always came, in great moving floods of it. He turned his grief and fury outward onto the landscape, and the plain surrounding the Acropolis flooded with seawater, the low-lying fields swallowed beneath a shallow, brackish sea that ruined crops and forced the people to higher ground. It was the kind of anger that does not argue. It simply overwhelms, the way a wave does, indifferent to what it destroys. Eventually the waters receded, as they always do, and the city went on growing in the direction it had chosen. The people who told this story for generation after generation were saying something very specific about themselves by telling it. They were saying that they were the kind of people who chose the olive tree. They were saying that when confronted with spectacle and force on one side and quiet usefulness on the other, they reached, without too much hesitation, for the thing that would feed them and light their homes and give them something to trade with their neighbors. They were saying that practical wisdom, the patient, unhurried, deeply rooted kind, was the quality they most admired and most wanted to be known for. Poseidon offered them power over the sea, and they lived beside the sea. They depended on the sea, and still they said no. That was not a small thing to say about yourself. There was something else the story carried too, something a little quieter. Athena had not tried to overwhelm or astonish. She had not split the earth or called up a horse out of empty air. She had simply knelt down on the rock and planted something. The gesture was almost domestic, almost tender, not the gesture of a warrior goddess showing off her strength, but of someone who understood what a city actually needs over the long course of its life. She had thought about it. That was the gift inside the gift, not just the tree, but the thinking that had chosen it. The olive tree that Athena planted on the Acropolis was said to have survived there for centuries. When the Persians burned the Acropolis in the early 5th century before the Common Era, the ancient olive tree was among the things destroyed. And yet, according to the people who were there, a new shoot had already sprouted from the charred remains by the very next morning. The Athenians took this as a sign. Their city had been burned, but it was not finished. The goddess had not left. The tree that stood for wisdom and survival had done what olive trees do. It had refused to die. In later centuries, a sacred olive tree was kept on the Acropolis as a living connection to that original gift, tended and protected the way one tends the memory of something that made you who you are. Travelers to Athens were shown the tree the way you might show a visitor something that explained everything. The reason for the city's name, the reason for its pride, the particular quality of its character that set it apart from every other place in the ancient world. Poseidon did not easily forgive, and the flooded plain was his parting gift to the city that had chosen wisdom over power. But Athens never regretted the choice. At the top of the Acropolis, looking out over the city that bore her name, Athena had a home unlike any other temple in the ancient world. The Parthenon rose from the flat summit of that limestone rock the way a thought rises fully formed, with a clarity and completeness that made it seem as though it had always been there, waiting only to be uncovered. It was built in the 5th century before the Common Era, during the long and prosperous rule of the Athenian statesman Pericles. It was meant to be not merely a building, but a declaration, a way of saying, in marble and gold and open sky, that this city belonged to the goddess of wisdom, and always had. The architects Ictinus and Callicrates designed it with a precision that still quietly astonishes people who study it. The sculptor Phide, Aias oversaw the decoration of every surface with the kind of care that suggested the work was a form of devotion as much as craft. The building itself was made of white Pentelic marble, quarried from a mountain a little north of the city. In the early morning light, it caught the sun with a warmth that made it look almost golden. Its columns, 46 of them ringing the outer edge, were not perfectly straight, which you might expect. They leaned slightly inward, bowed very gently outward in the middle. This was because Phidias and the architects knew that a perfectly straight column, seen from a distance, appears to sag. What looks like perfection from far away is actually a series of invisible corrections, each one calculated to produce the effect of effortless order. The Parthenon was, in this way, a building that understood something about perception, that what we see and what is real are not always the same thing, that the distance between them can be shaped with enough patience and skill. Inside, in the main chamber, was the reason most people climbed the hill in the first place. The Athena Parthenos, Athena the Virgin, was a statue created by Phidias himself. It stood approximately 40 feet tall. That meant that in a room with a ceiling, the goddess's helmeted head nearly touched it. She was constructed from a wooden core. Over that core, Phidias and his assistants had laid plates of ivory for her skin and sheets of gold for her clothing, her armor, every gleaming surface of her dress. The gold alone weighed more than 1,000 kilograms by some ancient estimates. It was removable. The Athenians designed it that way partly as a practical measure, so the gold could be weighed and accounted for if anyone ever questioned the city's treasury. But the effect it produced in a dimly lit room was something far beyond practical. That much gold, in that space, in that light, would have made the air itself seem to glow. She stood upright, her weight balanced on both feet, wearing a full suit of armor, a breastplate across her chest, a helmet pushed back on her head so that her face was visible. Her expression calm and composed in the way that stone faces can sometimes achieve when the sculptor has understood something true about the subject. On her breastplate was the Gorgonian, the face of Medusa, surrounded by snakes, carved in relief and painted, a reminder of Perseus and the gift he had brought back from the ends of the earth. Her shield rested beside her. On its surface were carved scenes of the battle between the Lapiths and the Centaurs, figures locked in struggle, the orderly world pressing back against the chaotic one. On the inside of the shield, according to ancient descriptions, were seen S from the Gigantomachy, the great war between the gods and the giants in which Athena herself had fought. On her right hand, extended outward toward whoever entered the room, she held a small figure of Nike, the goddess of victory, perhaps 2 or 3 feet tall, standing in the open palm of a goddess 40 feet high. The contrast in scale was deliberate. Victory, that small and precious thing, rested in wisdom's hand. At her feet coiled a serpent. On her helmet perched an owl, one on each side of the central crest, according to some ancient descriptions. These were not decorative choices made without thought. The serpent connected her to Erichthonius, the strange child she had once taken under her protection, to the earth itself. That in Greek thought was always associated with serpents. The owl, of course, was hers, the bird that sees in darkness, that turns its head in any direction, that hunts without hurry. To see both serpent and owl on the figure of the goddess was to understand that her wisdom reached into every kind of knowing, the earthly and the nocturnal, the hidden and the high. Visitors who entered the Parthenon in antiquity passed through the door of the western porch, walked through the outer hall, then stepped into the main chamber where the statue waited. Ancient sources tell us that there was a shallow pool of water on the floor directly in front of the statue, likely a reflecting pool, filled with olive oil or water. That would have caught the light coming through the open doorway and thrown it upward onto the ivory and gold surfaces of the goddess above. In that moment, stepping from the brightness of the Athenian afternoon into a room where the only light came through a single doorway and rose from a reflecting pool to illuminate a 40-foot figure of a woman in gold and ivory armor. The effect must have been something that moved beyond beauty into something closer to vertigo. The body simply did not know what to do with that much presence. What the Athenians had built on top of their hill was not only a temple, it was an argument about who their city was, made in the most permanent and beautiful materials they could find. And the goddess at the center of it, calm, enormous, holding victory in her palm as though it was something she had simply picked up and decided to carry, made the argument for them without saying a word. For the people who walked through those doors, Athena was not a story. She was present, enormous, radiant, and entirely real. In a town in the region of Lydia, there lived a young woman whose fingers moved across a loom the way other people breathed, without thinking, without effort, as though the art had always been inside her and was simply finding its way out. Her name was Arachne. She was not born into wealth or divine favor or any of the circumstances that usually explain greatness. Her father, Idmon of Colophon, was a dyer of wool, a tradesman who worked with color all his days, staining fleece in deep purples and warm crimsons with the juices of sea creatures and roots. Perhaps it was from him that Arachne first learned to see color the way most people hear music, as something that moved through her, something she could shape and arrange and feel. Her mother had died when Arachne was still young, according to Ovid's telling in the Metamorphoses. That gives us the fullest version of this story, though traces of the tale appear in older Greek traditions as well. The workshop where she learned her craft was a place of perpetual transformation. Colors blooming under her father's careful hands, then passed to her own for their final translation into cloth. She grew up breathing the sharp smell of dye vats, watching how pigment moved through water, how heat and time could transform a single thread into something entirely new. There was no formal instruction, no master craftsman brought in to teach her technique. Instead, there was watching, and then doing, and then the quiet correction that comes from understanding what went wrong. By the time she was old enough to work at her own loom, the knowledge was already living in her fingers. What Ovid describes, and what makes the story so quietly devastating, is not simply a woman with talent. It is a woman whose talent was so visible, so unmistakable, that it drew people to her workshop from across the countryside just to watch. The nymphs of the nearby hills and rivers were said to have left their shaded pools and mossy banks to stand in the doorway of her weaving room, watching her work with the same kind of absorbed attention one gives to a fire. She moved through the process with a fluency that looked less like skill and more like some private conversation she was having with the thread itself, pulling it through, drawing it tight, reading the cloth the way a river reads the land it runs through. The cloth she produced was extraordinary. She could render the gradation of a sunset across undyed wool, amber fading into rose, fading into the pale grey of early evening, with a precision that made people reach out and touch the fabric to confirm it was woven and not painted. She could capture the texture of water, the weight of a cloud, the way light moves across feathers. She wove birds that seemed about to lift from the surface of the cloth. She wove flowers in colors so exact that you could almost name the season they came from. It was the kind of skill that generates its own atmosphere. People did not just admire Arachne's work. They stood near it differently, spoke more quietly around it, handled it with a reverence they might not have been able to explain. And Arachne knew this. She watched people watch her work, and she understood very clearly what she was seeing in their faces. Understanding this is not the same as becoming proud of it. But for Arachne, over time, the two had grown together like two vines along the same wall until they were nearly impossible to separate. The praise settled into her in a particular way. People told her that her gift must surely have come from Athena herself, that no mortal hand could produce such work without the goddess of craft having placed some portion of her own divine skill into those fingers. It was meant as the highest possible compliment, the kind of thing people said when ordinary language ran out. But Arachne heard it differently. She heard it as a diminishment, as though her years of practice, her father's dyes, her own long watching of the way light fell across surfaces, all of it was being quietly erased and replaced with the suggestion that she was simply a vessel for someone else's gift. Each time someone attributed her work to divine intervention rather than her own mastery, something in her tightened, a knot of frustration that would not come undone. And so she said what she said. She did not lower her voice when she said it. She told anyone who cared to listen that she owed nothing to Athena, that her skill was entirely her own, grown from her own hands and her own eyes and her own long hours at the loom, that if the goddess wished to dispute it, she was welcome to come and sit down across from her, and they would see whose cloth was finer. The words spread through the town and beyond it like water through cloth, unstoppable and permanent. People began to repeat them to one another, their voices carrying a mixture of admiration and alarm. A young woman challenging a goddess at her own domain. It was the sort of thing that made people lower their voices and look over their shoulders. In taverns and marketplaces, in the fields and along the roads, the story grew with each retelling. Some added flourishes, imagining the anger in her voice or the brightness of her eyes. Others spoke of it as a terrible mistake, shaking their heads at the hubris of youth. The challenge, once spoken aloud, could not be taken back. It is worth pausing here, in this part of the story, to sit with what that declaration must have felt like to say aloud. There was likely something genuine in it, the frustration of someone who has worked very hard being told that their work belongs, in some essential way, to someone else. That is not an unfamiliar feeling. But there is a difference between defending the reality of one's own effort and issuing a challenge to a goddess who embodies the very craft you are claiming to have mastered. Arachne had stepped from one into the other without seeming to notice the line she crossed. Word travels differently in a world where gods are listening. The boast reached Athena. It always does in these stories. What happened next is described by Ovid with a patience that is itself a kind of comment on the situation. Athena did not arrive in thunder or brilliance. She did not come as herself. She came as an old woman, grey-haired, leaning on a walking stick, her movements slow and careful in the way of someone whose body has accumulated a great deal of time. She made her way to Arachne's workshop. She stood for a moment in the doorway, taking in the loom, the colours, the quality of the light in the room. Then she spoke to Arachne gently. She told the young woman that she had heard of her extraordinary skill and that she admired it. But she advised her, quietly and without any sharpness, to be careful with the words she had been using. Old age brings a certain wisdom with it. The woman said, an understanding that there are some comparisons it is better not to invite. She urged Arachne to ask the goddess's forgiveness for what she had already said, suggested that Athena, being generous by nature, would likely grant it. Arachne turned to look at the old woman. She did not speak rudely, exactly, but there was something in her expression that made the room feel smaller. She told the woman that she had given her the same advice before, that she had heard it already and had no use for it. She did not need the counsel of age. She did not need to ask for forgiveness. Her challenge stood. If Athena was so certain of her own superiority, then let her come and prove it at the loom. There is something almost sorrowful about this moment, sitting with it quietly. Arachne was not a villain. She was a person who had found the one thing in the world she was genuinely brilliant at. She had let that brilliance become the whole of her identity, so completely that she could no longer distinguish between defending her skill and protecting herself from the truth. The old woman in the doorway was offering her a door out of what was coming. Arachne could not walk through it, because doing so would have required her to hold two things at once: that her work was extraordinary, and that wisdom included knowing when not to speak. The light in the workshop was very still. The threads on the loom did not move. Outside, somewhere in the hills, a river went on running the way rivers do, indifferent to the particular moment, carrying whatever fell into it downstream and away. The old woman waited, patient and still, for an answer that never came, and with a slow breath, she let the disguise fall away. They began at the same moment, without ceremony, without a signal, each one simply turning to her loom and beginning to weave. The room held its breath. Those who had gathered to watch, nymphs, curious mortals, the air itself, it seemed, understood that what was unfolding in front of them was not merely a contest between two skilled hands. It was something older and more dangerous than that, the kind of confrontation that, once begun, could only end one way. Athena moved to her loom with the unhurried ease of someone who had never once doubted herself. Arachne moved to hers with the bright, burning focus of someone who had everything to prove. And then the threads began to move, and for a long while there was no sound in that place, except the steady rhythm of the work. Athena wove the gods in their full and radiant glory. She began with the Acropolis of Athens, the great rock rising above the plain. The gods assembled there as witnesses to the contest between herself and Poseidon. You could see him in the tapestry, enormous and salt dark, driving his trident into the stone, and the seawater rushing up through the crack he made. And then Athena, calm and deliberate, pressing her spear into the earth and drawing from it the first olive tree, its branches spreading with a kind of quiet insistence, its roots deepening even as you watched. The 12 Olympians sat in judgment around them, solemn and radiant, their faces turned toward the tree. The decision was already made. Wisdom had prevailed. The tapestry made this feel not like a boast, but like a simple truth, woven in silver and green and the particular deep blue of a cloudless Athenian sky. Around this central scene, Athena wove smaller images, cautionary images, placed at each of the 4 corners of the work like gentle warnings. In one corner, a man who had claimed to be the equal of the gods found himself transformed, diminished, reminded of the distance between mortal and divine. In another, a woman who had spoken recklessly of her own superiority stood frozen in the slow horror of consequences she had not imagined. Each of these figures was rendered with compassion, not cruelty. Their suffering was not presented as entertainment, but as instruction. The message in Athena's tapestry was not difficult to read. It said, "There are limits." It said, "The gods are patient until they are not." It said, "The most elegant thing a person can do with exceptional talent is carry it with some humility." Arachne's tapestry said something entirely different. Her hands worked faster than Athena's. This was apparent to anyone watching, and no one in the room pretended otherwise. The shuttle flew through her fingers with a speed and sureness that was almost painful to witness, the threads falling into place as though they had always been waiting for her to arrange them. Her colors were richer, her edges more precise, her compositions more intricate in their construction. If this had been a contest judged purely on craft, purely on the quality of what the fingers could do, Arachne would have won without any question at all. But what her fingers were building was not a celebration of the divine, it was an accusation. She wove Zeus, first. Zeus in his many disguises, moving through the mortal world like a tide that cared nothing for what it swept away. She wove the women he had deceived, the forms he had taken, the suffering that followed in his wake. She wove Poseidon and his own long record of careless damage, the mortal women whose lives had been altered by the attention of gods who never once asked permission. She wove scene after scene of divine power used without wisdom, without restraint, without the kind of consideration that Athena's own tapestry had quietly argued for. Every figure was rendered with a weaver's perfect, merciless precision. Every detail was accurate. Every thread was true. This was the paradox that the myth laid out so carefully, and it is worth sitting with for a moment in the quiet. Arachne's work was not wrong in the way a clumsy lie is wrong. It was flawless. The craft itself was beyond reproach. And the scenes she depicted, Zeus's deceptions, the grief of mortal women, the recklessness of gods, were not inventions. They were drawn from stories that the Greeks themselves told, stories that existed in the tradition alongside the stories of divine glory and justice. Arachne had not fabricated her accusations. She had simply chosen to weave them instead of weaving something safer. Her mistake was not dishonesty. Her mistake was defiance, the deliberate, eyes-open choice to use her extraordinary gift not to honor the world she lived in, but to indict it. Athena studied the finished work. She stood before Arachne's tapestry for what must have felt, to those watching, like a very long time. And what she felt in that moment is something the myth describes as rage, though the word hardly seems adequate for what it was. It was something colder and more total, the recognition that Arachne had understood exactly what she was doing, had been given every chance to step back from it, and had chosen not to. The disguised old woman, Athena herself, had offered her a path out, and Arachne had refused it with her whole self. This was not a mistake that had been made in ignorance. It was a statement. She moved through it with her hands, pulling the threads free, destroying the images one by one until nothing remained of the work but a tangle of brilliant, useless color on the floor. Then she struck Arachne, once, sharply, with the shuttle she held in her hand, and in that gesture was all of the accumulated weight of what had just occurred. Arachne, for her part, did not beg. She did not apologize or throw herself down in the way that might have saved her. She had been that way from the beginning, unbending, certain, unwilling to surrender the position she had staked out for herself. According to Ovid's account of this myth, she went and found a length of rope and hanged herself, unable or unwilling to live in a world where what had just happened was the answer to the best work she had ever done. And it was here that Athena's response became complicated in a way that the myth does not entirely explain. Or something moved in her that was close enough to pity that it amounted to the same thing. She would not allow Arachne to simply be gone from the world. Instead, she transformed her, changed her body, shortened her limbs, gave her 8 legs and the irresistible, endless compulsion to spin. Arachne became the first spider. The skill she had refused to put down was embedded in her new form, inseparable from what she now was, carried forward into a life that would go on in the dark corners of the world. What the myth was trying to say with all of this is not a simple thing. It was not only about pride, though pride was certainly there. It was about the particular danger of being genuinely excellent and letting that excellence convince you that you owe nothing to the world around you. That talent, by itself, is its own justification. Arachne's weaving was real. Her grievances, woven into the threads, were not without foundation. And still the myth sent her to the corner of the ceiling with 8 legs and a body the size of a coin, spinning webs that no one would ever mistake for art. The ancient world was not always comfortable with the idea that being right was enough. Sometimes it asked instead, what did you do with what you knew, and did you do it wisely? And so Arachne lived her entire remaining life engaged in the only thing she had ever truly loved, spinning and weaving in the corners of the world where no one could see her face. Of all the heroes who ever called upon Athena, Perseus came to her with one of the most impossible requests she had ever heard. He was not a god, not even close. He was the mortal son of Zeus and a woman named Danae, born into a world that had already decided his fate before he could walk. A king named Polydectes, who ruled the island of Seriphos and who wanted Danae for himself, had set Perseus a task that was really not a task at all. It was a sentence. He told Perseus to bring him the head of Medusa, one of the 3 Gorgons, creatures so terrible that a single glance from them turned living flesh to cold, permanent stone. Polydectes expected never to see Perseus again. Most people who heard the name Medusa did not go looking for her. They simply made sure to look the other way. Medusa had not always been what she became. According to some of the oldest versions of the story, she had once been a woman of extraordinary beauty, a mortal who served in the temple of Athena. What happened next depends on which telling you follow, but what most accounts agree on is this. Something occurred in that sacred space that should not have, and Medusa was transformed, her beauty becoming something monstrous, her face framed by living snakes in place of hair, her eyes carrying within them that terrible, irreversible power. She retreated to the far edges of the world, to a dim and rocky place at the edge of the known earth, near the land where the sun barely reached and the air was still and cold. Her 2 sisters, Stheno and Euryale, lived with her there. They were immortal. Medu, Sa, alone among the 3, was not. Perseus knew none of this would matter if he could not find a way to look at her without meeting her eyes. He was young and willing, but willingness alone would not carry him through a cave full of stone figures that had once been living men. This was where Athena came to him, quietly, as she often did, without announcement or spectacle, appearing to him the way a clear thought arrives in the middle of confusion. She brought with her a shield, or in some tellings offered him the use of her own, polished to a brightness that showed everything around him as perfectly as still water. The surface was smooth enough that he could see the world behind him, the world beside him, the world reflected back in every direction, everything except the danger of direct sight. This was her gift to him, not a weapon, not brute strength, but a way of seeing that was indirect, careful, and therefore safe. It was, in its way, a very Athenian solution to an impossible problem. You do not always have to look at a terrible thing head-on to understand it well enough to act. Hermes also came to Perseus, and together the 2 gods helped gather what he needed for the journey. Winged sandals, a satchel to carry the head once it was severed, and a cap that made him invisible when he wore it. Some accounts name the Graeae, 3 ancient sisters who shared a single eye between them, as the ones who revealed the path to Medusa's lair, though the details of how Perseus learned the way vary depending on the source. What all the versions share is the sense of careful preparation, of a young man moving through a series of challenges, not with recklessness, but with the guidance of a goddess who valued thought above all else. When Perseus finally reached the place where Medusa slept, the air around him was very still. The other Gorgons were there too, their breathing slow, their bodies at rest. He moved with the lightness the winged sandals gave him, and held the polished shield up and angled so that he could see Medusa's reflection clearly, without ever letting his eyes touch hers. In the mirror of the shield, her face was terrible and enormous and ringed with the slow movement of snakes. But it could not harm him this way. It was like watching a storm from behind glass. He knew where she was, he knew the angle, and with one swift, precise motion, he brought his blade across her neck. What emerged from Medusa at the moment of her death was not what anyone had expected. According to the old stories, 2 beings sprang from her blood, the winged horse Chrysaor and the flying horse Pegasus, both said to be children of Poseidon. They rose up and away into the sky, and Perseus did not linger to watch them go. He placed Medusa's severed head into the satchel without looking at it directly, and ran, because Stheno and Euryale had woken, and the sound of their grief and rage filled the air around him like a storm. The cap kept him hidden, and the winged sandals carried him up and away before they could find him. Athena was waiting when Perseus returned. He gave her the head, or according to some accounts she took it from him after he had used it for the purposes that still lay ahead of him. There were more tasks, more creatures. A woman named Andromeda chained to a rock above the sea, before his story was finished. But what matters for Athena's story is what she did with it afterward. She placed Medusa's face on her aegis, that great protective breastplate that Zeus had given her, and that she wore into battle over her robes. The face of the Gorgon became the Gorgonian, not hidden, not put away, but displayed at the center of her armor where every enemy who faced her would see it first. There was a particular kind of meaning in that choice. Athena had not been the one to kill Medusa. She had been the one to make the killing possible by giving Perseus the tools to think around the problem rather than through it. And what she kept from that encounter was not a souvenir of someone else's victory. It was something more purposeful than that. The same face that had frozen men where they stood, that had turned living things into stone monuments of their own last terror, now sat on the armor of the goddess of wisdom and served her. What had once been only destructive became, in her hands, protective. That was the kind of transformation Athena understood, taking something dangerous and finding within it a use, a purpose, a shape that served the living rather than ending them. Earlier in her story, when we spent time with the aegis and its imagery, the Gorgon's face sat there on the breastplate like a question waiting for its answer. This is the answer. Perseus brought it down from the edge of the world, and Athena made it hers, and the shield that had once only shone with reflected light now carried within it something that could stop an enemy cold, not with wisdom, not with argument, but with the oldest, most wordless kind of warning there is. And from that day forward, the face of the Gorgon looked out from Athena's own shield, not as a wound, but as a trophy, a warning, and a kind of dark protection that followed the goddess into every battle she ever fought. Among all the heroes that Athena chose to watch over, it was Odysseus. Clever, stubborn, quick-thinking Odysseus, who felt most like a kindred spirit. Most of the heroes she had guided over the years were men of great physical strength, men who needed courage more than cleverness, who required a steadying hand in the middle of a battle. Odysseus was different. He was not the strongest man who had ever sailed a ship, nor the most fearsome in open combat. Though he held his own well enough when the situation demanded it, what set him apart was the mind behind those tired, sea-worn eyes, a mind that turned over problems the way a craftsman turns over a piece of wood, examining every grain and weakness before deciding where to cut. It was this quality, more than anything else, that drew Athena to him. She recognized in Odysseus something of herself, the preference for patience over force, the understanding that a well-placed word could accomplish what a sword never could, the willingness to take a long way around if the long way was the smarter path. According to the old stories, Athena had always been fond of Odysseus. Even before the war at Troy was finished, even before the decade-long journey home had begun, she had watched him during the war with something that resembled quiet pride, the way he negotiated, the way he read a room, the way he could put on a mask of humility and take it off again the moment it was no longer useful. When the war ended and the Greek ships turned toward home, Athena stayed close to his story. She could not always intervene directly. The god Poseidon held his own grudge against Odysseus. Navigating the politics of Olympus required a certain delicacy, but she found her ways. She sent him help through other people, through well-timed encounters and soft nudges in the right direction, working at the edge of his journey, the way water works at stone. One of the things the Odyssey makes plain, in the calm and generous way that Homer tells it, is that Athena rarely appeared to Odysseus as herself. She came in disguise, as a shepherd he passed on the road, as a young girl carrying a water jug. as a trusted old family friend by the name of Mentor, steady and reassuring. She was a goddess who understood the value of concealment, who knew that sometimes the most useful version of help is the kind that looks like luck. When Odysseus finally returned to Ithaca after 20 years away, 10 years of war and 10 more of wandering, Athena was there on the shore to meet him. Even then she did not immediately reveal herself. She let him feel his way back into the truth of things slowly, watching with something like affection as he began to piece together where he was. Then, in her own time, she told him. And the conversation they had on that rocky Ithacian shore, in the old telling, reads less like a goddess addressing a mortal, and more like two old companions catching up after a long separation, each one recognizing in the other a familiar sharpness of thought. She had been watching over his son Telemachus during those long years as well. Telemachus had grown up without a father in the house, surrounded by men who were eating through his inheritance and treating his home as though it already belonged to them. He was not quite a boy anymore, but not yet fully a man, uncertain of his own authority and unsure how to claim it. Athena came to him in the form of Mentor and encouraged him gently but firmly, told him to go out into the world and ask after his father, to act like the son of the man Odysseus was. There is something quietly moving about this. The way she transferred some of her care for Odysseus into care for the son he had never really known, as though she was tending a garden in his absence, keeping something alive that might otherwise have withered. The old stories tell us that Athena did not abandon her vigil during those long years of Odysseus's wandering. She was aware of each trial he faced, each island where his men perished. She could not protect him from every danger. The limitations placed on divine intervention were real, and Poseidon's enmity was a force unto itself. But she moved through his journey like a thread through cloth. She sent him what aid she could, and when she could not send it directly, she ensured the possibility of aid remained open. The goddess understood that sometimes the greatest gift to offer a mortal is not salvation from difficulty, but the preservation of hope itself. In this way, she kept both Odysseus and Telemachus within the sphere of her attention, tending to them across the distance of years and the restless sea. When Odysseus finally moved to reclaim his home, Athena worked alongside him in a way that felt more personal than her other divine interventions. She disguised him as an old beggar so that he could move through his own halls without being recognized. Watching and waiting, gathering his understanding of the situation before acting, she adjusted his appearance when the moment called for it, made him seem taller and more himself at the right times, stood quietly at his side through the long night before the confrontation with the suitors. There is an intimacy to these scenes that is different from her relationships with other heroes. With Perseus, she was a benefactor offering tools. With Heracles, she was a guide from a distance. With Odysseus, she was something closer to a partner, present, in the details, invested in the outcome, there in the room. The ancient storytellers who shaped and reshaped the Odyssey over generations seemed to understand that what made this particular bond so compelling was not the power Athena brought to it, but the equality of mind it implied. Odysseus was the only mortal she spoke to plainly, the only one she addressed with something like frankness, the only one she seemed genuinely to enjoy. In one passage, she tells him directly that the reason she helps him is because they are alike, both lovers of craft and cunning, both willing to bend what is expected in service of what is necessary. For a goddess who had been born with the full weight of divine wisdom already inside her, that was not a small thing to say about a man made of ordinary flesh and long experience. He found his way home because he was careful. This was because he was patient, because he was never quite willing to give up on the idea that the road, however long, would eventually end somewhere familiar. Athena watched all of this and recognized it. She recognized the long discipline of it, the quiet endurance required to keep moving when the sea keeps turning you back. It was not a heroism that looked impressive from the outside. It was the kind that accumulates slowly, day after day, in small decisions made with a clear head. That was exactly the kind she had always valued most. In Odysseus, Athena found the rare mortal who used his mind the way she used hers, not to dominate, but to endure. The war at Troy began, in one sense, because three goddesses could not agree on who was most beautiful. And from the moment Paris made his choice, Athena took sides and never wavered. The story goes back to a wedding on Mount Pelion, where the gods had gathered to celebrate the marriage of the sea nymph Thetis and the mortal Peleus. Among the gods present, there was one conspicuous absence. Eris, the goddess of discord, had not been invited, and she arrived uninvited to make her displeasure felt in the way she knew best. She threw a golden apple into the middle of the celebration. Inscribed on it were three simple words: for the fairest. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite each believed the apple was meant for her, and none of them was willing to surrender the claim. Zeus, who was wise enough to know that judging between three goddesses was a task no one should volunteer for, appointed a mortal to make the decision in his place. That mortal was Paris, a prince of Troy, who had been living quietly as a shepherd on the slopes of Mount Ida. Each goddess came to him with a gift. Hera offered power, kingdoms, dominion, the authority of a great ruler. Athena offered something she valued above all else: wisdom and skill in battle, the kind of mind that wins wars rather than merely surviving them. Aphrodite offered him the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris chose Aphrodite, and with that choice, he sealed the fate of his city. Helen, already married to the Spartan king Menelaus, was brought to Troy. The Greek world rose in response. And Athena, who had offered Paris the one gift she considered genuinely worth having, turned her attention toward Troy with a patience that would last 10 years. What made this rejection cut so deeply was not simply that Paris had chosen another goddess over her. It was what his choice represented: a fundamental dismissal of the value Athena placed above all else. She did not offer beauty or power for its own sake. She offered the tools to build something lasting, to think clearly in the face of chaos, to understand the world in a way that transcended mere appearance or momentary desire. For a goddess whose entire existence was built around the elevation of wisdom and strategic excellence, to be passed over in favor of romantic attraction felt like a rejection of everything she stood for. The insult was personal in a way that made her commitment to the Greeks absolute. This was not simply one conflict among many. This was a war that had to be won, not merely fought, because the alternative, to accept that Paris and Troy could commit such an affront without consequence, was unacceptable to the very essence of who Athena was. From the beginning of the war, Athena worked closely alongside the Greek forces, not as a distant patron, but as an active and deeply involved presence. She moved through the battlefield at Ilion in ways that the heroes who received her guidance could feel but rarely fully see. She appeared sometimes in the form of trusted companions, sometimes as a voice arriving at exactly the right moment, sometimes as a settling of the mind in the middle of chaos. When Achilles, grief-stricken and furious after the death of Patroclus, burned to throw himself at Hector in a rage that might have undone him, it was Athena who steadied him, who helped him channel that fire into something purposeful rather than something merely destructive. She helped him prepare his heart for what he needed to do without sing himself entirely in the doing of it. Her involvement with Diomedes was perhaps the most vivid expression of what Athena's favor actually looked like in practice. Diomedes was a capable warrior before Athena turned her full attention to him. Afterward, he became something extraordinary. She lifted a kind of veil from his eyes, allowing him to perceive the gods themselves moving on the battlefield. to see through the divine disguises that most mortals could never pierce. In that extraordinary state, guided by the goddess of strategic warfare, Diomedes wounded Ares and wounded Aphrodite in the same day. These were not minor gods. These were two of the most powerful figures in the Greek pantheon, and a mortal man reached them only because Athena was beside him, because her presence turned his strength into something that exceeded ordinary human limits. It was one of the clearest demonstrations in all of the Iliad of just how different Athena's warfare was from Ares's. She did not simply unleash chaos, she directed force with precision towards specific ends for specific reasons. As the war stretched on and Troy held its walls and the Greeks found themselves unable to breach them by force alone, the strategy that finally ended everything came not from a battering ram or a longer siege, but from a wooden horse. The account of the Trojan horse credits Odysseus with the idea, and that is consistent with everything we know about the relationship between Athena and her most resourceful mortal companion. Athena's influence on the plan, her love of craft, her understanding that deception applied with intelligence could accomplish what brute strength could not, runs through it like a thread. The horse was built, hollow, enormous, and convincing enough to make the Trojans believe the Greeks had given up and sailed away. A select group of soldiers concealed themselves inside. Troy, believing the war was over, drew the horse through its own gates. That night, the city that had held for 10 years fell. The end of the war, however, did not bring Athena's involvement to a close. What followed was more complicated, and for those who had fought under her protection, more dangerous than they might have expected. During the fall of Troy, certain Greek soldiers committed acts that deeply offended the goddess. Chief among these was the assault on Cassandra in Athena's own temple, a violation of sacred space that could not be overlooked. Ajax the Lesser was the man responsible for this particular transgression, and he was not alone in the broader pattern of Greeks who, in the heat of victory, forgot what debts they owed to the divine forces that had guided them safely through 10 years of war. The temple violation was not merely a crime against a priestess or an act of personal violence. It was a desecration of holy ground, a repudiation of the sanctuary that Athena herself had ordained and protected. In the ancient understanding of such things, crimes committed within a temple carried a weight that ordinary violations could not match. They were affronts directed not at an individual, but at the divine order itself, at the fundamental boundaries that separated the sacred from the profane. Athena appealed to Poseidon and Zeus for justice, and the gods answered. The return journey home, which should have been a time of relief, of open water and steady winds, became for many Greek ships something far grimmer. Storms rose. Ships were dashed apart. Men who had survived the entire span of the Trojan War drowned within sight of home or were driven far off course into years of wandering. The consequences were not uniform, and that is worth noting. Athena's loyalty was fierce, but it was not indiscriminate. Those who had served honorably, who had respected what was sacred, found the goddess's protection extended to the journey as well as the battle. The Greeks who honored her on their way home found fair winds and open water. The ones who didn't discovered that even victory could be a very long way from safe. There came a time in the old stories when even the gods were not enough. The Olympians had only recently settled into their authority over the world. Zeus on his throne, the others arrayed around him, the Titans long since cast down into Tartarus, when the earth itself began to tremble with a new and different kind of fury. From deep within the ground, from the ancient body of the earth goddess Gaia, there arose the giants. They were not creatures of chaos in the disorganized sense, wandering and purposeless. They were purposeful. They were enormous, earthborn beings, armored in the scales of serpents, their legs sometimes described as coiling like the roots of old trees rather than ending in human feet. They rose with the specific intention of overturning the order that the Olympians had built, reclaiming what Gaia believed had been taken from her when her own children, the Titans, were imprisoned. In the old sources, this war is called the Gigantomachy, the Battle of the Giants, and it is remembered as one of the most violent and consequential struggles in all of Greek myth. What made the giants so formidable was not simply their size, though the ancient accounts described them as staggering in scale, capable of hurling whole mountains as easily as a man might throw a stone. It was their origin that gave them their particular power. Because they were born from the earth itself, they drew strength from it in a way that could not easily be exhausted. The gods could wound them, slow them, drive them back, but as long as a giant remained on the ground of his birth, death could not fully take hold. The Olympians discovered this in the early exchanges of the battle, and it troubled them. A prophecy had made the situation still more complicated. According to the old telling, the gods had been told that no giant could be killed by divine hands alone. A mortal would have to deal the final blow in each case, the last touch of human mortality being the thing that could extinguish what immortal power could not. And so the gods turned to Heracles, the greatest mortal fighter the world had yet produced, and brought him into the war alongside them. It was an unusual arrangement, a man standing shoulder to shoulder with the Olympians against something as vast and terrible as the giants, but the prophecy left no room for pride. This was the kind of war that required everything. Athena was there from the beginning, and she was not present merely as an advisor. She fought. She moved through the battle with the same clarity of purpose that defined everything she did. Not reckless, not bloodthirsty, but utterly resolute. Where Ares might have thrown himself into the violence for the pleasure of it, Athena fought because the order she valued was genuinely at stake, and she understood the battle well enough to know where she was most needed. One of the giants she faced was Enceladus, a figure of enormous power, one of the most formidable among the earthborn. According to the tradition, Athena did not simply defeat him in combat and leave him fallen on the field. She pursued him as he fled, and when she caught him, she buried him beneath the island of Sicily, pressing the whole weight of that landmass down over his body. The ancient Greeks believed that the trembling of the earth around Sicily, the volcanic heat that rose from beneath it, was the restless movement of Enceladus, still alive beneath the stone, still struggling against the weight of what Athena had placed upon him. The island itself became his prison, and the prison bore her strength. She also killed a giant named Pallas in the course of the battle. Pallas was not a minor figure. Some accounts suggest he was among the most dangerous of the giants she faced, and the fight between them was a genuine one. After she killed him, according to certain versions of the story, she used his skin as additional armor, fashioning it into something that added to her own protection. It is a grim detail, but not an unusual one for the world the Greeks inhabited, where the trophies of victory carried a specific and literal weight. The scope of the battle, as the old accounts describe it, was something the earth itself felt. Mountains were uprooted and used as weapons. The giants piled Pelion on top of Ossa in some versions, trying to reach the heavens. The sky shook. The sea churned in ways that had nothing to do with Poseidon's mood. Across the whole breadth of what the Greeks understood as the cosmos, something enormous was being decided, and every god who could fight was fighting. Heracles moved through the battle at Athena's side, or close to it, delivering the mortal blows that the prophecy required. Each giant that the gods had weakened or wounded, he finished. The combination proved sufficient: divine power to bring them low, human mortality to seal the end. One by one, the giants fell. Some were buried, some were pinned, some were driven at last into the earth that had made them and could not raise them up again. Gaia's fury was not entirely spent. She would find other ways, other children, other means of pressing against the order Zeus had made. But this particular war this rising came to an end. When the last of the giants fell and the world steadied itself again, Athena sheathed her spear, and the order she had helped create returned, bruised but unbroken, to the light. For the people of Athens, Athena was not simply a figure in a story. She was the living heart of their city, honored with festivals and rituals that filled the streets every year. She was not a goddess kept at a comfortable distance, addressed only in moments of crisis or awe. She was woven into the daily life of the city the way the olive trees were woven into its hillsides, present, familiar, quietly essential. Potters asked for her steadiness before they set their hands to the clay. Weavers murmured her name in the early morning before the light was fully in the room. Sailors leaving the harbour would glance up toward the Acropolis, toward the great bronze statue of Athena Promachos that stood high enough to catch the sun, and feel something settle inside them, a kind of quiet confide, yunts that the city was watched over, and that they, by extension, were too. The grandest expression of that devotion came every 4 years, in the festival known as the Great Panathenaea. It was one of the largest celebrations in the ancient world, and the entire city gave itself over to it completely. There were athletic competitions, foot races, wrestling, the throwing of the javelin and the discus, not for the glory of individual athletes alone, but as offerings, in their way, to the goddess herself. There were musical contests, rhapsodes reciting Homer's verses in long unbroken chains, the words of the Iliad and the Odyssey filling the air of the city that Athena had claimed as her own. Victory in these contests was considered a form of honor paid to her, the belief being that excellence in any of its forms was something she recognized and valued. Winners received large amphorae filled with olive oil pressed from the sacred trees of Attica, trees that traced their lineage, in the minds of the Athenians, back to the very first olive Athena had planted on the rock of the Acropolis, when the city was still deciding what it wanted to be. But the heart of the Panathenaea was neither the racing nor the singing. It was the procession. In the grey hours before dawn on the final day of the festival, the city began to move. Citizens, metics, freed people, priests, young men carrying olive branches, all of them made their way through the streets and up toward the Acropolis in a long, slow river of lamplight and incense smoke. At the center of the procession, carried with great care, was the peplos. This was a robe woven specifically for the goddess, worked in saffron and violet, embroidered with scenes from the Gigantomachy, the great battle in which Athena had fought alongside the gods to preserve the order of the world. It had been in preparation for months. The women and girls who wove it understood that they were not simply making a garment. They were telling her story back to her, thread by thread, as an act of gratitude and remembrance. Among those who served Athena most closely were the Araphoroi, 4 young girls, usually between 7 and 11 years old, chosen from the families of Athens to live for a time on the Acropolis itself. They helped to begin the weaving of the sacred peplos. They participated in certain rites whose full meaning even ancient writers described with a kind of deliberate vagueness, as though some things that happened on that hill in the darkness were meant to remain there. What is known is that these girls were considered to be in a close and particular relationship with the goddess, not servants exactly, but something more like wards, held gently within her attention for the span of their service. When their time was done, and they returned to their families, they carried something with them that could not quite be named. The priests and priestesses who managed the formal cult of Athena were responsible for the care of her temples, the management of her sacred animals, and the proper conduct of the rites that marked the turning of the year. The priestess of Athena, Polias, Athena of the city, held one of the most prestigious religious positions in all of Athens. She kept the ancient olive wood image of the goddess, the one that ancient tradition said had fallen from the sky long before the Parthenon was ever built, and she oversaw the rituals that had been observed without interruption for longer than anyone could reliably remember. Prayers to Athena were not, in the surviving fragments, elaborate or theatrical. They tended to be direct and earnest. Requests for clear thinking, for success in craft or in the assembly, for protection of the city's walls. People spoke to her the way you might speak to someone you trusted implicitly, without much ceremony, because the relationship had been established for so long that formality had long since become unnecessary. What is perhaps most striking, looking back at all of it, is how ungrand much of it was. Alongside the great festival processions and the monumental statuary, Athena was also present in the small, everyday moments, in the workshop, at the loom, in the quiet prayer spoken before a difficult decision. She was a goddess of enormous power who somehow remained approachable, a protector of the highest ideals who also looked after the most ordinary of human tasks. The Athenians did not love her only because she was mighty. They loved her because she seemed in some way they found deeply reassuring, to understand them, their ambitions, their fragility, their desire to make something beautiful and lasting out of the brief time they had. All of this, the processions, the prayers, the carefully woke robe carried up the hill in the early morning light, was the city's way of saying thank you to the goddess who had chosen them. Not every story about Athena is a comfortable one, and there is one in particular that the ancient writers handled carefully, as though they were aware it needed to be told, but uncertain how. It begins simply enough. Athena had gone to the forge of Hephaestus, the god of the smithing fire, to request that he make weapons for her. This was not unusual. Hephaestus was the craftsman of the gods, the maker of divine armor and tools, and Athena had always respected the work of skilled hands. She arrived at his forge the way she arrived at most places, purposeful, unhurried, entirely herself. The forge was hot and loud, filled with the deep ringing of metal on metal, and Hephaestus worked within it the way he always did, bent over his craft with the focused intensity that was, in its own way, not so different from Athena's own. What happened next is where the story becomes difficult to hold. Hephaestus, overtaken by a sudden and overwhelming desire, attempted to force himself upon her. According to the ancient accounts, Athena pulled away from him with the full force of her will, escaping his grasp before he could do her harm. She was a goddess who had always guarded her own wholeness with absolute resolve, and she did so now. But in the struggle, his seed fell not upon her, but upon the earth, upon the ground of Attica itself, the soil of the land that would one day be Athens. From that earth, a child was born. The ancient sources call him Erichthonius, a name that some scholars have linked to the Greek words for earth and strife, though the exact meaning has been debated for a very long time. What matters most in the myth is what he was. A child who was both human and serpent, his lower body formed like a snake's, his upper body a boy's. He was a creature of two natures, born from an act of violence that had been interrupted, nurtured instead by the patient earth that received what fell. Athena, though she had no part in his conception, chose to take responsibility for this child. It is one of the stranger and more quietly moving decisions she makes in all the mythology surrounding her. A virgin goddess, a deity who had spent her entire existence in deliberate distance from the entanglements of desire and family, choosing to become the protector of a child born from circumstances she had actively resisted. The ancient writers do not always explain this choice, but it seems to say something about who Athena was at her core: practical, compassionate in her own measured way, and unwilling to let an innocent bear the weight of something he had not chosen. She gathered the infant Erichthonius and placed him into a basket, sealing it carefully. Then she entrusted the basket to the daughters of Cecrops, Herse, Aglaurus, and Pandrosus, who were the daughters of the first king of Athens. a man who was himself said to be half serpent, which perhaps made him the right guardian for a child of similar nature. Athena gave the daughters a single instruction, clearly spoken and clearly meant: do not open the basket. It is the oldest kind of prohibition in myth, the thing you are told not to do, which becomes the only thing you can think about. The daughters of Cecrops carried the basket to the Acropolis and set it in the care of their keeping, and for a time they honored the instruction. But the basket sat with them through the long, quiet hours, closed and mysterious, and the not knowing grew heavier than the basket itself. According to most versions of the story, it was Aglaurus and Herse who could not hold out. They opened the basket together, and what they saw inside drove them to madness, whether from the shock of the child's serpentine form or from the force of divine prohibition violated. The ancient sources differ slightly on this. Some accounts say that Athena sent a crow to tell her what had happened, and the crow brought her the news while she was carrying a great rock to place around the Acropolis as a fortification. The story holds that in her rage she dropped the rock, and it became the hill known as Lycabettus. The daughters, according to most tellings, threw themselves from the cliffs of the Acropolis. Pandrosus, who had kept the instruction and not looked, was spared. She was later honored with her own small sanctuary on the Acropolis, a quiet and lasting acknowledgement that obedience, in that story, had meant survival. Erichthonius was taken then fully into Athena's care. She raised him within the sacred spaces of her city, and in time he grew into a man, or as much of a man as his nature allowed, and eventually took his place as one of the early kings of Athens. He was said to have instituted the Panathenaic festival in honor of Athena herself, which gives the story a particular circularity. The child born of violation and earth, raised by the goddess who had been wronged in the moment of his accidental creation, grows up to become the one who establishes the greatest celebration in her name. He is credited in some traditions with inventing the four-horse chariot, and his image was sometimes placed among the stars as the constellation Auriga, the charioteer. The serpent that appeared alongside Athena in so much of her iconography, coiled at her feet, wound around her aegis, present in the great statue inside the Parthenon, carried this story quietly within it. Not every account connected the serpent to Erichthonius directly, and the imagery had other meanings as well, but one layer of it, for those who knew the myth, pointed back to the child she had chosen to protect when no one else was there to do it. Erichthonius grew to become one of Athens' great early kings, and the serpent that sometimes appeared in Athena's imagery was, in some tellings, a quiet memory of the strange and unsettling way he had come into the world. When the Romans absorbed the Greek gods into their own religion, Athena became Minerva. The name changed, the domain stayed nearly the same, though the Roman version carried a slightly different weight in the world. Minerva was still the goddess of wisdom, still the patron of crafts and skilled work, still the one you called upon when you needed a clear head rather than a strong arm. But where Athena felt like a presence that could descend upon a battlefield with cold, purposeful fire, Minerva settled into Roman life with something quieter about her. She became the goddess of doctors and teachers and poets as much as warriors, a deity who presided over the workshops of ordinary people as naturally as she presided over the deliberations of generals. The Romans placed her alongside Jupiter and Juno in their great Capitoline triad, though in a version of the triad that honored different divine combinations depending on the region and the century. She had her own festival in March, the Quincatria, when craftspeople and students would pause their work to offer small prayers and tokens of gratitude to the goddess who watched over their hands and their minds alike. What is striking, when you follow Athena from her Greek origins into the long centuries that came after, is how much of her essential nature survived the translation. The owl travelled with her. The association with olive trees faded somewhat in Roman culture, where olives were simply an agricultural fact of life rather than a divine gift. But the owl remained, perched in the margins of manuscripts, carved above doorways of schools, pressed onto coins. Philosophers took to her image the way scholars take to a quiet corner of a library, gratefully and without much fanfare. In the circles that gathered around Plato's academy, wisdom was the highest form of divine gift a person could pursue, and Athena, the goddess born already knowing, already complete, was a natural emblem for that pursuit. The Stoics, who believed that reason was the organizing principle of the universe itself, found in her a figure that made their arguments feel ancient and sacred rather than merely theoretical. She gave philosophical ideas a face, and that face was calm and helmed and steady. There was something the ancient philosophers understood about her that later centuries kept discovering on their own, that she was not simply wise in the way a scholar is wise, full of accumulated knowledge and careful citation. Her wisdom was structural. It was the kind of thinking that holds a thing together from the inside, that sees what a situation requires before the situation has fully arrived. That was why she appeared so often alongside heroes at the exact moment when a wrong decision would have been fatal. And it was why, when thinkers began to build systems of philosophy and ethics, her image rose naturally to the surface. She was what thinking looked like when thinking was doing its best work. When the Renaissance arrived, and artists across Italy and Northern Europe began reaching back into classical antiquity for images to fill their new world with, Athena was among the first they found. She appeared in paintings and frescoes and tapestries, sometimes serene and allegorical, a figure of pure reason standing apart from chaos, sometimes active and armored, guiding a hero or presiding over a scene of human craft. Botticelli painted her. Raphael placed her in the company of philosophers. She became the figure that Renaissance thinkers reached for when they wanted to say something about the life of the mind, about the dignity of human intelligence, about the idea that beauty and reason were not opposites but companions. And because the Renaissance poured itself into the foundations of Western universities and academies and libraries, she poured in with it. You can still find her on buildings today if you know where to look. She stands above the entrance of courthouses, carved in stone, holding her spear and her scales. She appears on the seals of universities that were founded centuries ago by scholars who believed that the pursuit of knowledge was a sacred undertaking, not merely a practical one. The image of the owl, her oldest companion, became so thoroughly associated with learning and intelligence that most people who encounter it now have no idea they are looking at something that began on the Acropolis in ancient Athens, perched beside a goddess who had just split open the sky with her arrival. The owl is on book plates and library seals and the crests of colleges. It sits atop graduation caps in illustration and cartoon. It means wisdom, quietly and persistently, across cultures and centuries that have long since forgotten why. What Athena's long afterlife suggests, if you sit with it quietly, is that certain ideas are too useful to be allowed to disappear. The idea that reason is a form of strength, that the mind is worth equipping as carefully as the body, that the most durable victories are the ones won through clarity rather than force. These ideas found a goddess to wear them in ancient Greece, and they never quite agreed to let her go. Every library built to look like a temple is, in some faint and probably unconscious way, a Parthenon. Every institution that places an owl on its seal is continuing a conversation that started in a place and time almost entirely lost to us now. The owl still sits on the seal of more universities than you can easily count, and somewhere in that quiet image is the very old-eyed ear, that wisdom, if you tend to it carefully, never really goes away. There is something worth understanding about the nature of complete arrival, about stepping into the world not as a promise, but as a fulfillment, not as something waiting to become itself, but as something that is already, irreducibly, what it is meant to be. The ancient texts that chronicle her appearance describe not a moment of shock or rupture, but rather an alignment, as though the universe itself simply arranged itself around her presence, recognizing what had always been true. She did not carry with her the stumbling quality of becoming. She carried instead the unshakable certainty of being. This distinction matters in ways both quiet and profound. Most creatures spend their entire existence in the act of becoming, growing, changing, learning to inhabit their own nature through repetition and experience. But Athena arrived at her own truth immediately, as though she had always been there, as though she was simply making visible what had been invisible. This is not to say that such arrival is ordinary, or that it can be replicated or expected, but it is to say that it is possible, that the human experience, for all its stumbling uncertainty, contains within it this same capacity, the ability to recognize something true about ourselves that was there all along, waiting for us to stop long enough to see it. Your breath is slow now. The room around you is quiet. The weight of the day has moved to the edges of you. What is left at the center is something much closer to rest. She spent her long life in service to the things she believed in. Wisdom, craft, the kind of courage that asks you to think before you act. The kind of war that is waged with patience rather than fury. And she did it without losing any part of herself in the doing. That is perhaps the most remarkable thing about her. More remarkable even than the armor or the owl, or the great gold and ivory statue that once rose 40 feet above the marble floor of her temple, and seemed to breathe in the shifting light of oil lamps that the priests kept burning through the night. She was not softened by all those years of watching over heroes and cities and the slow, difficult progress of human beings trying to live well in a world that did not always make it easy. She remained patient. She remained Jean, roused with the particular kind of help that actually lasts. Not the help that solves the problem for you, but the help that places a mirrored shield in your hands and trusts you to figure out how to use it. Outside, wherever you are, the night has deepened into the kind of quiet that comes only in the small hours, when the world has finally stopped asking anything of you. Your eyes are heavy, and that is exactly right. Let them be heavy. Let the darkness behind them grow soft and warm and wide. In the old stories, the owl that flew alongside Athena was said to see perfectly well in the dark, to find its way by the faintest available light, to move through the night not with any particular urgency, but with a calm, unhurried certainty about where it was going. You can rest now. The night ho. LAS nothing you need to be afraid of. Somewhere above all of it, in the old stories at least, Athena is still watching. Patient, clear-eyed, completely unafraid of the dark. Hello there, welcome to our podcast. Long before she was a queen, she was simply a girl who loved flowers. The ancient Greeks knew her first by another name, Kore, which meant nothing more complicated than the maiden, the girl, the young one. It was a simple name for a simple kind of happiness, the happiness of a child who has not yet learned that the world holds anything other than warmth and open sky. She was the daughter of Demeter, goddess of the grain and the harvest, and of Zeus, the ruler of the gods, and by birthright alone she carried something immense inside her. Yet the early stories describe her not in terms of power or prophecy, but in terms of light. She was a figure of meadows and morning, of dew still settled on petals before the sun had risen high enough to drink it away. She grew up beside her mother on the surface of the earth, in a world that bloomed steadily and abundantly around them both, and for a long time her days were made entirely of that abundance. Demeter was a goddess who understood the earth the way some mothers understand their children, instinctively, with a knowledge that ran deeper than thought, and she raised her daughter in that same intimacy with living things. Persephone learned early to read the way soil darkened after rain, to tell a living root from a dead one by touch alone, to feel the difference between a field ready to give and one that needed more time. She and her mother moved through the world together in those early years, and the earth they moved through responded to them in kind. Whatever Demeter's hand rested on grew taller and sweeter. Whatever Persephone's feet pressed into held something of that warmth long after she had walked on. In those early years of education and discovery, Persephone absorbed lessons that went far beyond the simple mechanics of growth and seasons. Her mother taught her the languages of the earth, not in words, but in direct knowledge passed from one generation to the next, as old as the bond between mother and child. She learned which plants would heal and which would harm, how to read the sky for signs of coming rain, how to understand the underground world of roots and seeds that dwelt in darkness while their flowers reached toward light. Demeter showed her the intricate networks that sustained all growing things, the web of relationship that connected bee to flower, flower to soil, soil to sun. There was a reverence in these teachings, a sense that the earth itself was a kind of temple and that tending to it was a sacred trust. Persephone's hands became skilled in ways that suggested something more than human training. She could coax reluctant blooms into opening, could soothe a withering plant back to vitality with almost no visible effort. The other goddesses who glimpsed her at work spoke of her gift as something rare, a natural affinity that could not be taught but only inherited from a mother who embodied the earth's own generosity. In Persephone's presence, gardens seemed to understand themselves better. There was an ease to her movements that suggested she knew secrets that the rest of the world was still struggling to learn. The company she kept reflected the world she lived in. Nymphs gathered around her the way birds gather around still water, drawn there by something they couldn't quite name. The Homeric hymn to Demeter describes her playing with the daughters of Oceanus, those calm and ancient water nymphs, in the meadows that belonged to no one and everyone, wide open spaces where the grasses ran long and the flowers grew in such numbers that they seemed to compete with one another for the light. Persephone moved among them easily and joyfully. She was beloved by them, not in the way that powerful figures are beloved, with a kind of cautious admiration from a respectful distance, but in the way that genuinely warm-hearted people are loved, with the uncomplicated affection of those who simply enjoy being near her. She gathered flowers with her hands, and she gave them away as readily as she gathered them, and the nymphs who played beside her in those wide meadows felt that her company made the afternoon longer and more golden than it would have been otherwise. Beyond the nymphs, the mortal world also felt the effects of Persephone's presence, though she moved through it softly and without announcement. Where her mother went, the grain came up strong and straight, and where Persephone wandered alongside her, people said the wildflowers were particularly vivid that season, that the clover tasted sweeter, that the bees seemed more purposeful and content. She was a brightness that the world leaned toward without quite understanding why. There is something in the oldest tellings of her story that suggests she was simply made of the same substance as spring itself, not the dramatic eruption of it, all storms and sudden green, but the steady, warming accumulation of it, the gentle kind of spring that arrives without making a fuss and fills everything, up with light, before anyone has noticed it coming. The nymphs understood her in ways that even immortal beings rarely understand one another. They spoke among themselves of how Persephone seemed to exist in a state of perpetual wonder, as though each flower she encountered was a new miracle that had not occurred to her until that very moment. There was no pretense in her, no hidden calculation or divine ambition. She did not seek dominion over the growing things the way some gods sought power over their particular domains. Instead, she seemed to participate in their growth the way a participant in a great dance moves in harmony with the music, without needing to conduct the orchestra. The water nymphs in particular felt kinship with her, for she understood the flow of life in the way they understood water, as something that could not be entrolled, but only honored, and directed gently into the places where it was most needed. Among all the immortals, Persephone's name was spoken, not with the respect one gives to the powerful, but with the affection one reserves for those who are genuinely good. Even the lesser deities, those minor spirits of particular streams or groves, found their way to meadows where she might appear, simply to exist in her presence for a time. The flowers she loved best were the ones that grew without tending, the ones that asked nothing of the world and gave everything they had into a single bloom: narcissus and crocus, hyacinth and violet, roses whose fragrance carried far enough that you could smell them before you could see them across a meadow. According to the Homeric hymn, it was in a meadow very much like the ones she had always known that she would one day reach for a narcissus of unusual beauty, its scent sweet enough to fill the whole wide sky. But that moment belongs to another part of the story. What belongs to this part is the life that came before it. The years of mornings in the open air, of fingers stained with the colours of petals, of a mother who watched her daughter cross the wide fields and felt the ground steady and good beneath her own feet. Demeter was not a careless guardian. She loved Persephone with a thoroughness that later events would prove beyond any doubt, a love so total that its interruption would silence the entire world. In those early years, that love expressed itself in proximity, in the way a mother who understands what the world contains tends to keep her beloved child close without quite explaining why. Persephone, for her part, did not question the closeness. She had everything she wanted in the world she already knew. She had the long afternoons of the surface earth, its warmth and fragrance, its reliable return of colour each spring. She had companions she trusted, and a mother whose presence was as steady and sustaining as the seasons she embodied. She had meadows that seemed to go on without end, full of every flower she had not yet learned the name of, every root she had not yet touched. She was happy there, in the way that only the very young and the very sheltered can be, though neither she nor her mother could see how fragile that happiness truly was. It happened on an ordinary morning, the kind of morning that gives no warning at all. According to the Homeric hymn to Demeter, one of the oldest surviving accounts of this story, Persephone was in a meadow with a group of Oceanid nymphs, daughters of the great Titan Oceanus, gathering flowers in the way that young goddesses and young women have always gathered flowers, moving slowly through the grass, bending down, filling their arms with whatever was beautiful and close at hand. The meadow was full of the kinds of flowers that would have been perfectly familiar to anyone living in the ancient Greek world: roses, crocuses, violets, irises, hyacinths. The morning light was soft, and the air carried that particular sweetness that comes before the heat of the day fully settles in. There was nothing unusual about any of it. Persephone moved among them, unhurried, reaching down into the grass, her attention fixed entirely on the blooming things at her feet. This task of flower gathering was no idle pastime in the ancient Greek imagination. It was considered a fitting occupation for unmarried girls of divine or noble status, an activity that kept them occupied, visible, and contained within specific boundaries: the family, the group of companions, the daylit world above. To gather flowers was to participate in the ordinary rhythms of life, the seasonal cycles that governed the Greek world as much as they governed the natural world itself. The activity required attention and care, a kind of absorbed focus that left the gatherer vulnerable in ways that might not have been immediately apparent. The flowers themselves represented potential, growth, the promise of seasons turning and renewing. To be among them, reaching down again and again into the grass, was to be engaged in an essentially feminine task, one that carried its own particular kind of power and its own particular kind of danger. But the hymn tells us that there was one flower in that meadow unlike the others, a narcissus, placed there not by chance, but by arrangement. The earth herself had grown it at the instruction of Zeus, king of the gods, as the hymn's telling makes clear, and it had been set there as a kind of lure, something irresistible, designed to draw Persephone away from the group of nymphs just far enough. The Narcissus described in the hymn is a thing of almost impossible beauty, giving off a fragrance so overwhelming it reached the broad heavens above and the depths of the earth below simultaneously. The flower had 100 blossoms rising from a single root, and when Persephone saw it, she reached out to pluck it, because of course she did. She had spent her whole young life gathering beautiful things from the earth, and nothing in her experience had ever given her reason to believe that one flower could be different from another. The fact that Zeus himself had orchestrated this detail is significant. The king of the gods did not act arbitrarily or in secret, or rather, he acted in secret, but not arbitrarily. This was a decision made at the highest level of divine authority, considered and intentional. It raises a question that the hymn does not directly answer. What did Zeus know about what would happen next, and what did he intend to accomplish? Was he merely creating the opportunity, or was he guaranteeing a specific outcome? The distinction matters because it determines whether Hades was acting as an independent agent or whether he was executing a plan that had already been decided upon by the father of the gods. Either way, the arrangement of the Narcissus was no accident. The moment her fingers closed around the stem, the earth split open. The Homeric hymn describes it with a directness that is difficult to soften. The ground opened wide along a great fissure, and from that darkness Hades came up. Hades, whom the ancient Greeks also called Adonis, the lord of the many, the ruler of those who have died, driving his golden chariot pulled by immortal horses. He came swiftly, which is the detail the hymn presses on, the sheer speed of it. He caught Persephone up against her will. That is exactly what the text says, without equivocation or softening. He took her as she wept and struggled, and he drove back down through the opening in the earth, and the ground sealed behind them as though it had never parted at all. The whole event happened with such totality and such speed that the nymphs who had been standing only a short stance away did not understand at first what they were no longer looking at. The descent itself was swift but not instantaneous, and the hymn suggests that Persephone remained aware throughout the journey downward, aware of the passage from the world of light into the world of darkness. The chariot moved rapidly through the earth, pulled by horses that obeyed no earthly laws of motion or resistance. There was no gradual transition, no slow fade from day into shadow. Instead, there was the sudden displacement from the meadow with its flowers and nymphs to the vast underground realm that Hades ruled, a kingdom that had never seen sunlight and never would. This was not a place she had known or been prepared to enter. It was the destination of all living things eventually, the realm from which no one returned, and she was being brought there not at the end of a long life, but in the midst of her youth, still in the dress she had worn to pick flowers, still carrying the handful of blossoms she had managed to gather before her fingers closed around the Narcissus. Persephone cried out as she was taken. The hymn records her calling for her father, Zeus by name, calling with the full force of her voice. She called for help, but the meadow was far from Olympus and far from the places where gods and mortals were gathered that morning, and her voice did not carry where it needed to go. Two beings heard her, according to the hymn, and only two. The first was Hecate, who dwelt in a cave nearby, a goddess associated with thresholds and crossroads, with the hours before dawn and the in-between places where one world edges into another, and she heard the cry clearly, but did not see who had made it, or where they had gone. The second was Helios, the sun, who from his elevated path across the sky witnessed everything that happened on the earth below each day, without exception. He saw the meadow, saw the rupture, saw who emerged and who was taken and in what direction they disappeared. But Helios kept what he had seen to himself, at least for the time being, and the morning continued in its ordinary way around him. These two witnesses occupied peculiar positions in the divine hierarchy. Hecate, for all her knowledge of the in-between places, remained apart from the councils of the Olympian gods, and her knowledge was not always acted upon by those with more direct power. Helios, for all that he saw everything, was bound by certain constraints. He was a witness rather than an actor, someone whose role in the cosmic order was to observe and to mark the passage of time rather than to intervene in events. The fact that both of them held their silence was not necessarily an act of complicity, but it was an act of non-interference, and in the context of a young goddess being abducted against her will, non-interference amounted to a kind of permission. What was left in the meadow was a kind of perfect, ordinary silence. The flowers were still standing. The Oceanid nymphs, who had been Persephone's companions through that morning, searched for her among the blossoms and the grass, and could not find her, and eventually they left the meadow carrying the fact of her absence, but none of its explanation. The grass went on moving in whatever light breeze was passing through. The sky did not shift its colour. The light fell across the flowers the same way it always had. It is worth noting what the Homeric hymn to Demeter does not do. It does not soften this moment, or introduce any suggestion that Persephone went willingly, or present the event as anything other than what it plainly states. Some later Greek and Roman writers introduced greater complexity into the relationship between Persephone and Hades, and certain modern retellings have explored her perspective in ways the ancient sources do not. But the earliest surviving poetic account, composed sometime in the archaic period of ancient Greece, is unambiguous about the nature of what took place. The hymn also makes plain that Hades acted with Zeus's prior knowledge and consent, which means the event was not simply one god's impulsive decision, but something arranged at the highest level of the divine order. That detail sits quietly in the text and offers no further explanation of itself. There are fragments and references that predate even the Homeric hymn, suggesting that the abduction story was already ancient and widely known by the time the hymn was set down. The essential shape of the event, the flowering meadow, the sudden opening of the earth, the descent into the world below, appears to have remained consistent across regional variations, even when specific details shifted. Different communities placed the meadow in different locations. Some said it was in Sicily, near the town of Enna, where even today a lake sits surrounded by wildflowers that bloom thickly in the spring. Others placed it in Attica, or near Eleusis on the coast. The fact that so many different communities claimed the meadow as their own says something about how central this story was to the people who told it, how much they needed it to have happened somewhere close to them, somewhere real. But in every version, the morning ends the same way. Above ground, the meadow looked exactly as it always had. The flowers still swaying, the sky still blue, and no one on the surface of the earth yet knew that anything had changed. Demeter searched for 9 days and 9 nights, without resting, without eating, without sleeping, carrying lit torches through the darkness, because the darkness felt like the inside of her grief. She moved across the face of the earth the way a storm moves, not in a straight line, but in widening circles, passing over mountains and through valleys and along the edges of rivers that did not answer her. She called her daughter's name into forests and across open plains. The name came back to her each time empty, returned by an indifferent world that had nothing to tell her. Wherever she had walked in the past, the grain had risen in her footsteps, golden and full-headed, bending slightly in whatever breeze she carried with her. Now she walked and nothing rose behind her. She was not refusing to let things grow. Not yet. That refusal would come later, when she understood what she was refusing and who deserved to feel the weight of it. For those 9 days, she was simply absent from her work in the way that a person is absent when the one thing they love most has been taken and the mind will not turn toward anything else. The fields did not notice her absence immediately. Crops that were already growing continued to grow for a while, moved by whatever momentum her care had set in motion before everything stopped. But at the edges, where new growth should have been reaching up, the soil lay still and close. The seeds buried inside it did not stir. She called out to the other gods as she moved, appealing to them with a mother's urgency and a goddess's authority. But the responses she received were hollow and without substance. They had seen nothing. They knew nothing. Some of them did not answer at all, which was its own kind of answer. A withdrawal, a distance, as though what had happened to Persephone was a private matter in which they had no obligation to involve themselves. Demeter moved faster after those failed appeals, understanding that if her daughter was to be found, she would have to find her alone. The sun set and rose, and set again. She crossed paths with mortals who offered her water and bread, which she refused. She walked through villages where people watched her pass with a kind of wary awe, recognizing divinity, but not daring to approach it. She did not tell them what she was looking for. There was something about speaking it aloud to humans that felt like an admission of failure, as though by explaining her loss to them, she would be acknowledging that even a goddess could not protect what mattered most. She had heard Persephone cry out. The sound had reached her from somewhere beneath the surface of the world, muffled and distant, and then suddenly gone. Cut off so completely that Demeter had at first wondered whether she had heard anything at all. But a mother does not wonder long. She knew the voice. She knew the particular register of it, the way it carried both surprise and terror at once. She ran toward where she thought the sound had come from, across the meadow where Persephone had been playing with the daughters of ocean. She found nothing, only flowers, the warm air moving among them as though nothing unusual had happened, as though the ground beneath had not just swallowed her child alive. She knelt there in the meadow for a long time before she rose and lit her torches, and began to walk. The Homeric hymn to Demeter describes those 9 days with a kind of spare precision, noting what she did not do as much as what she did. She did not bathe. She did not eat the grain or the sweet ambrosia that belonged to the gods. She did not let herself stop. She moved through the world like someone who believed that if she only covered enough ground, she would eventually find the place where the earth had swallowed her daughter and find some way to reach her there. On the 10th day, as the early accounts tell it, she encountered Hecate. Hecate was a goddess of the in-between places, of crossroads, of the hours before dawn, of the threshold between one world and the next, and she had been near enough on that morning in the meadow to hear Persephone cry out. She came to Demeter now with her own torch burning. The two goddesses met somewhere at the edge of a dark passage in the earth. Hecate told her what she knew, which was not much. She had heard the girl's voice, she said. She had heard the sound of it, and then the silence after it. But she had not seen the face of whoever had taken her. She could not say the name. She offered what she had. What she had was only the confirmation of the thing Demeter already feared, that Persephone had not wandered away on her own, had not been drawn off by some small distraction, had not simply moved to a part of the meadow that Demeter had not yet looked. Something had taken her deliberately, had carried her downward, and had sealed the earth above her. Hecate's account made the grief sharper because it made it real in a different way, not the desperate, half-believing grief of a mother who is still hoping for a mistake, but the colder grief of a mother who is now certain. After that meeting, Hecate stayed close, walking beside Demeter in the way that someone walks beside a person who should not be alone. From that point onward, the two of them moved together through what remained of the search. Together, they visited the other goddesses who might have knowledge of hidden things, Iris, who carried messages between worlds, and the Titans who remembered the time before the current order of gods had established itself. Each exchange yielded fragments rather than answers. whispers of something moving beneath the surface, rumors of a dark suitor and a bride taken without consent. The pieces did not yet form a complete picture, but they pointed in a direction. They pointed downward. Demeter understood that to find Persephone, she might have to follow her into the underworld itself, into the realm that no living goddess had entered with the intention of returning. The thought did not deter her. Hecate, who walked the boundaries between worlds, told her that such a journey would be possibly only if first she knew who had taken her daughter, only if she could speak the name with certainty. And so they moved toward Olympus, toward the gods who held the full accounting of what had been done. It was Helios who told her the truth. Helios was the god of the sun, because he rode his chariot across the full arc of the sky each day from east to west. He saw everything that happened on the earth below, every field and forest, every shore and mountain pass, every small and private act that people imagined was hidden from the watching world. Nothing on the surface of the earth was invisible to him. What had happened in that meadow had not happened in secret from his vantage. Demeter came to him and addressed him as one who had seen what she had not, asked him to tell her what he knew. Helios told her. He told her that it was Hades who had taken Persephone. Hades, the lord of the underworld, her daughter's own uncle, who had emerged from beneath the earth and taken the girl down into his kingdom in his dark chariot while she was in the middle of an ordinary morning. And then Helios told her the part that was harder to say, that Zeus had known, that this had not happened against the will of the king of the gods, that her own husband, Persephone's father, had given his consent for this to happen, had allowed his brother to take their daughter down into the land of the dead without a word to Demeter, without warning, without asking what she might have wanted for the child she had raised and loved and tended through all of her young life. Helios said these things carefully, as someone says things that they know will strike like a blow. But he said them clearly. This was because he understood that Demeter needed to know the full shape of what had been done to her. He even offered her, in the way that those who bring terrible news sometimes do, a gentler framing. Hades was not an unworthy husband, he said. He was powerful and honorable, lay in his domain. Persephone would be a queen in the underworld rather than a captive. He meant this kindly. It did not help. Nothing about that framing reached Demeter in any place where comfort could take hold. This was because the question of whether Hades was worthy was not the question she was asking. The question she was asking was why anyone had thought it was theirs to decide. The grain goddess had given her whole self to the work of feeding the world, had spent her existence in a kind of open-handed generosity that asked very little in return. The one thing she had kept close, the one thing that was entirely and irreducibly hers, had been taken from her by the same divine order she had spent her existence serving. No one had thought to tell her it was coming. Demeter had been kind for a long time. She had been patient and steady and endlessly productive. None of that had protected her daughter. None of it had earned her the basic courtesy of a warning. When Helios finished speaking, the grain goddess stood very still for a long moment. Then she turned away from Olympus entirely. The fields of the earth went quiet. With Demeter gone from her work, the soil hardened like stone, and the sky forgot how to deliver rain at the right time. Seeds that had been planted in good faith simply sat in the frozen ground, refusing to push their pale shoots upward toward a sun that no longer seemed to offer them anything worth reaching for. The cattle and sheep that had grown fat on summer grasses found themselves cropping at dry yellow stubble, then at bare dirt. Their ribs began to show through their coats like the ridges of some exposed and weathered hillside. Rivers ran lower than anyone had seen them run in living memory. The olive trees, which were old and patient things by nature, held their fruit but produced nothing new. No blossoms, no small green beginnings of another season's harvest. Farmers who had done everything right, who had prepared their fields carefully, made the proper offerings, tended their tools, stood at the edges of their land and watched it fail without any explanation they could name. The children who watched them understood from the look on their parents' faces that something had gone wrong at a level deeper than weather or luck. Across the hills and valleys and wide coastal plains of Greece, the same slow silence was settling in. The silence of a world that had been asked to keep producing life and had quietly, inexorably, begun to refuse. The old and the young were the first to feel it, because they always are. The prayers that rose from the hearths of 1,000 households in those months went unanswered in a way that prayers had not gone unanswered before. This was because the goddess those prayers were addressed to was no longer listening to anyone but her own grief. Even that was a sound she could not bear. Demeter had wrapped herself in the appearance of a very old woman and gone walking among the mortals, not because she wanted their company, but because she could not remain still and she could not remain among the gods. She had turned away from Olympus after Helios told her the truth about who had taken her daughter and who had permitted it. Her anger at Zeus was so vast and so cold that the simplest thing was to put the entire shape of the divine world behind her and walk down into the human one. She moved through villages where the granaries were going empty and the bread was being rationed and people were quietly, methodically selling off the animals they could no longer feed. She passed through towns where the temples to her own name stood decorated with dried flowers from offerings that no longer came. She didn't stop at any of those places for long. She was an old woman, leaning on a walking stick, slow and bent and apparently unremarkable. The people she passed looked through her the way people look through the very old when they are too consumed by their own troubles to look carefully. Eventually, she came to the town of Eleusis, on the coast west of Athens. She sat down to rest at a well outside the city walls, under the shade of an olive tree, in the way of someone who has been walking a very long time and has nowhere particular left to go. It was there that the daughters of King Celeus found her. They had come to the well to draw water. They were kind enough, or curious enough, to stop and speak with the old woman resting in the shade. According to the Homeric hymn to Demeter, that gives us the most complete account of this episode. The goddess told them that her name was Doso, and that she had been taken from her home by pirates and brought to this shore, that she was in need of shelter and work. The daughters went home and told their mother, Metanira, who agreed to take the old woman in. Their household had a new infant son, a boy named Demophon, who had come to them late and was precious to them beyond ordinary measurement. They welcomed any pair of capable hands willing to tend to him. Demeter accepted the offer and went to work in the house of Celeus with the quiet efficiency of someone who has known what it is to care for things, to water them, feed them, coax them gently toward their fullest strength. She nursed the infant Demophon with an attention and a tenderness that went beyond what even the most devoted human nurse might have managed. The child thrived under her care in a way that surprised the household. He grew stronger and more vigorous with each passing day, his color good, his eyes bright, laughing at things that infants don't usually bother to laugh at. Metanira noticed this and was glad of it, though she didn't know what to make of it entirely. The old woman who cared for her son moved through the house very quietly and asked for nothing except a cup of water mixed with barley and pennyroyal, that she drank instead of wine, and which the household found unusual but not worth questioning. What Demeter was doing, unknown to the family, was attempting to make the child immortal. Each night, when the household had gone to sleep, she would hold the infant Demophon over the hearth fire, breathing on him, passing him through the flames in a way that left no mark on him, because he was in the hands of a goddess and the fire obeyed her. It was an ancient kind of gift, the kind that gods give to mortals they love or to whom they feel they owe some tenderness. burning away the mortal portion so that what remained would be permanent and untouched by time. She had lost her own child and could not get her back. This infant in her arms was alive and warm and completely without defenses. It seems that in caring for him, she was also caring for the grief she couldn't set down any other way. The ritual was nearly complete when Metanira woke one night and looked in on the room where her son slept. Saw the old woman nurse holding the child in the middle of the flames. She cried out in terror, as any mother would, and the sound shattered the ritual entirely. Demeter lifted the infant out of the fire and set him down. When she straightened up and turned toward the woman standing in the doorway, she was no longer a bent old woman in plain clothes. She was herself again, tall and luminous, fragrant with the smell of grain and summer, her dark hair loose, her grief radiating off her like heat. She told Metanira what had been attempted and what had now been lost, that the child would old grow and live a mortal life, because the gift she had been in the act of giving could not survive being interrupted. Then she asked that a temple be built for her at Eleusis. She withdrew from the house and sat down outside in the darkness, on the cold ground. The famine that had been spreading quietly across the world while she walked among the humans continued to deepen. The animals grew thinner, the fields lay grey and unbroken. The altars of the gods on Olympus, that depended on the offerings of mortal hands, began to go without their smoke and without their gifts. This was because the mortals who made offerings were now struggling simply to find enough to eat. Zeus watched the world grow silent below and understood, finally, that something would have to give. The underworld that Persephone descended into was nothing like what the poets of the surface world imagined. The living, when they thought of it at all, tended to picture something crude and terrible, a place of fire and howling, a pit shaped entirely by fear. But the ancient sources that describe the realm of Hades are quieter than that, in many ways stranger. What they describe is not a place of torment so much as a place of weight, of stillness, of a silence so complete that it seems to press against the body like cold water. There were rivers, and I think it matters to name them. This was because they were among the first things Persephone would have encountered. Each one carried its own kind of meaning. The Styx encircled the underworld in great dark loops, its surface black and slow, its name drawn from a word meaning hatred. Though the river itself inspired less hatred than awe, the gods swore their most unbreakable oaths upon it. Those oaths held because nothing in the universe could undo what the Styx had witnessed. The Lethe ran nearby, the river of forgetting. The souls of the dead drank from it so that the weight of their previous lives would not follow them into whatever came next. There was the Acheron, the river of woe. The Phlegethon, which some accounts describe as flowing with fire rather than water, not burning but illuminating, casting a dim and reddish glow across the passages of the deep. These rivers did not roar or rush. They moved the way grief moves, slowly, with great purpose, without any particular destination you could point to on a map. Bayo, and the rivers lay the plains of Asphodel, vast meadows of pale flowers stretching in every direction, populated by the shades of ordinary people who had lived ordinary lives and done neither enough good nor enough harm to earn any other fate. They wandered there, faintly luminous, without much urgency, the way you might pace a room when you have forgotten what you came in for. The whole landscape had a kind of hazy, underwater quality to it, not dark exactly, but dimmed, the way a room looks after the curtains are drawn on a bright afternoon. This was the world that received Persephone when the earth closed over her head. The transition downward itself would have been disorienting. Ancient sources do not describe the journey in great detail, but they are consistent about its nature. An abduction, a descent into cold earth, a passage that was not gentle. Persephone would have moved from the world of light into progressively deeper darkness, from the warmth of the upper world into an atmosphere that grew steadily colder. The temperature in the underworld was not the winter cold of surface world, which could be braced against, which had the promise of spring waiting somewhere beyond it. This was a fundamental cold, the absence of heat rather than its opposite. It seeped into the bones in a way that suggested it had been there always and would be there always. The passages she travelled through would have been stone, not rough or threatening, necessarily, but absolute in their certainty. The kind of geology that has endured since before humans had names for such things. There were, in some accounts, torches or luminous pathways lit by that strange fire of the phlegethon, but the light they cast would have been alien to someone accustomed to sunlight. It revealed things without illuminating them in any way she would have found comforting. The very air would have felt different in her lungs, thinner perhaps, or thicker, with the quality of being endlessly recycled by an enclosed world. She would have heard nothing except the sound of her own movement and breathing, amplified by stone and absence. Every sound she made would have seemed to her to disappear into that silence rather than echo off it. This was not merely a different place. It was a place organized by entirely different physical laws, and arriving there would have confirmed, moment by moment, that she was not going to wake up. She did not eat. That is one of the most consistent details across the early accounts. It tells you something important about the state she was in. In the Homeric hymn to Demeter, one of the oldest and most substantial sources we have for her story, she refused all food and drink during those first days, overcome by longing for her mother and by the grief of finding herself in a place she had never chosen. Fasting, in that tradition, was both a physical reality and a kind of statement. To eat in the underworld was to accept it, to allow it to become part of you. Persephone was not ready to accept anything. She sat in her grief the way her mother would soon sit in hers, each of them hollow with the absence of the other. The underworld accommodated that grief without comment because the underworld accommodates everything. There is something almost terrible about a place that receives whatever you bring into it. Sorrow, fury, disbelief, and simply holds it without echo, without judgment, without any attempt to resolve it. How long did she wait in that state of refusal? The ancient sources do not specify. Days certainly, likely weeks. Time in the underworld does not move the way time moves above, and this fact would have become apparent to her very quickly. On the surface world, time announces itself through change. The sun rises and sets, flowers bloom and wilt, bodies grow tired and require rest. But in the underworld, where nothing grew and the light never changed, time became a question rather than a certainty. She may have measured her days by her own heartbeat, by her hunger, by the visits that Hades made to her chambers, or she may have lost count entirely, the way people do when they are in extremity. The early accounts mention that she sat, that she refused food, that she spoke very little. One sour sea suggests she wept, though other sources are silent on this point. She was, it seems clear, waiting. But waiting for what exactly is less obvious? Waiting for rescue? For her mother to discover where she was and come to retrieve her? For some fundamental law of the universe to be invoked on her behalf? Or simply waiting in the way that one waits in darkness, without expectation, suspended in a state between sleep and waking? The silence of the realm was not cruel. It was simply indifferent in the way that stone is indifferent. For a young goddess who had grown up surrounded by warmth and colour and the constant, living noise of the world above, that indifference may have been the hardest thing to bear. She had spent her whole life among growing things, among flowers that opened and close, with the sun, among bees that hummed in lavender and grain that whispered when the wind passed through it. Now there was no wind, nothing grew, nothing moved except the slow rivers and the slow shades drifting across the asphodel plain. She stayed close to herself in those early days. That is all anyone can do when the world has changed too fast and too completely. Hades himself, as the ancient sources tend to present him, was not a figure of obvious menace. He was not depicted the way later imagination sometimes renders him, dramatic, cruel, eager to torment. He was, in classical sources, something harder to read than that. He was simply absolute. He ruled the underworld not because he enjoyed it, but because it was his dominion. He administered it the way a very old mountain administers weather, without pleasure, without displeasure, without any particular need to explain himself. He was largely silent in the early texts, a presence more than a personality. In that silence, Persephone would have found very little to push against. You cannot argue with stone. You cannot appeal to someone who does not seem to need anything from you. He had brought her here. The myth is clear that he did, and having brought her. He appears in the ancient accounts to have simply waited, as if he understood that time in the underworld works differently, that what cannot be forced can sometimes be endured into. The palace he offered her was magnificent by the standards of the underworld, which is to say that it was austere and perfect, without ornament and without mercy. The walls were dark stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The rooms were vast and appointed with a kind of severe elegance, furniture that served its function without any attempt at comfort, tapestries that did not warm, but did define the space. There were chambers for her to inhabit, attendants assigned to her needs, an acknowledgement of her status that was thorough and impersonal. Every courtesy was extended, every comfort, as the underworld understood comfort, was provided. But comfort in a realm without growth or change or the basic evidence of life means very little. It means the comfort of a beautiful omb. It means being treated well while one is trapped. The ancient sources tell us that Hades spoke to her, though they do not give us the content of those conversations. We do not know what he said or what she said in return. We can infer only that he was trying something, whether it was patience or strategy or some complicated mixture of both. He made her his queen, and that title was not nothing. It carried genuine authority in a realm where authority meant something. But in those first days and weeks, it would have felt less like power than like the elaborate courtesy extended to a prisoner of high rank. Persephone was clear-eyed enough to understand the difference. Then came the pomegranate. The Homeric hymn to Demeter tells us that she ate pomegranate seeds, that specific, consequential detail which would shape everything that followed. How many seeds she consumed is a matter the ancient sources do not entirely agree on. Some say 6, some say 4. The variation is not trivial because the number of seeds she ate was directly connected, in the ancient telling, to the number of months she would be required to spend below, whether she was given the seeds deliberately, whether she was deceived into eating them, whether she simply reached for them herself in a moment of hunger after her long fast. The hymn is somewhat ambiguous on this point. Scholars have argued about it gently for a very long time. What the tradition is unanimous about is the concept eating food in the underworld bound you to the underworld. No arrangement, no negotiation, no divine intervention could entirely erase what that binding had done. The pomegranate itself was a fruit with complicated associations, even on the surface world. Its deep red juice, its many seeds sealed inside a thick skin, its ancient connection to both fertility and death. It was not a casual fruit. In some accounts, Hades offered it to her knowingly, understanding exactly what would happen if she accepted. In others, she is described as eating it without fully grasping the implications. That is a more forgiving reading, but perhaps a less interesting one. There is also a third possibility, one that the text does not foreclose. That is that by the time she ate those seeds, some part of Persephone had begun to understand the world she was in well enough to make a choice. However complicated and however constrained that choice may have been, She had been sitting in that dim, still realm long enough to have looked around her with clear eyes. She had begun, quietly, to take stock of where she was and what she was. However it happened, by trick or by hunger, or by something else entirely, when the pomegranate juice touched her lips, a part of her became permanently woven into that underground world. No power in the universe would be able to fully undo it. Zeus sent Hermes down because no other god was swift enough, because a messenger carrying a god's command needs to arrive before anyone has time to think too carefully about refusing. The decision had not come easily, even for the king of the gods. For a long stretch of what should have been growing season, Zeus had watched the world below go pale and cold, and then colder still, had observed from his high throne the slow cessation of green things, had seen the offerings at mortal altars thin until entire sanctuaries sat in silence without a single grain or flower to show for a day of worship. He had waited, in the manner of those who hold great power, but prefer not to exercise it until the moment of absolute necessity, hoping that the grief between Demeter and Hades might find its own resolution before he was forced to step between them. Demeter was his sister, and Hades was his brother, and Persephone was the daughter he had given to that union. The whole arrangement carried a weight of family obligation that even Zeus seemed reluctant to press against directly. But the world had gone on dying. The animals had gone on thinning. The quiet of a world without harvest is not a quiet that any god, however comfortable on his high throne, can pretend indefinitely not to hear. He called Hermes to him and gave his instructions in the plain and direct way that urgent matters always demand, without ceremony or extended explanation. This was because the situation had moved past the stage where ceremony served any purpose. Hermes put on his golden-winged sandals, the ones that carry him across sea and earth with equal ease. He took up his caduceus, and he set his traveller's hat against the wind, and he went. The road to the underworld was not a road any other god would have taken without at least some reluctance. But for Hermes, it was a road worn smooth by long familiarity. It was, after all, his particular work in the order of things to guide the newly dead downward through the passages beneath the earth. He had made the journey so many times that even its darkest stretches held no surprise for him. He passed below the surface of the world and moved through those grey, still corridors where ordinary light has never reached, crossing the river Styx and passing through the wide plains of Asphodel, where the shades of the unremarkable dead drifted without particular direction or particular sorrow. Eventually, arrived in the great hall at the heart of the underworld, a place of enormous, unhurried stillness, where Hades sat on his throne, where Persephone sat beside him. The Homeric hymn to Demeter describes this scene with the kind of careful restraint that poets use when they understand a moment too completely to risk ornamenting it. Hades is simply there, still and absolute in the way that only the ruler of all the dead can be still. Persephone is there beside him. Hermes arrives as a god delivering the will of a still more powerful god. The whole encounter has the formal character of a proceeding rather than anything resembling ordinary conversation. Hermes delivered the message exactly as he had received it. The earth above was failing. Demeter had withdrawn entirely from her work and would not return to it. Mortals were dying in numbers that had begun to concern even the Olympians, who depended on mortal worship and mortal offering in ways they rarely, yet acknowledged openly. Zeus had commanded that Persephone be returned to the surface world, so that the natural order of things could be restored and the earth could begin its recovery. Hades listened to all of this without visible anger, without anything that the hymn records as direct refusal. He was, beneath all his vast and terrible dominion over the dead, a god who understood where final authority in the divine hierarchy rested. It rested with Zeus, and arguing against it directly was not something Hades chose to do. He agreed to release Persephone, The release would happen, and then the question of the pomegranate seeds arose. Everything that had seemed straightforward became complicated in the way that only an ancient and unbreakable rule can complicate a matter that appeared already settled. For the greater part of her time in the underworld, Persephone had refused to eat. Her refusal, a quiet and persistent form of resistance, a way of insisting to herself and to no one else that she still belonged to the world of warmth and growing things, that she had not truly accepted this place as her own. But at some point before Hermes arrived, the exact moment is never specified with clarity in any of the ancient sources, she had eaten the seeds of a pomegranate. The number differs between accounts. Some say she ate 6 seeds, others say 4. There are traditions that name still other numbers entirely. What the ancient sources agree on, across all of their variation, is the weight of the act itself. To eat the food of the dead created a bond with the realm of the dead, bond that carried behind it the force of something older than any individual god's authority, older even than the arrangement of power on Olympus, a law woven into the nature of the underworld itself. That held that what had eaten there belonged there in some portion that could never be entirely reclaimed. The compromise that was eventually reached was of the kind that resolves a dispute without truly satisfying any party to it. That is perhaps the most honest form that resolution can take when the competing obligations are all legitimate and none can be simply discarded. Persephone would return to the surface world and to her mother. This was real and immediate. It would happen before another season passed, but she would also return to the underworld for a fixed portion of every year, bound there by what she had consumed. This return would come as reliably and as inevitably as any other law of nature. Year after year, for as long as the earth continued turning. The precise division of time appears differently in different tellings of the story. You will find the myth told with 4 months assigned to the underworld and 8 to the surface. You will find it told as something closer to an equal split of 6 and 6. Scholars who have spent long years with these variations have suggested that the difference may reflect real differences in the agricultural experience across the Greek world, with the barren season feeling longer in certain regions and shorter in others, each community fitting the myth naturally to the rhythm of their own particular land. What mattered to the people who preserved and retold this story across all of its versions was not the arithmetic of the arrangement but its shape, that Persephone would always go back and would always return, that each movement in each direction would carry with it consequences that the whole living world would feel and would recognize without needing to be told the reason. Before she left, Hades spoke to her quietly. The Homeric hymn records the substance of what he said, that her position as queen of the underworld was no small or empty thing, that the authority she held in his kingdom was genuine and lasting, that when she was below, she ruled in truth and not merely in name, that the souls of the dead would answer to her as they answered to him. Whether she received this as any kind of comfort, the hymn does not say. Hermes was waiting beside her, and the passage that led upward was there, and it was time. Hermes led her upward through the dark passages of the earth. With each step, the air grew lighter. Somewhere far above them, without anyone yet knowing why, the first green shoots of the year began to push up through the frozen ground. When Demeter saw her daughter coming up through the earth, she ran toward her, and the accounts say the two of them held each other so tightly and for so long that the watching gods eventually turned away to give them their privacy. It is one of the few moments in the Homeric hymn to Demeter where the poem seems to hold its breath. The goddess who had refused to eat, who had let the world go cold and grey and silent while she searched, who had stood before Helios with a face like stone when he told her the truth. That same goddess dropped everything the instant she saw Persephone's face rising up into the light. The hymn tells us that Demeter leaped toward her daughter the way a bird drops from a high branch when it finally sees land after crossing open sea. There is nothing measured or composed about that moment. There is only a mother and her child, holding each other in the pale early light of the returning world. For a long stretch of time, there were no words between them. The warmth passed from one to the other, simply through the closeness of their bodies. The way that warmth always moves between people who have missed each other, to the point of genuine pain. Persephone, who had moved through the underworld in a kind of suspended grief, felt the cold that had settled into her bones begin, very slowly, to lift. Demeter pressed her face against her daughter's hair and breathed her in as if she were air after a long time without it. When they finally drew back enough to look at each other, Demeter's first question was the one that all loving mothers eventually ask. Not where have you been exactly, and not how did you survive, but something closer to, are you all right? And then, almost immediately after, what did you eat? In the hymn, this question arrives gently, but with great weight behind it. Demeter already understood the law that governed the underworld as clearly as she understood the law that governed the soil above, that the dead remain among the dead, and that anyone who consumes the food of that place carries it with them forever after, woven into their very substance. She asked because she hoped, with everything left in her, that the answer would be nothing. Persephone told her the truth. She described the pomegranate, the seeds Hades had pressed into her hand before Hermes arrived to bring her back, or, in some versions of the telling, the seeds she had eaten quietly on her own, in a moment she herself could not fully explain, a small hunger finally giving way after so long a refusal. The exact number varies across the ancient sources. Some accounts say 6 seeds, others say 4. What they agree on is this, that she ate, and that the eating mattered, and that what it meant could not be undone. The significance of this act cannot be overstated in any telling of the ancient myth. In the logic of the underworld, consumption was a kind of binding, a way of writing oneself permanently into that place, forever marked. The pomegranate, with its deep crimson interior, had long been associated with death in Mediterranean mythology. It was not accidental, but rather the crystallization of everything the underworld was. Seeds meant return and obligation, natural law that could not be overcome by force of will or divine intervention. Persephone had eaten them, and in doing so, written herself into a new arrangement with the seasons themselves. The world above would have her for part of the year, the world below for the rest. It was not wholly a solution, but rather the truth that all compromise contains. Everyone walks away, having lost something they dearly wanted to keep. Demeter's face, which had opened with such complete and unguarded joy only moments before, shifted into something more complicated. The hymn captures this change with considerable care, because it is not a return of the earlier grief. It is a different thing entirely, something harder to name. Demeter did not weep again. She did not rage. She simply understood, in the way that she had already understood so many unbearable things over the course of that long year, that the reunion she had bargained for was not quite the reunion she had imagined. Persephone was home, and Persephone was also not entirely free. The compromise, 4 months below, or perhaps 6, depending on which source one reads, settled over the occasion the way dusk settles over an afternoon that has been genuinely beautiful. The light was still there, the warmth was still there, but its direction had changed, and you could feel the change even before you could name it. It was around this time, according to the hymn, that Hecate appeared. She had been the first to hear Persephone's cry from the meadow on the morning of the abduction. Though she had not seen who was responsible, she had brought that partial knowledge to Demeter in those early, desperate days of searching. Now she came again, and this time there was no confusion between them, no partial news to deliver. The hymn describes Hecate greeting Persephone with warmth and real affection, and from that point forward, she is described as Persephone's companion and attendant, a figure who would move between the worlds alongside her, a steady presence at the boundary where the upper world and the lower world press against each other. That Hecate should take on this role makes a particular kind of sense within the logic of the myth. She was already a goddess of thresholds, of doorways, crossroads, the in-between places where one state of being transitions into another. Persephone herself had become something very like a threshold. She was neither entirely of the world above, nor entirely of the world below. She carried both inside her now. Hecate, who had always understood such liminal territories, was perhaps the only companion suited to travel through them with her. Meanwhile, the earth was responding to the reunion in the way that, in this mythology, the earth always responds to Demeter's emotional state, immediately, physically, without delay. Colour returned to the hillsides as if someone were painting them back in from a distance. The grain that had refused to grow for an entire year remembered suddenly what it was for, and pushed upward through soil that had been closed and cold and waiting. Trees that had stood bare for so long their branches had begun to look like the bones of something long dead put out new leaves with an urgency that felt almost like relief. Animals that had grown thin and dull through the long famine lifted their heads in the warmer air. Rivers that had slowed to a creep began to move again with their old confidence. And the light, which had been arriving at a lower angle and with less commitment since Demeter turned away from her work, shifted back toward the full brightness of what the world was capable of when she was fully present in it. It is worth pausing in that image for a moment. The world blooming back into itself. Colour and warmth spreading outward from the place where a mother and her daughter stood holding each other. There is something in it that asks you to consider how much of the world's ordinary beauty is actually a kind of love made visible. The warmth that living things extend toward one another, taking physical form in the shape of open flowers and grain rising and light that seems to lean toward whatever it loves. But even in the midst of all that colour returning, Demeter and Persephone both knew what the rest of the year would bring. The months of warmth and light were real. The reunion was real. The joy of standing together in the open air with the earth responding to that joy all around them, that was real, and the hymn does not minimize any of it. But threaded through every bright moment was the knowledge that Persephone would go back. The meadows would be fully themselves, the grain would be fully itself, and then the time would come, and she would descend again, and Demeter would stand at the edge of the world and watch her go. There is a kind of happiness that forms only after it has already learned that it is temporary. It tends to be more attentive than other kinds of happiness, more aware of the light in a room and the warmth of a particular hand and the sound of a voice saying something ordinary. Demeter and Persephone stepped into that kind of happiness together in those first days after the reunion, holding on with a completeness that only people who have lost each other can really manage. Hecate moved quietly alongside them. The world continued putting itself back together, and somewhere below, the underworld waited with its usual patience, the way things that are absolute and permanent can afford to wait, knowing that the arrangement made between the gods would hold, and that the season would turn, and that what had been divided would be divided again in its time. The earth bloomed brilliantly all around them, and Demeter laughed for the first time in a year, and somehow that laughter was the most heartbreaking sound in the whole story. For the Greeks who first told this story, it wasn't a metaphor. It was simply the reason winter existed. The ancient world did not draw the same clean line between myth and explanation that we tend to draw today. When a farmer in Attica watched the ground harden in late autumn and felt the warmth pull back from the air, he wasn't thinking of Persephone's descent as a poetic way of describing what he already knew would happen. He understood it as the actual cause. The world grew cold because Demeter had let it grow cold. The earth refused to give because the goddess of the grain had removed her care from it. She had done so because her daughter was gone again, walking back through the passages of the underworld to take her place beside Hades for another season. This was not a story told all, alongside the seasons as a kind of illustration. It was, to the people who believed it, the hidden engine beneath the visible world. The reason why the year moved the way it did. The compromise reached between Zeus and Hades, brokered through Hermes, and recorded most completely in the Homeric hymn to Demeter, had not simply resolved a crisis between gods, it had established the permanent order of the natural world, the arrangement that would hold as long as the gods held their places. Every year carried within it the shape of that original agreement. The months Persephone spent on the surface were the months when Demeter worked freely and generously, when seeds opened and the grain grew tall and the orchards were heavy with fruit. The months Persephone spent below were the months when Demeter's attention went elsewhere, or, more precisely, when her grief made her incapable of the kind of joyful productivity that summer required. The world did not simply experience seasons, it experienced the emotional life of a goddess. Written in the language of temperature and rainfall, and the willingness of seeds to break open in the ground. What makes this understanding particularly worth sitting with is how specific and practical it was. The ancient Greeks were, among other things, a people deeply attentive to agriculture, dependent on the olive, the grape, the grain in ways that made the growing season not a pleasant feature of the year, but a matter of survival. When they looked at the annual rhythm of growth and dormancy, they were looking at something they needed to understand. The myth of Demeter and Persephone gave them that understanding in a form that was emotionally coherent rather than merely mechanical. It explained not just that the earth went cold and still, but why, and the why involved love and loss. The particular kind of sorrow that comes from knowing your grief is permanent, that it will return every year no matter how joyful the reunion that precedes it. There is something that the myth gets exactly right about the emotional texture of late autumn, the way it feels not simply like a change in weather, but like a diminishment, a withdrawal of something warm and alive from the world. The ancient Greek farmer watching the last harvest come in did not need to be told that the story was a metaphor for what he felt. He understood that what he felt was a response to what was actually happening, that Demeter was, at that very moment, releasing her hold on the earth and turning her face toward the south, toward the entrance of the underworld, watching her daughter go. The emotional truth and the literal explanation were the same thing, not two different ways of looking at one event. This integration of divine causation with observable natural phenomena was not peculiar to Greek agriculture. It represented a fundamental way that pre-modern peoples organized their understanding of the world around them. The boundary between the material and the divine, between what happened in the realm of gods and what happened in the fields and orchards, was far more permeable than modern thinking allows. When a spring failed to produce water as it usually did, or when locusts descended on a crop, these were not merely natural disasters. They were moments when divine intention made itself visible in the physical world. The myth of Demeter and Persephone functioned similarly. It was not a story placed over reality like a decorative screen. It was a way of seeing reality itself, of understanding the deep grammar of causation that lay beneath observable events. For the Greeks, to know a cause was to know a story, and the story of Demeter's grief was the cause of winter. This meant that seasonal change was never merely impersonal or mechanical. It was always relational, always tied to the presence or absence of a divine being who cared about her daughter and whose emotional state directly shaped the world. The farmer's own experience of loss and renewal, of missing those who were absent, became a lens through which to understand larger natural processes. In this way, the myth validated human emotion by showing it writ large across the cosmos. What the farmer felt in his own heart echoed in the heart of a goddess, and that echo reverberated through all of nature. The seasons themselves became a kind of proof that sorrow and love were not merely personal matters, but fundamental forces that held the world together. There is, however, a complication in this picture that scholars have found genuinely interesting. It has to do with the particular climate of Greece rather than the universal pattern of the year. In much of northern Europe, in the imagination of people living in temperate climates today, it feels natural to align Persephone's descent with the coming of winter, the cold, the dark, the barren ground. But Greece does not have a temperate climate. The most difficult season for agriculture in many parts of the ancient Greek world was not winter, but summer. The fierce, dry heat of a Greek summer could be just as devastating to crops as a northern winter. In some regions, the land went genuinely barren during those scorching months, not during the cold. Some scholars have suggested, on this basis, that in certain parts of Greece, the myth may have originally mapped Persephone's descent onto the summer rather than the winter, that the dead period corresponded to the heat. Her return to earth brought not spring after cold, but the cooler, more productive autumn and winter that allowed certain crops to grow and the parched ground to finally receive rain. This regional variation doesn't undermine the myth but deepens it. This was because it reveals that the ancient Greeks were not simply inheriting a story and applying it carelessly to their surroundings. They were, in different places, fitting the same essential narrative to the specific rhythms of the land they actually lived on. The core of the story, the descent, the absence, the return, the grief and joy of a mother and daughter divided by a cosmic arrangement, remained constant. What shifted was the particular face that absence wore, whether it arrived as cold or as burning heat. That flexibility suggests a myth that was genuinely alive to the world around it, rather than fixed and decorative. It was recognized in whatever part of the year the earth most obviously suffered. That recognition is one of the oldest and most human ways of understanding a world that does not always explain itself. Every autumn, when the first cold arrived, people across Greece would have understood it not as weather but as grief. The grief of a mother watching her daughter walk back down into the dark. Whatever she had been before, a girl in a meadow, a daughter gathering flowers, by the time Persephone sat on the throne of the underworld, she was something altogether different. The Greeks who told her story understood this transformation not as a loss, but as a kind of completion. The way a seed that falls into the earth is not destroyed, but becomes something that could never have existed otherwise. She had descended as Kor, the maiden, the daughter, the one whose name simply meant girl. She rose and descended again, and eventually ceased to be only that. In the underworld, she was Persephone, the queen, the one who receives the dead, the one with authority over the vast and silent kingdom below the roots of the world. It is worth pausing on what that authority actually looked like. In the classical tradition, Hades was the absolute ruler of his realm, remote, impartial, inexorable in the way that death itself is inexorable. He did not bargain lightly, did not grant exceptions out of sentiment, did not let the sound of grief soften his decisions. Persephone, seated beside him, was something entirely different in temperament. The myths that place her in the underworld show a figure capable of mercy, of genuine feeling, of responding to the suffering of others in ways that Hades, by the nature of his role, could rarely afford to do. She became, in a sense, the human face of a realm that had none. And the dead, in many accounts, understood the difference. The significance of her presence at Hades' throne cannot be overstated in the context of how the ancient Greeks understood death and the afterlife. In a mythology where death was largely portrayed as the end of joy, the cessation of warmth and light, Persephone represented something that broke the pattern, evidence that the underworld was not entirely a place of punishment or oblivion. Her seat at that throne was not merely decorative or ceremonial. She was a genuine power in a realm where absolute power might otherwise have been exercised, with no counterbalance whatsoever. The living who feared the underworld feared it less, perhaps, knowing that its queen was not entirely unmoved by human suffering. She had been human, in a sense, had walked the earth as a girl before her transformation, and that knowledge of sunlight and warmth and love remained part of her even when she dwelt in eternal darkness. This made her accessible in a way that Hades, born into his role and never having known anything else, could never be. The underworld, through her presence, became a place where the rules, while absolute, could at least be approached with the understanding that they were administered by someone who had experienced the world above and would not have forgotten what it meant to leave it. Among the most famous of all underworld stories is the descent of Orpheus, the Thracian musician whose grief over the death of his wife Eurydice drove him to do what no living person was supposed to be able to do: walk willingly into the realm of the dead and ask for something back. He played his lyre as he went, and the music preceded him through passages of stone and shadow. The rivers of the underworld slowed, the tormented paused. Even Tantalus, condemned for eternity to reach for water and fruit that forever receded, forgot to reach. The music moved through every corner of that silent kingdom, and eventually it reached the throne room itself, where Hades and Persephone sat. According to some of the ancient sources, it was Persephone who wept first. It was she who was most fully undone by what Orpheus played and what he had come to ask for. His wife returned to him, at least for a while, at least for the length of the walk back to the surface. Different versions of the myth apportion the decision differently, with some giving the final word to Hades and others giving it more clearly to Persephone. But across the tradition, there is a consistent thread. Her compassion was the force in that room most susceptible to love's argument. The conditions placed on Orpheus, that he must not look back at Eurydice as they climbed, were the conditions of an underworld that still had rules, and even Persephone's mercy operated within those rules, but that she felt his grief and moved toward it rather than away from it tells you something essential about who she had become. The story of Psyche offers another angle entirely. Psyche, a mortal woman beloved by Eros, was given a series of nearly impossible tasks by Aphrodite, each one more dangerous than the last. The final task was perhaps the most terrifying of all. She was sent to the underworld to ask Persephone for a small portion of her beauty, contained in a box, to be brought back to the surface. Psyche had to descend alive into the land of the dead, make her request of the queen, and return. The fact that this task was considered the most formidable of the four, more daunting than sorting seeds, more frightening than retrieving golden fleece from dangerous rams, says something about how the ancient world understood Persephone's power. She was not simply a figure to be observed from a distance. She was someone you had to face directly, had to speak to, had to persuade or trust in. Psyche succeeded, in part, because she followed careful instructions about how to approach the queen properly and what not to accept along the way. Persephone, in the account told by the Roman writer Apuleius in his Metamorphoses, receives Psyche courteously and fulfills the request. She is neither cruel nor dismissive. She is a queen who honors what is asked of her correctly, and who seems, in that courtesy, to understand something about Psyche's situation that perhaps only someone who had herself moved between worlds could fully understand. What is perhaps most remarkable about Persephone's encounter with Psyche is the implicit recognition between them. A meeting of two women who had both been displaced. Both had to navigate circumstances beyond their control. Both understood something of descent and survival. Psyche was not a supplicant seeking a boon from a distant god. She was a mortal woman approaching a queen who had once been mortal herself, or close to it, and that distinction made the interaction possible. Persephone could grant Psyche's request, not only because she had the power to do so, but because she comprehended the nature of the suffering that had driven Psyche to such a dangerous errand. This theme recurs throughout the mythology. Persephone's authority in the underworld is made more effective, not less, by her capacity to understand the living and their needs. Heracles, in the course of his famous labors, also descended into the underworld, sent there to bring back Cerberus, the three-headed dog who guarded the entrance to the realm of the dead. He too had to gain permission from the rulers of that kingdom. In the tradition, as recorded by various ancient authors, Persephone's role in his visit varies, but she is present, and her presence matters. In some accounts, she grants Heracles a welcome, smoothing a passage that Hades alone might not have granted so easily. The pattern across these different episodes is consistent. She is an intercessor, a figure who stands between the cold absolute of death and the needs, griefs, and desperate cases of those who come before the underworld's throne. Hades does not change his nature because someone weeps in front of him. Persephone, it seems, sometimes does. There is also, in the tradition, a protective quality to her authority. Certain souls were understood to be under her particular care. The initiates of mystery cults, including the Eleusinian mysteries, which were centered on her myth, were sometimes said to receive preferential treatment in the afterlife, a better lot in the land of the dead, because of their connection to her story and her worship. The dead who were not properly buried, who wandered without having received the rites they deserved, were a subject of real anxiety in ancient Greek religious life, and part of what the underworld's queen could offer was a kind of order, a proper receiving of souls into their appropriate place. She was not merely a decoration beside Hades' throne. She presided. What made her authority in that realm so singular was precisely what had been done to her and what she had survived. She had not been born into the underworld. She had not chosen it, at least not initially. She had been taken, had grieved, had refused to eat for a time, and had then, by whatever chain of events, become part of that world in a way that could not be undone. And she had not been destroyed by any of it. That is the quality that seems to matter most in the mythology. Her resilience, her capacity to become a queen in a place she had every reason to only grieve. The maiden who gathered flowers on the surface of the earth had known warmth, abundance, the company of nymphs, the love of her mother. The queen who sat in the underworld knew something harder and more complete, the weight of a world without sunlight, the faces of the dead arriving in their thousands, the strange cold beauty of a kingdom that would never change with the seasons because the seasons did not reach it. She carried both kinds of knowledge simultaneously, and neither cancelled the other out. This is what distinguishes Persephone from every other deity in the Greek tradition who held power over death or the afterlife. Hecate, who became her companion and attendant, was a goddess of thresholds and crossroads, liminal and powerful, but she had not made Persephone's specific journey. Hades had always belonged to the underworld. It was his domain by divine lottery after the Titans were defeated, and he had never known anything else in his role. Even Zeus, who commanded the sky and held more raw power than any other Olympian, had never crossed the boundary between living and dead, had never sat in that deep silence and been required to become something new. Persephone alone moved between the two worlds with the regularity of breath. Half the year she was the daughter of Demeter, the goddess of spring's return, the one whose footsteps brought grain up from the soil and colour back to the trees. Half the year she was the queen below, presiding over the dead with an authority earned through experience no other goddess could claim. The ancient world seems to have understood this about her. She appears in the mythology not as a victim who was eventually accommodated, but as a genuine power, someone whose mercy and judgment shaped the fate of souls in ways that mattered to the living and the dead alike. The myths involving her, Orpheus, Psyche, Heracles, and others, consistently place her at the center of the most critical moments, the moments when the outcome hangs on whether someone with genuine authority will choose to extend it generously. That quality, more than anything else, seems to define the queen she became. Someone who had stood in the dark and found that it did not have to make her cold. Of all the gods who ruled their domains, Persephone alone had died and come back, descended and returned, stood in the dark and learned what it held, and that knowledge made her authority in the underworld something that even Hades, for all his absolute power over the dead, could not entirely replicate. The most important religious ceremony in ancient Greece was not a public festival or a spectacular sacrifice. It was a secret, held in a small town on the coast called Eleusis. It had been held there for nearly 2,000 years. Eleusis sat about 14 miles west of Athens, along a road that wound through low hills and open farmland. An unremarkable stretch of landscape that became, for a few weeks each autumn, the most sacred ground in the Mediterranean world. People traveled from Egypt, from Rome, from the far edges of the Greek-speaking world to stand at the gates of the sanctuary there and wait to be initiated into the rites that the Greeks called the Eleusinian mysteries. What drew them was not spectacle or wealth or political power, though all three were well represented among the initiates over the centuries. What drew them was something much more personal. The mysteries offered something that almost nothing else in ancient religious life promised with such directness: a better fate after death, a way of meeting the end of one's life without terror. At the center of all of it, woven into every stage of the rites, from the procession road to the innermost hall of the sanctuary, was the story of Demeter and her daughter Persephone, the mother who refused to let the world live while her child was lost, the daughter who came back changed. The rites took place in 2 stages, separated by months. The lesser mysteries were held in early spring, near Athens, served as a kind of preparation, a preliminary initiation for those who intended to take the full step in autumn. The greater mysteries were held in the month the Athenians called Boedromion, roughly corresponding to what we would call September. They unfolded across 10 days. The procession from Athens to Eleusis alone was a full day's walk. The roads would have been crowded with initiates moving together in a long, slow column, singing hymns, calling out the name of a figure called Iacchus, a divine presence associated with the rites, sometimes identified with Dionysus, and sometimes treated as a separate being entirely. The walk itself was considered part of the sacred experience, a kind of gradual leaving behind of the ordinary world. Initiates arrived at Eleusis having already fasted, having already purified themselves in the sea, already carrying something of Demeter's own grief in their bodies, because the fast they undertook mirrored hers. The 9 days she had wandered without eating or drinking while she searched for her lost daughter. To fast as Demeter fasted was to enter the story from the inside, not merely to hear it told. Before the evening, when initiates would enter the telesterion, there were days of additional preparation and ritual activity. Sacrifices were made at various altars within the sanctuary complex, offerings of animals whose meat would be shared communally among the gathered initiates. These shared meals had their own significance within the rites, binding the participants together in an act of sacred commensality that reinforced their collective identity as those chosen for revelation. The sanctuary itself was vast and elaborate, having been expanded and rebuilt repeatedly across the centuries as the cult grew in prominence and wealth. By the classical period, the telesterion was one of the largest roofed structures in the ancient world, a columned hall capable of holding thousands of people, gathered in the darkness. The architectural design itself seems to have been conceived with the ritual experience in mind, with sightlines and acoustic properties that would have enhanced whatever drama unfolded within. Archaeological remains suggest that the initiates stood at different levels within the hall, positioned so that their experience of what transpired before them could be shaped by proximity and angle and perspective. Some scholars have proposed that the initiates were arranged in concentric circles, all facing toward a central space where the sacred drama or revelation would occur. The physical arrangement of bodies in space was thus part of the meaning-making machinery of the ritual itself. When the fasting was finally broken, initiates drank a mixture called the kykeon, a preparation of water, barley, and mint. The kykeon appears in the Homeric hymn to Demeter itself. It is the drink that Demeter accepts from the woman Iambe at the house of King Celeus. The first thing the grieving goddess allows past her lips after days of wandering. Drinking the kykeon at Eleusis placed the initiate in the precise position of the goddess within the story. Accepting nourishment after long sorrow, pausing at the threshold between loss and something not yet named. Some modern scholars have suggested that the barley used in the kykeon may have been infected with ergot, a fungus with powerful psychoactive properties, that this could account for the visionary experiences some ancient accounts seem to hint at. This remains a theory rather than a settled conclusion. Others argue persuasively that the power of the rites required no chemical explanation, that fasting, sleeplessness, firelight, chanting, the accumulated weight of sacred expectation would have been more than sufficient to produce states of consciousness that felt, to those who experienced them, genuinely transformative. What the ancient sources agree on is that something happened inside the great initiation hall, the telesterion, that left initiates profoundly affected. Exactly what that something was, they carried to their graves. The religious landscape of the ancient Mediterranean world contained many mystery cults, sanctuaries that offered secret initiations and promises of special knowledge or favor from the gods. Samothrace had mysteries dedicated to the Kabiri, deities of unclear origin, whose rites promised protection to those who sailed the seas. Andania, in Messenia, maintained a mystery cult of considerable antiquity. Various sanctuaries across Asia Minor and Egypt maintained their own secret rituals and initiatory pathways. Yet none of these achieved the prominence or the geographic reach of Eleusis. None drew initiates from across the entire Mediterranean world with such consistency across so many centuries. This suggests that what Eleusis offered had a particular resonance, addressed a hunger in the ancien, its soul that other mysteries, however powerful or ancient themselves, could not quite satisfy in the same way. The specific narrative at the heart of the rites, the story of Demeter and Persephone, of loss and return, of a mother's unbending will and a daughter's transformation through underworld experience, seems to have spoken to something universal about human experience, transcending the boundaries of culture and class and geography. The secrecy of the Eleusinian mysteries is one of the most remarkable facts about them. These rites were performed, in some form, from roughly the 15th century before the Common Era until they were suppressed in the 4th century of it. Nearly 2,000 years of continuous practice in a world where information traveled slowly but rumor traveled fast, where wars disrupted everything, where empires rose and fell around the sanctuary at Eleusis. Still the initiates kept their oath of silence. To reveal what had been seen and heard inside the telesterion was a crime prosecuted by the Athenian state. The orator Alcibiades was exiled in part for allegedly mocking the rites at a private party. The great tragedian Aeschylus was reportedly put on trial for inadvertently referencing the mysteries in one of his plays, though accounts differ on whether he was convicted. The point is that the silence was enforced not merely by social custom, but by genuine legal consequence. Even so, the silence held. Initiates who wrote memoirs, who wrote philosophy, who wrote letters that survive to this day, mention the mysteries only obliquely, in language designed to gesture toward the experience without exposing it. Cicero, who was initiated and who wrote at length about almost everything, said only that Athens had given many gifts to civilization, but the greatest of them was the mysteries, that through them the initiates had learned not merely how to live joyfully, but how to die with better hope. Among those who passed through the sanctuary at Eleusis were people from nearly every station in ancient life. The emperors Augustus, Hadrian, and Marcus Aurelius were all initiated. Plato almost certainly participated. The language he uses in certain dialogues about the soul's journey after death carries unmistakable echoes of initiatory vocabulary. Sophocles wrote warmly of those who had been to Eleusis. Ordinary farmers and potters and merchants made the journey alongside senators and philosophers. This was because the mysteries placed no barrier of class or wealth on initiation. The requirement was ritual purity and the willingness to undertake the rites, not wealth or noble birth. Even enslaved people could be initiated under certain conditions. That was unusual enough in the ancient world to be worth noting. The sanctuary drew this extraordinary cross-section of the Mediterranean world for centuries, because what it offered was not tied to any particular political system or social hierarchy. It was tied instead to something that every human being, regardless of station, carried with them: the knowledge of their own mortality, the hope that there might be something worth calling hope on the other side of it. The influence of Eleusis on the cultural and intellectual life of the ancient world was immense, even if that influence operated largely in silence. The mysteries shaped how people thought about death, about divine relationship, about the possibility of individual transformation. This influence extended far beyond the initiation hall itself. Poets and philosophers drew on the language and the conceptual frameworks associated with the mysteries to explore their own ideas about the soul, about loss and restoration, about what endures beyond the physical body. The Orphic tradition, with its emphasis on purification and the soul's journey through the underworld, was deeply intertwined with the Eleusinian mysteries, and both contributed to the development of Platonic philosophy, with its vision of the immortal soul ascending toward eternal truths. The echoes of Eleusis can be heard throughout the intellectual heritage of the Western world, even in periods and places where the actual facts of the rites were largely forgotten. What the mysteries offered, in the end, was a relationship with the story of Persephone that went far deeper than knowing the myth as a narrative. An initiate who had fasted as Demeter fasted, walked the road as Demeter wandered, drunk the Chion as Demeter drank, then witnessed, in whatever form it took inside the great hall, some representation of Persephone's descent and return, had passed through the structure of the myth with their own body. They had felt, in some reduced and ritual form, the grief of loss and the relief of return. Ancient sources suggest that what was shown inside the telesterion involved firelight, darkness, sudden illumination, perhaps a revealed object or image of some significance. An ear of grain has been proposed by some scholars as the central sacred revelation, though this too remains an inference rather than a confirmed fact. What the initiates saw and heard in that hall, we genuinely do not know. The silence was that complete. They kept the secret so well that we still don't know the heart of what was revealed, only that the people who experienced it came out changed, spent the rest of their lives saying that they were no longer afraid of death. The most famous visitor the underworld ever received arrived carrying a lyre and playing as he walked, the music floating ahead of him through tunnels that had never heard anything like it. His name was Orpheus, and in the oldest accounts of his story, he was the son of one of the muses, most often Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, which meant that his gift for music was not merely a talent, but something closer to a divine inheritance, woven into him at birth. He had married a young woman named Eurydice, And by every account, the marriage was a happy one, the kind of quiet happiness that asks for nothing more than its own continuation. But on an ordinary day, not long after the wedding, Eurydice was walking through the grass when she was bitten by a snake and died, suddenly, completely, without ceremony or warning. Orpheus, in his grief, could not simply allow the world to carry on as though she had only gone somewhere he could not follow. He had music that could move rivers and coax birds from the trees, music that made stones pause and rivers slow in their beds, and he decided that if any power in the world might soften the rulers of the dead, it was the one thing he had always possessed. And so he went down. He walked through the entrance to the underworld at one of the many places the ancients believed the boundary could be crossed, and he played his lyre the entire way, filling those dark passages with something they had never been asked to hold before. The rivers of the underworld, the Styx, the Acheron, are said in various ancient sources to have slowed around him as he crossed. The shades of the dead, who in most accounts moved through their grey existence without particular feeling, stopped and gathered around him in silence, listening. Even Tantalus, condemned to reach forever for water that always receded, is said to have forgotten to reach for a moment. Even the Furies, those fierce and relentless beings, wept. The music moved everything it touched, because it carried inside it something the underworld very rarely encountered, a love that refused to accept its ending. It was not merely the technical excellence of his playing that affected the dead and the damned so profoundly, though Orpheus was certainly a virtuoso without peer. Rather, it was what the music contained, the authentic articulation of a grief so singular and real that it transcended the abstractions of death itself. In that underground realm, where judgments were fixed and fates were sealed, where the rules had held absolute for eons, something unprecedented occurred. The certainty of finality was questioned by the force of love expressed through art. The underworld, which had never known music before, Orpheus walked its passages, encountered in his playing a language that spoke directly to the emotional truth underlying all existence. The dead recognized in his notes something that reminded them of what they had lost, what they had left behind in the world of sunlight and growth. Even in their diminished state, as pale shades of their living selves, they understood that his music was not performance, but rather a direct transmission of the human heart in its most distilled form. When Orpheus finally arrived before the thrones of Hades and Persephone, he did not beg or argue or demand. He played. He sang of Eurydice, of the ordinary happiness they had shared, of how brief it had all been, and how much of her life remained unlived. He sang of love, not as something grand and mythological, but as something quiet and daily and irreplaceable, the kind that accumulates in small moments until it has become the structure of a life. Ancient sources differ in their emphasis when describing what happened next, but several of them, including Ovid in his Metamorphoses, describe Persephone as the one who was most deeply moved. Hades, in the classical tradition, is a figure of fixed authority, a god whose realm operates according to laws that do not easily bend. But Persephone did come from the surface world. She knew what it was to love the warmth and light of living things. She had wept for her own loss, had felt the grief of separation in a way that few other deities could claim to understand. And when Orpheus stood before her and played, something in his music must have found exactly that place in her. Ovid writes that Persephone could not resist his plea, and some scholars read certain earlier sources as suggesting she was the primary voice in granting what he asked, with Hades conceding to her mercy rather than acting from his own. However, the exchange between them unfolded in private. The answer they gave Orpheus together was yes. Eurydice would be allowed to return with him to the world above. There was one condition, and it was spoken clearly. Orpheus was to walk ahead, and Eurydice would follow behind him, and he was not to turn and look back at her until they had both fully emerged into the light of the living world. If he turned before that moment, she would be returned to the underworld and could not be released again. The condition was not a cruel one. It had its own internal logic, the kind of rule that belongs to thresholds and boundary crossings in many ancient traditions, where the liminal moment of passage requires a particular discipline, a willingness to move forward without confirmation that what you love is still there behind you. Different ancient writers interpreted this condition differently, some suggesting that it was designed not as a punishment, but as a test, a demonstration of the faith required to reclaim something precious. Others proposed that it represented a fundamental law of the underworld itself, that the dead could not properly return if they were perceived or observed directly during their transition, as though the gaze of the living world would unmake the permission already granted. The instruction carried within it a paradox that must have occurred to Orpheus even as it was being given to him. In order to save the woman he loved, he would have to walk away from her, to move forward without the evidence of her presence that his heart desperately wanted. This was perhaps the true ordeal, not the descent into darkness, which his music had made bearable, but the ascent in doubt, the challenge to trust in something he could not see or verify. Orpheus began the long walk upward. Eurydice followed in the dark behind him, her footsteps quiet in the way of shades. The passage must have been agonizing in its silence. He could not turn to check, could not ask, could not hear anything that would reassure him she was still there. Some ancient writers suggest he doubted near the end of the ascent, and that doubt became unbearable. Others present the turn as simply human, an impulse he could not suppress in the last moment before safety. Whatever the reason, just before he stepped fully into the light of the upper world, he turned his head. Eurydice was there, close behind him, and in that single glance he saw her begin to recede, not violently, not dramatically, but with the quiet inevitability of something returning to where it belonged. NGS. She spoke to him, in some accounts, a last farewell, and then she was gone. Orpheus walked back out of the underworld alone, into a world that looked exactly as it had when he had entered it, except that now it contained no path back to what he had lost. He had been given something almost unprecedented. The rules of death suspended, the judgment of the underworld moved aside, and had lost it in a single unguarded moment on the threshold. What Persephone had granted him was real, and it was extraordinary. It was an act of mercy from a queen who understood, in the most personal terms, what it meant to be separated from the world you came from, to be pulled away from life into a place of shadows by forces you had not chosen. She had heard in his music the same grief she herself had once carried through those same dark passages, and she had answered it with the only gift she had the power to give. That the gift was lost is not her failure. Whatever Orpheus felt as he walked back alone through that silence, Persephone sat in her stone hall. Dee already knew exactly what he would find when he arrived back at the world of the living. The symbols attached to Persephone were never chosen by accident. They all carry the same quiet contradiction that defines her. Beautiful things that belong equally to the living and the dead. The pomegranate is the most obvious of these, and the most layered. When ancient Greeks held one in their hands, they were holding something that seemed designed by nature to mean more than one thing at once. The outer skin is tough, almost leathery, a deep red that deepens further toward purple in certain light. Not a cheerful color, but a solemn one, the color of something that has absorbed a great deal. And then the fruit opens and reveals hundreds of seeds nested inside, each one bright and glistening, each one carrying the possibility of a new plant, a new harvest, more life, abundance enclosed within something that looks almost foreboding from the outside. That tension, so much life contained in something so dark, is precisely the tension that Persephone herself embodies. It is wit. The pomegranate became hers in a way that feels inevitable rather than arbitrary. In ancient Greece and across the ancient Near East, pomegranates were placed in graves alongside the dead. They appeared in burial sites not as a mistake or a coincidence, but as a deliberate offering, a symbol that acknowledged the presence of death, while also gesturing toward the possibility of continuation, of seeds that might yet grow somewhere beyond what the living could see. Persephone stood in exactly that same position, between the grave and the green world above it, and so the pomegranate accompanied her naturally. The way the right word sometimes accompanies the right thought. The pomegranate's association with underworld crossings extended beyond Greek religion into other ancient cultures that shared no direct mythological contact. In ancient Mesopotamia and the Near East, the pomegranate appeared in narratives of descent and return, in the cycles of deities who moved between the living world and the realm below. This was not coincidence, but rather a recognition embedded in the fruit itself, that what the Greeks saw in the pomegranate, other people saw as well. Something in its structure, its appearance, and its very nature seemed to call out the same message about continuity and boundary crossing. The fruit became a natural language for speaking about transitions between worlds, the way certain symbols carry meaning across very different peoples and times without requiring any explanation. The narcissus flower carries its own layered history. According to the Homeric hymn to Demeter, one of the oldest written sources for this myth, the narcissus was specifically what Persephone was reaching for when the earth opened beneath her, a flower so beautiful and so strange-smelling that it lured her away from the other girls and toward the place where Hades would emerge. The hymn describes it as a wondrous thing, shining brilliantly, a marvel for all to see. But the narcissus, like the pomegranate, carried associations that ran in two directions at once. It was admired for its beauty, yes, but it was also placed on the graves of the dead in Greek tradition, woven into funeral garlands offered to the deceased. Some ancient writers connected the word narcissus to a Greek root meaning numbness, the narcotic quality of its scent, the way it could overwhelm. A flower beautiful enough to distract you, dangerous enough to be associated with those who were gone. That Persephone was reaching for exactly this flower in the moment everything changed is the kind of detail that feels as though the myth understood itself very clearly. She was drawn towards something lovely that also belonged, in some quiet way, to death, and in reaching for it she crossed from one world into the other. Wheat and grain belong to Persephone as well, though they are more commonly associated with her mother Demeter. The connection makes sense when you consider that the growth of grain was understood to depend on Persephone's return from the underworld each year. It was her presence on earth, her reunion with her mother, that made the fields green again. Grain required both of them, the goddess of the harvest and the goddess who had been below the ground. So the ears of wheat that appear in ancient depictions of Persephone are a reminder that abundance is never entirely separate from what lies beneath the soil. Seeds themselves go into the earth, into darkness, before they become anything at all. The Greeks who worked the land and watched that process every season would not have missed the parallel. In the agricultural festivals of ancient Greece, grain was treated with the same reverence as the sacred objects of mystery religions. The act of planting was understood as a death, a sending of the seed into darkness and underground silence. Only through this apparent destruction could new life emerge into the light of spring and early summer. Torches appear frequently in images of Persephone, and they belong to her story from its earliest chapters. When Demeter wandered the earth searching for her daughter, she carried torches through the night, light brought to bear against an absence, fire moving through a dark that refused to answer. Hecate, the goddess who heard Persephone cry out on the day she was taken, also carries torches in her traditional depictions. The two of them, Hecate and Persephone, became closely associated after the reunion, with Hecate described in the Homeric hymn as Persephone's companion and attendant from that point forward. The torch is a tool for someone who must move between lit and unlit places, someone who cannot rely on the sun to illuminate every passage they need to walk. It suits Persephone well. In mystery religions like those at Eleusis, which centered on the worship of Demeter and Persephone, the torch carried additional weight as a sacred object. Initiates processed by torchlight through ritual spaces designed to enact the journey between worlds, and the torch became a symbol of knowledge revealed and truth brought into light. The bat and the deer appear in her iconography less frequently than the pomegranate or the narcissus, but they carry their own quiet logic. Bats inhabit the threshold between the underground and the open air. They sleep in caves and emerge at dusk, at the hour between day and night. That is itself a threshold. The deer, gentle and alert, moves silently through woods and meadows, disappearing into the tree line as quickly as it appears. Both animals suggest something that exists at the edge of the visible world, something that passes between states rather than settling permanently in any one of them. They are creatures of the in-between. That is precisely where Persephone lives most of the time, not fully in the underworld, not fully on the earth's surface, but perpetually in motion between the two. What these symbols share, taken all together, is that none of them belongs cleanly to either life or death. They all straddle the line. The pomegranate with its burial associations and its abundance of seeds, the narcissus placed in funeral garlands and found in sunlit meadows, grain that must go underground before it rises, torches carried through darkness by the grieving and the searching, creatures that inhabit the hours and places where one world shades into another. Each symbol encodes in the natural world the same truth that Persephone's story encodes in narrative, that the boundary between living and dying, between light and darkness, between the world above and the world below, is not a wall but a threshold. That there are beings, and perhaps even ordinary things like flowers and fruit, that belong to both sides at once. The pomegranate especially seems to have been chosen with particular care. This was because there is almost nothing in the natural world that holds so much life. All those seeds inside something that looks, when cut open, so much like a wound. Hello, welcome back to Mythology and Folklore for Sleep. Long ago, before the world had settled into its familiar rhythms, a goddess named Leto wandered across the earth in search of a place to rest. She carried within her the children of Zeus, the king of all the gods, twin siblings who had not yet arrived but whose coming had already set the divine world on edge in ways that Leto could feel even as she walked. The cause of her difficulty was not Zeus, who could not or would not shield her from what was coming, but Hera, his queen, the goddess of marriage and family, who had learned of the pregnancy and had decided, in the full weight of her authority, that Leto would find no relief anywhere on earth. Hera's anger at Zeus's affairs was something the ancient world understood as real and deep, born not from simple jealousy, but from a profound sense of injury. None of that made what she did to Leto any less difficult, but it does explain the resolve behind it. She sent her command across all the lands beneath the open sky, all those rooted to the earth and fixed in their places. None of them were to welcome Leto. None of them were to let her stop and rest and bring her children into the world. The earth obeyed. It had very little choice. Islands turned their faces away as the wandering goddess drew near their shores. Peninsulas that had always stood open to the sea suddenly became closed and inhospitable. Forests that had stood cool and welcoming in every other season thickened at their edges when she approached and would not let her through. Even the smallest and most remote places, the ledges of rock above the water where a goddess might have hoped to arrive unnoticed and rest without consequence, sent her on with something the stories describe as reluctance, as if the earth itself regretted having to do it. Hera had also taken one more careful measure. She kept Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, well away from Leto, so that even if the wandering goddess managed to find a willing shore, the labor could not reach its conclusion without divine assistance that Hera controlled. Leto walked on through all of this with a stillness that the ancient accounts find worth noting, not a coldness or a numbness to what she was enduring, but a deep and quiet persistence, the kind that belongs to someone who has decided to keep going, not because the road has become easier, but because stopping is not an option. She made her way across a very large portion of the world in her searching. She crossed through Thessaly, where the rivers ran clear and fast over smooth pale stones, and the hills rose in long green curves against the sky. She moved along the Aegean coasts, where the water was blue in a way that seems almost impossible until you have seen it. Not a single shade of blue, but a layered one, deep and shifting, full of light that came from somewhere below the surface as much as from above. The islands that rose from that sea looked from a distance like places made specifically for lingering, for setting down whatever you were carrying and staying a while. And in all of them, the same refusal came back to her, sometimes as a tangible thing, a wind that turned her back, or a shore that hardened under her feet, sometimes simply as the feeling of being somewhere that would not hold her, would not allow her to stay. She kept moving, one coast becoming the next. The ancient sources give the impression of someone who has grown very patient with the world's refusals, not because they have stopped being painful, but because patience is the only thing that makes any of it bearable. The Homeric hymn to Apollo, one of the oldest surviving accounts of this story, describes the goddesses of Olympus watching Leto's wandering with real sympathy, sending Iris across the sky to find a land that would accept her. Most of the lands Iris visited gave the same answer. Then she came to Delos. The island sat in the middle of the Aegean with the unpretentious stillness of a place that had never needed to be impressive. It was small and low-lying, rocky, with pale grasses and sparse shrubs growing between the stones, in a way that suggested the island supported life, because life insisted on being there, rather than because the island itself was particularly generous. What made Delos different from every other island Leto had approached was not its beauty or its size, but its freedom. Delos had been floating since the beginning of creation, unanchored to the floor of the sea, drifting on the surface of the Aegean without roots in anything below it. Because Hera's decree had applied specifically to the fixed and rooted lands, Delos still had the ability to choose. The Homeric hymn gives the island its own hesitation. It worried that Apollo, being the god he was about to become, might not want to be born somewhere so bare and modest, might leave afterward for a grander home, abandoning Delos to its old obscurity. Iris answered the island honestly. The temples built on Delos in Apollo's honor would make it the most sacred island in the whole sea. The island agreed, and when Leto stepped onto its shore, the ground held still beneath her feet and did not pull away. She understood that her wandering was finished. The island received her with a quiet that felt, after the long accumulation of refusals, like its own kind of abundance. She made her way to a grove near the shore where the single palm tree of Delos stood, the tree the ancient accounts mention specifically, as if it were itself part of the sacredness of the place. And she leaned against it and let the island hold her weight. For 9 days and 9 nights, in most of the traditional accounts, she waited. This was because Eileithyia was still absent from her side, still held back in Olympus by Hera's vigilance. The other goddesses had gathered around Leto on Delos: Dione, Rhea, Amphitrite. Others, and they sent Iris with a bribe of gold and amber, a great necklace 9 cubits long, to draw Eileithyia away from the queen's watchful eye without alerting her. When Eileithyia finally arrived on the island and took her place beside Leto, the birth began at last. Artemis came into the world first, The myth describes her as having arrived already composed, already capable, almost immediately to assist with what came next, as if her first act in existence was to be useful to someone she loved. Apollo followed her, and his arrival changed the atmosphere of everything around it. The ancient sources describe the moment of his birth as a flooding of golden light across the island. Not a gentle brightening, but a total and sudden transformation, as though the air itself had been replaced by something more luminous. The rocks of Delos went warm with it. The pale grasses caught the light, the way things hold warmth after the sun has passed over them slowly throughout the day. The Aegean around the island shimmered with a gold that came from something deeper than the sun overhead, something that had just entered the world and was still spreading itself outward from its point of origin, learning the boundaries of its own radiance. The swans that circled the island above cried out over the water in their great white arcs. The nymphs attending Leto washed the newborn god and wrapped him in clean white cloth and brought him nectar and ambrosia. Even in those first moments, the sources suggest there was something in his presence that was different from anything the world had held before, not merely divine in the way the gods were divine, but luminous in a way that reached into the quality of the air and altered it, made clarity out of it, made it possible to see things more sharply in it than had been possible before his arrival. Then the island did the thing that made it unlike any other place in the old myths. Delos, which had been floating freely across the sea since before time had any shape, settled. It sank its foundations into the floor of the Aegean and became fixed, anchored, permanent. The island that had drifted through all of creation without belonging to any particular point on the sea, finding its place the moment Apollo arrived in it, as if his birth had given the world around him something solid to hold. And from that first golden breath, the island of Delos held still, as if the whole world had paused to take in what had just arrived. The young god did not linger long on Delos after his birth. Something in him already knew where he needed to go. There is a quality to certain mythological figures that makes their destinies feel inevitable from the very first moment you hear about them. Apollo was one of those figures. Even as a newborn wrapped in the golden warmth of that small, rooted island, something in him was already oriented toward the distant slopes of Mount Parnassus, toward the deep fissures in the earth where smoke curled upward, and the air itself seemed to carry the weight of things not yet spoken aloud. According to the old stories, Apollo grew with extraordinary speed, not gradually, the way a mortal child grows through years of quiet accumulation, but with the sudden unfolding that belongs to divine beings, as if time were merely a suggestion for a god of his nature. He was given nectar and ambrosia, the food of the gods. With each taste he became more fully himself. His golden hair caught the light. His eyes, clear and steady, seemed to see further than any ordinary gaze could reach. And before very long, he lifted his bow. That was already in his hands as naturally as breathing, set off from Delos with a purpose that would reshape the sacred geography of the ancient world. The place he was moving toward had existed long before he arrived. In one of the oldest versions of the story, the site at Delphi, or Pytho as it was sometimes called in those earlier days, belonged first to Gaia, the earth herself, who had kept an oracle there since before the gods of Olympus had risen to power. Some accounts say that after Gaia, the sanctuary passed to Themis, the goddess of divine law and order, who delivered prophecies from that same rocky ground long before Apollo claimed it as his own. It matters that these older traditions existed. This was because they remind us that what Apollo eventually built there was not created from nothing. He came to a place that was already alive with a particular kind of sacred attention, a place where the boundary between the human and the divine had always been thin. What he did was not erase what had come before, but transform it, reorient it toward his own nature. This understanding of continuity rather than conquest would define Apollo's approach to the sanctuary throughout the ages that followed. He did not seek to obliterate the memory of Gaia or Themis, but rather to channel the power they had tended into new forms and new purposes. The sacred ground itself remained sacred. Only the deity who tended it changed. This spoke to something fundamental in how the ancient world understood divinity and space. A sanctuary was not holy because a god claimed it, but rather a god was drawn to it because it was already holy. Apollo's arrival at Delphi was less an invasion than a recognition, less a seizure than a homecoming. The transformation he would undertake was one of deepening and refining, of bringing the latent potential of the place to its fullest expression. He understood intuitively what would take centuries for human pilgrims to learn, that Delphi was a threshold, a place where the ordinary rules governing the separation between worlds grew thin and permeable. Still, before any of that transformation could begin, there was the matter of Python. Python was an ancient creature, vast and serpentine and deeply rooted in the same earth that had once nourished the oracle. Different sources describe it in different ways, some as a great dragon, some as a monstrous serpent of almost incomprehensible size, coiled through the ravines and rocky hollows of the mountain as if it had grown there alongside the stones themselves. In some versions of the myth, Python had a particular connection to Leto, Apollo's mother. According to those accounts, it was Python who had pursued her during her wandering, sent or encouraged by Hera to torment the pregnant goddess and prevent her from finding rest. If you hold that version of the story in your mind, then Apollo's journey to Pytho takes on an additional layer of meaning. It was not only the claiming of a sanctuary, but a settling of something old and unresolved. A son moving toward the source of his mother's suffering, with his bow already strung. The landscape around Delphi would have felt charged to anyone who stood there, divine or otherwise. The cliffs rose on either side like the walls of a much older world. The air carried a mineral sharpness from the deep springs beneath the rock. It was not a comfortable place. It was a place that demanded something from you, a kind of reckoning with whatever you had come there to ask. Python inhabited this landscape completely, had inhabited it so long that it and the terrain had become difficult to separate. The creature was not simply dangerous the way a wild animal is dangerous. It represented something older than danger, a kind of primal disorder. The chaos that had preceded the ordered world, the Olympian gods were in the process of establishing. Apollo faced it with his silver bow, that he drew with the focused stillness of a god who understood that clarity itself was a weapon. The old stories tell us that he fired arrow after arrow, that Python was immense and the battle was not brief, that the creature's body eventually came to rest in the same earth it had always belonged to, just beneath the rock where Apollo's temple would one day stand. There was a grief in some ancient tellings of this moment, not for the creature exactly, but for the weight of what ending something so ancient always carries. Apollo, for his part, would later be required to perform a ritual purification for the killing, to spend time in service before he could return to Delphi fully cleansed. The purification that Apollo underwent was not a punishment, though the stories sometimes make it sound like one. Rather, it was an acknowledgement that taking a life, even a monstrous one, even a necessary one, created a kind of spiritual debt that demanded settlement. This was a principle that applied even to gods, perhaps especially to gods, who wielded such tremendous power. By submitting himself to purification, Apollo demonstrated that no being, however divine or justified in their actions, stood outside the moral order of the universe. The blood that had been shed, though it belonged to a creature of chaos and disorder, had still been shed. It had to be honored and accounted for. This ritual obligation became part of Apollo's identity at Delphi. It grounded his authority there in something deeper than mere conquest or divine privilege. His temple would be built by a god who understood humility alongside power, who recognized that even the slaying of Python required making amends to the cosmic balance. When pilgrims later came to consult his oracle, they would be approaching a sanctuary tended by a deity who had already proven his willingness to submit to the law he represented. What Apollo built at Delphi after his victory was not built quickly. The stories suggest he understood from the beginning that the place required careful tending. He established his temple on the site where Python had fallen, the name Pytho, and the title of his eventual priestess. The Pythia preserved something of the creature's memory in the very fabric of the sanctuary he created. There was a wisdom in that, a recognition that what you have overcome does not disappear entirely, but becomes part of the ground you stand on. Apollo also established at Delphi the omphalos, a rounded stone that the Greeks understood to mark the navel of the earth, the central point from which the rest of the world extended in every direction. The story behind it was this: Zeus, wanting to find the true center of the cosmos, had released two eagles simultaneously from opposite ends of the earth and watched as they flew toward each other. They met above Delphi, so the place was confirmed as the world's midpoint, the still center around which everything else turned. The omphalos sat within Apollo's temple as both a physical marker and a theological statement. To consult the oracle at Delphi was not simply to ask a local god for a local answer. It was to address a question to the center of things itself, to the point where earth and heaven were most intimately connected. Pilgrims who made the long journey to Delphi, sometimes from the farthest reaches of the Greek world, were traveling not just toward a god, but toward the place where the world was most fully itself. Apollo understood this, and the sanctuary he tended reflected it in every detail, in the carefully maintained springs, in the sacred precinct where the air still carried that faint mineral sharpness from deep below, in the laurel that grew at the edges of the path and rustled quietly in tea. He mountain wind. And so Delphi became his, not only a temple, but the center of the known world, the place where divine knowledge and human need would meet for centuries to come. Apollo was called Phoebus, a word that means bright or pure. It was not simply a title describing the sun hanging in the sky, the way you might point to a lamp and call it bright. Phoebus carried a deeper meaning than that, a meaning the Greeks turned over carefully and returned to again and again across centuries of worship and poetry and quiet contemplation. To call Apollo Phoebus was to say something about his essential nature, that he was a god defined by clarity, by the quality of light that does not merely shine but reveals. Helios was the god of the sun as a physical object, the blazing wheel of fire that crossed the sky each day from east to west, pulled by his tireless horses. Helios was warmth and heat and the mechanics of daylight, the god responsible for the actual arc of the sun's passage. Apollo was something different. His domain was light as a principle, the illumination that separates truth from shadow, that makes hidden things visible, that cuts through the fog of confusion and uncertainty and leaves behind only what is real. Where Helios was the fire itself, Apollo was the quality of seeing clearly that fire makes possible. The distinction sounds subtle, but the Greeks felt it deeply. This distinction extended into how the two gods were worshipped and invoked. Helios received acknowledgement and respect, particularly among those whose lives depended on the sun's consistent passage, farmers and sailors and travelers. But Apollo commanded a different kind of devotion. He was sought out for answers, for guidance, for access to truths that lay beyond ordinary human understanding. The oracle at Delphi drew pilgrims from across the known world, but it was not Helios they climbed the mountain to consult. It was Apollo they sought, the god whose light could penetrate the veils that ordinarily separated mortals from knowledge of their fates and futures. This speaks to something fundamental about how the ancient mind organized the sacred, physical necessity on one side, spiritual illumination on the other. Over time, as Greek religious thought developed and spread across the ancient world, the two figures drew closer together in the popular imagination. Many later writers collapse them into a single image of a golden youth driving a chariot across the sky. There is something natural about that conflation. The sunrise, after all, is difficult to separate from the feeling of waking, of things becoming knowable again after the darkness of night. And Apollo's qualities lent themselves beautifully to the image, the golden chariot catching the first light of morning, the long rays pouring across the hills and meadows, chasing the last shadows into the corners of the world. Whether or not Apollo was Helios, he felt like the kind of god who belonged to that moment of the day. The Greeks imagined the sunrise as Apollo's approach, his presence announcing itself first in the softening of the eastern horizon, the slow deepening of color from black to dark blue, to the fragile rose gold that arrives just before the sun clears the earth's edge. There was a sense in this image of something intentional, not merely the mechanical turning of the world, but a God choosing to illuminate it. Each morning was a renewal of that choice, and so the sunrise carried within it a quality of benevolence, of careful attention, as though the light arrived with a purpose beyond warmth. That purpose, in the Apolline understanding, was truth. His light was prophetic before it was physical. It was the force that made the oracle possible, that allowed his priestess at Delphi to speak what could not otherwise be spoken. When pilgrims climbed the mountain to consult the god, they were climbing toward the source of illumination itself, toward the one who could see clearly what others could only half perceive in shadow, the fog that gathered in the valleys below the sanctuary. The ordinary human confusion and uncertainty and wishful thinking could not survive where Apollo's light reached fully. His was a clarity that asks something of you, a brightness that required you to look honestly at what it showed. The priestess herself, known as the Pythia, was believed to sit at the very center of this divine illumination. She breathed the vapors that rose from the chasm beneath the temple, and in that state of altered awareness, she spoke the god's words. What emerged from her mouth was understood to be not her own thought, but Apollo's light passing through her, using her as a vessel for truth that could not be filtered through ordinary human reasoning or bias. The words were often cryptic, requiring interpretation, yet their source was considered unquestionable. This understanding reveals something important about how the Greeks conceived of prophecy itself, not as magical trick or false certainty, but as a transmission of clarity that required human wisdom to fully comprehend. This quality is why order was so closely tied to him. In the Greek mind, chaos was a kind of darkness, a condition in which things could not be properly seen, in which their true shapes and relationships remained hidden. Apollo's light dissolved chaos, not by force, but simply by illuminating it, by revealing the underlying structure that had always been present beneath the confusion. He was the god of reason, not because he argued or debated, but because his very nature made the reasoned, ordered world visible. To stand in Apollo's light was to see things as they were, not as fear or desire or grief had arranged them. There is a quietness to this kind of light. It is not the flickering, dramatic quality of firelight, which creates as many shadows as it eliminates. It is more like the light of a clear winter morning, when the air is sharp and still and the world holds itself in an unusual stillness. Every branch and stone stands out with a precision that softer days never quite achieve. That quality of stillness belonged to Apollo. His sanctuaries were places of order, of clean lines, of carefully observed ritual, of silence held respectfully. Even his music, which we will come to later, was characterized by proportion and harmony rather than abandon. He was a god who embodied the beauty of things properly arranged. His golden chariot, in the myths where he drives it, moves at a steady and certain pace across the sky, neither hurrying nor lingering, tracing the same arc that it traces every single day. There is something comforting in that regularity, something that the Greeks understood as a kind of promise, that the light would return, that the darkness would not hold, that the world would continue to be made visible to those willing to open their eyes and look at it honestly. Apollo kept that promise every morning without exception. The steadiness of it was itself a form of grace. People sometimes speak of light as though it is inherently kind, as though illumination is always welcome. But Apollo's light was not always comfortable. It showed what was there, whether or not you wanted to see it. It fell equally on sorrow and joy, on beauty and ruin, on the face of someone you loved and the face of someone you had deceived. The Greeks understood this about their god. They respected him for it, even when his clarity was difficult to bear. His was the light that lets you see things as they truly are, not warmer or kinder than they are, but clearly, which is its own kind of gift. There is a story about how Apollo came to hold the instrument most closely associated with him. It begins not with grandeur, but with a newborn god and a tortoise shell. On the very day that Hermes was born, the son of Zeus and the mountain nymph Maia, he did something that no reasonable person would expect from a creature only hours old. He climbed out of the cave on Mount Cyllene where his mother had been resting, and he went wandering. The world was fresh and wide and full of interesting things. Hermes, even as an infant, had the kind of restless curiosity that does not sit quietly in one place for long. He came across a tortoise moving slowly through the grass near the cave's entrance. He stopped to look at it for a long moment. According to the old story told in the Homeric hymn to Hermes, he hollowed out the tortoise's shell, stretched animal gut strings across it from one side to the other, and plucked them experimentally. The sound that came back to him was something entirely new, a resonant, shivering tone that seemed to gather the air around it. He had made the world's first lyre, without quite meaning to, or perhaps meaning to more than he let on. This was because Hermes was already, even in those first hours of his life, a god who understood that a useful thing was worth having. But he did not stop there. That same night, still a newborn by any reckoning, he slipped away to Pieria in the north, where Apollo kept a herd of cattle sacred to the gods. Hermes drove 50 of them southward, cleverly walking them backward so that their tracks would point in the wrong direction. He wore sandals made of woven branches so that his own footprints would be strange and unreadable. He hid the cattle in a cave near the river Alpheus, slaughtered 2 of them in a ritual offering he improvised himself, then returned home to his cradle, pulling his blankets up around him as though he had been there all along. Apollo, who could see clearly what others could not, was not fooled for long. He followed the confused trail and eventually confronted the infant, who blinked up at him with an expression of complete innocence and denied everything. Apollo brought the matter before Zeus on Mount Olympus. Zeus, who seems to have found the whole situation more amusing than his older son did, ordered Hermes to make restitution. The 2 of them went together to retrieve the remaining cattle, and it was there, during that walk, that Hermes began to play the lyre he had made that morning. What Apollo heard stopped him entirely. There is something in the story worth pausing over, because it says a great deal about both gods. Hermes was clever and quick, a god of boundaries and crossings, of thieves and travelers and unexpected connections between things. The lyre he made was his invention, the product of a wandering mind that saw a tortoise and immediately imagined something else entirely. But Apollo, when he heard it, understood its meaning in a deeper way than its maker did. He understood what music was for, what it could hold, what it could say about the shape of the world. He wanted the lyre the way a person wants something they have always been looking for without knowing what it was called. Hermes, ever practical and ever willing to negotiate, offered to trade it for the cattle and for the golden staff that would become the caduceus. Apollo agreed without hesitation. He took the lyre in his hands. The instrument had found the god it had been waiting for. What Apollo did with the lyre over the long years of his divinity was something that the ancient Greeks found almost impossible to describe without reaching for images from the natural world. His playing was not entertainment, and it was not performance in any ordinary sense. When Apollo drew sound from the strings, people said it was as if the notes arranged themselves into something larger than music, a pattern that echoed the way the stars moved, the way the seasons turned one into the next, the way light fell evenly across a hillside without favoring one blade of grass over another. Greek thinkers who came later would call this quality harmony. They meant it in the fullest sense of the word, not merely sounds that agreed with one another, but a reflection of the order underlying every thing visible and invisible. Music, for the Greeks, was not decorative. It was structural. It was the sound that the cosmos made if you could hear it clearly enough. And Apollo, with the lyre across his knees, was the clearest hearing of all. He was given the title Musagetes, leader of the Muses, and this connection deserves a moment of attention. This was because it tells you something about how the ancient Greeks organized the world of creativity and thought. The 9 Muses were goddesses who presided over every form of human expression and intellectual life. Calliope oversaw epic poetry. Erato was the muse of love poetry. Euterpe governed lyric song. Terpsichore moved through dance. Clio kept the stories of history. Urania watched over the study of the heavens. Polyhymnia was the muse of sacred hymns. Melpomene and Thalia governed tragedy and comedy, the 2 great theatrical forms that the Greeks developed and refined with extraordinary care. These 9 goddesses lived on Mount Helicon, or, in other traditions, on Mount Pa, Knossos near Delphi. Apollo dwelled among them, or led them in performances that celebrated the full range of what a mortal or immortal mind could create and understand. That Apollo led them was not simply a matter of rank or prestige, though he certainly had both. It was because the Greeks understood inspiration, the genuine creative impulse, the thing that makes a poem feel inevitable rather than constructed, to be a form of illumination. The same God who was Phoebus, the bright one, who cleared fog and let things be seen as they truly were, was also the God who gave artists the sudden inward light by which a verse resolved itself, a melody found its shape, a difficult thought became expressible. Creativity and clarity were, in this understanding, the same gift arriving from the same source. When a poet invoked the Muses before beginning a work, it was Apollo's light they were ultimately asking for, the capacity to see their subject truly and to render it in a form that others could recognize as true. Musicians and poets across the ancient world felt the weight of this connection. Apollo's own skill with the lyre was, by all accounts in the tradition, unmatched by any mortal and rivaled by no other god. His instrument was often described as the kithara in his more formal representations, a larger, more resonant version of the simple lyre, the kind used by professional musicians at public ceremonies and competitions rather than by someone sitting quietly alone. He carried it with him the way a king carries the symbols of his office, not for display, but because it belonged in his hands. Some ancient images show him in the act of playing, his head slightly inclined, his posture easy and unhurried, as though the music costs him nothing and gives him everything. The sound of Apollo's lyre was associated in the old stories with particular effects on the world around it. When he played at the feasts of the Olympian gods, the banquet became something different, more than a gathering, more than a meal. Something settled over the assembled gods that was close to peace, the kind that comes not from the absence of conflict, but from the sudden apprehension that things are, for this moment, exactly as they should be. When he played in the natural world, the trees were said to lean very slightly in the direction of the sound, the rivers moved more quietly, and the animals in the fields stood still in the grass. These are the kinds of details that ancient storytellers reached for when they were trying to describe something real that language could only approach from the side. The experience of hearing music so perfectly ordered that the usual noise of existence seems to quiet itself in response. There is something in all of this that the ancient Greeks understood intuitively and that still makes a kind of sense even now. Long after the temples have gone quiet and the Pythian games have ceased and no one climbs to Delphi to ask the priestess a question, music at its best does something to the mind that other things do not. It reaches past the part of a person that judges and categorizes and worries. It speaks to something deeper and less defended. The Greeks named that deeper place Apollos. This was because they had a god for everything that mattered, and this mattered enormously. The lyre that Hermes made from a tortoise shell on the morning of his birth became, in Apollo's hands, something larger than its origins, a way of touching the order that runs beneath the surface of the world, if only for as long as the last note takes to fade. When Apollo played, it was said that the gods themselves fell quiet. This was because some kinds of beauty have a way of silencing everything else. To visit the oracle at Delphi was not a simple thing. It required planning, purification, a willingness to receive an answer that might not be the one you were hoping for. The journey itself, for most pilgrims, began weeks before they ever set foot on the slopes of Mount Parnassus. They came from across the Greek world and beyond, from the islands, from the colonies along the coast of Asia Minor, from the great cities of the mainland, sometimes from kingdoms so distant that the Greeks themselves regarded them as the edge of the known world. Kings and generals came, farmers came, ordinary men and women carrying questions that had kept them awake through too many long nights came, and every one of them, regardless of rank or origin, was required to undergo the same preparations before Apollo would receive them. There was a purity expected at Delphi that had nothing to do with cleanliness alone. It was a purity of approach, a quality of seriousness, a willingness to step out of ordinary time and into something else entirely. Before a pilgrim could even present a question to the god, they were required to bathe in the cold waters of the Castalian spring that ran down the mountainside between two great cliffs of pale stone. The spring was sacred to Apollo and to the Muses both. Its waters were said to carry a quality of clarity, not the kind you could taste or feel against your skin, necessarily, but the kind that seemed to settle over you when you stepped out of the water and stood in the mountain air with the valley spread out far below. After the bathing came the sacrifice. A goat was brought to the temple forecourt and examined carefully. This was because the ritual required that the animal react in a particular way when cold water was poured over it. It needed to shiver, to tremble. If it did not, the day's consultation was considered unpromising and might be postponed entirely. This was not superstition in the casual sense. It was the careful management of the threshold between the human and divine, a shared acknowledgement by priests and pilgrims alike that some days the god was more accessible than others, that no one could simply demand his attention. The woman who sat at the center of all this, the one who actually spoke for Apollo, was called the Pythia. She was, in her way, one of the most remarkable figures in the ancient world. She was typically a woman of Delphi, chosen from among the local women for her character and her spiritual suitability. Once chosen, she held her position for life. In earlier times, according to some ancient accounts, the Pythia was required to be a young unmarried woman, but later the custom shifted and she was more often a woman past middle age. Though she continued to dress in the white robes of a young girl when she performed her consultations, as if the role itself existed outside of ordinary time, she lived within the sanctuary precincts, set apart from regular life, eating simply, moving through her days with the quiet purpose of someone who understood what was being asked of her. On the days when the oracle was open, which came only on certain designated days of the year, limited by the ritual calendar of the sanctuary, The Pythia rose before dawn. She bathed herself in the Castalian spring just as the pilgrims would, then made her way to the inner chamber of the temple, a space that was not open to ordinary visitors. There she descended to a lower area, a room sunken into the earth itself, where a crack or fissure in the rock was said to release vapors from deep underground. She seated herself on a tripod above this opening, a three-legged bronze seat that had become one of the most recognizable symbols of the oracle. Ancient sources speak of her chewing laurel leaves, of drinking G-water from a sacred spring within the temple, of breathing in whatever rose from below. The vapors that drifted up from the earth at Delphi are now thought, by those who have studied the geology of the site carefully, to have included ethylene, a sweet-smelling gas that in low concentrations produces a light, dreaming kind of altered state. Not unconsciousness, but a loosening, a softening of the ordinary boundaries of the mind. The Pythia did not lose herself entirely. She remained in some sense present, functional, speaking, but what she spoke in that state was not what she might have said walking through the ordinary world. That was precisely the point. The pilgrims who waited outside could not hear her directly. Priests attended the consultation, listening to what the Pythia said and rendering it into a form that could be delivered to the questioner, sometimes in prose, in earlier centuries often in verse, in the formal meter of hexameter lines that gave the answer the weight and texture of something ancient and deliberate. The questions that people brought to Delphi covered an enormous range of human concern. Should a city go to war? Should a man marry? Where should a colony be founded? What ritual had been neglected that was causing the illness spreading through a household? What did a dream mean? The oracle received them all with the same gravity, and the answers that came back were rarely simple. This was not an accident, and it was not, the Greeks understood, a failure on the god's part. Apollo was the god of truth, and yet his oracle was famously, consistently oblique. The paradox is one of the most interesting things about his worship. It was not lost on the people who travelled to consult him. They came knowing the oracle might speak in riddles. They came anyway. Perhaps the understanding was that truth, in its full form, does not arrange itself into tidy sentences. It comes layered and conditional, dependent on things not yet decided, shot through with what might happen and what might not. The god could see clearly, but the future was not a single fixed thing. It was a field of possibilities. What the oracle gave you was your position within that field, if only you could read it correctly. The trouble was that reading it correctly required a kind of patience and humility that was very easy to lose, especially when the answer seemed, on its surface, to confirm exactly what you had already hoped. The story of Croesus, the wealthy king of Lydia, is perhaps the most often told illustration of this. Croesus was one of the most powerful rulers of his time, a man of extraordinary wealth who had made substantial offerings to the sanctuary at Delphi in hopes of securing the god's favor. When he was considering whether to go to war against the Persian Empire, that was growing rapidly under Cyrus the Great, he sent messengers to Delphi with his question. The oracle's response, as it came back to him, was that if he crossed the river Halys and went to war against Persia, he would destroy a great empire. Croesus received this answer with satisfaction. A great empire would be destroyed, and surely, he reasoned, a king of his stature and resources was not the one who would be destroyed. He crossed the river. The great empire that fell was his own. The answer had been entirely accurate. It had specified neither which empire nor whose destruction. It had told the truth in the only complete way truth could be told. That is to say, it had told it in a way that contained more than one meaning. Croesus had chosen the meaning that he preferred. There is something genuinely sorrowful in this, something that the Greeks would have recognized immediately as a pattern. The human tendency to hear what we are hoping for rather than what we are being told. Apollo did not deceive Croesus. He illuminated the situation with exactly the same clarity he always brought to things. What Croesus did with that light was his own responsibility, his own choice, shaped by his own desires. Stories like this one circulated widely among the Greek world, passed from one city to another, repeated in gatherings where people debated what they meant. They were cautionary tales, certainly, but they were more than that. They were teachings about the nature of knowledge itself, about the limits of certainty when dealing with matters of importance. Pilgrims who came to Delphi would have known such stories. They would have understood that getting an answer was not the same as getting the answer you wanted, and that the oracle's very obscurity was not a flaw but a feature, a way of preserving the human capacity for choice. The god did not rob you of your agency by telling you too plainly what would come to pass. Instead, he offered you a truth that required your own judgment, your own wisdom, to interpret rightly. This placed a burden on the questioner, certainly, but it also honored them, acknowledged that they themselves possessed understanding worth consulting. The atmosphere of the sanctuary encouraged a kind of slowness, a suspension of ordinary certainty that the rest of daily life did not. The sacred way that wound up through the sanctuary grounds was lined on both sides with offerings, statues and treasuries, and dedications left by city-states and individuals across generations, each one a record of someone who had come here seeking something. Standing among them, with the mountain rising above and the valley falling away below, you would have felt what many ancient writers describe, a sensation of being at the center of things, in a place where the usual distances between the human and the divine had narrowed. The omphalos stone inside the temple, a rounded white stone said to mark the exact center of the earth, gave this feeling of physic, owl form. Zeus himself, according to the old account, had sent 2 eagles flying from opposite ends of the world. They had met above this spot. The stone was the proof of it, a fixed point in an uncertain world. You carried your question here. You underwent your purification. You waited in the mountain air for the answer to come back to you across the threshold, and when it came, it asked something of you that no simple answer would have required. It asked you to sit with uncertainty, to resist the urge to resolve ambiguity too quickly, to let the truth reveal itself over time rather than forcing it into the shape of what you already believed. But God was telling the truth, as he always did. It was only that the truth, when you looked at it too quickly, could look very much like reassurance. Apollo could kill with his bow from a great distance. The Greeks understood this not as a contradiction with his healing nature, but as the same power turned in 2 directions. His arrows were not merely weapons in the ordinary sense. They were expressions of something precise and absolute, something that arrived without warning and could not be argued with. When Apollo's silver bow was drawn against a mortal or a people, the result was swift and certain. A death that came like a sudden change in the weather, with no visible cause and no clear remedy. In the opening passages of Homer's Iliad, when the Greek camp is struck by a devastating plague after Agamemnon dishonors Apollo's priest, the poem describes the god descending from Olympus with his bow rattling at his shoulder, the arrows falling invisible into the camp like rain. Animals die first, and then the men. The fires of the funeral pyres burn night and day for 9 days without stopping. This image carries within it the ancient understanding that epidemic illness, sudden, collective, inexplicable, belonged to Apollo as surely as the morning light did. The god who illuminated the world also had the power to darken it. And yet the same tradition that gave him this terrible capability also made him the one god most able to lift the sickness he had sent. His arrows could carry pestilence outward into the world. They could also, when he chose, carry it away again. He was called Alexikakos in Athens, the averter of evil, and temples were raised to him, not only to win his favor, but to thank him for plagues that had ended, for seasons of illness that had passed. The Greeks lived with the knowledge that the god who protected them and the god who could destroy them were the same figure, approached through the same rites, honored with the same laurel and the same song. There was no separate deity of healing to turn to when Apollo was displeased. This was because healing and harm were not separate things. They were the two faces of a single, extraordinary attention. But there was another dimension to Apollo's nature that the Greeks also recognized, one that emerged not in his role as a protector of cities or an avenger of wrongs, but in his capacity for personal attachment. Apollo was a god who loved mortals, and these loves were marked by an intensity and a particularity that set them apart from the more distant relationships between gods and humans. When Apollo loved, he loved with the full force of divine attention, a gaze that could illuminate a person's entire existence and set them apart from the ordinary run of mortal life. Yet this very intensity created a tension that the myths repeatedly explored. A god's love, no matter how genuine or profound, could never quite align with the fundamental needs of a mortal being. The god existed outside of time in a way that a human could not. He would endure long after any mortal beloved had turned to dust and been forgotten by the world. The Greeks understood that this gap between divine and human existence created a kind of tragedy that was built into the very structure of such relationships. It was not a matter of the god being cruel or indifferent. Rather, it was an acknowledgement that some incompatibilities could not be overcome, no matter how much love was present on either side. The god could offer eternity, but not the simple comfort of aging together. He could offer transformation and transcendence, but not the quiet ordinariness that a mortal heart might crave. These contradictions lived at the heart of every love story involving Apollo, creating narratives that were beautiful and terrible in equal measure. It is partly in this light that the story of Coronis becomes so meaningful. This was because it is a story about what happens when that extraordinary attention is turned on someone the god loves. Coronis was a mortal woman of Thessaly, a princess of great beauty. Apollo loved her with the kind of care that made her life luminous for a time. According to the version told by Pindar in his second Pythian ode, she carried Apollo's child. The world around her must have seemed lit with a particular grace. But Coronis made a choice that the god could not overlook. While she was pregnant with Apollo's son, she took a mortal man named Ischys as a lover, drawn, some versions of the myth suggest, simply by human nearness, by the desire for someone who would grow old beside her and share the ordinary texture of a mortal life. Apollo, being a god, could not offer her that. He was radiant and distant and eternal. Perhaps there are things that even a god's love cannot give a person. But in the myth, the reasons for Coronis's choice matter far less than the consequences of it. This was because the crow that had been watching her, a white bird, Apollo's own messenger, flew back to Olympus and told the god exactly what it had seen. There are versions of this story in which Apollo already knew through his prophetic sight. The crow's report only confirmed what he had already foreseen. That makes the grief inside the rage all the more resonant. He could see the truth. He always could. That did not make it any easier to receive. The violation that Coronis committed in Apollo's eyes was not primarily a matter of sexual jealousy, though that element was present in the god's response. Rather, it was an assertion of human autonomy in the face of divine will. She had chosen the mortal and the temporary over the divine and the eternal. She had looked at what Apollo offered: immortal love, transcendent beauty, a connection to the divine, and decided that it was not enough. Her desire for Ischys was an implicit rejection of everything that made Apollo who he was. It was a statement that the ordinary was preferable to the extraordinary, that human mutuality mattered more than divine devotion. For a god accustomed to receiving worship and gratitude from mortals, this refusal must have been experienced as an almost incomprehensible wound. Apollo had given Coronis everything that a god could give, and she had thrown it back in his face by seeking comfort in the arms of a mere mortal man. The myth does not present Coronis as wicked or foolish for making this choice. Rather, it presents her choice as a deeply human one, rooted in a need that even divine love could not satisfy. Yet the myth also insists that such a choice cannot be made without consequence. The gods do not forgive rejections of their will, no matter how understandable those rejections might be from a human perspective. Coronis's humanity, her very mortality in its desires, made her vulnerable in a way that no immortal being could ever be. What came next in the story is painful in the way that only myths about grief can be. This was because it is not clean or noble. It is swift and irreversible, the way real sorrow tends to be. Apollo, in his anger, asked his twin sister Artemis to carry out the punishment. Coronis was struck down by her arrows on the plains of Thessaly. According to Pindar's account, when the flames of her funeral pyre were already rising, something shifted inside Apollo. The rage gave way to a grief so acute that it must have felt like one of his own arrows turned inward. He could not undo what had been done to Coronis, but she was still carrying his son. So, according to the tradition, he reached into the fire and drew the unborn child from her body before the flames could take him. The child was placed in the care of Chiron, the wise centaur who lived on the slopes of Mount Pelion, a being known for his gentleness and his vast knowledge of medicine and the natural world. Chiron raised the boy carefully, teaching him everything that could be known about the healing of living things, the properties of plants, the nature of wounds, slow processes by which a body, given the right conditions, finds its way back to wholeness. The child's name was Asclepius. He grew into a healer of such extraordinary skill that his name became synonymous with medicine itself. The serpent wound staff he carried became the symbol of the healing arts. Sanctuaries raised in his honor, called Asclepioea, drew the sick and the suffering from across the ancient world. What the myth holds within it is the strange and difficult truth that Asclepius arrived in the world precisely because of the violence that ended his mother's life, that his existence was inseparable from Apollo's grief and Apollo's fury, that the art of healing he would carry through the world was born out of a moment of irreversible harm. Asclepius would go on to become the greatest healer the world had ever known, but he carried his mother's story with him always, woven into the very beginning of his life. Of all the people Apollo ever loved, perhaps none ended more sadly than the Trojan princess Cassandra, whose story is one of the most difficult in all of Greek myth. Cassandra was the daughter of Priam, king of Troy, and his queen Hecuba, and by most accounts she was among the most beautiful of their many children. Troy was a great and prosperous city, its walls thick and its people proud, and Cassandra grew up inside that prosperity, surrounded by brothers and sisters, by the ordinary rhythms of a royal household. Apollo noticed her, as he sometimes noticed mortals whose beauty or spirit seemed to call to him, and he came to her with a gift. According to the tradition that has come down to us through writers including Aeschylus and later Lycophron, Apollo offered Cassandra the ability to see the future, to know what was coming before it arrived, to read the shape of events the way another person might read the grain of wood. It was among the most extraordinary gifts a god could offer a mortal, and he gave it to her freely in the hope that she would welcome him in return. The details of what followed vary somewhat depending on which ancient source you consult, but the essential shape of the story remains consistent. Cassandra accepted the gift of prophecy, but then refused Apollo himself, withdrawing from any further closeness with him. Some versions suggest she changed her mind after already agreeing, which the god took as a betrayal. Others simply say she turned him away. In either case, the result was the same. Apollo could not take back a gift he had already given. Divine gifts, once bestowed, were not so easily reclaimed, and so instead he did something far more precise and far more devastating. He added a condition. From that moment forward, Cassandra would still see the future with perfect clarity, but no one who heard her would ever believe her. Her prophecies would be accurate in every detail, and they would be dismissed every time by everyone, no matter how urgently she spoke or how precisely her visions proved correct. It is worth pausing on what this actually meant. To know the truth and to be unable to share it is one kind of suffering. But Cassandra's situation was more complicated than silence. She could speak. She did speak. She told people exactly what she saw coming, in plain terms, with full knowledge of what was at stake, and they heard her words and found them unconvincing, or delusional, or simply not worth taking seriously. The curse was not that she was mute, it was that the connection between her words and the minds of her listeners had been severed, as cleanly and as permanently as a thread cut with a blade. Truth, in her mouth, became something that sounded like anything but truth. The cruelest demonstration of this came during the final years of Troy, when the city was already under enormous strain from a decade of war with the Greeks camped outside its walls. When Cassandra's brother Paris had first sailed to Sparta and returned with Helen, Cassandra had warned against it. She had seen what it would bring. No one listened. As the war ground on, and the Trojans endured siege and grief and loss, there may have been moments when some of them almost remembered what she had said. But memory is a selective thing, and people who are frightened tend to reach for hope rather than for the person who told them it was already too late. Then came the wooden horse. The Greeks, after years of fighting without breaking through the walls of Troy, appeared to give up and sail away, leaving behind on the beach an enormous wooden horse. It was understood by many Trojans as an offering, perhaps a religious object, a parting gift. The debate about what to do with it was lively and spirited. Bring it inside the walls, some argued, and the victory is ours. Cassandra stood before them and told them what it contained. She told them that Greek soldiers were folded inside it in the dark, waiting for night, and that if the horse entered the city, it would mean the end of everything. She was not vague about it. She was specific and she was insistent, and the Trojans looked at her with the particular kind of patient sorrow the people reserve for someone they have decided cannot be trusted. And they wheeled the horse through the gates. There is a weight to that image that is difficult to describe in calm terms. Cassandra watching the horse pass through the walls of the city she loved, knowing with absolute certainty what was going to happen next, knowing that she had said so and been heard and disbelieved, knowing that from this point forward the suffering was inevitable and irreversible. Some ancient sources describe her as frantic with grief in those final hours, crying out warnings that echoed off the stone walls of a city that was already, in every meaningful sense, lost. And she was right about all of it. The soldiers came out of the horse in the darkness. The city burned. The people she had grown up with were killed or taken into slavery. Everything she had seen came to pass, as it always did, exactly as she had described it. What this story reveals about Apollo is something that the myth does not soften or explain away. The god of truth, the god whose sacred temple carried the inscription to know oneself, the god who valued clarity and light above all things. This god used his power not to illuminate, but to isolate. He did not punish Cassandra with blindness, did not strip her of the gift he had given. He left her in full possession of it, and what he took away was the only thing that made truth bearable, the ability to share it with another person and be believed. He turned the gift into a prison, and he did this not because Cassandra had caused harm to anyone, not because she had been cruel or destructive, but because she had hurt his pride. There is genuine generosity in Apollo's character, and his stories are full of it. The gifts he gave, the healings he offered, the music he brought into the world. But his pride ran just as deep as his generosity. and Cassandra's story sits at the intersection of both. He gave her something extraordinary and real, and when she declined to give him what he wanted in return, he found a way to ensure that the gift would never stop reminding her of what she had lost by refusing him. It was perfectly calibrated cruelty, the kind that requires real intelligence to design. Ancient writers found Cassandra's story almost unbearably poignant, and Aeschylus in particular gave her some of the most haunting lines in all of Greek tragedy in his play Agamemnon, where she arrives in Argos already knowing what awaits her and still unable to make anyone understand. She does not stop trying, even at the very end, in an unfamiliar city with no one who knew her. She kept telling the truth, kept trying to make the shape of the future visible to people who could not receive it. It was not stubbornness exactly, or at least not only that. It was perhaps simply that she had no other way of being, having been made into what she was by a god who had changed her so completely that there was no way back to ordinary silence. The strange and uncomfortable thing about this myth, when you sit with it quietly, is that it is not only a story about a god's punishment or a princess's tragedy. It is also a story about the nature of truth itself, about the gap that can open between what is real and what people are willing to believe. Cassandra did not fail to know the truth. She failed to be trusted with it, which is a different failure entirely, and not hers. Every warning she gave was accurate. Every dismissal was wrong, and yet the dismissals had the same practical effect as if she had been lying all along. She spent the rest of her life telling the truth, and the rest of her life being ignored, and perhaps that is the cruelest thing a god of truth ever did. A satyr named Marsyas once made the mistake of believing that skill alone was enough to stand equal to a god. It is a mistake the Greeks told with great care, because it touched something they understood deeply, that excellence, however genuine, however hard-won, was not the same thing as divinity, and that confusing the two could lead a creature to a very dark place indeed. The story begins with Athena, the goddess of wisdom, who had fashioned a new instrument, a double flute, the kind the Greeks called an aulos, made of bone and hollow reed, capable of a haunting, wild, breathing sound unlike anything else played among the gods. According to the old accounts, Athena took her new instrument to a gathering of the Olympians and played it with great pride. But as she played, she noticed the other gods suppressing smiles. She did not understand why until she caught sight of her own reflection in a pool of still water and saw what they saw. Her cheeks puffed out, her face strained and reddened, her features distorted in a way that she found deeply undignified. Athena was a goddess who valued grace and composure above almost everything else, and so she set the oar, lost down, and walked away from it, cursing the instrument and declaring that whoever took it up would come to regret it. Marsyas found the aulos lying in the grass, and he picked it up. He was a satyr, a creature of the wild spaces, part man, part goat, at home in the forest clearings and along the banks of rivers in Phrygia. The satyrs were not gods, and they were not quite men. They lived at the edge of the civilized world, between the tame and the untamed, and their music reflected that. When Marsyas put his lips to the aulos and began to play, something extraordinary happened. The sound that came out of it was rich and sorrowful and strangely human, full of longing and earth and the smell of deep forest. He practiced until the music seemed to flow through him as naturally as breath, and the nymphs and animals of the countryside gathered around wherever he played, unable to leave until the last note had dissolved into the air. His reputation spread, as reputations do. People said there was no finer musician alive, and Marsyas, surrounded by admiring creatures and flushed with the pleasure of his own gift, began to believe them. He believed them so completely that he eventually issued a challenge to Apollo himself, the god of music, the master of the lyre, the one who led the muses and whose playing was said to bring order to the very movements of the stars. He challenged Apollo to a contest to determine whose music was the greater. It is worth pausing here to feel the weight of what Marsyas was doing, because the Greeks would have felt it immediately. This was not merely confidence or competitive pride. This was a claim that a mortal creature, a half-wild satyr who had stumbled upon an abandoned instrument, was the equal of the god who embodied music itself. The Greeks had a word for this kind of overreaching, this crossing of the boundary between what a creature was and what it imagined itself to be. The story of Marsyas is, in many ways, the most vivid illustration of what that crossing cost. In issuing his challenge, Marsyas was not simply proposing a friendly competition between two musicians. He was making a statement about the nature of divinity itself, suggesting that it could be earned through devotion, practice, that excellence was a kind of currency that could purchase equality with the gods. The immortals understood otherwise. They understood that divinity was not an achievement, but a state of being, something that separated them from all other creatures in a way that no amount of skill could bridge. The contest was judged by the Muses, those 9 goddesses of inspiration who served under Apollo and understood music from the inside out. The terms were simple and terrible in equal measure. The winner would have complete power over the loser, to do with him whatever he wished. The two of them played, and by most accounts the music of Marsyas was genuinely beautiful. The aulos filled the air with something warm and raw and deeply felt, the kind of music that moves in the chest before it reaches the mind. Apollo's lyre answered it with something else entirely, a brightness and precision that seemed less like feeling and more like the revelation of an underlying order, as if the music was showing you the structure behind things rather than the surface of them. The Muses listened carefully, and in the end, they gave the victory to Apollo. Some versions of the story include a moment that makes the god's victory feel somewhat less than fair. According to certain tellings, Apollo proposed mid-contest that each player should also sing while performing, a condition that suited the lyre perfectly, and the aulos not at all, since no one can play a wind instrument and sing at the same time. There is also an account in which Apollo simply turned his lyre upside down and continued playing flawlessly, then challenged Marsyas to do the same with his flute, which was of course impossible. Whether by superior artistry or by a cleverness that shaded into cunning, Apollo won. What followed was not merciful. Apollo had Marsyas tied to a pine tree, or, in some accounts, a great plane tree, and there he flayed him, stripped the skin from his body while Marsyas cried out, and the nymphs and satyrs who had loved his music stood by, unable to help. It is one of the most brutal punishments in all of Greek mythology, and even the ancient writers seem to have been uncomfortable with it. The punishment far exceeded the offense in a way that the Greeks themselves occasionally noted. Apollo, in this story, is not the warm god of light and healing, or the gentle leader of the Muses. He is something cold and absolute, a force that cannot be questioned or challenged without terrible consequence. And yet the Greeks told this story, not to condemn Apollo, but to explain something true about the world as they understood it. The gods were not simply powerful versions of human beings. They were of a different order entirely, and the space between a god and a satyr was not a distance that music, however beautiful, could close. Marsyas had played with genuine skill, and that skill had been real, and it had not been enough. The tragedy of his story is not that he was bad at what he did. The tragedy is that he was extraordinary at what he did, and it still was not the same thing as being divine. The place where Marsyas fell became a river in Phrygia, which the ancient world knew by his name. The river ran fast and clear over stones, and people who lived along its banks said that the sound it made carried something of the old aulos music in it, that wild, sorrowful breathing quality that Marsyas had coaxed from the reed. The river that wept for him, people said, was the tears of the nymphs and satyrs who had loved his music, and for a long time after, you could hear it if you listened to the water carefully enough. The first and most famous of Apollo's loves began not with tenderness, but with a small god's wounded pride and 2 arrows fired in entirely different directions. Not long after Apollo had returned from Delphi, still carrying something of the brightness of his victory over the great serpent Python, he came across the god Eros on a hillside. Eros was small and winged, with a quiver of arrows slung across his back. He was practicing his aim in the way that young gods do, with complete and serious concentration. Apollo, feeling the warmth of his own recent triumph, looked at the little god with his bow and could not resist saying something unkind. He told Eros, in so many words, that weapons like those belonged in the hands of someone who had actually used them to face something worthy of the effort. He gestured at his own silver bow, still humming faintly with the memory of the python's death. He was not being cruel so much as careless, the way the powerful can sometimes be without fully realizing it. Eros heard every word. He did not answer back, and he did not argue. He simply waited until Apollo had moved on. Then he reached into his quiver and drew out 2 arrows. 2 very different arrows. The first was tipped in gold. It carried within it a love so immediate and so consuming that the one it struck would feel nothing else for as long as it lasted. The second was tipped in lead, dull and heavy. It carried the opposite, a cool and absolute repulsion, a turning away from love as if love itself was something to be avoided at all costs. He shot the golden one into Apollo. He shot the leaden one into Daphne. Daphne was the daughter of Peneus, the great river god of Thessaly. She had grown up along the banks of her father's river, in a life that suited her perfectly. She loved the open country, the long grasses, the clearings between trees, the sound of water moving steadily over stones. She had made it known to her father that she had no interest in marriage, no interest in being claimed by anyone. Peneus, who loved her with the quiet patience of a river that has learned how to wait, accepted this about her. She was free, and she liked it that way. Then, Apollo saw her. The golden arrow had done its work so thoroughly that he felt the sight of her like light entering a room. Everything in him turned in her direction. She was standing near the river's edge, her hair loose, her feet bare on the dark soil her father had made. Apollo, the god of the sun and of prophecy, the god who could see the truth of things at a great distance, could not in that moment see anything clearly at all. He called out to her. His voice, which was always beautiful, carried across the water with a warmth that on another day might have moved her. But the leaden arrow had already found Daphne. She felt his approach the way you feel the approach of something that does not belong in a place you have made sacred. She turned and she ran. What followed was a pursuit that covered the full length of the open country, through meadows and along the curves of the river, through stands of pale birch trees and over ground softened by autumn's first rains. Apollo ran after her, and he called to her as he ran, not with cruelty, but with a helplessness that was almost pitiable. He told her he was not her enemy. He told her who he was, son of Zeus, god of light and song, the one who knew the future, as if any of that were the kind of thing that would cause someone fleeing to slow down. He told her that Eros had done this to him, that he had not chosen this wanting, that it was not his fault, and perhaps it wasn't, entirely. But Daphne kept running. She was fast, and she knew the land the way only someone who has loved a place for a long time can know it. But Apollo was a god. The distance between them was growing shorter, and Daphne could feel that it was. She could feel, too, the way her legs were beginning to tire, the way the river was somewhere just ahead but not close enough. She called out to her father, to Peneus, the river beneath her feet. She asked him for one thing, to take from her the form that had brought this upon her, to change what she was before Apollo could reach her. Peneus heard. Rivers of all things know how to listen. The change began at her feet, The soft soil seemed to rise up around her toes. Her skin, where it touched the ground, took on a different texture, something harder and at the same time more alive. A roughness like bark that moved upward along her ankles, and then her calves with a patience that was almost tender. Her legs stilled themselves, not from exhaustion, but from a new kind of rootedness, a settling into the earth that was nothing like standing still. It was deeper than that. It was the beginning of permanence. The bark continued its slow work upward, smooth and pale, grey-green in the late light. Her arms, which she had stretched out before her as she ran, began to lengthen differently, branching at the fingertips with the delicacy of something that had been growing for a long time without anyone noticing. Leaves appeared, small at first, narrow, deeply green, smelling of something sharp and clean and familiar. Her hair, which had streamed out behind her in the wind of her running, settled and became part of the canopy. Her breathing, which had been quick with fear and effort, slowed into something that was no longer breath at all, but the slow and ancient conversation between root and sky. She had become a laurel tree. Apollo reached her just as the last of her was becoming wood. He placed his hands against the bark where her shoulders had been. He felt beneath his palms the faintest warmth, the last trace of the girl who had run from him through the meadows of Thessaly. He stood there for a long time. When he finally spoke, it was not as a god making a proclamation. It was quieter than that. He said that since she could not be his, she would be his in every other way he could arrange. She would be his tree, sacred to him, carried by him, placed on the heads of those who had achieved something worth honoring. The laurel wreath, those soft-leaved crowns, would be worn by victors at the Pythian games held in his honor at Delphi. It would rest on the brows of poets and generals and heroes, not because those people had won something from Apollo, but because they had, in their way, reached toward the kind of excellence that he associated with her. She would be evergreen, he said. She would not lose her leaves in winter the way so many things do. She would remain herself, vivid and unchanged, through every season. He pressed his lips to the bark before he stepped away. The laurel became the tree of Apollo from that day forward. Its meaning carried both things at once, triumph and grief, honor and loss, a beauty that you could approach but never hold on to. When the champions at Delphi received their wreaths, they were receiving something that had been made sacred, not by victory alone, but by a god's longing for something he could not have. And there was something in that, something that the Greeks understood without needing to say it plainly, that the most enduring honors are often the ones that grew out of the things we could not keep. Daphne never came back from the tree. Her father's river still ran beside her, as it always had. In the evenings, the water sound was not so different from the sound of leaves moving in a slow wind. The gods do not always get what they want. When they don't, the wanting can outlast everything else, the pursuit, the distance, the moment of transformation itself. Apollo carried that with him. It showed up in the way he wore the laurel, in the care with which he placed it on the heads of those he wished to honor. From that day forward, he wore her leaves in his hair and honored her at every victory. This was because it was the only kind of closeness she had left him. Among all the companions Apollo ever had, Hyacinthus was perhaps the one he loved most freely and most genuinely, and also the one whose loss left the deepest mark on him. The story begins in Sparta, in a time when that city was still young, and the banks of the Eurotas River were lined with soft grasses and the sound of moving water. Hyacinthus was a prince of Sparta, a young man of such remarkable beauty that people said the gods themselves paused when they saw him, the way you might pause at the edge of a meadow when the light falls across it, in a way you were not expecting. He was warm and spirited and easy to love. And Apollo, who had known many people in many ages of the world, found in him something rare, a companionship that felt effortless, a presence that made even the long Spartan afternoons feel like something worth savoring. The two of them spent their days together along the river, running through the fields, competing in the games that young men played, and sharing the kind of easy quiet that only comes between people who are genuinely at ease with one another. Of all the things they did together, they were most fond of throwing the discus along the river's edge, where the ground was wide and flat and the air in the afternoons carried just the faintest coolness off the water. Apollo threw with the full strength and grace of a god, the discus arcing high and clean across the sky, and Hyacinthus delighted in chasing after it and throwing it back, trying to match the god's distance and ease. There was a particular joy in it, something playful and unguarded, which was not always easy to find in Apollo, who was more often the recipient of reverence than of laughter. In the company of Hyacinthus, something in him softened, but there was another who watched them from a distance, and who did not watch with warmth. Zephyrus, the god of the west wind, had also loved Hyacinthus, had courted him with the gentle persistence of a breeze that keeps returning, and had been gently but clearly turned away. Hyacinthus preferred Apollo's company, and Zephyrus, who was not accustomed to being refused, carried that refusal with him the way a still afternoon carries the heat of the day, quietly and without relief. He kept his distance, but he did not stop watching. On one afternoon that began in the same easy way as all the others, Apollo and Hyacinthus were throwing the discus back and forth along the Eurotas. Apollo threw it first, sending it soaring high in a long, smooth arc that caught the light as it turned. Hyacinthus ran forward to meet it, eager and laughing, and in that moment Zephyrus, from somewhere above the fields, shifted the air. It was a small thing, barely more than a change in the direction of the breeze, but it was enough. The discus turned in the air and struck Hyacinthus on the side of his head, and he fell. Apollo was beside him before the discus had finished rolling across the grass. He knelt there on the riverbank and gathered Hyacinthus into his arms, and every gift he possessed as a god of healing he poured into what he tried to do next. He pressed his hands to the wound. He called upon every art he knew. He spoke quietly and with a desperation that was entirely unlike the composed, radiant god who stood in the light of his own sanctuaries and offered prophecy to kings. None of it was enough. Hyacinthus died on the bank of the Eurotas, in the arms of a god who could not save him, and the afternoon that had been so ordinary became the kind of afternoon that does not end, that keeps returning in memory long after it is over. Apollo's grief was not the contained, dignified sorrow that gods were supposed to feel. It was real, and it was large, and it did not diminish quickly. He refused to let Hyacinthus go to the underworld, or rather, he refused to let all of him go. Where the young man's blood had spilled and darkened into the earth, Apollo drew something back up from that ground, coaxing it gently the way he had once coaxed music from strings. From the blood of Hyacinthus, a flower grew, deep purple, with petals that curved inward like a cupped hand holding something precious. It was a flower that had not existed in the world before that afternoon on the riverbank, and Apollo gave it the name of the one he had lost. The hyacinth flower that emerged from Hyacinthus's blood became one of the most cultivated and beloved flowers throughout the entire ancient Mediterranean world. It appeared in gardens across Greece and beyond, carried by travelers and traders who brought seeds and bulbs to distant lands. Each bloom carried with it the full weight of this story, so that anyone who grew the flower or saw it in spring was participating in Apollo's act of remembrance and grief. The flower transformed private sorrow into something communal and eternal, a memorial requiring no temple or shrine. Ancient writers who described this flower noted something remarkable about its petals. There, along the markings that ran across them, some read the letters of a cry. Ai, the Greek sound of grief, the kind of sound a person makes when there are no words sufficient for what has happened. Whether the flower truly bore such markings, or whether the people who loved this story simply needed it to, the idea remained that Apollo had pressed his sorrow into the plant itself, had written mourning into something that would bloom again every year with the spring, so that the loss of Hyacinthus would never be simply forgotten, but would return, reliably and quietly, in the form of something beautiful. Zephyrus was never punished in the way that mortal transgressors were punished in other myths. He remained the west wind, warm and wandering, and perhaps that was its own kind of grief. To have caused something irreversible, and to have gained nothing from it. To feel Hyacinthus nowhere in all the soft air he moved through. The story does not linger on him, and neither should we. What it lingers on instead is Apollo, sitting beside that river in the long light of a Spartan afternoon, with a flower where a person used to be. It is one of the few moments in all the myths surrounding him where the god of clarity and radiance and perfect form appears genuinely undone, genuinely reduced by love to something smaller and more human than himself. He could not see this one coming, could not prophesy his way around it, could not heal it with any art. He could only stay and grieve and transform what remained into something that the world could keep. Every spring when the flower came up again, it was a reminder that some grief is not meant to go away, but only to bloom in a different form. The animals that ancient Greeks associated with Apollo each carried a story inside them. Taken together, they say something about the kind of god he was. Of all of them, perhaps the most intimate is the crow, or in some older tellings, the raven, a bird that was once said to have worn feathers as white as sea foam, as white as the light Apollo himself cast across the world. The story of how those feathers turned black is bound up with the same tragedy of Coronis, the mortal woman Apollo loved and lost. It begins with the bird doing exactly what a devoted messenger ought to do. It brought the god the truth. According to the old accounts, the crow had been watching over Coronis on Apollo's behalf. When the bird discovered that she had taken a mortal lover while Apollo was away, it flew to the god and delivered its report faithfully and in full. Apollo, in his grief and fury, struck Coronis down with his silver bow, and then, in a separate movement of rage or sorrow that the myth does not always clearly distinguish between the two, he turned on the messenger itself, darkening its feathers forever as a punishment for the news it had carried. It is a curious thing when you sit with it quietly, because the crow had done nothing wrong. It had been honest, it had been loyal, and yet the bearing of unbearable truth became, in that moment, a thing that could not go unpunished, not because Apollo disbelieved the bird, but perhaps because, in those first raw seconds of knowing, there was nowhere else for the pain to go. This detail sits at the very center of what made Apollo a complicated god to understand. He was the god of truth, the deity whose temple at Delphi was inscribed with the command to know oneself, the divine force most associated with clarity and light and the refusal to look away from what is real. And yet, he punished the creature who told him the truth. He did it not because the truth was false, but because it hurt him. The crow wore that darkness from that day forward. Every time the Greeks saw one of those black birds moving through the trees or settling on a rooftop, they were looking at something that had once been luminous and had been changed by the cost of honesty. Apollo kept the crow close to him, even so. It remained sacred to him. It remained his companion and his messenger, just changed, just carrying the stain of a moment the god could never undo. The swan arrived at Apollo's symbolism from an entirely different direction. The feeling it carries is quieter, more interior, more suited to the hours just before sleep. Swans were believed, in the ancient world, to live their lives in relative silence and then, only at the very end, to produce a song of such beauty that it was unlike anything they had offered before, a final, perfect expression of everything they were. released at the moment of dying. This belief has come down to us in the phrase, swan song, though we rarely remember where it came from or why it was attached to that particular bird. For the Greeks, the swan's last music was not a lament. It was something closer to a gift, the creature gathering everything it had and offering it up freely at the very threshold between one state and another, between life and whatever comes after. Apollo, who presided over both prophecy and music, found both of his natures reflected in the swan. The bird stood at the border between what was known and what was not, and it sang there. Prophecy, after all, was not simply prediction. It was a form of seeing into the space beyond the ordinary, into the place where time behaves differently and outcomes are already decided. Music, for Apollo, was its own kind of bridge across that same space, a way of touching something that reason alone could not reach. The swan brought those two things together in a single, dying breath of song. Apollo was said to have been born to the sound of swans circling Delos. In some versions of the myth, it was swans who drew his chariot across the sky rather than horses. That gives the image of his passage a softness that the more common golden chariot does not quite carry. There is something in that image worth resting with for a moment. Not thunder, not fire, not the hard brightness of noon, but the quiet movement of white birds across an open sky, their wings barely audible, their song held in reserve for the moment when it would matter most. The wolf is older than either of these, and stranger. Apollo carried an epithet, Lykios, that has resisted easy explanation for a very long time. The difficulty of explaining it is itself part of what makes it interesting. The word Lykios is close in Greek to likos, which means wolf. It is also close to a root meaning light or bright. Scholars have spent a great deal of time debating which meaning came first and which meaning the Greeks themselves intended when they called Apollo by that name. Wolves were not animals that the ancient world looked at with simple warmth. They were associated with the wild edges of the cultivated world, with the darkness outside the firelight, with a kind of fierce and disciplined intelligence that demanded respect, even as it inspired unease. Apollo as a wolf god would have been something quite different from Apollo as a god of music or prophecy. Harder, older, belonging to a time before the lyre and the temple and the carefully spoken oracle. And yet the connection held. His shrines at Delphi included wolves among their sacred imagery. In some traditions, he was the protector of flocks against wolves. That gives his relationship with the animal a double meaning. He was both the threat and the guardian. That is a position not unlike the one he occupied with plague and healing. Whether wolf or light, the ancient word carried both meanings for long enough that perhaps the Greeks themselves were comfortable letting it mean both at once. There were two times in the old stories when Apollo was stripped of his divinity and made to live among mortals as a servant. Both of them reveal something about the limits of even a god's power. The first of these punishments came earlier, during a time when Apollo had agreed to help build the great walls of the city of Troy. He worked alongside Poseidon, god of the sea, at the request of Zeus, who had arranged for the two gods to serve the Trojan king Laomedon for a period of time as a kind of discipline. Together, Apollo and Poseidon labored in the form of mortal men, raising the famous walls of Ilion stone by stone. The walls they built were said to be among the finest ever constructed, so perfectly fitted that no ordinary force could hope to bring them down. When their time of service was complete, however, Laomedon refused to pay what he had promised. He turned the gods away with threats and insults, dismissing them as if they were no different from common laborers who could be cheated without consequence. It was a profound act of ingratitude, and neither god forgot it. Apollo carried the memory of that betrayal with him long afterward. It would shape the choices he made when the war over Troy finally arrived. But that first servitude was something he had agreed to, reluctantly perhaps, because Zeus had decreed it. The second time was different. That one came as punishment for something Apollo had chosen to do entirely on his own. This punishment for the defiance at Troy would reverberate across the centuries to come. When the Great War finally engulfed the city whose walls he had built, Apollo would fight fiercely for the Trojans, and that ancient wound would inform his actions throughout the long conflict. He remembered Laomedon's betrayal each time he drew his bow. The first servitude had taught him something about humiliation, about labor beneath one's station, about the weight of injustice. Yet even then, he had been following orders. The god in him could accept the logic of obedience to Zeus's will, however much it galled him. The second punishment, by contrast, would touch something deeper in his nature. Apollo had a son named Asclepius, whom he loved deeply and had taught the art of healing. Asclepius grew into the greatest physician the world had ever seen, so skilled that he eventually did the impossible and brought a man back from the dead. Zeus, who kept a careful watch over the boundary between mortal life and the afterlife, found this unacceptable. The natural order demanded that mortals die. Asclepius, by defying that order, had overstepped in a way that could not go unanswered. Zeus struck him down with a thunderbolt forged by the Cyclopes, those ancient one-eyed craftsmen who worked the divine fires beneath the earth. Apollo, whose grief was as fierce as his love, could not accept the death of his son without answer. He took his silver bow and turned it on the Cyclopes, killing them in his anguish and rage. It was an act of open defiance against his father and against the order that Apollo himself was supposed to embody. Zeus could have punished him far more severely. Instead, he sent Apollo down from Olympus and required him to spend a year living among mortals as a hired servant, stripped of his divine standing for the duration. The punishment had teeth to it, in a way that mere physical pain could never inflict on an immortal being. To be a god divested of divinity, to feel power slip away like water through grasping hands, to stand diminished before mortals who did not even recognize what he had lost. This was a torment uniquely suited to one accustomed to worship. Every moment of that year would be lived in the knowledge of what he had been forced to give up, and what he might never fully recover. The king who received him was a man named Admetus, ruler of Pherae in the region of Thessaly. By most accounts, Admetus did not know at first who his new shepherd truly was, only that this particular man had an unusual quality about him, a quiet brightness, a way of moving through the world that seemed to belong somewhere higher than a hillside in Thessaly. What distinguished Admetus from the many other mortals Apollo had known was simple. He was genuinely kind. He treated his shepherd well, not because he expected anything in return, not because he suspected the true nature of the man in his service, but because kindness was simply the way he lived. The cattle in Apollo's care grew stronger and more beautiful than any animals in the surrounding lands. The flocks multiplied. The fields around Pherae seemed to grow richer and more fragrant during that year. People noticed, though few understood why. In all his dealings with mortals throughout the ages, Apollo had received countless demonstrations of devotion born from fear or from hope of divine favor. Suppliants had come to him at Delphi seeking guidance, offerings piled high on altars in exchange for prophecy or blessing. But these were transactions, in their way, contracts between the divine and the human. What Admetus offered was something entirely without transaction. He gave consideration to a servant because that servant existed and deserved consideration. There was no calculation in it, no thought of gain. This struck Apollo in a way that worship never had. Apollo noticed too. There is something in the old stories that suggests he was moved by his time in Pherae in a way that the grander moments of his divine life had never quite managed. He had received worship and reverence from thousands of pilgrims at Delphi, but Admetus offered him something quieter and perhaps rarer, ordinary human decency, given freely, without expectation. When the year of his servitude came to an end and Apollo returned to Olympus, he carried that gratitude with him and looked for a way to honor it. The gift he arranged was an unusual one. Apollo went to the Fates, the three ancient goddesses who held the threads of every mortal life, and cut them when the time came. He made a request on behalf of Admetus. The Fates agreed, with one condition: when the day arrived for Admetus to die, he could be spared if someone who loved him was willing to take his place and go down to the underworld in his stead. It was a remarkable intervention, and a rare one. The Fates did not typically offer such arrangements. That Apollo was able to persuade them at all said something about the weight he carried, even as a god who had just been humbled. For a time, Admetus lived with the knowledge of this bargain, perhaps assuming that when the moment came, someone close to him would step forward readily. His elderly parents, when asked, found reasons to decline. Life, it seemed, remained sweet to them even at the edge of it. It was his wife, Alcestis, who agreed to die in his place. She loved Admetus deeply enough to walk into death on his behalf. She did so with a quiet courage that the ancient world long remembered. The story of Alcestis and what came after, including the account of Heracles bringing her back from the underworld, belongs to its own telling. But the thread that ran through all of it began with a disgraced god tending sheep on a hillside, a mortal king who treated him well. Both of these episodes, the building of Troy's walls and the year among the flocks of Admetus, showed Apollo at his most mortal, subject to consequence, to grief, to the authority of others, to time spent in labor rather than in glory. They are among the most quietly affecting stories attached to him, not because they diminish him, but because they bring him close enough to touch. It was an unusual gift from an unusual god. It said something about Apollo that when he was at his most humbled, he still found a way to leave beauty behind him. When the great war at Troy began, Apollo made his position clear almost immediately. The Greeks encamped on the plain below the city felt it before they had fought a single battle. The cause of his anger, according to the Iliad, was a quiet and serious one. A man named Chryses, a priest of Apollo, had come to the Greek camp with his arms full of gold and his heart full of grief, hoping to ransom back his daughter Chryseis, who had been taken by the Greek commander Agamemnon during an earlier raid. He came humbly, bearing the sacred symbols of his god. He asked for his daughter back in the most respectful terms he knew. Agamemnon refused him, and not gently. He sent the old man away with threats still ringing in his ears. Chryses walked back along the shore of the sea in silence. When he was far enough from the Greek camp that no one could hear him, he prayed to Apollo. He reminded the god of every sacrifice he had offered, every temple he had tended, every act of devotion he had given across the years of his priesthood. He asked that the Greeks be made to pay for what had been done to him. Apollo heard him. He came down from Mount Olympus with his silver bow across his shoulders. When he reached the edge of the Greek camp, he began to shoot. The arrows he sent were not visible to the men they struck, but the results were impossible to ignore. First, the mules fell sick, then the dogs, and then the men themselves began to die, one after another, day after day, until the smoke from their funeral pyres rose continuously into the Trojan sky. For 9 days the plague ran through the camp. On the 10th, the Greeks finally gathered to discuss what was happening to them and why. A seer named Calchas told them the truth, that the anger of Apollo rested over them because of what Agamemnon had done to his priest, that it would not lift until Chryseis was returned. Agamemnon, furious and humiliated, gave the girl back, and the plague receded. But the argument that followed between Agamemnon and the warrior Achilles would shape the entire course of the war. That is perhaps the deepest way Apollo ever touched the conflict, not with arrows alone, but with the chain of consequences that a single act of disrespect had set in motion. Throughout the years of fighting that followed, Apollo remained one of Troy's most devoted divine protectors. He watched over Hector, the greatest of the Trojan warriors, shielding him at moments when the tide of battle might otherwise have swept him away. He moved among the fighting at times like a kind of steady presence at the Trojans' backs. The Greeks, who faced the most skilled of Troy's defenders, were sometimes described as facing something that felt larger than any single man. When Achilles finally returned to the battlefield after his long withdrawal from the fighting, he cut through the Trojan forces with a ferocity that seemed almost impossible to answer. Even then, Apollo's care for the city did not waver. It was Apollo who guided the arrow that Paris released from his bow, directing it toward the one place on Achilles' body where he could be struck fatally. Whether you understand this as a god literally turning an arrow in flight, or as something more subtle, the precise timing, the exact angle, the strange luck that sometimes attends the desperate, the result was the same. The greatest warrior the Greeks had brought with them to Troy fell at last. Apollo's hand was understood to be in it. The god had made his loyalties plain from the very beginning of the war. He never set them aside, not even when the outcome of the whole vast struggle began to seem inevitable. It is worth wondering, gently, what it meant that a god so closely associated with order and truth and clarity had aligned himself with the side that would ultimately lose. That had given shelter to the very act, Paris taking Helen, which had made the war necessary in the first place. Perhaps the ancient storytellers understood this, not as a contradiction, but as a reminder that divine favor and divine justice do not always move in the same direction. That a god could love a city and still be unable to save it. That even Apollo's light could not hold back what the fates had already decided. The city fell anyway. Apollo withdrew, as gods do, back into the light, leaving behind only the echo of his arrows and the ruins of the walls he had once helped to build. The sanctuary at Delphi sat high on the slopes of Mount Parnassus, where the stone cliffs known as the Shining Rocks rose up on either side, and the valley fell away far below. The Greeks called these cliffs the Phaedriades, and on bright afternoons they caught the light and reflected it back in long, warm waves, so that the whole hillside seemed to glow from within. Far beneath, the valley of the Pleistos River wound through groves of silver-leafed olive trees, and beyond that, if the air was clear, you could see all the way to the Gulf of Corinth shining in the distance. It was a place that seemed chosen rather than found, as if the mountain had arranged itself deliberately around this one narrow terrace, drawing the sky closer and the rest of the world just far enough away. People who travelled to Delphi from across the ancient world often said that arriving there felt different from arriving anywhere else, that the air changed as you climbed, becoming cooler and sharper, and that the silence between the cliffs was a particular kind of silence, the kind that made you want to speak more carefully. The sanctuary had been sacred to Apollo since at least the 8th century before the Christian era, and possibly longer, though the earliest records were fragmentary, and the true origins of the cult were already lost to antiquity by the time of the classical period. Mycenaean pottery had been found in the precinct, suggesting that worship here might trace back to the Bronze Age and the time before the Greeks themselves had fully taken shape as a unified culture. Whether this meant that Apollo had been worshipped here in earlier forms, or whether a later generation had simply adopted an ancient sacred site and claimed it for their own god, remained a matter of scholarly debate. What was certain was that by the time of the classical period, no sanctuary in the Greek world rivaled Delphi in reputation or in the weight of authority that pilgrims attributed to the god's pronouncements. Kings and generals travelled here to learn the future. Cities sent ambassadors to inquire whether the gods favoured their plans. Ordinary citizens came with personal questions and private hopes. The sanctuary accepted them all, rich and poor alike, though those with means could make larger offerings and commission more elaborate monuments. Before any pilgrim reached the temple itself, they passed first through the sanctuary gates and onto the sacred way, a winding stone path that rose steeply through the heart of the precinct. Along either side stood the treasuries, small stone buildings, each one commissioned by a different city-state, each one filled with offerings and dedications meant to honor Apollo and to demonstrate the wealth and piety of the city that built it. The Athenians had their treasury, and the Siphonians had theirs, and the Cnidians, and many others besides. Walking among them was like walking through a record of the Greek world, each building a kind of permanent gift left at the gods' feet. Votive statues stood along the path as well. Bronze figures of athletes and heroes, golden tripods, carved marble monuments, accumulating over generations until the sacred way had become a kind of open gallery, dense with centuries of gratitude and petition. The treasuries themselves held a practical purpose beyond their symbolic weight. They housed not only grand dedications, but also the everyday offerings of pilgrims, the small bronze figurines and simple stone carvings that demonstrated gratitude for answered prayers or prayers yet to be made. Some treasuries had been built after famous victories, such as the treasury the Athenians commissioned to commemorate their success at Marathon. Others had been built simply as acts of piety, declarations of a city's devotion to Apollo and its hopes for his continued favor. The accumulation of these buildings across centuries created an architecture of collective memory, a physical record of the Greek world's relationship with the divine. The inscriptions carved into the bases of these offerings were simple and direct. They gave the name of the donor, the occasion, the prayer. They did not need to be elaborate because the place itself supplied everything that words could not. Near the top of the sacred way, before the great temple rose into full view, a pilgrim would pass the omphalos. This was a carved stone, roughly dome-shaped, said to mark the exact center of the earth. According to the old story, Zeus had once released two eagles simultaneously from opposite ends of the world, sending them flying toward each other in equal and balanced arcs across the sky. They had met at Delphi. Where they landed, or where their paths crossed overhead, Zeus declared the navel of the earth to be, and the omphalos stone was placed there to mark it. The stone that stood in the sanctuary in later centuries was carved with a net-like pattern and draped sometimes with wool carvings meant to represent the sacred covering that had always been part of its description. Whether the stone pilgrims saw was the original or a later version made little difference to those who stood before it. What mattered was what it meant, that the world had a center, that the center was here, and that here was where the gods had chosen to speak. Arriving at the omphalos, many pilgrims simply stopped for a moment. They had come from cities and harbors and farming villages and mountain passes, from every corner of the Greek-speaking world, and sometimes from well beyond it. And now they were standing at the place that all those distances pointed toward. The Castalian spring lay just to the east, tucked between the cliffs where a stream ran cold and clear out of the mountain's face. Before entering the sanctuary, pilgrims were expected to purify themselves in its waters. This was not a long or elaborate ceremony, cupped hands, cold water over the face and hair, but it was required, and the spring itself was understood to be sacred to Apollo, its water connected in some way to the clarity and honesty that the god demanded of those who came to him with questions. The temple that stood at the top of the sacred way was large and columned, rebuilt several times over the centuries after earthquakes and fires, but always restored on the same foundations and always dedicated to the same god. Inside, in the innermost sanctuary, the Pythia delivered her prophecies from a seat above a natural fissure in the rock. Outside, on the walls, and perhaps above the entrance, certain words had been carved that generations of visitors read and carried away with them. The most famous of these were brief, almost to the point of simplicity: "Know thyself, and nothing in excess." They were attributed in ancient times to the 7 sages, that loose grouping of wise men whose sayings the Greeks collected and treasured, but they had come to belong entirely to Apollo and to this place. Know thyself meant something specific in the context of Delphi. It was a reminder offered at the threshold of divine communication. Before you ask the god your question, understand who is doing the asking. Understand your limitations, your desires, your capacity for self-deception. The oracle would give you truth, but you had to be prepared to receive it honestly. Nothing in excess carried a related weight. It was a caution against the particular human tendency to push too far, to take too much, to mistake abundance for wisdom. Together, the two phrases framed the entire experience of coming to Apollo with a question. They said, in effect, that the god's wisdom was available to you, but only if you approached it with humility and proportion. Every few years, the sanctuary came alive with even greater ceremony than usual, when the Pythian Games drew competitors and spectators from across the Greek world. Held every 4 years, roughly in late summer, the Games had begun as primarily a musical competition, a contest of singing and lyre playing in honor of Apollo, before expanding over time to include athletic events as well. Winners received not gold or silver, but a wreath of laurel, the leaves of Apollo's sacred tree, cut from a particular grove near the sanctuary. The laurel wreath was understood to carry the god's own blessing, and to wear one was to carry something of his light home with you. The games drew poets and musicians and athletes into the same sacred space, which was fitting for a god whose domains had always included both the body's grace and the mind's clarity, both the arrow's precision and the song's harmony. When the games ended and the crowds descended the mountain and dispersed back along the roads to their distant cities, the sanctuary settled again into its high, quiet stillness. The shining rocks caught the last of the afternoon light. The Castalian spring ran on, and the two phrases remained on the wall, doing quietly what they had always done. Know yourself and nothing in excess. Two phrases carved in stone, waiting for Eve. Rye pilgrim, who climbed the sacred way, and still waiting, in a sense, for anyone who thinks about them now. There is something surprising hidden in the mythology of Delphi. The sanctuary that everyone associates with Apollo was shared, for part of every year, with Dionysus. Most people, when they think of Delphi, picture Apollo, the clean light falling across the marble columns, the Pythia seated on her tripod, the calm and ordered world of reason and prophecy. And for much of the year, that picture is accurate enough. But when autumn deepened and the days grew short and cold, Apollo was said to withdraw from Delphi entirely, traveling to the land of the Hyperboreans in the far north, where he spent the winter months in a kind of sacred rest. And in his absence, Dionysus came, the god of wine, of ecstasy, of the unraveling and the wild and the joyful dissolution of the self. He took up residence on the same mountain, in the same sanctuary, tended by the same people who served Apollo when the days were long and bright. The two gods were not strangers to the same ground. They were, in a sense, companions in it. This arrangement was not incidental. The ancient Greeks recorded that Dionysus was buried at Delphi, beneath the very sanctuary where Apollo's oracle spoke, that his presence there during the winter was not merely symbolic, but genuinely felt in the rituals performed on the slopes of Parnassus. The women known as the Thyades, devotees of Dionysus, held their ecstatic rites on those same cliffs where pilgrims arrived quietly in summer to ask careful, anxious questions of the god of truth. In winter, Delphi became a different kind of sacred place, louder, wilder, warmer in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. What the Greeks seemed to understand, in giving these two gods the same mountain, was that order and ecstasy are not enemies. They are two things that take turns. The year itself moved between them as naturally as it moved between warmth and cold. Apollo held the sanctuary when the light was strong and the mind could be trusted to work clearly, when questions could be asked and answers could be heard. Dionysus held it when the dark closed in, and something else was needed. Something that didn't ask for clarity, that didn't require you to come with a well-formed question, that invited you instead to stop thinking so carefully and simply be alive in the most unguarded way you could manage. Between the two of them, they covered everything. It is worth sitting with that idea for a moment. This was because it is easy to assume that Apollo represented the better or more civilized half of the arrangement, Dionysus the chaotic or dangerous half. But the Greeks did not seem to think of it that way. Dionysus was not a lesser god, temporarily filling in for the real one. He was equally divine, equally necessary. His season at Delphi was not a gap in Apollo's influence, but a different expression of what that sacred place could hold. A sanctuary capable of housing both of them was, in a sense, more complete than one that housed only the god of light. The two gods also shared something beyond Delphi. There is an old tradition in which Apollo and Dionysus were described as half-brothers, both sons of Zeus. Their mothers were different. Leto for Apollo, the mortal Semele for Dionysus. Though his story of origin is complicated and varies across sources, but the divine parentage connected them. Some ancient writers described a genuine warmth between them, a mutual recognition, as if each understood that the other guarded something the world could not afford to lose. Apollo with his lyre and his lucid gaze, Dionysus with his wine and his dancing and his insistence that the boundary between the self and everything else is, at certain moments, a boundary worth forgetting. In the 19th century, a German philosopher named Friedrich Nietzsche gave new names to what the Greeks had already known. Writing about art and music and the forces that drive human creativity, Nietzsche described two fundamental impulses, the Apollonian, that he associated with form, reason, order, the individual self held clearly apart from the world around it, the Dionysian, which he associated with passion, dissolution, the surrender of the individual into something larger and more overwhelming. His argument, put simply, was that the greatest art holds both of these forces together, that neither clarity without feeling nor feeling without form is quite enough on its own. He drew these ideas from Greek tragedy, from the plays that were performed at festivals honoring Dionysus, but that carried within them all the restraint and beauty and moral weight that Apollo represented. In writing those plays, the Greeks had found a way to let both gods speak at once. Nietzsche's framework became enormously influential. It is still the lens through which many people first encounter the pairing of Apollo and Dionysus as opposing principles. But it is worth remembering that he was building on something much older, something the priests and pilgrims at Delphi had lived out in the rhythm of their actual calendar, in the fires lit on the mountain in winter and the careful processions of summer. The idea was not Nietzsche's invention. He simply found a way to translate it into language that a modern age could use. There is something quietly beautiful about the image of those two gods sharing that one mountain through the turning of the year. Apollo arriving with the swallows in spring, taking his seat in the temple, letting the light fall across the omphala stone and the inscriptions and the whole apparatus of his ordered, illuminated world. And then the autumn coming, Apollo departing, and something wilder and warmer settling over the mountain in his place. The torches on the cliffs at night, the sound of drums carrying down into the valley below. Neither god made the other unnecessary. Each made room for the other, the way the year itself makes room for everything it contains. Two gods, two seasons, one mountain, and between them, between the clear light of reason and the warm dark of ecstasy, something that the Greeks understood to be the whole of human experience. Not everyone who sought Apollo's guidance traveled to Delphi. Some of them simply went to sleep. Across the ancient world, there was a practice known as incubation. in which a person seeking divine guidance would travel to a sacred precinct, perform the necessary rites of purification, then lie down within the temple grounds to wait for the god to speak through a dream. The practice was widespread and treated with great seriousness, regarded not as a lesser substitute for the waking oracle, but as a genuine form of divine communication in its own right. The idea behind it was both simple and beautiful in its way. If Apollo was a god of illumination, a god whose essential nature was to make things visible and clear, then his light wasn't bound by the movement of the sun through the sky, or the arrival of night over the hills. Even as the waking world grew dark and still, even as the eyes closed and ordinary thought loosened its hold, his light could still reach inward, finding the mind in its softer and more open state. Sleep, in this understanding, wasn't an absence of awareness, but a different kind of presence, a loosening of the everyday grip of things that allowed something finer and harder to hold to come through. The Greeks, and those who came after them, understood the dreaming state as a threshold, a permeable edge between the human world and the world where the gods moved freely. They believed that under the right conditions, that edge could grow very thin indeed. At sacred sites connected to Apollo, pilgrims would prepare for incubation with days of fasting and ritual bathing, clearing themselves of the ordinary world and making themselves as receptive as possible to whatever the god might send. When they finally lay down in the inner precincts of the temple, the atmosphere around them would have been deeply quiet, the fragrance of laurel and incense hanging in the still air, the stone floor cool beneath a woven mat, the sounds of the mountain or hillside folding gradually into the edges of sleep. If you can imagine lying in such a place, the darkness soft and complete around you, the scent of sacred smoke still faintly present, the world outside slowly receding, as your breathing deepens and slows, you begin to understand how the boundary between waking thought and dreaming vision might grow genuinely difficult to locate. When the god appeared in these dreams, according to those who experienced it and those who wrote about it afterward, he didn't arrive with the noise of thunder or the full heat of noon. He came quietly, as a presence of gentle luminosity, speaking in a way that seemed to reach the dreamer, not through the ear alone, but through something deeper and harder to name. The message might be clear and direct, a plain instruction or a simply spoken answer, or it might come threaded through an image, a bird landing on a particular branch, a stream running in a meaningful direction, a shaft of light falling on a specific stone in a way that felt deliberate rather than accidental. The dreamer was expected to carry these images carefully into the waking world, to turn them over in the early morning quiet, to allow their meaning to clarify in its own time rather than forcing it into shape too quickly. In this sense, the dreams that came through incubation and the prophecies delivered by the Pythia at Delphi shared the same essential quality. Both required the recipient to participate, to bring their own patience and attention to bear, to understand that divine truth was rarely as straightforward as it first appeared. There are accounts in the ancient record of rulers and ordinary people alike who regarded Apollo's presence in their dreams as genuine guidance. Augustus, the first Roman emperor, held a deep and personal reverence for Apollo above all the other gods, and took his own dreams seriously as a form of divine communication. According to the tradition surrounding him, a vision in which Apollo appeared in the form of a serpent, an animal long associated with prophetic wisdom and the deepest knowledge of the earth, moved him enough to build a great temple to Apollo on the Palatine Hill, positioning it near his own house as a lasting acknowledgement of the god's favor. There were also countless stories of individuals who traveled to Apollo's sanctuaries seeking healing guidance through the dreams that came to them in those sacred precincts, who woke with the quiet certainty that something true had reached them in the night, something that the clearer and harder world of midday hadn't been able to offer. What I find most meaningful in these accounts, what I think the ancients themselves understood very well, is the underlying conviction they carry that Apollo wasn't confined to a single chamber in a single sanctuary, that he moved through the world in many ways, but your own sleeping mind was one of the places where his presence might most quietly and genuinely arrive. As the centuries passed, something in that relationship began to change. By the time of the later Roman Empire, the voice of the oracle at Delphi had grown noticeably quieter. The philosopher Plutarch, writing in the 1st and 2nd centuries of the Common Era, composed a series of careful and genuinely thoughtful dialogues about this very subject. Why the oracles seemed to be declining, why the Pythia's responses had become simpler and fewer, why the god appeared to speak less freely than he once had. Plutarch didn't arrive at a single answer, and perhaps that was fitting. The fading of the oracle was itself a kind of mystery, not easily resolved. Some who thought about it suggested that the world had grown too crowded with competing claims and too full of noise for the delicate thread of divine communication to hold as steadily as it once had. Others understood it more simply, that all things have their seasons, that Apollo, like the low winter sun, hadn't disappeared but had grown more distant. His light still present in the world but arriving now at a gentler angle, casting longer shadows across the cold stone floor of the sanctuary. The last recorded response from the oracle is often said to have come in the 4th century, when a messenger was sent to ask if the god still had anything to say. The answer that came back was quietly sorrowful, that the laurel had fallen, that the sacred spring had gone dry, that the god's house stood empty of its former voice. When the oracles finally went silent, it was not with a clap of thunder, but with a gradual fading, like a voice heard across water that you are no longer sure you are still hearing. After all the stories, the loves and the losses, the plagues and the healings, the prophecies given and misunderstood, what remains is something simpler than any single myth. What remains is the image of a god who wanted, above all things, to see clearly and to help others do the same. Apollo was not the most powerful of the Olympians. That distinction belonged to his father, and he was not the most feared, nor the most ancient, but he may have been the most widely beloved. This was because what he represented touched something that people in every corner of the ancient world recognized in themselves: the desire to understand, the longing for order in the middle of confusion, the quiet hope that the world beneath all its noise and suffering might be, at its deepest level, comprehensible. His light was not merely the light of the sun moving across the sky each morning, though the Greeks saw him in that too, in the way the gold spread slowly over the hills, and the shadows retreated, and the shapes of things became clear again. It was the light of a mind finding its footing, the light of a song resolved into its final note, the light of an answer arriving after a long and patient wait. He carried his bow and his lyre together. Those two things said everything about him, that beauty and precision were not opposites, that the same steady hand that could send an arrow to its mark could also draw music from strings, that both required the same quality of attention, the same willingness to be still and to aim truly. He travelled further than almost any other god. The worship of Apollo spread from the small bright island of his birth outward in every direction, carried by sailors and traders and colonists who brought his name with them to shores that had never heard it before. The Romans took him in with particular reverence, keeping his name unchanged, simply Apollo, as if even they understood that some things do not need translation. His temples rose on the Italian peninsula, in Asia Minor, in the far western reaches of the Mediterranean world. Wherever Greeks settled, they often built him a sanctuary first. This was because they wanted that sense of orientation, that feeling of a center that Apollo alone could give them. The Olympus stone at Delphi marked the navel of the earth, the fixed point from which all directions could be measured. In a way, Apollo himself served the same purpose in the imagination of the ancient world, the still point at the center of all that motion, the clarity at the heart of all that noise. Cities sent their questions to him before they went to war, before they established new colonies, before they made the decisions that would shape whole generations. They trusted him not because his answers were always easy to understand, but because they believed, at the end of a long and careful reading, that the truth was always somewhere inside what he had said. At Delphi, his priestess, the Pythia, spoke from beneath the temple in trances that were said to bring divine wisdom into the world through her own lips. The seekers who came to her had traveled from every direction, compelled by questions they could not answer themselves, by uncertainties that threatened to paralyze them. What they found in her cryptic utterances was not reassurance, but rather a kind of permission, the knowledge that someone, something, had looked directly at what troubled them and returned with words, however difficult to interpret. The oracle of Apollo became the most powerful voice in the ancient world. Kings and generals and ordinary citizens waited to hear what she would say. They came seeking clarity, seeking permission, seeking some sign that the future was not entirely beyond their reach or understanding. In this way, Apollo's reach extended not through conquest, but through the very human hunger for meaning. His stories were not uniformly gentle. He could be proud and he could be cruel, and the myths never disguised this. He punished Marsyas with a pitilessness that is difficult to look at directly. He turned Cassandra's gift into a lifelong torment. He sent plague into the Greek camp at Troy over a slight against one of his priests. The people who suffered had nothing to do with the offense. The Greeks did not worship a sanitized Apollo. They worshipped the whole of him, the golden archer and the god of healing, the patron of music and the sender of disease, the giver of prophecy and the author of its cruelest ambiguities. And somehow, in holding all of that together without resolving it, they arrived at something true about the nature of illumination itself, that to see clearly is not always comfortable, that light does not only reveal beautiful things, that the God who most wanted truth to be known was also the one who understood better than any other how resistant truth can be to the people who need it most. There is a laurel tree that still grows at Delphi, or so those who have visited the site will tell you, rooted in the stony ground near where the great temple once stood. The temple itself is mostly gone now. Columns remain. The foundations and the wide terrace of the sacred way climbing the hillside, and the omphalos stone in the museum nearby, smooth and carved with its net of woven lines. But the laurel persists. It persists because laurel is a hardy plant that asks very little of the soil and gives generously in return. Because this particular hillside has been considered sacred for so long that even the ground seems to remember it. Apollo's priests once wore wreaths of it. His Pythia chewed its leaves before she descended to the tripod and opened herself to whatever it was that moved through her. Athletes who won the Pythian Games received a crown of it, walked home wearing his tree on their heads. Daphne became it in the oldest and saddest of his love stories. He carried a branch of it afterward everywhere he went. That is the kind of faithfulness that a god can offer when all other kinds have been taken away. There are mornings on the slopes of Parnassus when the light comes in at a low angle from the east and falls across the pale stone ruins and the dark green of the hillside in a way that makes everything seem very still and very clear. Each rock and shadow exactly where it belongs. The whole landscape composed and unhurried and quiet in the way that only very old places are quiet, as if the air itself remembers something it is not quite ready to put into words. The valley below holds the mist a little longer than the heights. As it burns away, you can see the olive groves and the silvery shimmer of their leaves. Above the ruins, the cliffs of the shining rocks catch the early light and hold it. And somewhere on the slopes of Parnassus, if the morning is clear enough and the air is still, can almost feel what it might have been like to believe that the light itself was alive.